This world is a realm of monsters. Beasts, demons, angels, giants, elves, phantoms, fairies, witches, orcs, insectoids, countless races, endless branches, infinite mysteries. Human masters can forge beast contracts with these monsters. Thus, taming, nurturing, advancing, evolving, mutating, and battling constitute their daily lives. Currently available evolutionary forms for public disclosure: Mud Giant, Sand Giant, Stone Giant, Black Iron Giant, Little Flame Sparrow, Great Flame Sparrow, Firebird, Golden Flamebird, Four-Winged Light Angel, Fallen Evolution, Six-Winged Dark Angel, Magic Ape, Three-Eyed Magic Ape, Eight-Armed Evil Dragon Magic Ape, Great Demon Fire, Nightmare Horse, Fusion Evolution, Phantom Knight. In the Great Qin Dynasty, a young man named Bai Wushang unexpectedly becomes a self-awakener, and his destined beast turns out to be a moon rabbit. Chapter 1. The Thunderbolt Dragon Eagle. Dear passengers, welcome aboard the Great Eagle airship. After 3 days and nights of a long journey, we have arrived at the central region of the Endless Sand Domain, with 3 hours remaining until our final destination, Shanghai Academy. Please prepare yourselves. I am Captain Dangbanting. Within the opulent cabin, a raucous assembly of 20 to 30 young men and women, all around 15 or 16 years of age, filled the air with merriment. We've waited for this day with bated breath. Indeed, 12 years of diligent study for what? To awaken our soul seas and become masters. Just a little more patience, and our dreams will be realized. Hey, what kind of beast do you plan to contract? I made up my mind. It must be of the lightning attribute, ideally an electric mouse. On the youthful faces, still bearing a hint of innocence, excitement and joy were palpable. Bai Wushang quietly observed them, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. Turning his head, he noticed a girl, Mu Xiao, sleeping soundly with her arms wrapped around herself, prompting him to sigh. Xiao, wake up, you've been sleeping for half a day. Habitually tapping her lustrous black hair, Bai Wushang spoke with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps due to her recent awakening, a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. Though her beauty was not extraordinary, it was delicately charming in oval face, a straight nose, rosy lips, and dark hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, resembling the quintessential image of the girl next door. Have we arrived? Mu Xiao rubbed her bleary eyes, her lips pouting slightly, still a bit grumpy from sleep. Almost there. Bai Wushang stretched his stiff arms while casting her an annoyed glance. If you keep sleeping, my arm might just go numb. Mu Xiao pouted, unfazed. I just dreamt of a fishbone bird that looked delicious. Seeing Bai Wushang ignore her, Mu Xiao mischievously placed her fingers on his shoulder. Brother Wushang, how about a little massage? I've learned some therapeutic techniques. My skills are top-notch. Bai Wushang's initial reaction was skepticism. After a few moments of her ministrations, he winced in pain and promptly pushed her hands away. Thanks, but no thanks. If you have time for games, you should consider how you're going to explain your absence to your cousin when we arrive at the academy. Explain what? I simply don't want to go to Qingwan Academy. Brother Tianxing is at Shanghai Academy, and since you're going there too, why should I have to go to Qingwan Academy alone? It's utterly pointless. Mu Xiao stopped her antics, clutching Bai Wushang's sleeve with a pout, her voice laden with grievance. Well, you can't just sneak away without a word. Your family is bound to be worried sick. Bai Wushang sighed, rubbing his forehead. Despite her seemingly harmless and innocent demeanor, Mu Xiao had a mischievous streak. She had caused her fair share of trouble growing up, and Bai Wushang had often found himself bearing the brunt of her misadventures. What he hadn't anticipated was that this time, for a significant life decision regarding her beast cultivation academy, her family had arranged for her to attend the more suitable Qingwan Academy. Having already established various connections, Mu Xiao had outright refused to go and had secretly followed him onto the airship bound for Shanghai Academy. Mu Xiao had a cousin, Mu Tianxing, who was 3 years her senior and the current head of the Mu family, presently a 4th-year student at Shanghai Academy. In Bai Wushang's memory, Mu Tianxing had shown limited affection for his younger cousin, often treating her with a sternness akin to that of a caring father, imposing high standards in her studies, training, and daily tasks. If Mu Xiao's impetuous decision to switch academies reached Mu Tianxing's ears, it was inevitable she would face a scolding. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I've come this far, Brother Tianxing can't possibly send me back. Mu Xiao made a face at Bai Wushang, brimming with confidence. Just as Bai Wushang was about to impart further wisdom to Mu Xiao, the airship, which had been sailing steadily, suddenly trembled violently, eliciting gasps from the Passengers, look outside. What is that? Following the voice, Bai Wushang gazed out the window, witnessing the once bright sun shining in a cloudless azure sky dimming at a visible pace. In the distance, dark clouds billowed, obscuring half the sky. A series of thick, vibrant purple lightning bolts intertwined and clashed within the dark clouds, dancing like serpents. The thunderous roar of the lightning, even muffled by the thick ship's hull, was deafening and unsettling. Thunderstorm weather. Bai Wushang was momentarily taken aback. Then sensed something amiss. How could such dark clouds and thunder form so rapidly? Caw! Amidst the apocalyptic lightning and dark clouds, a piercing bird call echoed, and a colossal figure emerged from within, its scarlet eyes fixated on the airship from afar. As the lightning flickered, Bai Wushang caught a glimpse of the creature's entirety, and his body froze, as though his soul had left him, rendered motionless. It was a gigantic raptor, with the head of a dragon and the body of a bird, boasting a wingspan of over 100 meters, yet not a single feather adorned its form, which was entirely cloaked in purple dragon scales. The scales appeared as if forged from metal, exuding a breathtaking beauty and an aura of immense power. Its head bore a striking resemblance to the legendary dragons, with a pair of golden horns curling backward, exuding nobility and sanctity, yet its beak was a curved bird's bill. Sleek and sharp, several meters long, stained with the blood of fierce beasts, clearly having just battled something formidable. Even more terrifying were its claws, robust as a bull's, sharp as blades, glinting coldly, capable of effortlessly tearing through the airship's defensive hull. Purple, thunderbolt dragon eagle? Mu Xiao swallowed hard, murmuring, how could a creature of this caliber appear here? I sense its emotions are quite volatile. Look at its eyes, blood red, clearly in a state of furious rage. What could have driven it to such madness? Venturing far from its nest into this desolate desert, Bai Wushang forced himself to remain calm, conducting a brief analysis. It was evident that the enraged Thunderbolt Dragon Eagle had noticed the airship, which was significantly smaller than it, its crimson pupils filled with disdain. With a powerful flap of its purple-scaled wings, it swooped down like a bolt of lightning. Everyone, remain seated. Activate the defense systems and initiate maximum overload mode. The captain's voice, strained yet composed, echoed through the broadcast, followed by the ship's bow swiftly veering off, hurtling away at the highest speed possible. The airship, piloted by Bai Wushang and Mu Xiao, is the latest model equipped by the Shanghai Academy, boasting an abundance of power, generally sufficient to rival most fully formed flying. Extraordinary beings. In the outer and even middle regions of the endless sand domain, it possesses a remarkably high safety coefficient. However, the colossal and fearsome figure of the purple lightning dragon eagle looms ominously. It is likely a creature of the ultimate stage. As the monstrous form of the purple lightning dragon eagle drew ever closer, a palpable panic seized the cabin, causing several individuals to restlessly shift in their seats, and prompting a timid girl to burst into tears. Crack! Its sharp wings, shimmering with an eerie violet lightning, cleaved the airship as though it were a masterfully forged sword, splitting it in two. In the fleeting moment of chaos, Bai Wushang managed to throw himself over Mu Xiao, hoping to afford her an extra measure of protection. Then, a whirlwind of confusion enveloped them, plunging their consciousness into a profound silence. Chapter 2. The Sacred Guardian's Spell. Bai Wushang found himself ensnared in an interminable dream. In this reverie, he encountered a man named Qin Long, who resided in a world known as Blue Star, a realm devoid of monsters and strife, where peace reigned supreme. As a programmer, he led a mundane yet fulfilling life, adhering to a predictable routine of 9 to 5. However, one fateful day, after tirelessly mending a game called Food God for 2 consecutive nights, Qin Long succumbed to fatigue and fell into an eternal slumber. Yet, he was not truly dead. Instead, he drifted as a peculiar ethereal entity within the void, aimlessly adrift. Time, perhaps a year or even a century, passed before a radiant light materialized before him. Through this luminescence, Qin Long beheld a youth, battered and bloodied, sprawled amidst a pile of rubble, his breath faint and life seemingly extinguished. A peculiar sensation surged within him, akin to a magnet drawing him towards the boy's consciousness. No, this cannot be. Bai Wushang jolted awake, horrified to realize that the bloodied figure was none other than his own reflection. Brother Wushang. Brother Wushang. The familiar voice of Mu Xiao pierced his ears, trembling with evident sorrow. I cannot die yet. I shall not succumb. Driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival, Bai Wushang's nebulous spirit awakened, quickly discerning another soul encroaching upon his consciousness, vying for dominion over his body. The phrase transmigration and possession flared in his mind, sending chills coursing through him. Perhaps having drifted in the void for far too long, the essence of Qin Long was palpably more potent. Despite his attempts to resist, Bai Wushang found himself increasingly overwhelmed, his essence being devoured. He understood that the moment his soul was entirely consumed, his existence would be irrevocably extinguished. Even in death, he could not bear the thought of another inhabiting his body and living his life. With his ethereal form clenched into fists, Bai Wushang hesitated briefly before charging towards his heart. He recalled the first half of his life. 16 years prior, he was born in a remote village, where he enjoyed a blissful existence until the age of 6. That fateful year, calamity struck as the princess of the Abyssal Blood clan awakened from an ancient slumber, requiring a copious supply of youthful blood to replenish her vitality. To curry favor with her, the Blood clan's vassals slaughtered numerous nearby villages, targeting all eligible children, including those in Bai Wushang's village. As a child, he witnessed his parents brutally murdered while trying to save him, an impotence that haunted him to this day. Fortunately, just as the Blood Princess was about to drain his life force, the angelic legion of the Holy Court arrived through a spatial portal. The six-winged guardian angel, Asphodel, successfully repelled the Blood clan and rescued him. His life was spared, yet the Blood Princess was of considerable lineage, one of the oldest members of the Blood clan. Her bloodline unmatched in nobility. Her saliva bore a potent ancient venom that Bai Wushang could not evade after being bitten. This venom was insidious, embedding itself deep within him, siphoning his life force until it would eventually burst forth in the form of a six-petaled blood flower, resulting in his demise. Even legendary six-winged guardian angels could not eradicate this ancient poison. Compassionate Asphodel, unwilling to witness a young life extinguished in agony, expended great effort to cast 5 sacred guardian spells, sealing the venom within Bai Wushang's heart, allowing him to survive to this day. Asphodel had cautioned him that the guardian spell was not a permanent solution. It would protect him for a maximum of 15 years before its power waned. Now faced with the imminent threat of his essence being devoured, Bai Wushang had no time to ponder the future, focusing solely on resistance. The guardian spell might be his only glimmer of hope. His heart thudded ominously. In his ethereal form, Bai Wushang distinctly perceived a circular luminous barrier deep within his heart, where a sinister, crimson liquid flowed with malevolence. As if sensing Bai Wushang's approach, the liquid morphed into a blood-patterned serpent, hissing with greed, desire, and hatred, its dark golden vertical pupils revealing no pretense. Suddenly, 2 golden talismans inscribed with intricate runes emerged, transforming into golden chains that pierced the serpent's body. The blood-patterned serpent let out a wail, only to explode like a bubble, reverting to the crimson liquid that slowly coursed within the barrier. Bai Wushang lightly touched the 2 golden talismans. They represented the core power of the guardian spell. Originally 5 in number, only 2 remained after a decade of gradual depletion. Life or death rested in his hands. Bai Wushang concentrated all his willpower and initiated the explosion of a sacred guardian spell within his being. Outside, the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting its final rays in what appeared to be a valley within a desert. Debris from shattered airships and remnants of bodies littered the ground, a gruesome sight to behold. Bai Wushang lay supine, blood gushing from various wounds. "No, brother Wushang, you cannot die." Mu Xiaoxiao wept, her eyes brimming with tears as she frantically tore at her clothing to staunch his wounds, repeatedly calling his name in a desperate attempt to awaken him. Suddenly, a profusion of golden light emanated from Bai Wushang's body, washing over him in waves. The grotesque wounds on his body began to mend at an observable rate, quickly restoring him to health. With a gasp, Bai Wushang sat upright, his gaze vacant. "Thank goodness. Brother Wushang, you're awake. I was so afraid I would never see you again." Mu Xiaoxiao cried joyfully, throwing herself into his arms, sobbing. Bai Wushang faltered, then regained his composure, hastily assessing his condition. Aside from his tattered clothing, his body bore not a single scar, as healthy as could be. It was evident that his own consciousness now reigned over his corporeal form, restoring everything to normal. But where had that fellow named Qin Long gone? Thoughts flooded his mind. Bai Wushang speculated that the sacred guardian spell possessed remarkable purifying and healing abilities, serving as a nemesis to malevolent forces. By detonating a spell imprint within himself, he might expel Qin Long. Though there were risks involved, he had no alternative but to take the plunge. Suddenly, Bai Wushang was taken aback to discover a transparent crystal hovering in his mind, spinning mesmerizingly. Intuition informed him that it was a crystallized essence of the residual soul, formed after Qin Long's consciousness had entirely dissipated. It captivated him like a freshly baked cake, exuding an irresistible aroma. Chapter 3. Awakening of Soul Power, the Book of Vows. With a soft pop, the soul crystal shattered beneath Bai Wushang's touch. Like a seed sown in the fertile soil, it swiftly breaks through the earth, takes root, and sprouts, ultimately growing into a towering tree. The ethereal strength of the soul burgeons at a terrifying pace, every cell within exulting in jubilation. The once boundless and fog-laden sea of consciousness suddenly reveals a small black sun, residing at its center, rotating slowly and methodically. A soul force vortex? Have I awakened my soul power? Bai Wushang recalled the lessons from class, still struggling to fathom the reality. According to standard procedure, a preparatory master cannot achieve soul power awakening independently. One must wait until the age of 16, utilizing a specific awakening formation to successfully open the sea of consciousness and thus condense a soul force vortex to possess soul power. Soul power, after all, symbolizes the identity of a formal master. This world is derived from extraordinary beings: insects, beastmen, witches, fairies, angels, demons, vampires, giants, and countless other races, with endless branches and infinite mysteries, creating a vast world of survival of the fittest. The human race is inherently weak, with only a select few endowed with the talent for soul power. Upon a successful awakening, they gain unparalleled strength, able to forge contracts with extraordinary creatures to command them in battle, capturing, nurturing, battling, advancing, evolving. The master continually ascends and pushes forward, allowing humanity to secure a place on the stage of the extraordinary world. From the moment they can remember, every human child harbors the purest and most fervent desire to awaken their soul power and contract a beast. At this moment, Bai Wushang has crossed the boundary between the mundane and the divine, stepping onto the threshold of another world, feeling a sense of disorientation. I recall that the texts mentioned that self-awakeners are known as innate masters, a rarity, with a probability of approximately 1 in 10,000 compared to ordinary preparatory masters. Given my original talents, this should have been impossible. Could it be that by devouring and merging the essence of soul left by Qin Long, I have taken a shortcut, breaking through that critical line? Bai Wushang pondered silently, then felt a pang of concern. I wonder if this method will leave any after effects. I hope it doesn't turn out to be counterproductive. Looking down at himself, Bai Wushang was astonished to discover that his body seemed to have undergone some changes due to the awakening of soul power. His originally 178-meter frame felt even taller, his shoulders broader, and his skin bore an additional layer of luminous sheen. Most strikingly, to his right, hovered a book resembling a dictionary, ancient in hue, adorned with profound and arcane patterns, its size and thickness far exceeding that of ordinary tomes. If there had been any lingering sense of unreality witnessing this book, imbued with a mysterious radiance, finally convinced Bai Wushang of the truth. This is the Book of Oaths, also known as the Contract Book, a special energy entity formed from the condensation of soul power and the essence of flesh and blood, not a tangible object. It serves as proof of one's master identity, automatically materializing upon awakening soul power. Its primary function is to bestow upon the user the ability to contract, allowing them to forge a bond with extraordinary creatures. Moreover, the Book of Oaths contains an independent space for the contracted beasts to reside. The Book of Oaths. Brother Wushang, how did you become a master? Mu Xiaoxiao gazed at the book, her mouth agape in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Wushang decided to keep the matter regarding Qin Long to himself, revealing nothing to anyone. This situation was too fantastical. Discovering parallel worlds beyond the extraordinary realm completely overturned conventional imagination. Any leakage of information could lead to enormous trouble, bringing harm to himself and his friends. Thus, Bai Wushang obfuscated the part about being a traveler, simply explaining that in order to survive, he had taken a risk to activate a sacred protective spell, which not only healed his body, but seemingly triggered a chain reaction, inadvertently leading to the active awakening of his soul power. Does that mean your lifespan has been further shortened? Mu Xiaoxiao's face fell, her mood dampened. The events of Bai Wushang's childhood were well known among those familiar with the Mu family, including Mu Xiaoxiao. With only the protective spell remaining, it might last for 3 years. Once the seal was broken, the blood poison would return. Bai Wushang murmured, however, I will not easily give up. From this day forward, I will strive even harder. Until the final moment, I shall not bow to fate. Mu Xiaoxiao remained silent for a while before changing the subject. If you awakened on your own, does that mean you are at the peak of the spiritualist level now? I remember Grandpa saying that masters who awaken with the aid of formations will convert the mental energy they have naturally accumulated over the past 16 years into soul power, starting at various stages within the early, mid, and late phases of the spiritualist level. In contrast, a self-awakener directly attains the pinnacle of the spiritualist level, starting at a higher point and saving considerable time in cultivation. Of course, this alone does not sufficiently illustrate the rarity and strength of self-awakeners. The most precious aspect is that they possess an additional opportunity to summon their innate beast. Innate beast? Bai Wushang whispered, suddenly looking up at the sky, his brow furrowing. By now, darkness had fully enveloped the landscape. The crescent moon hung in the sky, with thick clouds obscuring much of the starry expanse. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the spiritualist level, both his physical attributes and perceptive abilities had experienced qualitative enhancement. The echoing, unknown howls that reached his ears heightened his vigilance. Xiao Xiao, summoning the innate beast requires complete concentration and cannot tolerate distraction. Given that it is now dark, there may be creatures lurking in these desolate mountains seeking food. Let us find a safe place to hide before considering our next steps. All right. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, her delicate fingers pointing to her neck as she added. But if danger arises, don't always protect me first. I have my family's protective jade pendant. Bai Wushang noticed the pale green lotus-shaped pendant, which bore a noticeable crack. When we fell from the heights, the pendant activated automatically. However, it can only protect me, which is why I emerged unscathed. As Mu Xiaoxiao spoke softly, she tightly clutched the tattered hem of Bai Wushang's clothing, tears shimmering in her eyes. Everyone else is likely dead, and they died horribly. When I saw you covered in blood, I was truly terrified. It's all right, it's all fine now. Bai Wushang gently patted Mu Xiaoxiao's head, his gaze tender, though his heart stirred with emotion. After the calamity of his 6th year, Bai Wushang, devoid of any reliance, had once been taken in by a woman. However, she proved unreliable and soon abandoned him to the Mu family. Thus, from the age of 6 to 16, he spent the majority of his time within the Mu family estate, barely qualifying as a member. Mu Xiaoxiao was a direct descendant of the younger generation of the Mu family, regrettably of average talent, a bit playful and headstrong, and not particularly remarkable among her siblings. She and Bai Wushang had grown up together, sharing a close bond, with Bai Wushang always treating her like a younger sister. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Wushang temporarily set aside those tender thoughts. The pressing matters took precedence. Utilizing the dim moonlight, he rummaged through the wreckage of the floating ship, extracting 2 metal rods, each a meter long and 3 fingers thick, handing one to Mu Xiaoxiao as a makeshift weapon. With Bai Wushang's current physical prowess, he can easily rival the extraordinary beings in the mid-stage of juvenile development. However, he is acutely aware that the wilderness is fraught with uncertainties, and his practical combat skills are sorely lacking, leaving no room for complacency. Be cautious, stay close to me, he urged, wielding a freshly ignited makeshift torch while grasping Mu Xiaoxiao's hand as they ventured into the unknown darkness. Chapter 4. The Starving Zombie. The night had thickened to an inky darkness. The path through the valley was treacherous. Even in the absence of trees, the terrain was naturally complex, with serpentine branches leading in myriad directions, making it all too easy to lose one's way. The eerie howls around them multiplied, and Bai Wushang could not discern their source. Adhering to a principle of caution, he resolved to find a low cave to take shelter for the night. If they could weather the darkness, the daylight would offer a clearer perspective for finding an escape. Brother Wushang, the airship had an accident, and it was carrying the preliminary candidates for the master position. Surely, the Shanghai Academy will intervene? Mu Xiaoxiao instinctively sought conversation to alleviate her anxiety. It was her first journey away from home, and the profound stillness of the night, combined with the oppressive darkness, made her heart flutter with trepidation. Indeed, candidates for the master position are strategic resources. With so many casualties, the Shanghai Academy will undoubtedly dispatch someone to investigate. However, I am uncertain if this incident can be promptly recognized. Theoretically, the airship should have a signal locator. Bai Wushang pondered aloud. Nevertheless, we must prepare for contingencies. We cannot place all our hopes on the Academy's rescue. We must also strive to extricate ourselves from this predicament. Mu Xiaoxiao pouted, hesitating to voice her thoughts. To sneak out, she had gone to great lengths to deceive her persistent bodyguard, only to find herself ensnared in such dire circumstances. Have I been too willful? She silently chastised herself, reflecting on her impulsiveness. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed around the corner, growing louder and more distinct in the stillness of the night. Bai Wushang halted abruptly, extinguishing the torch and pressing Mu Xiaoxiao against the rocky wall, both holding their breath. Could there be survivors? As his thoughts raced, he listened intently. But the peculiar sound of the footsteps suggested otherwise. It resembled a limping gait, aimlessly swaying and occasionally colliding with the walls. Yet, the figure's direction remained unchanged, drawing ever closer to their position. Bai Wushang silently raised the metal rod in his hand, the veins in his wrist bulging as he braced for a decisive strike. In the shadows, a tall, gaunt silhouette came into view. Adorned in tattered, ancient garb, Its arms were ensconced within oversized sleeves, creating an uncomfortable appearance. Disturbingly, it appeared as though it had never bathed, its filthy visage obscured, emanating a foul stench akin to that of a putrid fish. Suddenly, a segment of information flashed before Bai Wushang's eyes. Name: starving zombie, while. Race: underworld zombie-type corpse. Life level: initial stage of juvenile development. Bloodline quality: common bone, level 1 star. Status: famished. Wisdom: extremely low. Traits: dark adaptation infection. Skills: corpse claw, biting. Gourmet cell. 1. What is this? Bai Wushang's eyes widened in astonishment. Seemingly sensing something, the figure froze and abruptly turned its head. Ah! Mu Xiaoxiao screamed, her face paling in terror. In the dim moonlight, a gruesome countenance was revealed, bloodied, with severely decomposed skin, its features grotesquely distorted. A few plump maggots could be seen crawling in and out of its face, reveling in their grotesque play. Zombie! Mu Xiaoxiao stammered, pointing at the abomination, her hands trembling uncontrollably, unable to steady the metal rod. With eyes glowing an eerie green, the zombie seemed overjoyed at the sight of such tender flesh, letting out a low growl before lunging forward with its elongated maw lined with sharp fangs. Without hesitation, Bai Wushang swung the rod with all his might, striking the starving zombie's head, splattering crimson and white across the ground. The strength he wielded now was a stark contrast to the day before. This blow sent the creature sprawling, its limbs twitching before falling utterly still. Hunt successful. Gourmet cell 1. A line of small red text scrolled past his vision, and Bai Wushang shook his head to dispel any lingering doubts, suppressing his confusion as he turned his gaze to Mu Xiaoxiao. Are you unhurt? I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head, though her expression bore the marks of shock and a hint of shame. As a member of a prominent clan, she quickly realized that this was merely the lowest tier, most wretched of starving zombies. Even as a preliminary candidate for master, she should have easily triumphed in a one-on-one encounter. She berated herself for being so frightened, lacking even the courage to face it. Bai Wushang sensed Mu Xiaoxiao's turmoil. Having faced life and death multiple times, he had grown accustomed to danger, maintaining composure in unfamiliar perils. In contrast, Mu Xiaoxiao had been raised with a silver spoon and had seldom encountered such visceral fear and despair. It was only natural for her to feel overwhelmed. Gently ruffling Mu Xiaoxiao's hair, Bai Wushang refrained from saying much. He could not forever shield her from danger. She needed to cultivate her own resilience. Reigniting the torch, they pressed on. This time, Bai Wushang had no intention of extinguishing it. The earlier decision had stemmed from ignorance, mistaking the zombie for a human, and in adherence to caution, he had doused the flame. After traversing a distance and dispatching a few more scattered zombies, Bai Wushang began to discern the nature of the valley. It was likely a haven for zombies, devoid of any living creatures, explaining the pervasive sense of death that lingered in the air. Zombies, particularly the lowest tier starving zombies, despite their ghastly azure eyes, were devoid of vision. They relied on their sense of smell and hearing to navigate. They shunned sunlight and flames, emerging only under the cover of darkness, becoming increasingly active as night deepened. By day, they would retreat into the earth or caves to slumber until the following night, when they would once again seek sustenance. At last, Bai Wushang discovered a suitable cave. They moved several large stones to block the entrance, leaving a small gap for ventilation and observation of the outside world. Oh, it's nearly dawn. This is when zombies are most active. Thankfully, we found a refuge. Otherwise, we would have faced hordes of starving zombies, and perhaps even more formidable ones. The outside is too perilous, rife with uncertainties. Bai Wushang stretched languidly, reclining on the dry ground, two specially crafted makeshift torches beside him, providing warmth and comfort. Indeed, this day has been surreal. Mu Xiaoxiao leaned against Bai Wushang, her gaze fixed vacantly on the rocky ceiling, her face etched with fatigue. Get some rest. Do not overexert yourself. I will keep watch, Bai Wushang said, rising from his brief respite. You are not yet a master. Your physical constitution is not as robust as mine, and after a day of tension, you must be utterly exhausted. Mu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, but found herself unable to refute, merely responding with a sound before turning away to sleep. Seated cross-legged beside the flames, Bai Wushang's thoughts drifted, earnestly contemplating several questions. What exactly was that attribute panel? Chapter 5. The Golden Knife and Silver Fork, the Altar of the Food God. Having lived for 16 years, he had never heard of anyone possessing such an extraordinary ability, one that surpassed even the legendary Great Appraisal technique. Before entering the cave, Bai Wushang discreetly conducted several tests. Within a 10-meter radius, directing his gaze at any zombie would reflect a detailed attribute panel in his pupils. Even more astonishingly, a mysterious pattern of a golden knife and silver fork materialized inexplicably on the back of his right hand. Bai Wushang had tested this with Mu Xiaoxiao, discovering that she could not perceive the pattern at all, as if it were visible solely to him. What on earth could this be? Bai Wushang stared at the golden knife and silver fork on his hand, lost in thought. As he gazed, a faint, ethereal voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Would you like to activate the altar of the food god? Startled, Bai Wushang looked around. Everything appeared normal, no signs of anything amiss. Would you like to activate the altar of the food god? The voice echoed again, and Bai Wushang carefully traced its source, realizing it seemed to emanate from the golden knife and silver fork. The food god altar, the food god. Bai Wushang mulled over this strangely familiar term twice, suddenly awakening to the memory. Before Qinlong passed away, he seemed to have been repairing a game glitch known as the food god. Could it be that? Akin to what was in Qinlong's memory, every traveler from Blue Star possessed a golden finger, which originally belonged to Qinlong, but had now been intercepted by him. Bai Wushang's heart raced, a mixture of excitement and astonishment. Striving to take a couple of deep breaths to calm himself, he repeatedly reminded himself to remain composed in the face of unexpected events, to avoid acting recklessly. He raised his head to observe Mu Xiaoxiao, confirming that she was soundly asleep and would not awaken anytime soon. Subsequently, Bai Wushang stealthily approached the cave entrance, surveying the external situation. Occasionally, a few famished zombies passed by, yet none noticed the concealed cave. Once assured of his safety, Bai Wushang's gaze returned to the golden knife and silver fork pattern. Would you like to activate the altar of the food god? He silently contemplated. An endless darkness enveloped him like a tide, rendering him momentarily blind. The next moment, a bright light emerged before him, and Bai Wushang found himself in an abandoned palace, the ground in disarray, littered with shattered stone pillars, the surrounding walls riddled with cracks, hinting at an ancient past. This abandoned palace spanned approximately 300 square meters, presenting a neatly arranged circular shape, encircled by 13 pure black statues, some humanoid, others resembling arthropods, and even a few shaped like colossal dragons, all bizarrely formed. After scanning the surroundings, Bai Wushang's gaze landed at the very center of the palace. There stood a massive bronze square cauldron, rusted and marked with the wear of ages. Just as Bai Wushang was about to approach the cauldron for a closer inspection, he suddenly sensed something unusual about himself. Why did he feel so light? Looking down, he discovered that his body was, in fact, semi-transparent. Pinching his arm and thigh, he retained a tangible sensation, yet devoid of any pain. This likely wasn't his physical form, but rather his consciousness or a spiritual entity that had entered this space. How was he to exit? Just as this thought flitted through his mind, Bai Wushang experienced a flicker of darkness and light, abruptly awakening in the real world. Glancing around, he noted that there were nearly no changes in his surroundings, indicating that the flow of time here was akin to that of the outside world. Confirming this, he once again entered the altar of the food god, returning to the heart of the abandoned palace. Observing the bronze square cauldron closely, Bai Wushang noted that its height was equivalent to his own, with 4 legs and 2 ears, its form robust and solemn. On the exterior of the bluish-gray cauldron, intricate miniature engravings depicted mythical creatures, a 3-legged golden crow that obscured the sun, a colossal serpent coiled around an entire sacred mountain, and ancient giants with 50 heads and 100 arms, all unmistakably beings from myth and legend. What kind of cauldron was this? It appeared so ancient and mysterious. Circling around it, Bai Wushang found no further discoveries, so he tentatively rose on his toes to peer inside. The interior of the cauldron was pitch black, distorting all light. Bai Wushang looked left and right, but could see nothing. After staring for too long, he even felt a sense of trepidation, as if the deep, dark interior of the cauldron was an abyss without end, threatening to reveal a gaping maw that would devour him, causing Bai Wushang to hastily avert his gaze. Clearly, this bronze square cauldron, placed at the center of the altar of the food god, was of utmost significance. What purpose did it serve? How was he to activate it? Or rather, how could he utilize it? After hesitating for a considerable time, unable to find a clear path, Bai Wushang tentatively reached out to touch the body of the cauldron. Contrary to his expectation of a cold metallic sensation, the cauldron was surprisingly hot to the touch, as if it had just been scorched by flames. It seemed to trigger some change, as the bronze square cauldron began to rumble and tremble, the noise growing louder, causing the entire palace to shake. Startled, Bai Wushang instinctively attempted to withdraw his finger. To his surprise, a tremendous suction force emanated from the cauldron, firmly anchoring his entire right hand against it, rendering him unable to escape no matter how he struggled. Fault diagnosis. Previous owner Qinlong's death triggered rebinding. Target certification. Bai Wushang determined to be the sole host of this altar. Altar of the food god is activating. 306-0100 activation complete. A stream of text flitted across his vision, leaving Bai Wushang momentarily stunned, his mind experiencing a brief lag. Was this a system? Or something else? Having experienced the life of Qin Long, Bai Wushang quickly regained his composure from the shock. The suction from his palm had vanished, and as he withdrew his right hand, a vibrant flame of 7 colors surged forth from the depths of the pitch-black cauldron, illuminating the entire abandoned palace in a dreamlike splendor. Determination. Current host is the first altar activator, triggering the additional reward gift of the food god, acquiring a Tier 1 food god treasure chest 1. A treasure chest the size of a backpack, gleaming with a porcelain-like pristine luster, materialized out of the 7 colored flames, hovering in midair. A food god treasure chest? Was this akin to a lottery? Just as this thought emerged, the text in Bai Wushang's vision shifted. Notice, food god treasure chest contains special items from the food god, which can assist the host's growth. The food god treasure chest is divided into 10 levels, with 1 being the beginning and 10 the end. The higher the level, the rarer the rewards. Tier 1 food god treasure chest item extraction probability. Extraordinary recipes 989, food god items 1, food god secret arts 01. How astonishing. It seemed this item could perceive his thoughts and directly respond to inquiries. With this in mind, Bai Wushang attempted to call out in his mind. Hello. What should I call you? System? Food god? Or something else? Chapter 6. The First Draw. In the abandoned palace, Bai Wushang waited for a minute or two, receiving no response whatsoever. It appeared that this altar of the food god was not an artificial intelligence. It was rather rigid, only capable of answering specific questions. Bai Wushang silently pondered, shaking his head with a wry smile, thinking, well, I've already experienced the ordeal of being a traveler. My worldview has long been shattered. So there's no need to dig deeper in pursuit of any truth. At this moment, I seek to comprehend the nature of the food deity altar. What benefits may it bestow upon me? What assistance can I expect to receive? For instance, within the first order food deity chest, what are the functions of the extraordinary recipes, food deity artifacts, and food deity mysteries? Note, extraordinary recipes are the pinnacle culinary formulas crafted by the food deity, exclusively for consumption by extraordinary beings. Their effects encompass healing, recovery, advanced evolution, genetic mutation, physical enhancement, ability augmentation, and even beauty and hair care, thereby aiding the host in nurturing the most formidable of companion beasts. Food deity artifacts, special items imbued with the power of the food deity, predominantly serving as one-time consumables. Food deity mysteries, mysterious skills devised by the food deity, granting the host the ability to uniquely process ingredients upon mastery. 3 lines of text appeared in succession. Bai Wushang gradually acclimated to this mode of communication. After perusing the information attentively, he stifled his burgeoning curiosity and resolved to open the chest and witness its contents firsthand. Reaching out toward the colorful flames, he found them devoid of heat. The exquisitely crafted food deity chest, reminiscent of fine porcelain, fell into his grasp, its surface cool and smooth, eluding identification of its material. Without hesitation, Bai Wushang lifted the lid. A brilliant flash of light momentarily blinded him, rendering his eyes unable to open for 2 or 3 seconds. What could it be? With anticipation mounting, Bai Wushang refocused his attention and gazed inside. Within the chest lay but a single yellowed parchment, upon which dense golden characters were inscribed, entirely indecipherable to him. Just as a wave of confusion began to surface, the parchment abruptly vanished. Concurrently, a slight pain coursed through his mind, akin to an epiphany, as a message unfolded before him. Recipe: temptation mouse. Ingredients: 1 fresh mouse corpse, any species, must be a juvenile and mid-stage death within 3 hours. And the corpse must possess high integrity. 10 grams of bamboo leaves, 5 stalks of illusion grass, 1 flower of fragrant mist, and 300 milliliters of pure water infused with soul power at late stage or above. Procedure: clean the mouse corpse by removing its entrails, stuff the belly with bamboo leaves, and simply stitch it closed. Crush the illusion grass and fragrant mist flower entirely, then add them to a pot of cold water. Stir evenly until the mouse corpse is submerged, then simmer on low heat, continuously infusing it with soul power until the liquid is fully absorbed, then remove from heat. Description: a delectable delight that possesses a lethal allure for juvenile snake-like creatures. Specific effects depend on the recipe's completion. Is this truly an extraordinary recipe? Bai Wushang pondered over the content, momentarily lost in thought. It appeared that this recipe, titled Temptation Mouse, served a rather straightforward purpose: to ensnare serpentine creatures. In the extraordinary realm, whether among alchemists, blacksmiths, talisman makers, or array masters, and in the vast array of natural treasures, fruits, and medicinal stones, similar effects could potentially be achieved. However, a recipe resembling human cuisine, with stringent requirements for ingredients and processes, yet exclusively for extraordinary beings, was something Bai Wushang had never encountered before. If, as claimed, there existed additional effects such as advancement, evolution, and mutation within these extraordinary recipes, this could very well represent an entirely new nurturing paradigm, a treasure trove uniquely mine. Upon this realization, Bai Wushang trembled with exhilaration, every cell in his being alive with anticipation. His life's ambition was simple, to grow stronger and survive. Only the powerful possess the ability to dictate their own fate, rather than becoming mere prey in another's hunt. Striving to calm his emotions, Bai Wushang repeatedly reminded himself to exercise restraint, to cast aside greedy desires and fanciful assumptions. The future is forever the future. His focus must remain on the present, taking solid steps toward growth. Once he regained his composure, Bai Wushang posed a new question to the altar. Is there an alternative means to acquire such food deity chests? Note: standard acquisition methods for food deity chests involve sacrificing food cells for exchange. A first-order food deity chest requires 100 food cells, a second-order 300 points, and a third-order, etc. Food cells, unique genetic tissues present within extraordinary beings. The rarer and stronger the individual, the more food cells they possess, which are automatically extracted upon their demise. Food cells are the sole sacrificial offering to the food deity and can be used to exchange for food deity chests. Supplementary note: only the host or contracted companion beasts may harvest food cells by slaying extraordinary beings. Once a specific race's food cells are harvested, similar level and lower individuals of the same race become ineligible for further extraction. Individuals of the same race above that level will have their previously captured food cells deducted, receiving only the difference. The act of defeating extraordinary beings yields food cells, which can then be exchanged for food deity chests. Bai Wushang immediately recalled a prior incident. Suddenly enlightened, no wonder after slaying the first starving zombie, he obtained 1 food cell, yet received nothing from the subsequent second, third, and fourth kills. The fifth was a juvenile in mid-stage, yet he gained another food cell, so that was the reason. The altar's explanation was clear and straightforward, allowing Bai Wushang to swiftly grasp the underlying logic. Currently, he possessed a mere 2 food cells, far from sufficient for acquiring a food deity chest. As for alternative methods like the food deity's favor, which he had inquired about, the altar had remained silent. Surveying the 13 statues surrounding him, he found no new discoveries. This altar seemed solely designated for the extraction of chests. Bai Wushang continued to contemplate for a while, even attempting to bring external items into the altar. But to no avail. Never mind. With the main body still in peril, it was best to conclude his exploration for now. I must return. As his vision darkened and then brightened, Bai Wushang returned to reality, reclaiming his physical form. Inside the cave, Mu Xiaoxiao remained in slumber, the fire crackling warmly. All in order. Gathering his thoughts, the secret of the food deity altar would become my greatest reliance. It must remain concealed. My pupils possess the ability to identify extraordinary beings, which could be deemed a derivative auxiliary function. Perhaps I shall dub it the eye of cognition, awaiting further exploration. Moreover, the temptation mouse extraordinary recipe, an opportunity to gather the ingredients and test its efficacy, must be seized. For now, I shall meditate to restore my mental state. Once the horde of corpses recedes at dawn, this valley should be temporarily safe. At that point, I will initiate my soul summoning. And with the aid of a companion beast, I shall devise a plan to return to the academy. Chapter 7. A midnight snack delivered to my doorstep. Within the cave, Bai Wushang sat cross-legged near the entrance, eyes closed in the 5-pointed star position, beginning his meditation. Meditation is the most conventional practice for a master, serving to restore or enhance soul power. Once adapted to a certain degree, it can even entirely replace sleep, yielding superior recovery of bodily functions. Bai Wushang refrained from delving into a deep meditative state, remaining in a shallow level of meditation to retain a portion of his awareness, allowing him to respond to external circumstances at any moment. Time passed, second by second. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, like the sound of a heavy object striking the ground, shattering the valley's silence. Bai Wushang jolted awake, startled by the proximity of the noise. Peering through a crevice in the rocks, he beheld, illuminated by the pale moonlight, a large wild boar of brown and black lying on the ground like a heap of mud, its bloated belly twitching, broken tusks protruding, and blood frothing from its mouth. Name: tusked boar, wild. Species: a member of the wild tusked boar clan within the realm of demon beasts. Life stage: late juvenile stage. Bloodline quality: common bone, level 3 star. Status: near death. Intelligence: low. Traits: reckless. Skills: charge, skyward stab. Gourmet cell: 9. What transpired? Mu Xiaoxiao was also awakened. Inching closer to whisper curiously. It might have fallen from above, Bai Wushang speculated casually, yet his heart brimmed with anxiety. This was precisely the time when the zombies were most active. A wild boar of such size plummeting down could hardly be deemed anything less than a late-night feast delivered right to their doorstep. Bai Wushang longed to voice his grievances. Even if you provide door-to-door service, why must you meet your demise right at our cave entrance? Should we be discovered as a result, wouldn't that spell our doom? In the darkness, pairs of emerald green eyes flickered to life, gathering here like will-o'-the-wisps. Soon, at least 20 famished zombies of various heights surrounded them, their oppressive growls rising and falling like a mournful chorus. They huddled together, their ghastly claws tearing into the boar's flesh, feasting like ravenous ghouls, the scene gruesomely brutal. Bai Wushang clamped a hand over Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth, fearing she might scream at the horrific sight, turning them into living targets. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a massive shadow surged from the distance, kicking up a storm of dust as it barreled toward them, each step shaking the ground violently. Like a tank, it plunged headlong into the horde of zombies, effortlessly snatching a famished one with a single hand and tossing it aside as if it were a mere stone, sending it flying several meters away. This continued until the ordinary zombies encircling the boar were completely cleared away. Roar! The creature opened its cavernous maw and let out a skyward howl, causing the nearby insatiable zombies that dared approach for scraps to collapse in fear, trembling like soft shrimp. Bathed in silvery moonlight, the monster stood over 2 meters tall, its long hair cascading down its body, bare and glistening with a metallic sheen. Judging solely by its physique, it resembled a masterful sculpture, each contour infused with a savage beauty. Yet, upon glimpsing its face, one would be seized by dread, every instinct screaming that this was a creature of pure slaughter. Its humanoid visage was marred by scars, as if it had been shredded by sharp instruments, and its eyes, an intense shade of green, brimmed with unrestrained brutality and murderous intent. Bai Wushang dared but a fleeting glance before lowering his gaze, fearful of being detected. He silently recalled the earlier attributes displayed. Name, ironclad zombie, wild. Race, netherworld zombie type, undead. Life stage, mature phase 1. Bloodline quality, mortal bone, level 7 stars. Status, enraged. Intelligence, low. Traits, metal skin adaptation. Skills, reinforced claw, skull crusher, iron fist, venomous fangs. Gourmet cell, 35. Ultimately, it had drawn in a formidable foe. Bai Wushang, clutching Mu Xiaoxiao, remained motionless within the cave, an involuntary sheen of sweat forming on his back. Ordinary zombies, with their poor sensory abilities and aversion to light and heat, either failed to discover this cave, or, if they did, would not dare approach. However, this evolved ironclad zombie was an entirely different matter, having reached maturity. It was impervious to the effects of conventional fire and heat. Now, he could only hope it wouldn't discover them. Big brother, I shall call you that if it pleases you. After you finish this clumsy pig, please return home early. A post-meal slumber aids digestion. The ironclad zombie, having dispelled the lesser zombies vying for scraps, observed the scene with its brutal gaze, which softened slightly. It leaned closer to the boar's carcass, half squatting to indulge in its feast. The sound of blood splattering and bones crunching echoed, rendering Mu Xiaoxiao's countenance as pale as a ghost. Soon, the majority of the boar was devoured, and the ironclad zombies stood, appearing somewhat unsatisfied, as if still hungry. Casting a glance around, the lesser zombies on the ground wished fervently to bury themselves in the sand. Suddenly, the ironclad zombie tilted its head, its piercing green eyes locking onto the cave where Bai Wushang hid, a sinister smile spreading across its face. This is bad, Bai Wushang thought, sensing impending doom, and quickly pulled Mu Xiaoxiao backward. With a thunderous crash, the ironclad zombie shattered the boulder blocking the cave entrance, half of its body probing inside. It had caught the tantalizing scent of human flesh. As debris flew, Bai Wushang hastily grasped a metal rod and struck the creature's head with all his might. In mere seconds, he delivered at least 10 blows, each infused with his utmost strength, yet all that echoed in the cave were the sounds of metal clashing. His hands were bruised, and the ironclad zombie showed no signs of injury. Rather, its eyes gleamed with heightened ferocity, appearing thoroughly enraged. Be careful. The sharp claws of the undead lunged toward Bai Wushang's chest with blinding speed. His body tensed, and his pupils constricted into pinpricks as he narrowly dodged the fatal strike. Though he could not evade the shoulder, which was slashed, leaving 5 dark claw marks. The wound was shallow, but as blood seeped forth, it turned black, clearly indicating the potent venom that coated the ironclad zombie's claws. Fortunately, Bai Wushang was not concerned about poisoning. Sealed within him was the ancient blood toxin, granting him a robust immunity to lower-grade toxins. This was the only boon he had gained from that catastrophic event. What should I do? How shall I escape this dire predicament? Chapter 8. The Shadow and the Darkness. Bai Wushang desperately recalled the knowledge he had once learned. The ironclad zombie was the natural evolution of the famished zombie, possessing impenetrable defense due to its metal skin trait and immense strength, making it exceedingly difficult to breach its defenses, even for extraordinary beings of higher levels of the same quality. Another ferocious punch, propelled by a gust of wind, struck Bai Wushang's metal rod, which shattered upon impact. The residual force slammed into Bai Wushang's abdomen, sending him sprawling back 2 to 3 meters, crashing violently against the wall. Half kneeling on the ground, he clutched his stomach, unable to suppress a violent cough, fresh blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Would he truly meet his end at the hands of this ghastly creature today? He felt a surge of unwillingness. The ironclad zombie let out a sinister cackle, showing no intention of granting Bai Wushang a moment's respite. Its 10-centimeter-long metallic claws shot forth, pouncing upon him like a wild beast. Stop! Mu Xiaoxiao, with reddened eyes, stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Bai Wushang. With a soft crack, the lotus jade pendant at her chest shattered into powder, transforming into a semi-transparent suit of armor that encased her. The ironclad zombie's razor-sharp claws struck the armor, sending sparks flying. For the first time, it encountered something harder than itself. The ironclad zombie hesitated for a moment, then exploded into a frenzy, unleashing its steel claws, iron fists, and even its fangs in a relentless assault upon the transparent armor. Xiao Xiao! Bai Wushang gritted his teeth, knowing that the protective armor granted by the jade pendant could not be shattered by the ironclad zombie, but its duration was limited. After a minute of relentless assault, the transparent armor finally dissipated, revealing Mu Xiaoxiao's delicate face, pale and streaked with tears. The frenzied ironclad zombie wasted no time, opening its gaping maw to bite down on Mu Xiaoxiao's throat. At this moment, Bai Wushang was consumed by an overwhelming loathing for his own frailty and helplessness. His eyes were bloodshot, and he fought against the searing pain as he struggled to lift the broken metal rod, preparing to fight with all his might. Just then, a pristine white snowflake gracefully descended from the heavens, reflecting in Bai Wushang's pupils with an almost blinding brilliance. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The iron-armored zombie's blood-red fangs were poised to pierce Mu Xiaoxiao's delicate neck. In the next heartbeat, one could almost foresee the gushing of blood and the iron-armored zombie's ecstatic tearing. A flicker of blue light abruptly ignited beneath the iron-armored zombie's feet, and rapidly spread up its knees, pelvis, torso, and arms until it enveloped its entire being. Bai Wushang stared in a daze as the once ferocious and imperious iron-armored zombie, its grotesque expression still etched on its face, transformed in an instant into an ice sculpture. The status panel now glaringly displayed the word death in stark contrast. In the dimly lit cave, a slender arm extended through the open entrance, and with a gentle wave, the ice sculpture shattered into countless fragments. Removing the obstruction, Bai Wushang then noticed a figure standing at the entrance, a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a form-fitting black leather suit. Her waist slender, bosom ample, and her figure exquisitely graceful. A purple katana was slung diagonally across her back, exuding a natural air of sharpness that made it difficult for one to meet her gaze. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down effortlessly, and her features were strikingly delicate, especially her pair of clear, glass-like black eyes that left a lasting impression. The only lament was that her enchanting visage bore no expression, remaining perpetually tranquil like a deep pool. "Excuse me, a floating ship has crashed nearby. Are you survivors?" Her lips parted gently, her voice cool yet polite. "Yes. And you are?" Mu Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality, realizing she had been rescued, feeling a profound sense of gratitude for being spared. Zhang Linghua, second-year student of the Shanghai Academy. The sword-bearing woman stated calmly, "I happened to be returning to the academy and received this rescue mission, so I came to check." Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might not have seen the sun tomorrow." Mu Xiaoxiao bowed deeply, expressing her sincere gratitude. "Oh." A soft exclamation drew attention to the blue creature following the woman, its bright eyes curiously surveying the two individuals in the cave. Bai Wushang glanced over. Name: three-tailed ice flame fox. Contracted. Species: a mutated type of the red fox family in the demon beast realm. Life tier: early stage of complete form. Bloodline quality: leader level 3 stars. Soul power too low for complete detection. The three-tailed ice flame fox had reached its complete form. Bai Wushang contemplated this extraordinary creature, a type of being he had never encountered before. The small blue beast, roughly the size of a small dog, had sleek, lustrous fur, and 3 fluffy tails that swayed behind it, exuding an adorable charm. "Ah, how cute." Mu Xiaoxiao too was captivated, her eyes sparkling with the kind of admiration typical of women. Zhang Lingyue seemed accustomed to such reactions and softly introduced, "This is the Ice Flame Fox, my pet." Casting a glance around the cave, Zhang Lingyue's gaze suddenly landed on Bai Wushang. She scrutinized him for a good 10 seconds, her expression, usually so cold and unyielding, showing a rare lift of her brow as she remarked, "You must be a new student this year, right? How is it that you exude a wave of soul power? Are you an autonomous awakener?" Bai Wushang was taken aback by her acute perception and could only vaguely explain, "Due to some unforeseen circumstances, I awakened my soul power by chance." "And what of your destined pet?" "I haven't had the opportunity to perform the summoning ritual yet." Zhang Lingyue pondered for a moment, then retrieved 2 pills from her storage ring and tossed them to Bai Wushang. "The red one is for external wounds. Crush it and apply it. The green one is for internal use. Swallow it. You should be nearly recovered by tomorrow morning. After you summon your destined pet, I will take you back to the academy to report." After speaking, Zhang Lingyue turned to Mu Xiaoxiao. "As for you, here is a sleeping bag. Rest for a while longer." "Thank you, Senior Jiang." Bai Wushang recognized the red pill as blood recovery pill and the green one as spirit restoration pill. Both precious medicines worth at least 100 gold coins for just these 2. "No need for thanks. This is a task from the academy, and I am compensated for it," Zhang Lingyue replied in a calm manner, not waiting for Bai Wushang's response as she gently patted the 3-tailed ice flame fox on the head, signaling it to stay put. "You can remain safe in this cave. Little Ice will protect you. I will go check the valley for other survivors." With graceful steps, Zhang Lingyue's alluring figure gradually melded into the darkness, soon disappearing without a trace. Chapter 9. The Calling of the Destined. Inside the cave, the petite blue figure, sensing its master's departure, lost interest in play and languidly lay on the ground, curling into a ring and burying its nose in its fluffy tail to sleep. "Wushang, that Senior Jiang is incredible. She's only a year older than us, yet she can eliminate iron-armored zombies in an instant. Her strength might be nearing that of Brother Tianqing." After escaping danger, Mu Xiaoxiao's spirits were visibly lifted, her eyes filled with admiration. "Yes, that ice flame fox is very powerful, exceedingly so. Do not be deceived by its adorable appearance." Bai Wushang nodded, refraining from further discourse as he focused on treating his wounds. The green spirit restoration pill swiftly took effect, a warm surge of energy rising from his abdomen, flowing through his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting warmth that was indescribably pleasant. In the morning desert, before the scorching heat rose, a gentle breeze wafted through. Bai Wushang opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and in splendid condition. After a brief examination of his body, he found that his internal injuries had nearly healed, and his external wounds had scabbed over, itching slightly. He believed he would fully recover in a few days. While enjoying the breakfast provided by Zhang Lingyue, Bai Wushang recounted the events leading to the crash of their floating ship. He learned in passing that Zhang Lingyue had discovered nothing the previous night. Indeed, the 2 of them were the last survivors. "Upon our return to the academy, I will report the situation accurately, and the academy will send personnel to handle the aftermath concerning the lost students." After a pause, Zhang Lingyue continued, "As for the Thunder Dragon Eagle that attacked you, there is little that can be done. According to the academy's protocol, they may send someone to investigate the reasons for its appearance, but attempting to capture it would be exceedingly difficult. After all, it is not a mere ultimate being. Most instructors at the academy are not of a sufficient tier to contend with it." Bai Wushang nodded. Although he and Mu Xiaoxiao were direct victims of the incident, he understood the academy's stance. Ultimately, it was a matter of strength. Ultimate tier extraordinary creatures had overwhelming combat capabilities and were dominators in their realms, the kings of beasts. Moreover, the Thunder Dragon Eagle was an ancient giant species with a remarkably high bloodline quality, said to feed on heavenly thunder, likely the most formidable among ultimate beings. Thus, from the outset, Bai Wushang never expected the academy would seek to hunt down the Thunder Dragon Eagle for a group of uninitiated prospective masters. Such an expectation was simply unrealistic. If there are no further inquiries, let us hasten to perform the summoning of our destined companion. Zhang Lingyue smiled lightly and was the first to step out of the cave. Bai Wushang and Mu Xiaoxiao quickly rose to their feet, following closely behind her. They sought a nearby expanse of open ground, where Bai Wushang sat cross-legged, while Mu Xiaoxiao stood at a distance, observing. "Junior Bai, to avoid any unnecessary complications, allow me to provide a brief explanation," Zhang Lingyue said, standing beside Bai Wushang with her arms crossed. "Within your Book of Oaths, there should exist 2 soul seals, one black and one gold. The black soul seal is a standard seal that you acquire each time your master's soul power ascends a major tier. It is solely for on-site contracts. The golden seal, however, signifies the unique distinction of an awakened individual, transcending the ordinary to become your inherent soul seal. By infusing it with soul power, you can activate the summoning array for your destined companion. The array will select the most suitable extraordinary creature for you, based on your location and distance from the center point, thereby binding a contract with your pet. Having spoken, Jiang Lingyue carelessly waved her hand, summoning a large ice-blue book of oaths that appeared out of thin air, its pages fluttering and revealing a golden emblem. The hue of the golden emblem was somewhat dim, indicating that it had already been utilized. So, Senior Jiang, you too are an awakened individual, Bai Wushang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. It was no wonder that Jiang Lingyue, being merely a year older, possessed such formidable strength. If she were indeed a standout among awakened individuals, it began to make sense. Closing his eyes, Bai Wushang calmed his mind and allowed his consciousness to enter the sea of awareness, summoning the Book of Oaths that floated within the vortex of soul power into the realm of reality. Since he had yet to sign a contract, his Book of Oaths retained a very primitive and unadorned appearance, lacking any distinctive features. However, Bai Wushang paid no heed to this. He concentrated intently on the Book of Oaths and soon felt strands of soul power emanating from within him, ultimately entering the tome. In an instant, he beheld the black and gold soul seals, shimmering within the internal world of the Book of Oaths, flickering like breaths of life. With a slight mental nudge, the golden soul seal illuminated as it flew from the Book of Oaths and landed in his hand. Focus your will and infuse as much soul power into the golden seal as possible without interruption, until you are utterly exhausted, Jiang Lingyue added after a brief pause. As for the extraordinary creature summoned, regardless of its species or quality, it will at least match the level of your soul power. Ensure that you exhaust your soul power, and you shall naturally receive an entity of equal caliber. Nodding slightly, Bai Wushang acknowledged her guidance. With a sense of solemnity, he began to channel his soul power into the golden seal. Minutes turned into tens of minutes, and soon 30 minutes had elapsed. Suddenly, Jiang Lingyue brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, a hint of surprise glimmering in her eyes. Based on her past experiences, even among peak awakened individuals, variations in personal constitution often led to disparities in soul power. Yet, even those with substantial soul power typically struggled to maintain the summoning process for 30 minutes. Remarkably, Bai Wushang showed no signs of fatigue. As a full hour passed, beads of sweat began to form on Bai Wushang's forehead, his lips growing pale. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes wide, breathing heavily as he gazed expectantly ahead. A circular summoning array suddenly materialized before him, over 30 meters in diameter, radiating a vibrant golden light, through which the silhouette of a beast began to emerge. The golden light gradually contracted, ultimately merging into the form of the beast, and Bai Wushang distinctly felt a connection being established with a living entity. The three onlookers turned their gaze simultaneously. Even the languid ice-flame fox, rarely curious, stretched its neck to take a glance. Before them stood a rabbit-like creature, smaller than the three-tailed ice-flame fox, its entire body a pristine white. With a crescent-shaped mark upon its forehead, its delicate ears perked upright, and its silvery eyes large and bright, exuding an enchanting cuteness. Is that a moon rabbit? Jiang Lingyue furrowed her brow, somewhat taken aback. In the valley, the traces of the array faded like water, leaving only a pure white little rabbit upon the tawny sand. The little rabbit, unafraid, surveyed its surroundings with its large silver eyes, and upon recognizing Bai Wushang, it scampered over with its tiny legs. At that moment, Bai Wushang was still seated on the ground, and the little creature effortlessly leaped into his embrace. Chirp! The little rabbit made a soft, delicate sound, tilting its head upward to gaze adoringly at its master. For the first time, Bai Wushang realized how adorably charming extraordinary creatures could be. As he stroked the rabbit's silky, pristine fur and watched it blissfully squint its eyes, a smile spread across Bai Wushang's face. 16 years had passed, and he finally had a companion of his own. As the long-awaited dream materialized into reality, the once solitary soul now found solace in companionship. In that moment, Bai Wushang's heart soared with unparalleled joy. Chapter 10. Twin Symbiosis, the Mutated Moon Rabbit. Is it truly a moon rabbit? It's absolutely adorable. Mu Xiaoxiao chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to pet it. However, the previously gentle little white rabbit suddenly became wary, its teeth clicking together as it emitted a grinding sound, refusing to allow anyone else to touch it. Do not be afraid. This is just a little sister, Bai Wushang gently reassured, adopting the demeanor of a kind father. Mu Xiaoxiao reluctantly withdrew her hand, and only then did the little rabbit snuggle back into Bai Wushang's arms, nuzzling against him. Congratulations. You've officially contracted a pet. And it seems there's a high degree of compatibility, Jiang Lingyue observed, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the little creature. However, it's somewhat regrettable. The moon rabbit lacks a natural evolution pathway and has limited growth potential, which may hinder you. Is that so? Bai Wushang gazed at the attribute panel in his mind. A subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Name: Twin Moon Rabbit, common form, contracted. Species: a variant of the moon rabbit from the beast kin in the realm of extraordinary beings. Life level: peak juvenile. Bloodline quality: elite level 1 star. Status: content. Intelligence: above average. Traits: silver moon eyes, twin symbiosis. Skills: moon shadow clone, moonlight baptism. Gourmet cells: contracted partner of the host, unable to hunt. Visually, this little rabbit epitomized the textbook image of a moon rabbit, unmistakable in its appearance. Yet, Bai Wushang, with his extraordinary perceptive abilities, understood that matters were not so simple. In the food chain of the extraordinary world, moon rabbits are among the lowest and most common creatures, frequently spotted in the grasslands during the night. These small beings possess minimal combat abilities, only a few talents for healing and evasion. If one were to categorize them, they could only be defined as support-type pets. In reality, very few individuals willingly contract such extraordinary creatures as pets. Typically, it is those with mediocre talents who, enamored by fluffy and adorable beings, treat them as the softest companions on their beds. To think that even Jiang Lingyue, with her discerning eye, would misjudge this little one. It seems the creature harbors many secrets, akin to her ice flame fox, both being variants. Bai Wushang's thoughts wandered, contemplating the implications. Mutations refer to a rare phenomenon where extraordinary beings deviate from their original bloodlines during their natural growth process. This phenomenon may stem from congenital heredity or be attributed to environmental influences or other external factors. In the realm of extraordinary biology, mutation constitutes a vast and intricate discipline. For those seeking a simplified understanding, it can be assessed from 2 dimensions. The first dimension pertains to actual outcomes. Mutation does not invariably enhance an organism's strength. It may equally result in a diminished state post-mutation. Thus, based on tangible results, mutations can be categorized as benign or malignant. The second dimension involves the degree of mutation. Variations in the extent of mutation define the racial affiliations of extraordinary beings. For instance, if an organism merely experiences a change in skin color or develops new organs with minor alterations in its inherent abilities, despite the differences from its original species, it remains classified within its original racial branch due to the limited scope of mutation. Conversely, if the mutation is profound enough to drastically alter the organism's appearance and attributes, creating a stark contrast with its original race, it may lead to a reclassification, often resulting in the emergence of an entirely new species. In fact, the vast majority of biological varieties have evolved in this manner, with mutations serving as a pivotal factor in the proliferation of species. Take Jiang Lingyue's ice flame fox. For instance, based on the attribute panel, Bai Wushang can boldly speculate that it originally belonged to the red fox lineage. It is precisely due to mutation, which undoubtedly leans towards a significant benign transformation, that it has evolved into a completely new breed, possibly the sole one of its kind in the world. I can surmise the direction of the ice flame fox's mutation. It might have transitioned from a fire attribute to an ice attribute, or it may possess flames imbued with ice properties. Of course, the possibility of it embodying both ice and fire cannot be dismissed. But how did this twin moon rabbit undergo its mutation? Its appearance bears no distinction from an ordinary moon rabbit, yet it possesses an additional trait, twin symbiosis. What does this imply? Is there another moon rabbit spirit sharing its corporeal form? Or does it possess a transformative ability to assume a second form? Bai Wushang's thoughts spiraled in confusion. Regardless, the little creature undoubtedly leans towards benign mutation. Typically, a juvenile moon rabbit's bloodline quality hovers around the 2nd star of the ordinary bone rank. Yet this twin moon rabbit has transcended 8 small tiers, achieving the 1st star of the elite rank, far surpassing the average upper limit for juvenile forms, even eclipsing many mature specimens. Well, do not be too disheartened. The essence of a summoning contract lies in compatibility. Qualities, talents, and potential are separate matters. This moon rabbit may not evolve into a formidable force, but it will undoubtedly become your most intimate companion. Jiang Lingyue assumed Bai Wushang's silence stemmed from dissatisfaction with the summoned beast, prompting her to furrow her brow and gently interject. Bai Wushang was slightly taken aback and hurried to clarify, "Not at all. I am overjoyed to finally have a companion beast. It's just that I find myself a bit dazed, reflecting on the bewildering journey from awakening my soul power to now forming this contract." Since Jiang Lingyue had not identified the little creature's unusual nature, Bai Wushang deemed it unnecessary to expose the secret. He organized his thoughts and deftly shifted the conversation. Jiang Lingyue's expression softened as her clear, pure gaze flickered towards Bai Wushang. She opted not to pursue the topic further and instead stated, "All right, let us prepare to set off." We must reach the academy before noon. Oh, certainly. Bai Wushang rose, attempting to store the little creature within the covenant book. At that moment, the cover of the book shimmered in silver and white, appearing significantly more aesthetically pleasing. However, the little creature was quite reluctant, insisting on remaining nestled in his arms. After several attempts, Bai Wushang acquiesced. Seeing the little one so dependent on him brought him genuine joy. Little ice. Jiang Linghua suddenly called out. The previously languid three-tailed ice flame fox instantly perked up its ears, firmly planted its paws, and let out a resounding cry. A swirling mist of blue frost emanated from its surroundings, encircling it and accelerating in rotation. Moments later, the ice mist dissipated, revealing a magnificent three-tailed ice flame fox. Measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, standing proudly with a light blue hue. It donned a crown of ice, exuding an air of majesty, its fur untainted by a speck of dust, rendering any description involving purity or nobility almost inadequate. Bai Wushang also noted that the fox's three tails displayed a gradient of blue, the base being lighter, while the tips were a deep blue reminiscent of ocean waters, a truly exquisite sight. This was its true form. Jiang Linghua lightly touched the ground with her toes, effortlessly leaping onto the fox's back, her voice tinged with regret. However, Little Ice dislikes having others ride on its back, so I must ask you to hold on to its tails instead. Giggling, the little rabbit in Bai Wushang's arms widened its eyes, staring blankly at the magnificent fox that filled its entire field of vision. Oh, through their bond, Bai Wushang sensed that the little rabbit was somewhat astonished. Yet the predominant emotion it conveyed was envy, which struck him as amusing. If you put in some effort, perhaps you too could grow to such a size. And then I wouldn't have to worry about lacking a mount. Giggling, the little one stomped its feet earnestly, signaling its determination to try. Under the blazing sun, atop the golden sands of the desert, the blue three-tailed ice flame fox alternately leaped and sprinted. Bai Wushang and Mu Xiaoxiao each grasped a fluffy tail, suspended in midair, experiencing a sensation akin to riding a roller coaster. Along the way, they witnessed swarms of black ant beasts migrating, spotted gray limestone pythons lurking in the sands in ambush, observed cloud eagles capturing steel canaries, and even caught a distant glimpse of a sphinx. Eventually, they beheld a magnificent azure city emerging on the horizon. Chapter 11, Mountain Sea City. Is this Mountain Sea City? What a retro architectural style! Mu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in awe. The modeled, deep azure city walls towered into the clouds, stretching for thousands of miles on either side, resembling a slumbering azure dragon lying across the horizon, imposing and magnificent. Even the colossal three-tailed ice flame fox seemed diminutive in comparison, akin to an ant. As they drew closer to Mountain Sea City, the road became increasingly smooth and wide, the flow of people growing denser, revealing numerous young faces clad in agile attire, riding various companion beasts, whether running or flying, creating a lively atmosphere. Bai Wushang inadvertently noticed that among dozens of extraordinary beings surrounding them, the three-tailed ice flame fox was not the largest. Yet, many who caught sight of the fox, or more accurately, the figure of the cloaked woman resting upon its back, displayed signs of anxiety and trepidation, hastily retreating and unwilling to approach. It seems Jiang Linghua is indeed a person with a story. I must inquire further later, Bai Wushang mused silently. Soon, they neared the city gates, where two towering black iron giants, each 40 meters tall and wielding massive steel forks, stood guard on either side of the entrance. Upon reaching a distance of 10 meters, an attribute panel appeared promptly. Name, Black Iron Giant, contracted. Race, Primitive Realm Giant Type Metal Giant Clan. Life level, Ultimate Body Late Stage. Bloodline quality, Commander level 6 stars. Soul power too low for complete detection. Ultimate bodies are exceedingly formidable. Bai Wushang could not help but murmur inwardly. Halt. A stocky, muscular middle-aged man obstructed the path, standing firmly in the center. Bai Wushang stood several meters away, yet he could still sense the iron-blooded aura emanating from the man. A figure undoubtedly steeped in countless acts of slaughter. Iron Uncle. Jiang Linghua dismounted from the fox's back, greeted him, and simultaneously signaled to Xiaobing to let Bai Wushang and Mu Xiaoxiao down as well. Oh, it's little Jiang. The middle-aged man, known as Iron Uncle, felt his imposing presence dissipate in an instant, his expression turning slightly awkward as he chuckled. Ah, I'm getting on in years. My eyesight isn't what it used to be. After 2 months apart, I almost didn't recognize this little fox. Before he could finish, he scrutinized Jiang Linghua from head to toe, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Your aura seems to have become considerably denser. You wouldn't have broken through to the Xinjiang level, would you? There's plenty to enjoy in the academy. Iron Uncle is just joking. It was merely a lucky breakthrough, Jiang Linghua replied with a modest smile, maintaining her composure. Luck is indeed a part of strength, at your age. I can only envy you with wide eyes. Iron Zhu laughed heartily, stroking his little beard as he glanced back at the two newcomers. And who might these two be? They are this year's freshmen. I encountered some unexpected circumstances during the journey, so I brought them along, Jiang Lingwei explained. Well, that's rather unfortunate. The awakening ceremony for freshmen ended this morning. You'll have to take them to complete their admission procedures and additionally apply for another awakening ceremony, Iron Zhu remarked, exchanging a few pleasantries before waving them through. Upon entering the city gates, they were greeted by bustling streets adorned with shops, food stalls, and training halls. Perhaps invigorated by the influx of new blood, the academy was adorned with celebratory decorations. Bai Wushang and Mu Xiaoxiao followed Jiang Lingwei, curiously observing their surroundings, while the three-tailed ice flame fox resumed its miniature size, elegantly strutting at the rear. At that moment, the moon rabbit nestled in Bai Wushang's chest was soundly asleep, undisturbed by the raucous sounds outside. Jiang Lingwei moved gracefully, leading the pair with fluidity and purpose. At a certain intersection, she suddenly turned her head, seemingly asking casually, "What are your impressions of the Shanghai Academy, dear juniors?" Mu Xiaoxiao, deep in thought, replied earnestly after a moment, "I have a cousin who studies here. But this is our first visit, so our understanding of the academy is quite superficial. However, I've heard rumors from outside that competition at Shanghai Academy is exceedingly fierce. Anyone who can endure 4 years and successfully graduate will undoubtedly become a distinguished figure in the great Qin dynasty, enjoying considerable prestige." Jiang Lingwei nodded gently, indeed. As one of the 4 prestigious academies of the great Qin dynasty, Shanghai Academy boasts the highest proportions of faculty strength and cultivation resources. In essence, entering Shanghai Academy is akin to equipping oneself with an accelerator for growth. If utilized wisely, one can soar to great heights, transforming from a mere insect into a dragon. Transcending the ordinary is far from a mere fantasy. However, as someone who has been through it, I must caution you. Everything that Shanghai Academy offers is built upon a ruthless elimination mechanism. Pausing momentarily, Jiang Lingwei inquired, "Do you know how many students from my year, the one I belong to, successfully advanced to the second year last year? Surely there were around 1,000? Mu Xiaoxiao tentatively guessed. "I remember there were initially 230 students, but only 275 managed to progress to the second year, resulting in an elimination rate of nearly 90%. Jiang Lingwei's tone remained calm, as though recounting an insignificant matter. Mu Xiaoxiao bit her lip, astonishment frozen on her face. Bai Wushang was equally taken aback by this information. According to our principle, the founding intention of establishing this academy was to refine 1% of gold from 99% of sand. Therefore, from the moment you step into this academy, you must be prepared to exert every ounce of your strength. Otherwise, all that awaits you is expulsion. No wonder my family discouraged me from applying to Shanghai Academy, citing the overwhelming risks I had not understood until now," Mu Xiaoxiao murmured, coming to terms with certain truths. Bai Wushang, on the other hand, reflected, "This truly exemplifies the natural law of survival of the fittest, pushed to its limits. Given the constraints of life and my yearning to break free from fate, I find myself, after a brief moment of shock, rather eager. If one cannot endure the artificially constructed hardships, how can one hope to combat destiny?" Half an hour later, at the administrative hall, after briefly recounting the details of the airship accident, Bai Wushang and Mu Xiaoxiao successfully completed their enrollment procedures, officially becoming first-year students at Shanghai Academy. After receiving her due task rewards, Jiang Lingwei led Mu Xiaoxiao away first to apply for an additional awakening ceremony. Bai Wushang, however, watched as the expression of the staff member before him gradually shifted to one of shock, followed by a loud exclamation. "What? You are a self-awakener?" The hall was sufficiently grand, spacious enough for the echo of his voice to resonate clearly. Nearby, several unfamiliar faces attending to their own matters were drawn to this statement, curious gazes converging upon them. Bai Wushang sighed lightly. He was not fond of being regarded as a mere test subject and endeavored to maintain politeness, asking, "Is there a problem?" The staff member seemed to realize he had overreacted and awkwardly stammered, "It's just that, with you. There are now 3 self-awakeners in this year's cohort." 3. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow. "Yes, it's truly a rare sight. I've been working here for over a decade, and it's the first time I've encountered such a situation. 3 self-awakeners in the same cohort is exceedingly uncommon." The balding staff member scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "If it's convenient, I'd like to verify your soul power value and actual age, as well as establish a basic file for your destined pet beast. Would that be acceptable?" "Not a problem," Bai Wushang readily agreed. "Please follow me." The staff member stood up, courteously leading Bai Wushang to a room on the second floor. During the ascent, he continued to chatter, "Little brother, please don't blame me for making this so complicated. If the verification confirms your identity as a self-awakener, The Academy will grant you the highest level of resource support for newcomers for 3 months, which is quite a substantial fortune, so it's prudent to be thorough. I understand, Bai Wushang nodded, somewhat surprised. Does the Academy categorize newcomers into different tiers? What are the specific standards? I can't divulge too many details. But in simple terms, every newcomer enjoys 3 months of free resource support from the Academy. This resource distribution is divided into 4 tiers: C, B, A, and S, from lowest to highest. C, B, and A correspond to early, mid, and late stages of initial soul power, while S corresponds to self-awakeners. The staff member had a tendency to ramble, and as he spoke, he became increasingly animated. As for the exact resources, you'll find out soon enough. Generally speaking, encountering a self-awakener occurs once every 2 to 3 years. The past few years have been rather unusual, and now we have 3. The Academy is bound to be thrown into chaos. At that moment, Bai Wushang halted, unable to restrain himself from interrupting. Sorry. I got carried away with my words. This way. Within a room of approximately 100 square meters, an array of instruments of various sizes was displayed, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling shop. 2 or 3 staff members were diligently polishing and maintaining the equipment. Upon learning that Bai Wushang required an independent awakening verification, the staff exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise. Nevertheless, Bai Wushang was quite satisfied with their professionalism and refrained from unnecessary chatter, promptly retrieving the soul power crystal ball he needed. This crystal ball was the size of a human head, pure white like jade, and devoid of any blemishes, exuding an air of opulence. As Bai Wushang gazed at it, a wave of familiarity washed over him, prompting memories of the woman who had adopted him at the tender age of 6, who, in name, could be considered his foster mother. He recalled how, in his childhood, he had treated the instruments in her laboratory as mere toys. Had she not suddenly written to him, informing him of her position at the Shanghai Academy and encouraging him to enroll there, he might have ended up at the Qihong Royal Academy. After all, that institution was reputed as the premier academy, directly supported by the royal family of the Daqian dynasty. He wondered how she was faring now and resolved to visit her once he settled in. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Wushang pressed his palm firmly against the crystal ball, unleashing his soul power without reservation. The white crystal ball erupted with brilliance, illuminating in an instant, and 2 lines of text materialized at its center. Soul power value, 10,086. Bone age, 16 years. The staff member who had let him in examined the data repeatedly, then looked up, bewilderment etched on his face. Isn't the peak soul power value for spirit masters supposed to be 7,000? Is this instrument malfunctioning? How could it be so high? He pondered aloud. Another staff member, equally perplexed, murmured, if the soul power value exceeds 10,000, isn't that indicative of a beginner-level soul servant? Should we try again? The third staff member tentatively suggested. 5 minutes later, the crystal ball displayed. Soul power value, 10,120. The sight of that first line of text left the staff members with dry throats, and they turned to stare at Bai Wushang with wide eyes, as if appraising a rare specimen. What are you all doing? Bai Wushang took a step back, feeling their unabashed gazes as if they were stripping him bare, which was rather intimidating. Do you realize, one staff member exclaimed, that you have just broken a record? For the first time in over a century of our academy's history, an independent awakener has achieved a starting soul power total that rivals that of a beginner soul servant. You are truly exceptional. Bai Wushang blinked, cautiously inquiring. What does that mean? Am I considered a peak spirit master or a beginner soul servant? A staff member, clicking his tongue thoughtfully, speculated. You are still a peak spirit master, but perhaps your unique constitution allows for a soul power capacity that far exceeds others at the same level. Thus, your current soul power reserve has crossed the threshold of a beginner soul servant, though there may still be some disparity in quality. However, once you truly break through to the beginner soul servant level, your soul power total could potentially equate to that of others at the intermediate level, which would be formidable. Sounds promising, Bai Wushang mused, then smiled. So, does this mean I have passed the verification? Absolutely. The staff members nodded vigorously, one of them wearing a beaming smile. Could you summon your destined companion for us to record? The Academy requires a file to be established for independent awakeners to facilitate research. At this, Bai Wushang lowered his gaze and gently patted the round bulge beneath his clothing, calling out, Galaxy, wake up. The name Galaxy had struck Bai Wushang during his journey, inspired primarily by the beautiful silver-white pupils of a moon rabbit, evoking thoughts of the countless stars scattered across the night sky. He hoped she would shine with her own exquisite brilliance like the endless stars above. The little creature first extended a pair of soft pink ears, then emerged with a bewildered expression, her large eyes staring at Bai Wushang in confusion, as if to question why she had been bestowed a new name after just a nap. The staff members crowded closer, their eyes widening in disbelief. With long tubular ears, a tufted short tail, fur as pure as snow, silver pupils akin to starlight, and a crescent mark on her forehead, if I'm not mistaken. This must be a moon rabbit? Old Zhang, be bold and drop the word must. Chapter 13. B-level dormitory upon returning to the administrative office. The staff processed Bai Wushang's S-class qualification recognition with remarkable speed. There's a minor issue we need to discuss with you. Although the Academy has established 4 resource levels for new students, due to the rarity of S-class students, we only allocate dormitory resources into 3 categories: A, B, and C, without a separate dormitory for S-class newcomers. In principle, S-class students reside in A-level dormitories, but this year, enrollment numbers have far exceeded previous years, and A-level dormitories were fully allocated by morning, leaving no remaining spaces. As it stands, I can only assign you to a B-level dormitory and provide you with a little extra subsidy. Would that be acceptable? Sure, no problem, Bai Wushang nodded. Excellent, Bai Wushang. Congratulations again on becoming an S-class student at our academy. Here is your identity wristband, which contains all your basic information. It serves as both your pass and key for entering and exiting the academy, so please keep it safe. Bai Wushang reached out to accept the wristband, which was a sleek black circular chip, 2 centimeters in diameter and no thicker than 2 millimeters, a slender piece akin to a metal disc. When placed on his left wrist, it adhered automatically to his skin, remaining secure even during vigorous movement. As he followed the instructions, a sensation akin to a gentle electric current coursed through his wrist. When he looked again, the black chip had conformed closely to his skin, showing no signs of loosening even as he vigorously shook his arm. Curiously, when he remained still, the chip would even change to a color that matched his skin tone, making it nearly indistinguishable. Is technology really this advanced now? Bai Wushang mused, fascinated as he examined it from various angles. The staff member smiled with pride. Don't be fooled by its small size. It encompasses hundreds of functions, including communication, mapping, portable keys, data transmission and storage, and a gold coin marketplace. Every student receives one, and with just a light touch, it can display a holographic projection screen. Under the staff member's patient guidance, Bai Wushang spent a few minutes mastering the wristband's basic functions, feeling as though he had opened the door to a new world, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "This wristband is fantastic. It's packed with practical features and is so easy to operate." Indeed, we are also immensely grateful to the inventor of the wristband. Her creation has brought monumental changes to our work and lives. The staff member sighed appreciatively, then added seriously, Bai Wushang. Today's arrangements for new students involve awakening your soul power and confirming each individual's corresponding resource level. There's no further agenda for the afternoon, so you may head directly to your dormitory to rest. At 6 o'clock this evening, the Academy will send out the next notification, so be sure to check and confirm promptly. Before parting ways, the staff escorted Bai Wushang to the entrance, offering a gentle reminder, "Student Bai. The college campus is quite expansive. Until you acquire a suitable beast for transportation, I recommend using the campus shuttle, with your privilege as an S-rank freshman. It is even completely free." "Understood. Thank you," Bai Wushang replied, bidding farewell to the staff. As he stepped outside, he was nearly blinded by the glaring sun. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the sun blazing fiercely, and the heat was stifling. Yet, throngs of students and their beasts filled the streets. A vibrant tapestry of youthful exuberance and diverse creatures. Was this the beginning of the long-anticipated college life? Observing this delightful scene, a smile graced Bai Wushang's lips, and his spirits soared like the sun itself. Clearing his mind, he basked in the sunlight for a few moments before activating his wristwatch to check his information. Name, Bai Wushang. Student ID, 202-10115. Qualification, S-rank freshman. Dormitory address, Building 477, Block B, District 11, Room 101. Entering his dormitory address into the wristwatch felt a bit unfamiliar, and the map revealed a daunting distance of 32 kilometers. Indeed, quite far. Navigating to the submenu, Bai Wushang located the shuttle option, which immediately displayed dozens of different models for him to choose from. He casually selected the fastest single-passenger model. With a chime, the screen flashed the message, calling, "Please remain in place." A few minutes later, a sleek, bullet-shaped black vehicle, no longer than 2 meters, came to a halt before him. The car was empty, featuring the latest in fully automated driving technology for convenience and speed. Aiming his wristwatch at the sensor on the vehicle's exterior to verify his identity, the door lifted automatically, allowing Bai Wushang to enter and secure his seatbelt as instructed. As he settled in, he pondered how this fully automated shuttle ensured safety. Wasn't he concerned about colliding with other moving entities at such high speeds? Before long, Bai Wushang understood. The shuttle maintained a steady, slow pace on the ground, completely avoiding obstacles until it entered a dedicated underground passage, where it accelerated dramatically, thrilling him with an exhilarating rush. After approximately 10 minutes, the shuttle resurfaced, cruising smoothly between rows of similarly styled low-rise buildings, finally stopping in front of one of them. Spotting the sign marked 477, Bai Wushang realized he had arrived. As the electronic prompt sounded, he calmly pushed the door open and stepped out. Contrary to his initial expectations of quaint, brick-laid architecture, the dormitory buildings were constructed from metallic panels, resembling small fortresses, secure, sturdy, yet full of character. Each building stood about 30 meters tall, with only 5 stories and 4 units per floor, accommodating 20 students in total. Using his wristwatch, Bai Wushang passed through the hallway door and his own dormitory door, finally stepping into his new abode. A brief tour revealed a layout consisting of 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, with a total area exceeding 100 square meters. The decor was simple yet elegant, fully equipped with essential furnishings. Notably, the room boasted a height of over 5 meters, likely designed to accommodate the larger beasts of some students. If this was a B-rank dormitory, one could only imagine the opulence of an A-rank residence. Bai Wushang silently marveled, content with the spacious, functional, and tranquil environment. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the little creature, Inha, had once again fallen asleep on his chest. Her tiny mouth slightly ajar, droplets of drool escaping as she dreamt blissfully. Could it be that despite being a variant species, she still inherited the nocturnal habits of a moon rabbit, easily succumbing to slumber during the day? As he speculated, he gently placed her onto the soft bed, playfully pinching her little ears. After leaving the bedroom, Bai Wushang promptly entered the bathroom. After 2 days of travel, he was acutely aware of an unpleasant odor. Even if Inha didn't mind, he certainly could no longer tolerate it. After a refreshing shower, he embraced Inha for a short nap, awakening revitalized. The fatigue of the past 2 days completely washed away. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Bai Wushang intended to delve deeper into the functions of his wristwatch, an urgent series of knocks echoed at the door. Chapter 14. The charming roommates opening the door revealed 2 unfamiliar young men. Do you need something? Bai Wushang inquired, a look of curiosity on his face as he discreetly assessed the duo. One appeared to come from a prosperous background, dressed in a blue suit with polished leather shoes and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. Despite his round face and slightly plump physique, he radiated an air of meticulous sophistication. The other, with a buzz cut, was tall and robust, clearly well exercised. However, his dark, rough skin and slightly faded clothing lent him a more rustic and unrefined charm. Hey, buddy, we're your neighbors on the same floor. I'm Ouyang Yuan from room 103, the well-dressed young man declared, adjusting his slicked-back hair and flashing a smile he deemed particularly sunny. The darker-skinned lad, a bit shy, added, Hello, I'm Shabulu, from a nomadic background, living in room 102. The thing is, we're all new students and coincidentally living close by. There's an old saying, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. I thought it would be nice to get to know each other, so we can support one another during our time at the academy. Ouyang Yuan enthusiastically introduced their intentions, eagerly shaking Bai Wushang's hand. Bai Wushang, taken aback, realized that making new friends upon his arrival might not be such a bad idea. I'm Bai Wushang. Nice to meet you. Haha, brother Bai. If you don't mind, I'll call you that. Ouyang Yuan jovially draped an arm around Bai Wushang's shoulder, winking playfully. To be honest, my family deals in a bit of jewelry and gemstones. If you ever need anything in that regard or have valuable gems to sell, be sure to come to me first. I promise you the best price. Wouldn't he dream of shortchanging a brother? Bai Wushang nodded with a wry smile. Contemplating that this fellow's personality wasn't off-putting at all, he seemed quite the lively character, promising to make his college life more enjoyable. All right. Now we're just missing one member of the 4 sword masters of Shanghai. Let us go knock on the door of room 104. Ouyang Yuan exclaimed, leading the way toward the last door at the end of the corridor, with Bai Wushang and Shabulu curiously trailing behind. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? We're your neighbors next door. Let us get together for a meal and get to know each other. Ouyang Yuan called out with enthusiasm. Who is it? Are you out of your mind? A voice from within the room retorted, and a tall, handsome young man clad in loose training attire emerged, his expression cold and scrutinizing. In terms of looks, this individual was undoubtedly the epitome of handsome, yet the icy demeanor and displeasure etched on his face were glaringly apparent. Sitachi? Ouyang Yuan stammered, momentarily taken aback, his expression faltering. Oh, you know each other? That is fantastic. Shabulu chimed in cheerfully, but before he could finish, the resident of room 104 brusquely interrupted. Alas, what ill fate has befallen me? Not only am I relegated to the B-class dormitory, but I must also endure the misfortune of having you as my neighbor? Situchi's countenance darkened as he scoffed. Ouyang Yuan, Do you genuinely believe that merely because we once shared a classroom, we belong to the same ilk? If you wish to avoid physical torment in the future, keep your distance and refrain from bothering me. Do you understand? After delivering his admonition, he cast a condescending glance over Bai Wushang and Shibaru, his tone dripping with disdain. And as for you too, instead of wasting your time reveling with this good-for-nothing, you would do better to meditate or acquire knowledge. Otherwise, with your mid-level spirit master initial soul power, you will inevitably be expelled from this academy. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut, leaving Shibaru and Bai Wushang exchanging bewildered glances, alongside Ouyang Yuan's progressively pale visage. Is he attempting to instruct us? Bai Wushang was the first to break the silence, finding the situation somewhat amusing. This fellow, Situ Chi, possesses quite the intriguing character, indeed, rather arrogant. Did I perhaps speak out of turn? Shiburu's face was a mask of confusion as he nervously fidgeted with his fingers, producing a series of crackling sounds. It's none of your concern, Ouyang Yuan replied, shaking his head, taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions. He forced a smile and clapped Bai Wushang on the shoulder, saying, if we cannot be the 4 swordsmen of the mountain and sea, then let us settle for the 3. My dear brother Bai, if you don't mind, let us retreat to your room for a while. I shall order dinner for everyone. Sounds good. Bai Wushang agreed readily. In the living room of room 101, the 3 gathered around. The wristwatch featured a coin malfunction. Although most items were mundane, the food appeared quite delectable, and we ought to sample it. As Ouyang Yuan elaborated, he tapped on the holographic screen on his wrist, unhesitatingly selecting a complete set of cookware, followed by a variety of extraordinary ingredients, ranging from those that soar in the skies to those that swim in the depths. An astonishing array of culinary delights. After placing the order, Shibaru inadvertently noticed that the meal had cost over 200 coins, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Goodness gracious. Why is it so expensive? Are we feasting on gold? Bai Wushang echoed Ouyang Yuan's extravagant spending with astonishment. One must understand that in the great Qin dynasty, 100 coins could sustain an ordinary family of 3 for an entire month. This single meal equates to over 2 months' worth of living expenses for others. Little brother Shao, you simply do not comprehend. As masters, how can we continue to consume ordinary fare? We must learn to sever ties with our past and indulge in superior sustenance. Only by feasting well can we cultivate stronger muscles. Ouyang Yuan proclaimed earnestly, spouting nonsensical rhetoric. Ah, is that so? Shibaru felt something was amiss, yet could not articulate a counter-argument. His face contorted in confusion. 20 minutes later, a delivery person clad in green knocked on the door. He meticulously arranged the dining utensils and steaming dishes from his specially designed storage belt onto the table before presenting the receipt. Ouyang Yuan readily signed to confirm receipt and settled the payment in coins. Come, everyone, let us eat heartily. Today, we may drink a little less, but the food must be savored to the fullest. Little brother Shah, you must try this sauerkraut beef hot pot while it is still warm. It features the hind leg meat of the extraordinary thick mountain cattle, tender, fragrant, rich, yet not greasy. Dip it in some devilish pepper, and oh, the tanginess is simply unbelievable. This is the nourishing soup brewed from the blue wave mud chicken. 1 bowl warms the stomach and whets the appetite. 2 bowls invigorate the spirit. 3 bowls strengthen your vitality. Brothers, don't be shy. Help yourselves. As the rounds of dishes continued, the 3 of them had become significantly more familiar with one another. Once the lively atmosphere began to wane, Bai Wushang, chewing on peanuts, casually inquired, pray tell, what is the background of that Situ Chi? Chapter 15. It turns out you are the one who hides the deepest. Ouyang Yuan set down his chopsticks and took a sip of fruit wine in silence. After a moment's hesitation, he posed a question. Have you heard of the 6 royal families of the great Qin dynasty? Shibaru shook his head, looking utterly perplexed. Bai Wushang, however, was familiar with the topic, having lived with the Mu family for an extended period. While the Mu family may not rival the top-tier royal families, it is indeed a prestigious family within the great Qin dynasty, and such fundamental information was well known to him. ISNT at the Wu family, Zhong family, Shao family, Kong family, Duanmu family, and Situ family? Could it be that this Situ Chi is a descendant of the Situ family, one of the 6 royal lineages? Ouyang Yuan cast a slightly surprised glance at Bai Wushang, who had provided an answer he did not anticipate. It seemed this roommate possessed some noteworthy insights. After gathering his thoughts, he continued, indeed, it is the Situ family, famed for their bloodline talent known as Invisibility Cloak. The patriarch, Situ Xuanzi, commands a king-level Iron Wing Scythe beast and was personally bestowed the title of Iron Scythe King by the Crimson Dragon Emperor 30 years ago, earning him great renown. This Situ Chi is the youngest son of the Iron Scythe King, spoiled since childhood and exceedingly arrogant. He looks down upon ordinary commoners like us. No wonder he is so haughty, Bai Wushang nodded thoughtfully before asking. And how do you know him? This is a long story. My family invested considerable resources to enroll me in a martial arts academy to hone my physical skills, only to discover he was also an apprentice there. And the chief apprentice at that. Ouyang Yuan's expression turned nostalgic as he sighed. I must admit, he possesses not only immense talent, but also a remarkable work ethic. As for me, my aptitude is merely average, and I occasionally indulge in slothful habits, consistently ranking at the bottom of my class. But what of it? Is there a crime in being a poor student? I did not provoke him. I am striving in my own way. Why does he constantly seek to make my life miserable and attempt to expel me from the academy? Ultimately, I was compelled to leave that martial arts academy due to his threats. His background was simply too formidable for me to contend with. Little did I expect to encounter him once more at the Mountain and Sea Academy. Despite being of royal lineage, the Crimson Dragon Royal Academy would be far more suited for his development. This morning, I personally witnessed his awakening ceremony, and his initial soul power was at the late Spirit Master level, undoubtedly qualifying for A-grade status. However, it seems he arrived late. All the A-class dormitories were already allocated. So he ended up with a B-class dormitory. Can you believe my rotten luck that he is right next door? Ouyang Yuan took another swig of fruit wine, his brow furrowed in distress. Brother Bai, little brother Sha, do not be deceived by the apparent closeness between the mid and late initial soul power. In reality, the rate of advancement and cultivation is exponentially based on initial soul power. Given the same realm and resources, he will continue to forge ahead, especially considering the royal family backing him. Coughing, Bai Wushang felt a pang of anxiety as he discreetly glanced at the other two. One was voraciously devouring his meal, while the other wore a despondent expression. Since we are to be friends, it seems I can no longer withhold the truth of my initial soul power from them. Contemplating briefly, Bai Wushang grasped a crystal radish from the table, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. I have yet to mention that I was assigned here because there were no A-class dormitories available. What? Shiburu halted his hand mid-bite, his cheeks puffed as he stared blankly. Galaxy, come out and greet everyone. Bai Wushang returned to his room and gently roused the small creature that was curled up and sleeping soundly on the bed. Gurgle. The little one, seemingly well-rested, rolled comfortably before leaping from the bed and nimbly landing in Bai Wushang's embrace. Eat this. Bai Wushang handed the crystal carrot to the little creature, reasoning that it was only natural for a rabbit-like being to consume vegetables. The small creature, initially cradling the large carrot with its tiny paws, sniffed it a couple of times. Upon realizing it was food, its silvery eyes sparkled with delight, and it nestled in Bai Wushang's arms, nibbling elegantly on the carrot. As they stepped outside, they were confronted by two rather disheveled young men. Moon Rabbit? Ouyang Yuan exclaimed, his expression one of utter astonishment. In the next moment, he sprang up from his chair, his voice trembling with excitement. Brother Bai, you have a pet beast? At this juncture, all the new students had only completed their soul power awakening and had yet to undergo the subsequent contract binding. Therefore, the only possibility for possessing a pet beast was quite evident. Bai Wushang, with admirable candor, confirmed, I am a self-awakened individual, and this is my destined pet beast, Galaxy. Wow. Brother Bai, you've kept this under wraps. Ouyang Yuan shouted, his expression becoming increasingly exaggerated. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Shabulu abruptly set down his utensils, his eyes wide as saucers, leaning eagerly towards the moon rabbit. Uffed. Galaxy spat a tiny spray of saliva at him, clutching the carrot as it bounded onto Bai Wushang's shoulder. Is this little one truly an extraordinary being? It looks so delicate, Shabulu remarked, scratching his head, seemingly unfazed by the droplet on his face. What do you know? This is an auxiliary-type pet beast. Ouyang Yuan shot him a glare before turning to Galaxy with an ingratiating smile. Come here, sweet baby. Let Uncle give you a hug. Right here, right here. Uffed. Uffed. Galaxy displayed a look of utter disdain, spitting at him from a distance, clearly uninterested in this strange uncle. Ha! I didn't expect Galaxy to have such a playful side. Bai Wushang chuckled heartily. Brother Bai, your pet beast is quite perceptive. Ouyang Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hands, abandoning his teasing, and instead, his excitement bubbled over. I'm now curious. What sort of expression do you think Sidu Chi will have upon discovering that Brother Bai is a self-awakened individual? Will he still feel so high and mighty? Let us not dwell on that. I merely had an unexpected awakening. Bai Wushang quickly waved his hands, dissuading his thoughts. As for Situ Chi, since he has expressed a desire for us not to disturb him, it's better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Hey, Brother Bai, you're quite low-key. I admire that. Ouyang Yuan clasped his hands together, then turned serious. But do be cautious. The Shanghai Academy is rife with hidden talents. Just this morning, I saw a red-haired woman. She should be one of our contemporaries and also a self-awakened individual. Her destined pet beast is said to possess a trace of true vermilion bird blood. Quite ferocious, your moon rabbit wouldn't stand a chance. I saw her too, before she even summoned her pet beast. A man, captivated by her beauty, attempted to approach her. Before he could say anything, he merely called her beauty and was instantly scorched bald. What a tragedy! Shabula chimed in, equally animated. Is she really that ruthless? Bai Wushang instinctively ran a hand through his hair, not wishing to become bald at such a young age. Ding ding ding. Just as Bai Wushang silently added the red-haired woman to his blacklist, the three of them felt a simultaneous vibration from their wristbands. Huh, it's already 6 o'clock. The Academy has sent out new notifications. Bai Wushang opened the holographic screen, perusing the message carefully. Chapter 16, The Secret Realm Island. Notification, all new students are to assemble at the Central Square by 7 a.m. tomorrow for the new student trial. The Secret Realm Island will be opened for everyone to contract their first pet beast. Please attend punctually. Latecomers will face consequences. Shanghai Academy, General Academic Affairs Office. Additional note, students are advised to travel light, wearing no protective gear, and are prohibited from carrying any storage rings, talismans, or potions. What is this Secret Realm Island? Shabulu was the first to inquire. You don't know this? Ouyang Yuan looked at him incredulously, saying, the Shanghai Academy is named as such because it encompasses 2 secret realms. The most famous is the Secret Realm Junction Mountain, and the other is the Secret Realm Island. Wait, I first want to know what a secret realm is, Shabulu admitted, looking slightly embarrassed. Brother Shah, you're lacking in basic knowledge quite a bit. You should catch up on this. Ouyang Yuan couldn't help but sigh, seeing Shabulu's clueless expression. He kindly explained, to put it simply, the land we stand upon is known as the Extraordinary Continent, also referred to as the Extraordinary Plane. It is an immense and remarkably stable world. This world is not isolated. It exists alongside countless others in multidimensional space, ranging from desolate realms to vibrant worlds teeming with life. The Secret Realms Junction Mountain and Island are 2 small worlds developed and subdued by the Shanghai Academy. The former serves as a sacred ground for masters and their pet beasts to cultivate, and is the most valuable treasure of this academy. In fact, most individuals travel great distances to attend this school primarily for this secret realm. The latter is a unique island-type subspace, where the Academy has painstakingly nurtured numerous juvenile extraordinary creatures, which are made available each year for new students to contract their first pet beast. I see. Shabulu nodded thoughtfully, then curiously asked, so, does this mean we can obtain our own pet beast tomorrow? That's the case, but I suspect it won't be that simple. Ouyang Yuan glanced at Bai Wushang. Brother Bai should have heard of this, right? The competition in this academy is fierce, no matter how talented or well-connected you are. If you fail to meet the Academy's requirements, you will be expelled without hesitation. Indeed, I overheard a senior mention this on my way here. It is as you say, Bai Wushang replied. Shabulu clenched his fists, determination etched on his face. I'm not afraid. I came here to become a formidable master. I'm not concerned about anything else. The following morning, Bai Wushang was promptly awakened by the alarm clock. After receiving the notification the previous night, the 3 had ended their gathering quickly and returned to their rooms to prepare. Bai Wushang first played with Galaxy for a while, trying to uncover her unique traits. But unfortunately, he yielded no results. Subsequently, he spent the first half of the night in deep meditation and the latter half in slumber. Aside from Galaxy occasionally bouncing on the bed, slightly disrupting his sleep quality, everything else was perfect. Even the scars left by the iron-armored zombie had faded to mere faint marks. Cradling the now dozing Galaxy in his arms, Bai Wushang met up with Ouyang Yuan and Shabulu, and together they boarded the transport to the Central Square. Brother Wushang, over here. Mu Xiaoxiao stood alone at a high point on the main thoroughfare of the square, eagerly scanning the crowd, and immediately spotted Bai Wushang, waving at him enthusiastically. Brother Bai, you have an acquaintance? Ouyang Yuan inquired with curiosity, having caught a glimpse but not clearly discerned her features. Yet, based on his experience, he could tell by her silhouette that she was undoubtedly a beauty. Mu Xiaoxiao, we grew up together. She is like a sister to me. Bai Wushang pondered how to approach while offering a brief introduction. At this moment, the central square was densely packed with people, filled with a cacophony of laughter and whispers, resembling a grand assembly, bustling with life. After considerable effort, Bai Wushang finally managed to squeeze in beside Mu Xiaoxiao along with his 2 roommates. Following their initial self-introductions, Bai Wushang directly inquired, Xiaoxiao, was your soul power awakening smooth yesterday? What was your initial soul power level? Mu Xiaoxiao beamed with 2 adorable dimples and replied with a light-hearted laugh, you scared me. I thought I would be at the bottom, but to my surprise, my soul power surpassed the mid-level of the Spirit Master stage. Even if it's just slightly above the threshold, it's still considered mid-level. Now I won't have to worry about Brother Tianxing nagging me. Bai Wushang sighed in relief. His expectations for Mu Xiaoxiao were modest, and achieving mid-level spirit master status was beyond his anticipation. You have officially become a master now, so no more half-hearted efforts. When it's time to work hard, you must truly commit. He gently tapped her on the head, speaking earnestly. Got it, got it. Mu Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully, humming in response. As time ticked away, it soon reached 7 o'clock. Suddenly, a resounding whistle echoed from the heavens. The clamor in the square gradually subsided, and over 2,000 students looked up in unison, gazing at the sky. A bird-like predator with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters charged towards them like a bolt of lightning. Before they could discern its details, it dove vertically, gliding perilously close to the heads of the students, unleashing an overwhelming aura of menace that elicited countless terrified screams. By chance, Bai Wushang found himself directly beneath it. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of its attribute panel. Name: pterosaur, contracted. Race: subdragon species of the avian demonic beast category. Lifespan level: mid-level complete body. Bloodline quality: commander level 1 star. Soul power too low to fully detect. A pterosaur? Bai Wushang was momentarily stunned. He had not expected to see a dragon so soon. Although the pterosaur was merely a low-tier subdragon species, it was still an extraordinarily fierce creature. The massive pterosaur, agile in its movements, deftly maneuvered around numerous obstacles and finally settled on a thick stone pillar at the center of the square. Having transformed from its previously intimidating posture, the pterosaur folded its enormous bat-like wings and gracefully lowered itself. A long-haired woman donned in a golden gown and a metallic mask elegantly descended from the pterosaur's back. With every gesture, she exuded an air of unshakable confidence. From her lofty height, she gazed down at the throngs of people below, and a sly smile crept upon her sensuous red lips. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wanlong, one of the 10 heroes of the mountain and sea, currently seated in the 3rd position. Of course, you may also call me the Steel Forge Master. Chapter 17, Steel Forge Master Xiao Wanlong. What? She is one of the 10 heroes of the mountain and sea? Could it be that we are witnessing the legendary 10 heroes right here? Hey, did you all catch the crucial point? She mentioned she holds the 3rd position among the 10 heroes. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd of thousands. Shabulu looked around in confusion and helplessly turned to Ouyang Yuan for assistance. Yuanzi, what exactly is the 10 heroes of the mountain and sea? Bai Wushang, too, perked up his ears, for having changed academies on short notice left him somewhat unprepared, and there were aspects he was only partially informed about. Ouyang Yuan rolled his eyes, and seeing his 3 companions gazing at him with eager anticipation, he could only respond with a hint of exasperation. There exists a hero ranking at the Mountain and Sea Academy, which records the 50 strongest masters in the institution. Those who can ascend to the top 10 are referred to as the 10 heroes of the mountain and sea, each bearing their own titles. Are they formidable? Shabulu scratched his head. Formidable? That's an understatement. Ouyang Yuan replied, his tone growing more urgent as he continued. The status of the 10 heroes within the academy even surpasses that of ordinary instructors. After all, the combat prowess of a typical instructor hovers around the early complete body level, while those ranked among the top of the 10 heroes are likely at mid to late complete body strength, easily overpowering numerous instructors. Furthermore, the 10 heroes form the 10 Heroes Committee, a special executive body directly under the principal, enjoying various privileges in ascending order according to their ranks, with the power to influence many aspects of the Academy's operations. In a sense, the will of the 10 heroes embodies the will of the Academy itself. Do you understand? Ouyang Yuan finished his explanation and gazed dreamily at the golden-gowned woman on the platform, murmuring to himself, wow, that alluring figure. That regal aura, what kind of breathtaking beauty lies hidden beneath that mask? Suddenly, the pterosaur atop the stone pillar raised its head and let out 2 short, sharp roars. Though not loud, its voice radiated outward like sound waves, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread that silenced the crowd in an instant. Dragoness might. Bai Wushang felt a stirring in his chest as the galaxy within him awakened, peeking out curiously to survey the surroundings. I will be fully responsible for this year's new student trials. I hope everyone pays close attention and refrains from interruption. Any questions can be saved for the end. Please do not disobey, or else Xiao Wanlong casually patted the pterosaur's wing, which immediately understood, snorting heavily and casting a fierce glare at the crowd, as if to warn that anyone daring to disrupt would face dire consequences. Satisfied with the display, Xiao Wanlong activated the holographic screen on her wrist, swiping through it before commencing her official address. The central theme of this new student trial revolves around one essential subject: contracting companion beasts. I understand that all of you are now official masters, and you must be brimming with excitement, eager to acquire your first companion beast. I can empathize with your feelings, and the Academy certainly understands your eagerness. Thus, The Academy has arranged a secret realm known as Island to provide you with an opportunity to contract your companion beasts. Within the secret realm island, the total variety of extraordinary beings exceeds 50,000, including common species found in the wilderness and rare, precious varieties seldom seen elsewhere. Be it demonic beasts, demons, spirits, skeletons, or insects, you are sure to find something that meets your desires. I must say, Xiao Wanlong's voice is quite melodious, and her rhythmic modulation captures the audience's attention, stirring a palpable sense of anticipation among them. However, I trust you have also heard of the Academy's founding principles. All resources here are only accessible to the most exceptional individuals. The rest of you, the unsuccessful, we do not require. This trial is not merely about capturing companion beasts, it is also a survival game. Anyone failing to meet the passing criteria during the trial will be expelled from the Academy, without exception. Now, I will announce the specific details of the trial. This trial will be conducted in groups, with the 578 new students present being randomly divided into 26 groups, each deployed to one of 26 independent areas within the secret realm island. Contestants may freely hunt and acquire anything they encounter in the realm, be it treasures, rare herbs, or extraordinary beings, as long as they possess the capability. The Academy imposes minimal restrictions. Cooperation is permitted, and competition is encouraged, but causing injury or death is strictly prohibited. Violators will not only be expelled, but will also face consequences from the Academy's higher-ups. The repercussions are theirs to bear. The trial period spans a total of 15 days, during which all participants are required to embark with minimal gear, strictly prohibiting the carrying of any protective gear, potions, storage rings, and other auxiliary items. Moreover, all functions of wristwatches will be temporarily disabled. Prior to entering the secret realm, the Academy will provide each trial participant with a dimensional backpack containing a change of clothing, a finely crafted dagger, a specially designed sachet, and a distress talisman. The sachet will shield the trial participants from active attacks by extraordinary creatures for the first 5 days. The distress talisman can be shattered in times of crisis, automatically forming a protective barrier around the physical body. It is important to note that upon using the distress talisman, the trial will be immediately terminated, and an instructor will escort the participant out of the secret realm. Should the participant have completed the beast contract prior to termination, they will meet the minimum passing criteria. Otherwise, failure will result in immediate dismissal. Those who successfully contract a beast and survive for the full duration of 15 days will be rewarded with an additional 10 points of secret energy from the Academy. Now, having conveyed the detailed explanation of the trial provided by the Academy, we shall move on to the question and answer session. Should you have any inquiries, please raise your hand. Xiao Wanlong leisurely toyed with a strand of her azure hair, her tone casual, yet commanding. Remember, think carefully before you ask. I will only answer 3 questions. Throughout the crowd, a scattering of hands were raised, with even Ouyang Yuan eagerly participating. You there, the bespectacled, short-statured boy with blonde hair, what is your question? Xiao Wanlong gestured towards a newcomer. The boy, upon realizing he was the one being pointed at, glanced around nervously and stammered, What is secret energy? Xiao Wanlong's previously playful demeanor abruptly froze, her voice turning icy. I have already stated, think carefully before you inquire. I am certain that at least half of the over 2,000 newcomers present could answer that question for you. You have squandered a precious opportunity to ask. Her penetrating gaze fixed on the blonde boy as she continued. If I am not mistaken, your initial soul power is merely at the early stage of a spirit master. For you, achieving a beast contract is no small feat, yet you pose questions regarding rewards for perfect completion. Does that not seem somewhat ambitious? Chapter 18. The specially cared for autonomous awakeners. The blonde boy's face flushed crimson, yet he lacked the courage to retort, bowing his head to evade the unkind stares from those around him. With a hint of disappointment, Xiao Wanlong adhered to her promise and provided an answer. Secret energy is an exceedingly vital cultivation resource for the Mountain and Sea Academy. With it, one can exchange for training time within the secret realm of, significantly enhancing the growth of both beasts and their masters. You must remember this. Every student within the Academy, myself included among the top 10, places immense value on secret energy. Therefore, should an opportunity to acquire it arise, strive with all your might to seize it. Next question. The boy in the pink skirt with a full beard and dual ponytails. Ah, and you even wear lipstick? Your taste is quite unique. Please, what would you like to ask? Xiao Wanlong pointed to another individual. From a distance, Bai Wushang could not see this student, yet his mind conjured an image of the character. The Mountain and Sea Academy, indeed, had a diverse array of individuals, including those whose appearances were rather striking, Bai Wushang mused. Senior sister, do you have any critical advice for this new student trial? The boy in feminine attire spoke, his voice surprisingly robust, creating a stark contrast. However, His inquiry was astute, potentially yielding additional insights from Xiao Wanlong. That question piques my interest. Xiao Wanlong reflected momentarily before responding. My suggestion is to fully utilize the first 5 days, exploring the layout and structure of the trial grounds during the safest periods. Additionally, students of average strength should consider forming small teams. 2 or 3 members will suffice, as this will facilitate greater rewards. Lastly, let me reveal one more detail. The trial grounds are not solely populated by juvenile extraordinary creatures. A small number of mature entities also exist. Thus, you must remain vigilant, treating this trial as if it were a genuine wilderness, learning how to survive in an environment fraught with peril. And remember, if you do not have time to shatter the distress talisman, you may very well face death. Xiao Wanlong's remarks plunged many newcomers into brief contemplation, and she allowed them a few moments of silence. All right, the final question. Xiao Wanlong clapped her hands to regain their attention. You at the back. The bald young man, it is your turn. The individual she indicated was not far from Bai Wushang and his companions, and they all recognized him immediately. Isn't that the boy who got burned bald by the little firebird yesterday? Ouyang Yuan muttered. Senior Xiao, I wish to inquire about how the trial is structured for autonomous awakeners. The bald youth's voice seemed tinged with indignation. I have heard there are 3 autonomous awakeners in this cohort. If they are not subjected to any restrictions, anyone who encounters them during the trial will likely be powerless to retaliate. After all, their initial soul power surpasses ours. Their physical prowess is superior, and they possess an additional innate beast. How can we possibly compete? We are undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Indeed, that is quite unfair. Several students echoed in agreement, their numbers swelling. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow, entirely unprepared for the focus of the discussion to shift towards him. Regarding this matter, the Academy has made prior arrangements. Xiao Wanlong paused, her lips curving into a radiant smile, suggesting she harbored some ulterior motive. The 3 students who already possess innate beasts, please gather here with me. Mu Xiaoxiao nudged Bai Wushang with her elbow, her wide eyes blinking eagerly, urging him to step forward. Brother Bai, it's your time to shine. Ouyang Yuan chuckled beside him, his expression somewhat mischievous. Sighing, Bai Wushang felt a wave of reluctance wash over him. He truly disliked the feeling of being in the spotlight. Was it not more delightful to develop in secrecy? Especially considering the multitude of secrets he had yet to untangle, stepping boldly into the limelight could indeed lead to unwanted scrutiny. A sense of foreboding crept over him. It seemed that Senior Xia was not to be taken lightly. In the brief moments of his hesitation, 2 individuals had already maneuvered through the crowd towards the central stone pillar. With no other option, Bai Wushang inhaled deeply and made his way forward. Excuse me, thank you. Pardon me. He navigated through the throng, feeling the weight of countless piercing gazes upon him. Before long, he arrived at the base of the central stone pillar, where he encountered the other 2 autonomous awakeners. One was the red-haired girl described by Ouyang Yuan, tall and radiant, her skin luminous and her fiery, voluminous hair reminiscent of a blazing flame. She resembled a blooming fire lotus, vibrant yet pure, delicate yet resolute. The other was a young man of slender build, his appearance unremarkable, dressed in ordinary attire. The only distinguishing feature was his long hair tied up, his demeanor calm and collected, resembling a frail scholar well-versed in literature. All 3 of you, do not channel your soul power. I will bring you up. Xiao Wanlong deftly flicked her fingers as if invoking some arcane spell. Bai Wushang immediately perceived an ethereal shadow enveloping the 3 of them, lifting them into the air. As they landed atop the stone pillar, with words unspoken, Xiao Wanlong revealed a cerulean orb, unleashing 3 beams of azure light that penetrated the bodies of the trio. In an instant, Bai Wushang's expression darkened, bewildered. Senior Xia, what is the meaning of this? The azure light coursed through him, and he instantly sensed the disappearance of the galaxy within his chest. Forcibly summoned back to the Book of Oaths, from which he could no longer call forth his companion. The other 2 also exhibited a shift in demeanor, their gazes fixed on Xiao Wanlong, awaiting her elucidation. Do not be alarmed. Xiao Wanlong smiled gently, but offered no explanation. Instead, she turned to face the throng below, proclaiming loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, do you see clearly? Here stand this year's 3 self-awakened individuals, from left to right, Bai Wushang, Luo Yuan, and Zhu Qin. I hope you will remember their names, as well as their faces. She continued, just now, in accordance with tradition, I personally sealed their innate beasts, which means that during this trial, these 3 self-awakened individuals will enter the secret realm unarmed, devoid of the power of their innate companions. A murmur of unrest rippled through the crowd. Xiao Wanlong, with a twinkle in her eye, surveyed the audience and added, Of course, even so, they possess significant advantages. These are their innate talents and capabilities, and the Academy will not intervene further. With that, She gracefully lifted the golden hem of her gown while placing a hand over her heart, executing an elegant noble gesture. That concludes the Academy's overall arrangements for this new student trial, all of which I have now elucidated. Bai Wushang, standing close by, distinctly observed the fleeting smirk that danced upon her downturned lips. Chapter 19, Additional Rules. Rising to her feet, Xiao Wanlong's melodious voice resonated throughout the venue. The fresh entrants, who had been eagerly anticipating the opening of the secret realm, were left momentarily dumbfounded. Additional rules? Is it permissible to alter the regulations? Xiao Wanlong's lips curled into a sly smile as she remarked, "Do you not find these rules overly rigid, lacking in any semblance of amusement? I wish to devise greater rewards for the victors while simultaneously injecting a modicum of enjoyment into your trial experience." She continued, "According to my data, among this year's 578 new students, there are 357 in C rank, 072 in B rank, 146 in A rank, and 3 in S rank. Henceforth, starting from the 6th day, all participants will be permitted to hunt one another. Any student eliminated will yield additional secret energy. For every C rank student eliminated, an extra point of secret energy will be awarded. For a B rank student, 3 points. For an A rank student, 10 points. And should anyone manage to eliminate an S rank student, congratulations, you shall receive 100 points of secret energy." Xiao Wanlong's declaration incited a tempest of uproar among the crowd. Bai Wushang's lips twitched. This was not merely an enhancement of enjoyment. It was a complete upheaval of the trial grounds. Originally, one would have to endure 15 days merely to earn 10 points of secret energy, yet now, hunting an A-rank student would yield the same reward. It was only natural for anyone to entertain thoughts of such an opportunity. What was more troubling was the fact that his 100 points of secret energy would undoubtedly make him a prime target for everyone. Should they succeed in eliminating him, it would be a veritable windfall. Are we truly forbidden from killing? The crimson-haired girl, her expression inscrutable, suddenly inquired. Xiao Wanlong cast her a sidelong glance, her smile unwavering. "Indeed, you are not permitted to do so, not even to the point of incapacitating another." The frail scholar furrowed his brow, bewildered. "Surely, these additional rules are overly targeted at the three of us?" "Indeed." Xiao Wanlong nodded with intrigue, seemingly studying his expression as she candidly replied, "However, I believe you should first adjust your mindset. The primary purpose of this secret realm is to provide you with access to rare beast resources not easily found in the outside world, without requiring any expenditure on your part. Secondly, competition serves to embellish the experience, gradually filtering out the weaker participants while indirectly allowing the stronger ones to reap greater benefits of secret energy. As self-awakened individuals, you are among the elite of over 2,000. If you are allowed to carry your innate beasts, this trial would hold no significance for you, no value whatsoever. Even so, your physical constitution and the quality and quantity of your soul power are beyond what ordinary students can hope to match. The Academy's measures are merely an attempt to place you on equal footing. The rest is for you to explore, refine, and grow. In other words, with a rescue talisman in hand, your life is afforded the most basic assurance. If you cannot withstand such a trivial amount of pressure and end up eliminated, it will merely attest to your innate talent being overshadowed by a lack of substance. The Academy is never short of students of that caliber. Do you understand my meaning? "I see," Luo Yuan remarked thoughtfully, choosing to remain silent thereafter. "Oh, by the way," Xiao Wanlong suddenly recalled something, addressing the crowd. "All additional rewards are contingent upon completing the trial successfully. Should you fail midway, you will be left with nothing. Keep that in mind." Bai Wushang's gaze flickered, and he exhaled a small sigh of relief. That seems more reasonable. Otherwise, everyone would resort to eliminating one another indiscriminately, seizing any opportunity to claim ahead, with no need to endure until the end. 10 minutes later, the central square was bustling with staff. One by one, teleportation arrays were illuminated, and soon, 26 radiant portals encircled the central plaza. "The secret realm aisle is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves." With his newly acquired dimensional backpack slung over his shoulder, Bai Wushang awaited patiently at the corresponding portal according to his drawn number. Seizing this brief interlude, he utilized a faint telepathic connection to reassure the galaxy trapped within the Book of Oaths, urging her not to worry for him. The secret realm aisle. Trial site No. 9. Bai Wushang plummeted from a height of 2 meters, his balance faltering as he landed in a sprawling heap. What in the world? Why am I free-falling? His mutterings were abruptly silenced as the anticipated pain failed to materialize. Instead, he seemed to have landed in a cushiony mass, thick and soft, pleasantly surprising. Instinctively, he tugged at the fur behind him, only to find his hands covered in long brown hair. A muffled grunt emanated from above his head, followed by a powerful gust of air that wafted across Bai Wushang's face, reeking unpleasantly. In that instant, his blood surged, and his mind raced, subconsciously warning him that danger loomed behind. With a stiffened neck, he turned to behold a colossal brown bear. Its massive form, dense fur, and fearsome fangs exuded raw strength. In stark contrast, Bai Wushang appeared as thin as a reed. Fortuitously, the giant bear had its eyes firmly shut, still half asleep. And even as Bai Wushang lay sprawled upon its belly, having inadvertently grasped a tuft of fur on its chest, it merely grunted, showing no signs of awakening. An attribute panel materialized before him. Name: Sleepy Bear, Wild. Race: Bear-type sleep bears of the beast realm. Life stage: Early mature phase. Bloodline quality: Mortal bone, level 9 stars. Status: Deep slumber. Intelligence: Low. Traits: Sleepy. Skills: Giant Bear Slam, Mount Tai Crush, Flesh Impact, Death Toss. Gourmet Cell, 45. What a stroke of misfortune. This is utterly ridiculous. While it is known that entering the trial grounds results in random teleportation of participants, did it really have to be this exhilarating? To be deposited directly into a bear's den upon arrival? And to be in such intimate proximity, pressed front to back, with no room for escape? Bai Wushang felt a constriction in his throat, momentarily overwhelmed with despair. This was no ordinary bear. It was a sleep bear. An early mature sleep bear, no less. Considering its bloodline quality, it surpassed the iron-armored zombie by 2 stars. A mere swipe could easily send him reeling, bleeding. With just 2 strikes. Wouldn't he be reduced to a mere pulp? Summer. Dear Summer, do you harbor a misunderstanding regarding the term extremely rare? Wasn't it stated that only a select few mature beings would inhabit this realm? Why then, upon entry, did I encounter one immediately? Fortunately, this was a sleep bear, which spends a staggering 9/10 of its day in slumber. Generally, it is difficult to rouse it. Otherwise, I might have set a record for the quickest elimination among self-awakening participants. Bai Wushang was certain that if the sleep bear were to awaken due to his disturbance, it would go berserk, fiercely tearing him to shreds. Holding the incense pouch was of no use. Its efficacy depended on not provoking extraordinary creatures. The sleep bear, one of the most indulgent dreamers among extraordinary beings, would regard anything that affected its sleep quality as a mortal enemy. Carefully extracting himself from atop the slumbering bear, Bai Wushang's racing heart began to ease slightly. It was only after he had sprinted 2 or 3 kilometers away that he dared to slow his pace. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, at last he was safe. After striving to calm his frayed nerves, Bai Wushang began to survey his surroundings. It appeared he was in a dense primeval forest, where ancient trees towered towards the heavens, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows. Accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, a scene teeming with vitality. Prior to entering the secret realm, he had confirmed that Xiao Xiao, Ouyang Yuan, and Shabulu, along with Zhu Qin and Luo Yuan, had not accompanied him through the number 9 teleportation gate. Bai Wushang paused, organizing his thoughts. Thus, in this trial ground, there was no need to seek out or care for anyone specifically, nor was there excessive competitive pressure. He could simply focus on steady development at his own pace. With the eye of cognition, the extraordinary recipe, and the food god altar at his disposal, Bai Wushang had no intention of easily teaming up with unfamiliar participants. His physical prowess and soul power level were among the elite, granting him the capability to act independently. In summary, he resolved to conduct a preliminary exploration of the environment, aiming to gather as many materials as possible on the first day. Beyond crafting traps and auxiliary tools, he also intended to begin preparations for the Temptation Mouse. Chapter 20, Thunderhorn Bull. Clarifying his thoughts, Bai Wushang glanced around and ascended a large tree. Standing atop the canopy, he gazed into the distance, only to find that every direction was shrouded in lush greenery, with no end in sight. The only conspicuous feature was that the sun in the sky was not a solid entity, but rather an ethereal projection. It seemed that deciphering the environmental structure of the trial grounds within a short time would pose a significant challenge. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Bai Wushang ultimately decided to proceed in a singular direction, taking each step as it came. Clutching his dagger tightly, he heightened his senses, moving with agility through the forest. Unlike the arid climate of the endless sand domain, the humidity here was notably high. Merely walking for a short, while left Bai Wushang's face feeling sticky, coated in a fine mist. Not far off, a cluster of blue-green gradient herbaceous plants caught his eye on a tree trunk. Is that a heavenly bamboo? Upon closer inspection, Bai Wushang couldn't help but marvel. This was one of the primary ingredients for many basic healing potions, and such a large specimen would fetch at least 20 gold coins in the market. Cautiously using his dagger to excavate the trunk, Bai Wushang carefully extracted the plant, roots and leaves included, and stored it in his dimensional pouch. The dimensional pouch provided by the Academy was one of the smallest storage devices. With a total capacity of only 1 cubic meter, barely sufficient for storing herbs, fruits, and meats. Best to keep it for now. If injured, he could crush it for a topical application to expedite healing. If it remained unused, he could sell it upon exiting the secret realm. Continuing his journey, Bai Wushang collected valuable herbs and edible fruits while constantly identifying extraordinary creatures lurking in the forest corners. Flower bamboo rats, winged powder butterflies. Oh, this fire-capped turtle seems to have mutated. The flames atop its head are blue. Though somewhat rare, it is still too weak for my needs. Given Bai Wushang's peak soul master level, the upper limit for contracted beasts is the pinnacle of juvenile forms. The feeble early to mid-stage extraordinary beings before him did not meet his standards for contracts. My selection criteria are twofold. Firstly, the bloodline quality must not be too low and must ensure ample growth potential in the future. Secondly, the current life stage should ideally be at the late juvenile or pinnacle juvenile phase. Anything weaker would hinder survival in the trials. However, these are merely theoretical expectations, quite detached from the reality I face. Bai Wushang understood that in other academies or certain family factions, the first contracted beast for a newly initiated master is typically provided directly by an elder or mentor. With a bit of familiarity, contracting is a simple task, and the quality is assured, resulting in a low overall difficulty. Yet, the Shanghai Academy has transformed the contracting of a beast into a routine trial project, even creating a dedicated secret realm for it, requiring students to seek, identify, subdue, and contract beasts independently while surviving in the wilderness, learning cooperation, or facing competition. Bai Wushang perceived both pros and cons in this training model. The downside is that under such regulations, each student must devise their own methods to subdue beasts, inevitably relying on strategy or even hand-to-hand combat, leading to considerable risk. A significant portion may fail to complete their contracts and be eliminated. The advantage is that the Academy provides an exceptional contracting platform. Such opportunities are indeed rare. For capable or fortunate students, the likelihood of acquiring high-quality beasts increases dramatically. And in this environment, the bonds formed during contracting and growth become significantly stronger, minimizing the chance of beast betrayal. Suddenly, an unusual sound erupted from a nearby thicket, accompanied by raucous laughter and the desperate cries of a struggling beast. Bai Wushang frowned, stealthily approaching and concealing himself behind a tree to observe. Ha! After holding out for an hour, I actually caught this thunderhorn bull. Nana, my trap-making skills are second to none, aren't they? A man in gray pointed triumphantly at a massive pit he had dug, his laughter brimming with pride. A thunderhorn bull? Bai Wushang's heart skipped a beat. That was an extraordinary being of mortal bone level 6 stars, possessing a rare lightning attribute and a dual natural evolution chain, an absolutely premium beast at the juvenile stage. Brother you're incredible, exclaimed a girl clad in a blue floral dress, revealing her delicate shoulders, her voice sweet and melodic. Once this fellow exhausts itself to the brink of collapse, I shall forge a contract for its companionship. The likelihood of success stands at a commendable 80 to 90%. The man in gray exuded an air of confidence, his voice imbued with exuberance. Brother exclaimed a woman in a blue dress named Nana, as she playfully draped her delicate arm over the gray-clad man's shoulder, her crimson lips brushing against his ear. Could you perhaps allow me to contract this thunderhorn bull first? But Nana, didn't we agree upon this when we formed our team? The first creature captured should rightfully be mine. Mua. The blue-dressed woman planted a soft kiss on the gray man's cheek, feigning innocence. Brother you are so adept. Do you truly fear that you cannot capture a better creature? I cannot explain it, but upon seeing this thunderhorn bull, I felt an unusual affinity for it. Please, let me have it, I implore you. Though the gray man's back was turned to Bai Wushang, the latter immediately perceived his body stiffening, his ears flushed with embarrassment. All right, Nana, if you desire it so. The gray man's voice was hesitant, and Bai Wushang could easily envision his rosy cheeks. What a Navi youth, so easily swayed by such trivial charms. Bai Wushang secretly scoffed. Moo, moo, moo. The thunderhorn bull struggled vigorously within the pit, thrashing and crashing, producing a cacophony of sound. Brother how can it still possess such strength? It won't escape, will it? Fear not. My trap is 2 meters deep. How could it possibly escape on its own? Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed, and though Bai Wushang could not see the situation in the pit from several dozen meters away, he could sense the bull's frantic struggles growing increasingly intense. Suddenly, after a tremendous crash, a yellow-hued bull erupted from the pit, leaping several feet into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Has it just mastered the skill air tread? This could be quite interesting. These two are in for a rough time. Chapter 21. The Malicious Intent of Nana. This thunderhorn bull was evidently still a juvenile, measuring just over a meter in length, its life stage at most mid-juvenile. Even so, when fully enraged, its head lowered, electric arcs dancing from its horns. With its enormous eyes bulging as it pawed the ground, poised to charge. The intensity of fear it exuded was palpable. The blue-dressed woman covered her mouth, retreating step by step, her face filled with trepidation. Brother, it's coming out. Oh no. Fan's legs trembled momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Nana, quickly, let us climb the tree. His voice was urgent as he pushed the blue-dressed woman towards the tree and scrambled up the bark himself. With a thunderous crash, as they reached a height of 3 to 4 meters, the thunderhorn bull charged, its curved horns smashing 2 large holes into the trunk, causing the entire tree to shake violently. Ah! Nana shrieked, nearly losing her grip. Steady yourself, Nana. Hold on tight, or we're finished. Fan shouted, bracing her heels against his shoulder, his head lowered as he called out. The thunderhorn bull, panting heavily, retreated and charged repeatedly. Twigs and leaves flew in every direction as the tree, barely able to bear the strain, began to bend ominously. This one hold. The tree is going to fall. Nana cried, her voice tinged with desperation. Nana, don't be afraid. On the count of 3, we jump down and run towards the thicket on the right. Fan managed to maintain a semblance of calm amid the chaos. The thunderhorn bull has already exhausted much of its strength. We still have a chance to escape. Do you understand? 3, 2, 1, jump. The massive tree crashed down, and the pair tumbled to the ground, rolling several times in a disheveled heap. Fortunately, the tree fell between them and the thunderhorn bull, momentarily obstructing its advance. Fan glanced back, his expression lighting up with hope, and he swiftly pulled Nana toward a nearby thicket. Moo! The fully yellow thunderhorn bull suddenly leaped, astonishingly soaring 2 to 3 meters into the air, effortlessly clearing the obstacle and closing the distance between itself and the young couple. Another use of air tread? It seems this bull has decent potential. Bai Wushang mused from his concealed vantage point. However, despite his admiration, he harbored no intentions of intervening or attempting to capture this creature. There was no need to rush. This was merely the first day, and ample time remained to seek out superior companions. As for the thunderhorn bull, it was fundamentally lacking. Had it been in the later stages of juvenile development, I might have been tempted, but mid-juvenile is simply not enticing enough. Quietly rising, Bai Wushang decided to make his exit. He had witnessed a satisfactory spectacle for the past 5 minutes. It was time to move on. As for the fate of the young couple, he speculated it might be precarious, especially with a woman who could hinder them. Ah, Nana, why are you pulling me? Just as he turned to leave, a startled cry from the gray-clad man reached his ears. Driven purely by curiosity, Bai Wushang glanced back. He saw the blue-dressed woman yanking the hem of the gray man's garment, giving him a slight push. The gray man, mid-stride, lost his balance and fell to the ground. Moo! The thunderhorn bull, a veritable moving mountain of fury, unhesitatingly charged at the gray man's abdomen. With a pained scream, the gray man spewed a copious amount of blood, curling on the ground in agony. In the face of life and death, he struggled to turn his head, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief as they followed the retreating figure of the blue-dressed woman, his gaze dimming further. Nana, you actually betrayed me. The gray man's eyes fluttered shut, his final strength spent as he crushed a distressed talisman concealed at his waist, succumbing into unconsciousness. A milky white, semicircular light shield materialized, enveloping him where he lay. The thunderhorn bull, after attempting to charge twice and finding the shield unyielding, redirected its bloodied horns towards the fleeing blue-dressed woman and took off in pursuit. Bai Wushang, observing this scene, furrowed his brows deeply. This woman is truly malevolent. The gray man had been considerate and protective of her, yet at the crucial moment, she chose to betray him for her own survival. Bai Wushang harbored a profound disdain for such women, whose lovely appearances concealed hearts as venomous as a serpent's. It was utterly repugnant. Before long, a mentor arrived on a flying companion beast, first casting a large healing spell to stabilize the gray man's injuries, then utilizing a special stretcher to carry him away. As he watched the mentor shrink into a distant speck, Bai Wushang shook his head in contemplation and continued his exploration of the forest. 10 minutes later, on a narrow path within the woods, Bai Wushang had just plucked a fragrant flower when he suddenly noticed a commotion approaching from afar. He quickly raised his head to observe. To his astonishment, a disheveled, blue-dressed woman was running towards him, utterly exhausted, while behind her, a yellow creature was in hot pursuit. Am I seeing things? How is it that I see her again? In a fleeting moment, Bai Wushang found himself questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Just moments ago, he had altered his course, diverging significantly from the direction taken by the woman in the blue dress. It truly was her. The thunderhorn bull had inexplicably failed to catch up with her, and instead had taken a considerable detour, veering back towards him. Bai Wushang cursed under his breath. maintaining a stoic expression as he swiftly turned to delve into the thicket on the opposite side, determined to avoid any interaction with the woman in blue. Help! Help! Lin Nana, from a distance, caught sight of a figure ahead. Initially engulfed in despair, a flicker of hope surged through her, propelling her to quicken her pace as she desperately pursued that individual. Bai Wushang paid her no heed, hastening his steps. Please don't run. Help me. Lin Nana's voice, drenched in despair and sorrow, was pitiable to the utmost degree. Yet, Bai Wushang remained unmoved, even breaking into a full sprint. As an autonomous awakener, his soul power was among the highest of all students, and his physical prowess matched that, allowing him to swiftly distance himself from the woman in blue. Lin Nana was baffled by his indifference, perplexed at how he could run so swiftly. Her body was utterly exhausted, her mind beginning to suffer from oxygen deprivation, impairing her capacity for coherent thought. Nonetheless, she was unwilling to surrender her plea for help so easily, refusing to accept such a humiliating defeat. The heavy, labored breaths of the Thunderhorn Bull drew ever closer, and in the grip of life-threatening fear, Lin Nana once again pushed beyond her physical limits, accelerating in pursuit of the direction Bai Wushang had vanished. Meanwhile, Bai Wushang continued his flight, only to suddenly come to an abrupt halt. His face contorted with discomfort akin to constipation. Before him loomed a dead end. Chapter 22, Bai Wushang vs. Thunderhorn Bull. A small hill, several meters high, obstructed his path, its surface smooth and devoid of any climbing possibility. A glance around revealed dense, thorny underbrush, impassable for any human. How careless of me. How did I end up on such an unfamiliar route? I never anticipated it would lead to a dead end. Bai Wushang turned, catching a glimpse of a blinding blue hue in the distance. How infuriating. Would this woman never relent? He felt a surge of irritation. The only way forward was to retrace his steps, which would inevitably lead him back to the woman in blue and the frenzied Thunderhorn Bull. Given her tenacity, how could she possibly allow him to escape without dragging him into a confrontation with the beast? Truly vexing. Bai Wushang inhaled deeply and began his retreat. The reality was clear. Whether he remained stationary or retraced his path, he would undoubtedly encounter the woman in blue. While it was not impossible to seek refuge in a shadowy thicket or hide within the branches of a tree, he deemed such actions too cowardly and unnecessary. After weighing his options, Bai Wushang resolved to take the initiative. If he could avoid confrontation, he would, but if unavoidable, he would confront the beast head-on. Thunder attribute materials should hold considerable value. Before long, Bai Wushang found himself once more face-to-face with the woman in blue. Did you come back to save me? Thank you. Thank you. Upon seeing hope rekindled, Lin Nana was overwhelmed with emotion, and in an instant, her fatigue overwhelmed her. She slumped towards Bai Wushang. Reacting swiftly, he stepped back 2 paces, adroitly evading her fall. Lin Nana, bewildered, collapsed to the ground, her tear-filled eyes wide with confusion. Why didn't you help me? How could he be so callous as to let a delicate, beautiful girl fall? That heartless bastard. He doesn't understand the value of compassion. Lin Nana raged inwardly. Bai Wushang cast her a dispassionate glance before stepping over her, his gaze fixed firmly on the approaching yellow beast. Name: Thunderhorn Bull, wild. Species: Beast-type Thunderhorn Bull of the Demon Beast realm. Life stage: Mid-stage juvenile. Bloodline quality: Common bone level 6 star. Condition: Angry, exhausted, lightly injured. Intelligence: Extremely low. Traits: Easily angered, weak electric current. Skills: Charge attack, electric spike, air step. Gourmet cell: 18. The Thunderhorn Bull, detecting an unfamiliar presence, halted its advance, breathing heavily as it scrutinized Bai Wushang. Bai Wushang retrieved a fragrant pouch, placing it conspicuously in his palm, indifferent to whether the Thunderhorn Bull could comprehend him. Look closely. I possess a fragrant pouch and have not provoked you. Would you kindly step aside to allow me passage? The narrow path was predominantly occupied by the Thunderhorn Bull, making it imperative for Bai Wushang to squeeze past. Moo. The yellow bull lowered its head to sniff the pouch and took a few slow steps back. Yet, upon noticing the woman in blue rising behind Bai Wushang, its eyes flared crimson with rage. Moo. The Thunderhorn Bull, in a fit of wild fury, unleashed a swift charge, its sharp horns crackling with electric arcs aimed directly at Bai Wushang. Beast. Bai Wushang shouted in rebuke. He had been closely observing the changes in the Thunderhorn Bull's demeanor and immediately sensed something amiss. At that moment, the proximity between man and beast was perilously close, leaving little room for evasive maneuvers. Bai Wushang could only grasp the bull's horns, attempting to engage in a test of strength. This was an opportune moment to gauge just how formidable his own power had become. Utilizing his cognitive vision, Bai Wushang confirmed that the Thunderhorn Bull had not mastered any additional lightning attribute skills. Its mere trait of weak electric current posed no threat to a human being. Thus, He dared to seize its horns with bare hands. As his vitality surged, Bai Wushang exerted all his might, initially retreating a couple of steps before managing to hold his ground, stalemated with the Thunderhorn Bull. Who is this person? So powerful that he can contend with the Thunderhorn Bull? Lin Nana, observing from the sidelines, was left agape, her face a mask of disbelief. She instinctively turned to study Bai Wushang's profile, finding him somewhat familiar. The raw contest of strength between them was a kind of romance reserved for men, and Bai Wushang began to feel exhilarated, contemplating, though I have the advantage due to the Thunderhorn Bull's fatigue, it is still a standard power-type creature. Achieving such a stalemate is already commendable. However, once I acquire a companion beast, I can no longer afford to take such risks. It is not customary for a master to engage directly in physical battles. Mu, the Thunderhorn Bull, already in a state of extreme rage, could hardly bear that its proud strength was being thwarted by an inconspicuous male human. It snorted furiously, steam billowing from its nostrils. Suddenly, it broke free from Bai Wushang's grip, retreating several paces while lowering its head, preparing to charge once more. The charge indeed amplified the Thunderhorn Bull's speed and strength. Yet the increased distance allowed for more reaction time. Bai Wushang, still brimming with stamina, simply sidestepped, evading the collision. Seizing the opportunity as half the beast's body became ensnared in the underbrush, Bai Wushang swiftly maneuvered around and sprinted back towards the main path. I remember now. He is one of the 3 autonomous awakeners. I believe his surname is Bai Wushang. In a flash, Lin Nana realized that the only individual capable of contending with the Thunderhorn Bull must possess exceptionally high initial soul power. She immediately recalled the 3 autonomous awakeners and connected the dots to the man before her. Damn it, it's all because I was positioned too far back. I couldn't fully see the faces of those on the stage. Lina, inwardly cursing, raised her voice and cried out, Brother Bai? Senior Bai? Please don't leave me behind. I truly cannot run any longer. You go on ahead and don't bother with me anymore. Bai Wushang did not look back. His light, ethereal voice echoed through the forest. It was the first day of the trial, and those eliminated would gain nothing. Bai Wushang had no desire to entangle himself with this woman. He merely hoped she would continue to attract the attention of the Thunderhorn Bull, allowing him to make his escape unscathed. Lina collapsed onto the ground, watching the Thunderhorn Bull emerge from the thicket, its head swaying, despair filling her eyes. Why? Why was he so cold-hearted? Gritting her silver teeth, filled with extreme reluctance, she took out a distressed talisman, ready to crush it. However, the Thunderhorn Bull shot a cold glare at the woman in the blue dress, its hooves pounding the ground as it turned to pursue Bai Wushang instead. In its limited intelligence, the blue-dressed woman was already seen as an easily crushable prey, while the man who had provoked it still stood unharmed. He must pay a bloody price. Bai Wushang glanced back, astonished to see the Thunderhorn Bull angrily chasing after him. How foolish. Why was it so irate? Choosing to pursue me instead of going after her? The reason he had chosen to break through was based on the assumption that the Thunderhorn Bull would prioritize attacking the woman. This pursuit made no sense. Had it truly lost its mind? Bai Wushang quickly formulated a plan. Since it had come to this, he might as well be straightforward. Tonight, he would feast on beef. Chapter 23, The Artillery Bee. Amidst the dense jungle, a small yellow bull huffed and puffed, ceaselessly chasing after a figure ahead. Several times it seemed on the verge of catching up, only for the figure to suddenly quicken its pace and dart far ahead. Moo, moo, moo. The Thunderhorn Bull bellowed in frustration, squeezing every last ounce of strength to give chase. Bai Wushang occasionally glanced back to check on the Thunderhorn Bull, fearful that he might lose it if he let his guard down. In its exhausted state, pursuing the woman in blue had already taken a toll. Now, attempting to catch up to a fully awakened individual was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. Bai Wushang deliberately slowed his pace, keeping the Thunderhorn Bull in tow. After all this exertion, was it finally running out of steam? He noticed the Thunderhorn Bull's breath becoming more labored, its speed diminishing. Glancing around, he observed several trees marked with subtle cross scratches, his own special indicators denoting that this area had already been explored. In a critical moment, these markings could serve as a guide to confirm direction. Almost there, stubborn bull. After wasting so much of my time, you shall await your fate. Soon. Bai Wushang halted before a small tree, looking up at it. Compared to the others, this tree, though slender, displayed a more vibrant hue, with lush green leaves radiating vitality. After a brief wait, seeing the Thunderhorn Bull approach, Bai Wushang took out 2 stones he had just picked up and hurled them with force. Thud, thud. The Thunderhorn Bull let out a pained grunt. Its thick skin was impervious to the stones, but the impact, amplified by Bai Wushang's strength, was unavoidable. Moo. The increasingly provoked Thunderhorn Bull, now aflame with rage, quickened its pace, charging directly at Bai Wushang with a fierce determination. Excellent. With such a low intelligence and a short fuse, it was so easily baited. Bai Wushang muttered to himself as he swiftly dodged. With a resounding crash, the thunderhorn bull barreled past him, its unstoppable momentum snapping the small tree behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Wushang took off running, swiftly distancing himself from the area. A spherical object, slightly larger than a basketball, fell to the ground with a thud, shattering into pieces. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A swarm of insects, each the size of a baby's fist, emerged from the shattered sphere, filling the air with their frantic flurry around the thunderhorn bull. Disoriented from crashing into the tree, the thunderhorn bull, upon regaining its senses, found the figure of the human male had vanished. Surrounding it was a horde of large, screeching flying insects. These creatures were black, covered in rusty red hairs, with a pair of dark, veined, translucent wings that beat rapidly, producing a constant buzzing noise. Most notable was their abdomen, which bore a long, thick, tubular stinger, glinting ominously as it aimed squarely at the thunderhorn bull. Moo! The thunderhorn bull issued a token warning, now feeling a hint of fear, its hooves nervously pawing at the ground. Puff, 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 puff. The swarm unleashed a volley of sharp, bean-shaped stingers that peppered the thunderhorn bull's body, followed by a series of muffled explosions. In an instant, the thunderhorn bull was left maimed and screaming in agony as it desperately sought to escape. 200 to 300 meters away, Bai Wushang coated himself with a certain herbal concoction to mask his scent, then peered through the gaps in the leaves to observe the battlefield. The artillery bee, in its larval stage, was a gregarious, extraordinary creature. Its stingers possessed formidable penetrative power. Though non-venomous, they delivered explosive effects akin to cannonballs. Even the peak defensive extraordinary beings would think twice before provoking such a massive swarm of artillery bees. A faint smile crossed Bai Wushang's lips. Ah, stubborn bull, this round of volleys will surely drain you of half your life with fatigue and grievous wounds. You won't be escaping this time, just obediently stay here. The hive-less swarm of bees would not easily let the culprit escape. After a brief pause, they unleashed another round of fire. Amidst the splattering of blood and flesh, the thunderhorn bull collapsed, devoid of any strength to struggle, its breath weakening until it finally ceased. The artillery bees buzzed around the corpse of the thunderhorn bull, seemingly unsatisfied, and commenced a third round of bombardment. 20 minutes later, as the artillery bees carried away the remnants of their shattered hive, Bai Wushang dared to emerge, returning to his previous position. The air was thick with the scent of blood. This foolish creature, with its tough skin and substantial flesh, would have been a challenge to slay on my own. It was far more efficient to let the artillery bees do the heavy lifting. Bai Wushang scrutinized the mangled corpse of the thunderhorn bull. At this point, not a single patch of skin remained intact, with many areas exposing bone. It was somewhat regrettable to waste 18 points of culinary cells. A hint of dismay crossed Bai Wushang's face. Since the thunderhorn bull had ultimately been slain by the artillery bees, it did not count as his hunt, and thus he could not absorb the culinary cells. Drawing forth a dagger, Bai Wushang crouched down to begin dissecting the carcass of the thunderhorn bull. Dissecting the corpses of extraordinary beings to obtain valuable spoils was also a crucial subject for a master to learn. Bai Wushang had only studied the basics before, limited to theoretical knowledge, and had never practiced it himself. This was his first serious attempt, and naturally, he was somewhat clumsy. Fortunately, the thunderhorn bull was merely an ordinary beast-type extraordinary creature. Aside from its relatively rare attributes, its bodily structure was not overly complex. The bull's eyes, hide, tail, and whip had all been mangled by the artillery bees, rendering them worthless. What remained to be harvested were primarily its thunderhorns, followed by its tongue, and finally, intact organs. He could also obtain about 20 pounds of hind leg meat. He could savor the taste of the thunderhorn bull tonight. After an extensive period of diligent activity, Bai Wushang rose to his feet, contentedly patting the slightly bulging dimensional backpack before turning to leave. As night fell within a modest stone cave, a roaring bonfire illuminated the space, the faint aroma of roasted meat wafting gently with the breeze. Bai Wushang sat cross-legged to one side, intently weaving with an old vine. He was in the process of crafting a mousetrap. A collection of iron wire, sheep fat flowers, natural grass juice, feathers from silver-winged birds, and 10-year-old vines were assembled, ensuring the trap's resilience. It would be exceedingly difficult for mid-stage juvenile rodents, extraordinary creatures, to escape, especially with the enticing cheese flowers that greatly appealed to mice, significantly enhancing the chances of capture. Throughout the day, aside from ambushing a thunderhorn bull, Bai Wushang refrained from recklessly provoking other extraordinary beings, instead exploring the trial grounds and gathering fruits and medicinal herbs, amassing a wealth of materials. Now, all that remained was a complete juvenile mouse carcass from the mid-stage. All other auxiliary materials had been gathered, and he was eager to finalize the recipe for Tempting Mouse. Bai Wushang's thoughts were clear. He intended to utilize Tempting Mouse to hunt a plethora of serpentine creatures, simultaneously harvesting gourmet cells while collecting snake venom to enhance his combat prowess, thereby increasing the likelihood of successfully contracting a desired pet when the opportunity arose. Chapter 24. The Mouse Trap. The following day, at dawn, a sliver of morning glow sliced through the sky, casting a gentle luminescence. Shadows of beasts traversing the dark vanished as the sun rose, revealing verdant trees and the jubilant calls of birds, invigorating the forest once more. The air was saturated with moisture and the delicate fragrance of flora. Bai Wushang greedily inhaled, calming his slightly anticipatory spirit. He was on his way to inspect the 5 mouse traps he had set the previous night, preparing to check them one by one. Soon, Bai Wushang rummaged through a dense thicket, grasping a thick vine and pulling out the first mouse trap, half buried in the earth. It was empty. He shook the trap twice, finding it void of any catch. A tinge of disappointment flickered within him. After replacing the cheese flowers with fresh ones, he placed the trap back. The second mouse trap was located beneath a fruit tree, not far from his current position. He had caught something. As he approached, Bai Wushang heard the faint rustling of movement within the trap. Peering through the tightly woven vines, he discerned a 30-centimeter-long gray creature darting anxiously within. Name: Gray-furred mouse, wild. Race: Rodentia, gray-furred mouse species. Life stage: early juvenile. Bloodline quality: common bone, level 2 stars. Status: agitated. Intelligence: extremely low. Traits: bacterial. Skills: digging, gnawing. Gourmet cells: 2. The gray-furred mouse was indeed a rather ordinary rodent-like extraordinary creature, regrettably only in its early juvenile stage, failing to meet his requirements. However, a moment's reflection eased Bai Wushang's furrowed brow. No matter, it at least indicated that the mouse trap method was viable, and besides, it still yielded 2 gourmet cells. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Holding the trap, Bai Wushang found a nearby stream and swiftly dispatched the gray-furred mouse. This was the most expedient course of action. Hunting success, gourmet cells 2. Total, for points, still 96 points to go, a long journey ahead. Bai Wushang murmured to himself, deftly removing the mouse's skin and teeth, which could fetch him 5 or 6 gold coins, an essential addition to his currently meager finances. With 3 traps remaining, his expectations were modest. Just 1 successful catch would suffice. With hope in his heart, Bai Wushang continued to inspect the remaining mouse traps. The 3rd trap ensnared a spotted mouse, but alas, it too was in its early juvenile stage, of no use to him. The 4th mouse trap had been utterly destroyed. The signs indicated it had been ripped apart by sharp claws, likely a late-stage or even peak rodent. Bai Wushang's handcrafted trap was no match for it. Finally, within the 5th mouse trap, Bai Wushang discovered the mid-stage juvenile he had long been yearning for. It was a rock mouse, quite diminutive at barely 20 centimeters, with coarse gray-white fur. Its bloodline quality was commendable, boasting a common bone level 4 stars, placing it at a middling level among juvenile creatures. The rock mouse possessed formidable claws and sharp teeth, favoring burrowing into large rocks to create nests, often wreaking havoc on human structures, earning it a notorious reputation. Upon observing it, Bai Wushang noted that the 5th trap had already been gnawed into, and had he arrived any later, it might have escaped. He swiftly blocked the hole with a sturdy object, dashed to the stream, and executed the same technique, submerging it in water. Rock mice were more averse to water than typical rodents. Within just 2 minutes, it had lost all signs of life. Hunting success, gourmet cells 8. With the intact corpse of the rock mouse in hand, Bai Wushang returned triumphantly to the humble stone cave. He retrieved various materials and auxiliary tools from his dimensional backpack, eagerly preparing to commence the creation of Tempting Mouse. The recipe detailed the process meticulously. Bai Wushang first used a dagger to open the mouse's abdomen, extracting and cleansing the internal organs. Estimating around 10 grams in weight, he added several pieces of ink bamboo leaves, then simply stitched it up with the collected silkworm silk and bee stingers. Next came the grinding of illusion grass and bewitching flower, which posed no difficulty. As for the cooking vessel, Bai Wushang had procured a type of iron gourd. This fruit, spherical and rather unpalatable, measured about half a meter in diameter. The outer skin was metallic in texture, capable of withstanding high temperatures for a brief period, making it an excellent choice for outdoor cooking. Bai Wushang forcefully removed the gourd's large stem, exposing an opening the size of a head, and after emptying and cleaning the flesh inside, poured approximately 300 milliliters of clean water. The ground floral powder was mixed with the water, stirred continuously until it transformed from a bluish red to a completely purple hue. A process taking only 3 to 4 minutes. Excellent. There had been no errors thus far. The next step was slow simmering. Bai Wushang ignited the fragmented wood fuel, adjusting it to keep the flame as small as possible, then added the mouse carcass to the pot, placing the entire iron gourd over the fire. Additionally, he needed to infuse it with soul power. This method was somewhat akin to alchemy, yet applying it to food was unprecedented. What transformations would occur? A flicker of apprehension crossed Bai Wushang's face. Cooking for humans was second nature to him, but this was his first attempt at preparing a meal for extraordinary beings, inevitably causing him some trepidation. He brought his right palm closer to the edge of the pot, slowly releasing his soul power while intently observing the changes within. As soon as the soul power detached, it seamlessly integrated into the purple broth, reminiscent of a cat catching a whiff of fish. As the flames intensified, the infusion of soul power increased, and bubbles began to rise in the pot. After about 5 minutes, the iron gourd turned a vibrant red, and the broth inside reached a rolling boil, the purple liquid steadily penetrating the rock mouse's body, gradually staining its gray-white flesh crimson. Moments later, the sensation of soul power absorption abruptly vanished. No matter how he urged it, Bai Wushang found that the soul power could no longer enter the pot. Had the liquid reduced? Bai Wushang's eyes widened, realizing there was indeed no liquid remaining in the pot. He hastily extinguished the fire and carefully used bamboo chopsticks to extract the final product, witnessing the rock mouse's form transformed dramatically. At this moment, its form appeared somewhat inflated. Its entire coat transformed into a vivid crimson hue. The pair of eyes, which should have lost their luster, inexplicably bore a deep violet tint, rendering its overall appearance rather otherworldly. The extraordinary delicacy temptation rat has been completed, with a recipe completion rate of 76 and no special effects triggered. Effect 1, Snake Gathering. Attracts juvenile serpentine creatures. Estimated duration of 57 minutes. Effective range of 3,000 meters. High probability of attracting early-stage specimens. Low probability for mid-stage. And very low probability for late-stage, with 0 probability for peak specimens. Effect ceases upon consumption. Effect 2, Serpent's Delight. Successfully consumed juvenile serpents will experience unparalleled ecstasy, rendering them immobile for 310 seconds. Chapter 25, Snake Hunting. The transformation of the recipe into a culinary delight, coupled with the altar's evaluative feedback, was indeed a pleasant surprise. Observing the lines of text manifesting within his pupils, Bai Wushang's spirits soared, his thoughts racing. So there exists a notion of completion rate, 76. I ponder if that is considered high or low. It makes sense, given factors such as water quality, flame temperature, material weight, and potential impurities in the cookware. I have no assurance over these intricacies, and discrepancies are only to be expected. Note: the recipe completion rate, which is a comprehensive evaluation score of the extraordinary delicacy, directly influences its final efficacy. A score of 60 is passing, 70 is average, 80 is good, and 90 is excellent. An extraordinary delicacy of perfect caliber can trigger the secrets of consumption, yielding additional special effects. The altar presented another prompt, which Bai Wushang swiftly dismissed. Well, I have a general understanding now. The temptation rat is complete, its effects activated, and I must hasten to set up the hunting ground and prepare to await the serpents. Bai Wushang could detect the peculiar, pungent aroma emanating from the flesh of the crimson rock rat, reminiscent of a blend of decayed fish and shrimp with medicinal herbs. Slightly acrid in nature, as the dimensional backpack was merely an ordinary storage item, incapable of halting the passage of time. Bai Wushang promptly wrapped the crimson rock rat in a clean lotus leaf before hastily departing the stone cave. The surrounding forest, previously explored, held suitable hunting locations in his mind, and he proceeded directly to one such spot. Upon arrival, he found an ancient mountain fruit tree standing solitary on a gentle slope, its withered branches and fallen leaves devoid of any greenery. Utilizing a dagger, Bai Wushang easily pried open the desiccated bark, revealing a hollow tree cavity wide enough for a person. Confirming its suitability as a hiding spot, he secured the wrapped temptation rat with vine rope, suspending it from a branch at a height of 2 meters above the ground. Having arranged the bait, Bai Wushang coated himself in herbs capable of masking his scent and then slipped into the tree cavity, retrieving a net, a wooden fork, bamboo sticks, and a series of self-made snake-catching tools from the previous night, before hastily covering the entrance with bark. To ensure maximum visibility, he carved several small holes around the tree cavity, allowing him to monitor the outside world through the gaps. This entire operation took merely 6 or 7 minutes. The area surrounding the old tree was relatively open, serving as a small elevated point where serpents could not climb from neighboring trees but had to traverse the ground route. This ensured they would inevitably come into view, allowing him to pounce upon each one and eliminate them. This was Bai Wushang's combat strategy. In addition, he possessed formidable physical strength and an innate resistance to toxins, granting him confidence in completing the hunt, provided he avoided overly powerful late-stage juvenile specimens. Suddenly, just as he paused to catch his breath, Bai Wushang spotted a small serpent emerging from the right diagonal. With a conical head, slender at the front and thicker at the rear, its body alternated between yellow and white, and though only 2 fingers wide, it moved with remarkable agility, slithering towards him. The cream-colored snake, a common 2-star extraordinary creature, was non-venomous, mild in temperament, and fond of feeding on insects and rodents, making it suitable for domestication. Relevant knowledge flashed in Bai Wushang's mind, and after confirming its identity with his discerning eye, he recognized it as merely a juvenile specimen in its early stage. As the cream snake approached within 2 to 3 meters of his striking range, Bai Wushang swiftly pushed aside the concealing bark, thrusting the wooden fork to pin down the serpent's body, and with a quick twist of his hand, he severed its head. Hunt successful, culinary cell 2. He picked up the 2 segments of the serpent's body and stowed them in his dimensional backpack, casually scattering ash to obscure any residual blood traces before retreating back into the tree cavity. In less than half a minute, 2 more small snakes appeared in his line of sight. One was a patterned snake, and the other a mud snake, both of which were exceedingly common and of low quality. Bai Wushang swiftly dispatched them, completing a double kill. Subsequently, more juvenile serpentine creatures approached, all in their early to mid stages, presenting little challenge for Bai Wushang. Remarkably, 3 serpents appeared at once, all early-stage copper wire snakes. Were they a family out foraging together? A 4-star bloodline snake, at mid-stage juvenile, posed a minor challenge. I must be cautious not to be bitten, as the wound would be difficult to stop bleeding. Goodness. A 6-star horned python, measuring 3 meters even at its early juvenile stage. What has it been feasting on, seeking to ambush me? You are far too cumbersome. These 5 culinary cells shall belong to me. Initially, Bai Wushang would hide after each kill, but soon realized that the gathering serpents grew more frequent, arriving at intervals of merely 1 or 2 minutes, with entire litters coming forth simultaneously. After finishing one wave, another would immediately follow, rendering him unable to pause. They exhibited an evident excitement and impatience, even with Bai Wushang standing right beside the bait, and despite remnants of severed serpentine bodies on the ground. The throng continued to surge forward, incessantly attempting to strike at the source of the pungent aroma. With only about 5 minutes remaining before the effect would dissipate, he pressed on. This marked the 37th serpent. Bai Wushang rolled up his sleeves, his crimson attire now speckled with a few stains, though merely superficial bites that posed no threat from lower-tier toxins. Just then, a 5-meter-long, thigh-thick red python emerged from the earth, its scarlet triangular head aimed directly at Bai Wushang, hissing and flicking its tongue. Bai Wushang felt a chill run down his spine, even from 5 or 6 meters away. He could sense the intense heat emanating from the red python, akin to a moving furnace. Instinctively, he tightened his focus, directing his gaze towards it. Name: Fireball Snake, Wild. Species: Demon Beast Realm, Fireball Snake Clan. Life level: Late Stage Juvenile. Bloodline quality: 4-star. Status: Alert and gluttonous. Intelligence: Low. Traits: Fire Venom. Skills: Fireball Technique, Scorching Body, Serpent's Embrace. Culinary cells: 15. The Fireball Snake? This is troubling. I may not be able to defeat it. Bai Wushang felt a wave of trepidation. A late-stage juvenile of 4-star quality should possess slightly greater physical prowess than himself, rendering his physical advantages moot and transforming them into liabilities. Even more perilous. The Fireball Snake was no ordinary serpent. It wielded a spell-like ranged attack skill, Fireball Technique, which, despite its lengthy charge time and slow projectile speed, could inflict severe injury or even death if struck directly. Moreover, its Scorching Body skill would ignite its entire form in orange-red flames once activated, raising its skin temperature above 300 degrees, employing Serpent's Embrace to ensnare its prey before enacting Scorching Body to roast it alive, its signature move. No. In both ranged and close combat, I currently stand no chance against the Fireball Snake. Chapter 26. The Fireball Snake and the Spectral Viper before the Mountain Fruit Tree. The Fireball Snake and the Spectral Viper stood in a tense standoff. Sensing the threat posed by the Spectral Viper, the Fireball Snake refrained from advancing, its gaze flitting between the lotus leaf bundle and its adversary. The frequency of its tail striking the ground escalated, a clear indication of its waning patience. The day's haul had far exceeded expectations, with 36 snakes captured. Disregarding the material value of their serpentine forms, the culinary cells garnered a remarkable 74 points. It was time to retreat. After much contemplation, the Spectral Viper relinquished the notion of confronting the Fireball Snake head-on and began to cautiously back away. Observing its foe's withdrawal, the Fireball Snake could no longer contain itself. It lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed at the lotus leaf bundle. Consuming it would trigger the effect of Serpent's Delight, rendering it temporarily immobile. Should I dare to seize the opportunity and strike down the fireball snake during those fleeting seconds? This thought consumed the spectral viper's mind as it gripped the dagger hidden in its sleeve, yet it hesitated to commit. Just as the fireball snake was about to sink its fangs into the lotus leaf bundle, an unforeseen twist occurred. The shadows cast by the mountain fruit tree suddenly rippled like water, coalescing into a small, pure black serpent. With its eerie, slit-eyed gaze, it transformed into a blur, swiftly biting the fireball snake on the head. Hiss! The fireball snake let out a wretched cry, instinctively activating its orange-red flame patterns. But they flickered out after merely 2 or 3 seconds. Its head fell limply from midair, its pupils blinking in confusion and terror, while its body became unresponsive, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Deep paralysis? Utilizing the eye of cognition, the spectral viper immediately discerned the altered state of the fireball snake. The pure black serpent, having landed a successful strike, promptly released its fangs and, lifting its head, leapt into the air, using its tail to sever the vine before biting into the lotus leaf bundle and returning to the ground. Meanwhile, the spectral viper finally glimpsed its attributes panel. Name: Spectral Viper, Wild, Species, Abyssal Crawling Spectral Viper Clan, Life Stage, Late Juvenile, Bloodline Quality, Mortal Bone Grade 7 Stars Status, Salivating Intelligence, Low Traits, Paralytic Venom. Dark Adaptation Skills, Shadow Cloak, Intimidation, Shadow Strike, Culinary Cells, 21. The Spectral Viper? The revelation startled the spectral viper. This species was considered rare among snakes, with few existing in the world. Did not this creature dwell in shadowy environments? How could it possibly be here? Before further contemplation could occur, the ravenous little serpent devoured the lotus leaf bundle with astonishing speed. Hiss! Almost instantaneously, the spectral viper's previously cold demeanor transformed. It squinted joyfully, flicking its tongue, with its upper body raised high while its tail gently thumped the ground, entering a peculiar state of euphoria. Flashes of information regarding the spectral viper raced through the spectral viper's mind, and overwhelmed with excitement, it could not restrain itself any longer and dashed forward. Whoosh! A silvery blade gleamed, slicing the pure black serpent in half. Hiss, hiss, hiss. One moment lost in bliss, the next jolted awake by excruciating pain. The spectral viper, regaining its senses, stared in disbelief at its severed body. Emotions of resentment, hatred, and rage flickered in its eyes as it cast a final, lingering gaze at the spectral viper before the upper half of its body slowly dissolved into the shadows on the ground. Oh no! The spectral viper did not anticipate the resilience of the spectral viper's life force, even in such a grievous state. It still possessed the capacity to activate its skills to flee. Should it escape, the prospect of a stealthy predator lurking nearby would render the spectral viper restless. In a moment of desperation, it lunged forward, seizing the spectral viper. The spectral viper paused, astonished that someone dared to touch it directly. Did it consider its venom mere decoration? It retaliated with a bite, its hooked fangs piercing the palm of the spectral viper. Pain surged through the spectral viper, yet it did not relent. Instead, it used the opportunity to drag the spectral viper from the shadows. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The spectral viper glared ominously at the spectral viper, believing it to be incapacitated by its paralyzing venom. Even the largest of beasts would succumb within mere moments. When the toxin took effect, the spectral viper planned to sever the carotid artery, allowing its foe to experience the agony of death. For seconds passed, then 5. The spectral viper's countenance grew increasingly vacant, unable to fathom why this individual showed no signs of reaction despite succumbing to its poison. In its bewilderment, it beheld a glimmering dagger, which decisively severed its neck. Hunt successful, Culinary Cells, 21. Finally, it was vanquished. The spectral viper exhaled in relief, surveying the surroundings to ensure no new threats emerged before retrieving the remnants of the spectral viper. Grasping the slick, dark serpent carcass, the spectral viper's eyes gleamed with fervor, with the spectral viper's paralyzing venom in hand. My chances of capturing a high-quality pet beast at the late juvenile stage, or even at its peak, would at least double. The spectral viper was a unique serpent. Its true combat prowess was modest, yet it possessed a formidable neurotoxic venom capable of incapacitating even those far larger than itself within a remarkably brief period. The unexpected arrival of such a treasure at the last moment propelled the spectral viper into action. With the sufficient venom supply from the late juvenile spectral viper, it could potentially overpower most peak juvenile creatures and even threaten early-stage mature ones. It had utilized its venom twice already. I should check how much remains. Prizing open the spectral viper's jaws, the spectral viper carefully severed its fangs alongside the venom glands, gently pressing to gauge the remaining venom supply. It was not substantial, but would suffice if used sparingly. The spectral viper pondered the potential applications. I'll gather some hardwood to craft a spear, applying the paralyzing venom along with a mixture of other serpentine toxins. As for the dagger, it serves other purposes, such as cutting food, so I shall refrain from tainting it. Hiss. Suddenly, the fireball snake, sprawled on the ground, flicked its tongue. Almost forgot about you. The spectral viper slapped its forehead and approached the crimson serpent. At this moment, the fireball snake's condition had transitioned from deep paralysis to moderate paralysis, allowing it only to flick its tongue and twitch its tail, still some time away from full recovery. To be candid, the late juvenile fireball snake, rated at mortal bone grade 5 stars, presented a commendable profile. It could naturally evolve into the mature explosive fireball snake and eventually into the complete meteoric flying serpent. Should I consider forging a pact with it? Chapter 27. Harvest and preparation. The spectral viper understood well that if it were to contract with the fireball snake at this opportune moment, its success rate would undoubtedly exceed 90%. Yet, after careful reflection, the spectral viper ultimately chose to forego this idea. While the fireball snake was indeed appealing and met the criteria of its ideal contract, if a perfect score were 100, this fireball snake would only attain a mere 60, merely teetering on the threshold of acceptability. Having just acquired the paralyzing venom from the spectral viper's confidence surged even further. Furthermore, it is now midday on the second day, with 3.5 days remaining in the safety period. There is ample opportunity to take another chance. With a swift motion, he severed the vital spot of the fireball serpent. Bai Wushang is not one to show mercy. Had their roles been reversed, the fireball serpent would have gleefully consumed him, indulging in a hearty feast, for the natural world has always adhered to the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Hunting successful, culinary cell 15. The lifeless body of the fireball serpent gradually cooled, its once searing warmth dissipating. Seizing the moment, Bai Wushang retrieved a type of medicinal herb, crushed it, and applied it to his wounds. He then tore a clean strip from his sleeve, fashioning it into a bandage to secure his injuries. After hastily tending to his wounds, Bai Wushang began to clear the battlefield, meticulously accounting for all his spoils. The spoils could be categorized into two primary types. One consisting of serpent materials, which included various skins, fangs, gallbladders, hearts, venoms, and an excess of serpent meat, amounting to over 100 pieces. Excluding the fireball serpent and the shadow viper, the total value of the remaining serpents was approximately 600 gold coins. A complete fireball serpent commands a price exceeding 200 gold coins, given its body is composed entirely of precious fire attribute materials, particularly its heart, which can serve as a bomb in critical situations. As for the shadow viper, its most valuable asset is its paralyzing venom, which Bai Wushang intends to keep for personal use, while the other body parts contribute a mere 50 to 60 gold coins. Thus, in the course of nearly an hour of serpent hunting, Bai Wushang garnered nearly 900 gold coins. What does this signify? For someone like Bai Wushang, who was previously fostered in the Mu family estate, devoid of worries regarding food or training resources, yet equally lacking in pocket money, this sum is nothing short of a fortune. Alas, the dimensional backpack has a mere cubic meter of capacity. With such an abundance of serpents, particularly the voluminous fireball serpent, it is impossible to store everything. Some items must be discarded. This predicament left Bai Wushang both helpless and sorrowful. After careful selection, he discarded many less valuable pieces of serpent meat and even had to part with portions of the fireball serpent's body, all while retaining 20% of his emergency space. Striving to fill the dimensional backpack as much as possible. Once back at the academy, I must save some funds to purchase a larger storage ring. Bai Wushang silently resolved. The second category of spoils was, naturally, the long-desired culinary cells. After hunting 38 serpents, and excluding those of the same species and realm which cannot yield repeat acquisitions, Bai Wushang amassed a total of 110 culinary cells, sufficient to directly exchange for a first-tier culinary deity treasure chest. Upon completing the inventory of his gains, Bai Wushang patiently buried the portion he had to abandon, erasing all traces of his activities. In conditions permitting, clearing traces is essential to prevent many unnecessary accidents, a core skill that every survivor in the wild should master. While Bai Wushang may not be exceptionally gifted, he is pragmatic, eager to seize every opportunity, perpetually striving to learn and enhance his overall capabilities. Strangely, he had only encountered 3 or 4 other trainees thus far, an astonishingly low number. Bai Wushang suddenly recalled this fact. Initially, he had worried about encountering other trainees during the serpent hunt and had prepared countermeasures. Yet he found that they had never come into play. With an average of 100 trainees in a testing ground, it shouldn't be this difficult to run into others. Bai Wushang's thought process evolved progressively. Perhaps this testing ground is far more expansive than I had envisioned. leading to such dispersion of personnel? Suppressing his suspicions, he had a more pressing matter to attend to. From the moment he laid eyes on the Shadow Viper, he had been plagued by questions. Being a creature of darkness, possessing dark adaptation and fearing sunlight, how could the Shadow Viper be found here? Surrounding this mountain fruit tree, the sparse trees rendered the area relatively open, even though the sunlight within the secret realm is not as glaring as that of the outside world. It remains a significant burden for the Shadow Viper, making it improbable for it to reside here by mere chance. Reflecting on the actual efficacy of the temptation mouse, he surmised that the effective range is approximately 3,000 meters. Bai Wushang harbored serious doubts that a concealed habitat of dark attributes exists nearby. One that he had yet to discover. It could be a cavern or something else entirely. Such dark habitats often teem with high-end, quality extraordinary creatures, perhaps allowing him to contract his ideal companion beast. Bai Wushang pondered for a moment before swiftly deciding to seek out this potential habitat. Before embarking on his quest, he gathered some hardwood and diamond-shaped stones. Using his dagger, he crafted a wooden short spear over 1 meter long and 3 fingers in thickness, securing a diamond stone to one end with sturdy vine rope. After sharpening the tip, he fashioned a rudimentary wooden spear. Lacking tools such as axes, Bai Wushang took considerable time to create only 12 such short spears. Next came the poisoning phase. He prioritized coating the spear tips with paralyzing venom. Once the venom was exhausted, he ended up with 5 black-tipped short spears. He then used a mixture of snake venoms to create 5 colorful tipped short spears, leaving 2 unpoisoned short spears for backup. Once the venomous spears were completed, Bai Wushang also considered the limited space in his dimensional backpack and the convenience of having weapons readily available. Thus, he dismantled the previously crafted mouse trap and repurposed it into a long cylindrical backpack. He lined the interior with ice grass to create a low-temperature, dry storage environment, effectively slowing the evaporation of the snake venom. Having completed these tasks, Bai Wushang comfortably slung the long cylindrical backpack over his shoulder and commenced a thorough search of the surrounding area. An hour later, in a remote corner, Bai Wushang discovered a concealed stone cave. The entrance was small, obscured by cascading vines. Had he not observed closely, it would have been difficult to discern the darkened crevice behind. Clearing the obstructing plants, he raised a torch, cautiously peering inside. Upon entering the cave, he immediately felt a damp chill. The firelight illuminated a dense growth of dark moss, which bore vague footprints and claw marks, suggesting some creature had traversed this area. Further within lay an abyss of impenetrable darkness, stretching endlessly. A sudden chilling wind swept from the depths of the cave. Chapter 28. The Gloomy Forest. A breeze? Bai Wushang paused, his curiosity piqued. The presence of wind indicated that the cave connected to another location, rather than being a dead end. That place might very well be the true habitat of the Shadow Viper. No longer hesitating, Bai Wushang heightened his vigilance and delved deeper into the cave. In the darkness, he occasionally heard rustling sounds, catching glimpses of bats, rodents, and insects. However, likely due to the fragrance of his pouch, these creatures did not dare approach him. As he journeyed, Bai Wushang noted that the passage had no forks, making it much easier to navigate than he had anticipated. Only after walking for 30 to 40 minutes did he reach the exit. The light at the exit was faint, reminiscent of the soft moonlight filtering through at 2 or 3 in the morning. Emerging from the cave, Bai Wushang was met with a breathtaking sight. Before him lay an enormous and vast black forest, far more vibrant than before, with trees towering over 50 meters. Their gray-black leaves merging to form a canopy that shrouded the sky above. Through the crevices, one can still discern the ethereal sun suspended in the sky, though its rays are predominantly obscured by the towering trees, with only the faintest glimmers managing to illuminate this patch of earth. The prevailing atmosphere is one of gloom, chill, and dampness, permeated by the fetid stench of decaying mud. Bai Wushang is resolute in his belief that this is the quintessential habitat for the spectral viper. Surely it must have emerged from this very place. A melodious and enchanting song wafts into his ears, prompting Bai Wushang to follow the sound. Soon discovering 3 or 4 ethereal figures. Their semi-transparent blue forms resemble the contours of toddlers, yet their eyes remain tightly shut, save for a third eye blossoming upon their foreheads, from which the exquisite melody emanates. Banshees. Bai Wushang realizes, recognizing them as ghostly beings fond of song, devoid of any offensive capabilities and characterized by their extreme timidity. Upon seeing an unfamiliar figure brandishing a torch before them, the banshees shriek in unison and scatter into the depths of darkness. Undeterred, Bai Wushang presses onward. Along his path, he encounters a myriad of extraordinary creatures, skeletal archers, floating sprites, springwood dryads, and shadow ladybugs, each more astonishing than the last. It becomes increasingly apparent to Bai Wushang that as he ventures deeper into this shadowy forest, the strength of the surrounding extraordinary beings escalates, rendering the sight of juvenile specimens nearly non-existent. Suddenly, a soft squelch beneath his left foot alerts him to something amiss, prompting an instinctive leap backward. The torch dips low, revealing a patch of muck. The muck is not solitary but stretches to the left, ultimately coalescing into a vast, dark, and seemingly boundless mire. Such an expanse could very well harbor certain creatures. Bai Wushang feels a surge of intrigue and retrieves a sizable piece of snake meat, tossing it onto the mire approximately 6 or 7 meters away. Mud splatters in all directions as the meat sinks gradually into the soft, yielding surface. Suddenly, the distant sound of bubbling mud erupts, creating quite a commotion. Bai Wushang holds his breath, stealthily positioning himself behind a tree, observing quietly. In the darkness, pairs of dim yellow eyes flicker to life, some as small as marbles, others resembling light bulbs, exuding the primal, chilling glimmer of beasts. As the owners of these eyes approach, vying for the snake meat, Bai Wushang discerns their true nature. They are amphibious reptiles, with flattened heads and elongated snouts, their eyes perched atop their heads, and their elongated mouths lined with sharp teeth. Their dark brown bodies resemble thick armor, and their tails, long and robust, can whip up mud for several meters with a single swing. Indeed, the mire crocodile. A smile curls at the corners of Bai Wushang's lips as he casually selects a robust specimen to assess its attributes. Name: mire crocodile, wild. Species: beast kind. Reptilian mire crocodile, life stage. Peak juvenile, bloodline quality. Common bone level 6 stars. Status: excited intelligence. Low traits: bacterial hardened skin skills. Death roll, mire slam, mud blast. Tail whip, gourmet cell. 24 excellent. A common bone level 6 stars mire crocodile at the peak juvenile stage certainly meets his expectations with a score of 80. Bai Wushang's thoughts whirl as he silently evaluates. The mire crocodile possesses 2 key traits. First, bacterial, which enables its survival in such inhospitable environments as the mire. Thus, if one is scratched or bitten by a mire crocodile, prompt medical attention is crucial to prevent bacterial infection. Second, hardened skin. Its armor-like body grants formidable defensive capabilities, coupled with considerable strength, making it a nightmarish presence. In summary, the mire crocodile is characterized as a high-output tank-type creature, equipped with certain long-range magical attack skills. Its natural evolutionary chain leads to the mature form known as the black mire crocodile, and ultimately to the complete form, the serrated mire crocodile, both showing remarkable abilities and potential. However, its drawbacks are equally evident. Part of the mire crocodile's strength is contingent upon its environment. In the mire, it can often counterattack beings of higher levels, yet on land, its combat effectiveness diminishes by at least 1/3, and its sluggish speed is an unavoidable weakness. After weighing his options, Bai Wushang refrains from a hasty decision. It would be prudent to delve deeper, should he not encounter superior extraordinary beings. He can always return here and devise a method to contract the mire crocodile. The initial few beasts contracted by a master will accompany them for an extended period and are thus of utmost importance. Caution is never excessive. Bai Wushang resolves to include the mire crocodile as a candidate, diligently noting the coordinates of this location. He begins to circle the mire, etching a cross mark on the surrounding trees, his customary method of marking, which, while perhaps not the most secure, offers convenience. By chance, Bai Wushang discovers human footprints on the muddy ground on the opposite side of the mire. Upon closer inspection, the footprints vary in size, indicating that more than one person has traversed this area. It appears several individuals have lingered here, suggesting the presence of multiple other students within this shadowy forest. Bai Wushang ponders this information thoughtfully. He continues to venture deeper, hopeful for surprises to await him. His expression brightens with anticipation as he grips the torch in his left hand and a dagger in his right. With a dimensional backpack slung across his chest and a long tubular basket on his back, he turns and steps further into the encroaching darkness. Chapter 29, Heart Flutter. As the sun gradually sinks in the west, a gentle mist begins to rise around him, enhancing the dimness that surrounds. The sounds of wild beasts echo incessantly in his ears: wolf howls, lion roars, eagle cries, and the chirping of insects, each noise intertwining in a continuous cacophony. Bai Wushang listens attentively for a moment, slightly adjusting his course. Having partaken in a light meal, he intends to venture further while the light remains sufficiently bright. As he walks, a herd of large-footed deer comes into view. These creatures are relatively diminutive, standing only a meter tall, hornless, with deep-set eyes and spotted backs. Their defining characteristic is their muscular build. Despite their short legs, their limbs are exceedingly robust, and their broad hooves shake the ground with a thunderous resonance when they run. Bai Wushang quietly retreats while holding the torch aloft, refraining from approaching recklessly. The weakest among this herd are at the mid-stage of juvenile development, while the leader likely stands at the peak of juvenile strength. The temper of large-footed deer is notoriously poor. Even with a bloodline quality of only common bone level 3 stars, a group of them can easily intimidate most peak juvenile beings into retreat. At that moment, Bai Wushang feels a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, a premonition that something is drawing near. In the darkness, a continuous whooshing sound crescendos from afar, swiftly approaching. Without time to respond, 3 long, dark forms streak past Bai Wushang's pant leg, hurtling toward the herd of deer. The deer erupt in startled cries, followed by the thunderous sound of hooves trampling in chaos, the scene devolving into pandemonium. With the light of the torch, Bai Wushang glimpses at his feet and exclaims in astonishment, "Are those vines?" Black stems and leaves spiral and intertwine, forming tendrils as thick as arms, writhing like snakes as they weave through the herd of large-footed deer. In a short while, Bai Wushang beheld 2 nearly lifeless, large-horned deer bound like Zongzi, being dragged away by the tendrils of black vines into the depths of the shadows. Stealthily, he trailed behind them. After traversing a dozen steps and rounding a corner, Bai Wushang halted, extinguishing his torch with utmost swiftness before concealing himself within the thicket. Not far off, a colossal vine plant anchored itself in the earth, resembling 4 black serpents inverted into the soil. The thickest vine at the center was presumably the main stem, atop which bloomed a resplendent round bud, its diameter exceeding 2 meters, casting a nebulous glow amidst the darkness. What should have been a sight to behold metamorphosed into a vision of horror when the bud blossomed, sending chills down Bai Wushang's spine, as he could scarcely suppress the urge to retch. What lay within that bud was not a flower's core, but a grotesque maw, akin to a monster's gaping mouth, with serrated teeth interlocking menacingly, subtly oozing a ghostly green liquid. Surrounding the main vine, 3 offshoots hastily delivered the lifeless deer into the gaping maw of the bud. As the food was consumed, the now bulging bud reclosed, mimicking a grotesque act of chewing, the sound echoing eerily in the desolate night. The devil's vine, it was indeed the devil's vine. Bai Wushang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he whispered, given its size. It must be in the late juvenile phase, not yet at its peak, or else there wouldn't merely be 3 offshoots. Rapidly recalling relevant knowledge, Bai Wushang felt a surge of excitement. The devil's vine, an extraordinary plant-like entity from the abyss realm, possessed an ancient lineage, known for its carnivorous appetite, ferocity, and remarkable regenerative abilities. Its primary mode of attack relied on its black vine tendrils, which were not only robust, but also capable of extensive reach, making it one of the most desirable control-type familiars. I recall from the Codex of Sacred Beasts that there was once a master known as the Ghost Lord, whose primary familiar was a devil's vine. Under his nurturing, the devil's vine evolved to its zenith, ultimately ascending to the legendary level of the sacred beast. The 1,000-handed devil's vine demon king, single-handedly vanquishing a 100,000-strong beast army at the borders, earning resounding accolades. If only I could forge a contract with such a familiar. Bai Wushang momentarily lost himself in reverie. A few seconds later, regaining composure, Bai Wushang inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly to purge any extraneous thoughts. He began to methodically analyze the potential of capturing the devil's vine. The methods of taming familiars varied from individual to individual and from beast to beast. There was no universal approach. Some relied on emotional resonance, others on innate bloodline affinities, while some even employed temptation and trickery. Among these, the most prevalent method undoubtedly involved coercion through force, only by demonstrating that one's strength was formidable enough to subdue the other. Adhering to the natural principles of survival of the fittest, could one hope to garner submission from extraordinary beings. As for this ferocious devil's vine, it was needless to say that trying to contract with it while in pristine condition was futile. Unless one's soul power was sufficiently potent to directly overpower it, one would inevitably provoke its wrath. I must devise a strategy to severely wound the devil's vine first, and then sign a contract during its weakened state, thereby increasing the likelihood of success. With this thought, Bai Wushang furrowed his brow in dismay. But how could I possibly defeat it alone? The most apparent weakness of the devil's vine is its sluggish speed. However, its tendrils cover an extensive area. Even if 3 tendrils cannot encompass the entire vicinity, I cannot afford to engage it in close combat. Trapping it is also impractical. Being a plant, it cannot be treated like a terrestrial beast. After pondering for a while, Bai Wushang suddenly smacked his forehead. Perhaps I should reverse engineer my approach and consider which part to target for a decisive blow against the devil's vine. Undoubtedly, its core is the main stem, with the bud resembling the head of a human. If I could damage that, I would be close to success. First, Let me see if I possess anything that could prove useful. A dagger is out of the question. It is too short. A poison spear could suffice. But I need to pierce that bud, where flesh and blood reside, whereas stabbing the vine tendrils would be futile. Moreover, I have serious doubts that the green liquid within the bud is a corrosive toxin. Organisms that inherently possess toxins often exhibit a certain degree of resistance. And being a plant, its regenerative capabilities are formidable. It is uncertain how effective the toxin would be. What else might I employ? Bai Wushang rummaged through his dimensional backpack. And after a moment, his fingers froze, a glimmer of delight igniting in his eyes. Of course, the heart of the fireball serpent. How could I have forgotten? This is prime explosive material. The devil's vine, being a dark-type plant in its juvenile stage, should still fear fire. If I could place the fireball serpent's heart within the bud and detonate it, it would surely inflict grave injury. Chapter 30. Capturing the devil's vine. Now, the challenge before me is how to approach it. In the darkness, Bai Wushang lay prone on the ground, racking his brain, yet struggling to devise an adequate plan. The devil's vine lacks eyes or ears. Its entire sensory capability is concentrated within its black vine tendrils. While hunting, the tendrils extend, naturally amplifying its sensory range. Upon detecting suitable prey, it strikes with ferocity. In its current feeding state, the tendrils would retract, limiting its sensory range to approximately 20 to 30 meters. Should I draw nearer, even with a fragrant pouch, I would likely be perceived as an intruder and face a counterattack. After silently observing for 20 minutes, the devil's vine finished its meal. It swayed its 3 robust tendrils, slowly encasing the bud within, then ceased all movement. Even the bud's color began to pulsate like a breath. What is happening here? Bai Wushang was momentarily taken aback. All his knowledge stemmed from self-study or teachings from the elderly at the Mu family estate, and the current state of the devil's vine fell outside his comprehension. Patiently waiting for half an hour, the devil's vine remained nearly motionless, and the pulsing of the bud gradually slowed. Could it be sleeping? Do devil's vines require slumber as well? Bai Wushang was baffled, forced to rely on his existing experiences to make wild guesses. After a while, with no change in the situation, Bai Wushang furrowed his brow. Idly waiting was not a viable strategy. I should give it a try, cautiously inching closer. He began to crawl forward, moving inch by inch, his gaze fixed on the devil's vine, ready to react at the slightest hint of danger. Bai Wushang exhibited remarkable patience, minimizing his movements to the lowest degree, averaging only 1 meter every 5 minutes, all the while ensuring he did not rouse the devil's vine. After an extensive duration, he surprisingly found himself within a 10-meter radius. In his sight, the information about the devil's vine unfolded clearly. Name: Devil's Vine Wild. Species: Abyssal Realm Plant Type Devil's Vine Clan. Life Stage: Late Juvenile Phase. Bloodline Quality: Mortal Bone, Level 7 Star. Status: In deep satiated sleep, digesting. Intelligence: Low. Characteristics: Grows in darkness, 3 vine tendrils. Skills: Rooting, Vine Whip, Entangle, Bud Munch. Gourmet Cells: 32. It turns out it is merely stuffed and must rely on sleep to aid digestion. The corner of Bai Wushang's mouth twitched, nearly betraying his amusement. This absurd reason instantly diminished the imposing image of the devil's vine in his mind. Now, it was time to be prepared to strike at any moment. Slowly withdrawing the paralyzing poison spear, Bai Wushang advanced at a snail's pace while concentrating all his attention on observing the devil's vine's reactions. As he progressed another 2 meters, the tendrils of the devil's vine suddenly quivered twice. It was waking up. White Wound's heart brimmed with sorrow as he sprang to his feet, propelling himself with his left foot and engaging his muscles for a short distance sprint. 3 black vines sensed the intruder, yet still groggy from slumber. Its movements were initially stiff and awkward. White Wound afforded it no respite, clutching the paralyzing poison spear tightly. He leapt and thrust it forcefully into the base of the flower bud. With a sound akin to piercing through a layer of silky satin, his full thrust penetrated the bud by 6 or 7 inches before being halted by an unseen obstruction. The ghostly vine emitted a chilling wail, a sound that was neither wholly ghostly nor entirely demonic, sharp and grating to the ears. The pain jolted it into full consciousness, and it immediately swung forth a vine-like appendage, seeking to strike White Wound with ferocity. Reacting swiftly, White Wound sidestepped the attack, but caught a glimpse of the wound he had inflicted, where a ghostly green liquid flowed forth, dripping onto the wooden spear and emitting hissing fumes. Indeed, it possessed corrosive venom, White Wound mused with a sigh. Nimbly evading 2 more encroaching vines, White Wound seized another poisoned spear from his pack, advancing towards the flower bud instead of retreating. A greater distance favored the ghostly vine's assault, but by positioning himself closer to the bud, he aimed to restrict its movements, creating an opportunity for attack. White Wound swiftly adapted his combat strategy. intent on delivering several more strikes to the flower bud to deepen the vine's intoxication, only by provoking the vine to desperation. Making it believe that its tendrils alone could not subdue him, might it then unfurl the flower bud and unleash its bite of the flower. At that moment, he could hurl the fireball's heart within, triggering an explosion from within the bud that would surely topple it. The slicing sound of the vine cutting through the air was relentless. At the cost of a deep gash on his left arm, White Wound managed to drive both a mixed poison spear and a paralyzing spear into the flower bud. The ghostly vine, in agony, became increasingly irate, its tendrils entangling, twisting, striking, and smashing, relentlessly pursuing White Wound in a frenzied assault. White Wound circled the flower bud, evading with acrobatic agility, rolling, crawling, twisting, and leaping, striving with all his might to avoid entanglement. He dodged what attacks he could, and braced himself against those he could not. Throughout, he did not cease his thrusting of poisoned spears. Whenever an opportunity arose, a new hole would mar the flower bud. Minutes later, panting heavily, White Wound suddenly noticed the ghostly vine's speed had diminished. Upon closer inspection, he observed several new status indicators: light injuries, mild paralysis, and slight poisoning. Excellent, at last. My injuries have not been in vain. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He was adorned with numerous wounds, his attire soiled and drenched in mud and sweat, presenting a disheveled appearance, yet his spirit remained undaunted and fierce. After a moment of contemplation, White Wound relinquished his poisoned spear, drawing forth a dagger instead, provocatively slicing the air around the flower bud, creating several small incisions. The ghostly vine, in a series of frantic attempts, endeavored to ensnare this audacious assailant with its tendrils, intent on tearing him apart. Yet, the pain and sluggishness rendered it increasingly agitated. Finally, as White Wound approached once more, the vine could no longer contain itself. The flower bud stirred. In the dark of night, the radiant flower bud abruptly unfurled, revealing its grotesque maw. The main black vine extended slightly, adjusting the bud's angle to target White Wound for a bite. "I've been waiting for you," he exclaimed, a brilliant smile illuminating his face as he halted abruptly, drawing forth a fist-sized crimson object and hurling it into the bud's gaping maw. Startled by the foreign object, the ghostly vine instinctively closed the flower bud and chewed briefly. Boom! In an instant, flames erupted skyward, the violent explosion sending tremors through the ground. Centered around the ghostly vine, a powerful shockwave radiated outward, turning the earth to char, and causing flora to wither and insects to flee, a scene reminiscent of a localized disaster. Coughing, White Wound lamented, "This explosion is more ferocious than I expected, ghostly vine. Hold on, don't perish on me now." Chapter 31, The White-Haired Fatty. Tattered and disheveled, White Wound staggered to his feet. In the moment of the explosion, he had managed to turn and sprint a short distance away, thus escaping with minimal harm from the aftershocks. Thick smoke billowed all around, the air reeking of charred remnants. With clusters of flames still flickering, tears streamed down his face from the smoke, but he forced his reddened eyes to focus on the ghostly vine, now limp and charred in parts. Status: sated, severely injured, mildly poisoned, mildly paralyzed, moderately burned, trembling, and disoriented. "Thank goodness, it's still alive," he sighed in relief. The peculiar environment of the dark forest prevented the flames from spreading far, instead providing a semblance of illumination. White Wound approached the ghostly vine, his face alight with joy. The days of personally engaging in fierce battles were finally coming to an end. "Oh, ghostly vine, do not hold this against me. I promise to treat you well from now on, indulging you with the finest sustenance." As he rambled, he summoned the Book of O's from his soul power vortex. The silver pages fluttered, revealing a black soul seal. Grasping the seal, he prepared to press it against the damaged flower bud of the ghostly vine. Suddenly, a gray shadow plummeted from above, crashing down with great force. White Wound's heart skipped a beat, and instinctively he leapt backward. With a sound reminiscent of a water balloon bursting, the gray shadow struck the root of the ghostly vine, splattering mud everywhere. Mud bomb. White Wound recognized the skill. A rather insidious control technique with minimal lethality. If hit directly, the ruptured mud would stubbornly adhere to the victim, and if not swiftly removed, it would harden and form a natural shackle, severely restricting mobility. The ghostly vine, already gravely injured, lacked the strength to resist, its lower tendrils completely ensconced in the mud, visibly drying and solidifying. "Fear not, we are here to rescue you." A white-haired chubby man emerged from the nearby thicket, grinning as he waved at White Wound. Accompanying him were a tall, muscular man, towering over 2 meters with prominent features and a hefty club, and a petite girl with pink hair, adorned with delightful bows, who was engrossed in devouring a meat skewer as she walked. White Wound swiftly assessed their appearances. his pupils narrowing as he noticed a crawling creature at the feet of the towering man. With its dark brown armor, elongated head, and a tail that swayed as it walked, it was unmistakably a swamp crocodile. The earlier mud bomb had originated from this creature. White Wound's expression grew increasingly frosty. Ever since the contract had been interrupted, a sense of foreboding had settled within him. Do not panic. You see, the ghostly vine is now trapped in our mud, entirely bereft of the ability to resist. You are safe now, proclaimed the white-haired man, calm and collected. So I should thank you? White Wound fixed his gaze upon him. Oh, that is unnecessary. Merely a trifling effort, the white-haired fatty replied, drawing closer to White Wound, his eyes fixed curiously upon the near-dying ghostly vine. This is indeed a rare plant species, remarkably uncommon. I never anticipated such a fine specimen to exist within the trial grounds. Are you contemplating plucking this ghost vine from the path? Bai Wushang, with an impassive expression, retorted directly, his gaze seemingly brushing over the swamp crocodile. Pausing momentarily at the words level 6 star, late-stage juvenile. How could this be termed as theft? The rotund, white-haired individual, displeased, muttered, I am merely intending to claim it for myself in a fair manner. If you possess any sense, you should vacate the premises, which would afford you some dignity. I have witnessed shamelessness before, yet I have never encountered one as brazen as you. Bai Wushang scoffed, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, his voice adopting an unnaturally calm demeanor. If my memory serves me right, students are prohibited from attacking one another during the first 5 days. Do you intend to violate the rules of the trial? The white-haired stout man scoffed, pointing at the ghost vine with a feigned, innocent expression. How could that be? Have we attacked you? If I truly wish to bring you to your demise, wouldn't it be more prudent to ambush you midway through your contract? As he spoke, the white-haired individual shifted his tone, abandoning the playful facade, instead locking his gaze onto Bai Wushang with an aggressive intensity. I am named Shi Balong. Shi as in history, Ba as in domineering, and Long as in Dragon King. Let us speak plainly. I have set my sights on this ghost vine. I appreciate your efforts in weakening it. But the contract is out of the question. It belongs to me now. Please depart. Bai Wushang's eyes turned cold. He met Shi Balong's gaze without a hint of fear, though a deep-seated frustration brewed within him. Given his previous condition, with the ghost vine in a state of satiated slumber, this was the sole opportunity to strike. If missed, it would be lost forever. Thus, even amidst the swampy terrain, having observed footprints and suspecting the presence of other masters nearby, Bai Wushang felt compelled to take the risk and seize this fleeting chance. However, he had not anticipated that. In such a short span, the adversary had already formed a trio, even having contracted formidable beasts. This disparity in strength surged to an insurmountable level. Never mind. Contemplating this is futile. Remain calm. Calm. The situation has escalated to this point. What should I do? His injuries were not particularly severe, yet certainly not trivial, especially with 3 opponents and that swamp crocodile. Bai Wushang exerted every effort to strategize. Engaging them individually was out of the question, regardless of my ability to overpower them. The moment I make a move, they could retaliate under the pretext of self-defense, thus rendering me the rule-breaker. The outcome, regardless of how it unfolded, would ultimately be to my detriment. It was far too unwise. Perhaps I should gamble? Attempt to contract the ghost vine before their very eyes? The process of contracting a beast can take anywhere from 10 seconds to several minutes. This method seems unreliable. If interrupted, the backlash on my psyche would be far more severe. I would prefer to forego the contract than take such a risk. But to simply relinquish it to them, that is intolerable. I have expended so much effort and resources, even sustained injuries, only to be so close to achieving my goal. After a moment of silence, Bai Wushang raised his head and articulated deliberately. You must understand that forcibly contracting a beast without the participant's suppression results in a low compatibility between the beast and the master. Are you certain you wish to proceed? You need not concern yourself with that. Shi Balong waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned. The ghost vine is a rare species. Even if I force the contract, I stand to gain immensely. Very well, since you desire it, take it. Bai Wushang flung his sleeve and turned to leave. Huh, that's the spirit. We are all classmates, after all, and should assist one another. Seeing you injured so gravely, we have plenty of herbs to share. Before he could finish, Shi Balong's expression froze upon seeing Bai Wushang produce a short spear. Chapter 32. The relationship between hunter and prey. Flames flickered, illuminating the scorched earth. I apologize, but it seems fate has not favored us. Bai Wushang gazed deeply at the ghost vine a few meters away, holding the poisoned spear, and made a resolute decision. Until the contract was finalized, the relationship between extraordinary beings and humans would forever remain that of hunter and prey, life and death, victory and defeat, each relying solely on their own prowess. Bai Wushang saw no better way to deter Shi Balong and his companions. Remaining here in a stalemate would only squander time, hence he chose to proactively withdraw. However, Bai Wushang did not intend to allow Shi Balong to profit so easily. He resolved to slay what was rightfully his. A rare species? It must be alive to count. Xiaoqian, as if sensing Bai Wushang's ill intentions. Shi Balong's eyes widened in fury, shouting loudly. The pink-haired lowly, who had been quietly munching on roasted meat, finally lifted her head to assess the situation. In a flash, a dark shadow moved swiftly, and by the time Bai Wushang regained his senses, he discovered a large black dog standing between him and the flower bud, baring its teeth threateningly. Name, Hunter S. Fong, contracted. Species, beast type Hunter S. Fong. Life level, late stage juvenile. Bloodline quality, level 5 star. Status, highly vigilant. Intelligence, moderate. Traits, loyal. Keen sense of smell. Skills, intimidate, bite, pursue, ambush, canine fangs, dark stealth. Gourmet cell, 15. They even concealed a beast. Truly well prepared, Bai Wushang murmured to himself. This dog was not summoned from the contract book. It had initially been lurking in the shadows nearby. But what of it? Time and again, do they dare truly undermine the rules of the trial? Bai Wushang did not relent, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl the lethal spear. Thud! The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Thus, amidst the flames and swirling black smoke of the forest, an image unfolded. Bai Wushang, half injured, with a slightly twisted ankle, expressionless, coldly staring ahead. Before him, the Hunter S. Fong, with its crimson tongue, sharp fangs, and fetid drool, was merely a fist's distance from his chest. Yet, despite its menacing snarls and bared teeth, its eyes brimming with murderous intent, it dared not lunge forward to tear into Bai Wushang's flesh. Damn it! Shi Balong's face twitched in disbelief. Such a precious rare species, you actually killed it. No matter how rare it is, it concerns me not, Bai Wushang replied coldly. Casting a glance at Shi Balong before sweeping his gaze over the burly man and the pink-haired lowly, imprinting their faces in his memory, and without further ado, began to retreat slowly. This grudge has been forged. The act of seizing a contracted beast is a deep-seated enmity, an exceedingly vile deed. Yet, this is not the time for vengeance. The moment is not ripe, nor is my strength sufficient. If you possess the capability, then trail me as you wish. If you can seize once, twice, then perhaps you may seize 10 or 100 times. Let's see who can endure longer. Bai Wushang's words were devoid of emotion as he gradually vanished into the howling winds. Shi Balong remained rooted in place, clenching his fists, his complexion shifting from blue to red, transitioning from anger to shock, ultimately succumbing to an inexplicable shiver. Boss, what should we do? The burly man's previously taut expression slackened, his brow furrowed in concern. Boss, offer your advice, assist us in capturing beasts, and we shall undoubtedly trust and follow you. However, to offend the autonomous awakened ones, could we be overstepping our bounds? If we merely seize the ghost vine, that might be acceptable, but with this approach, we stand to gain nothing at all. Damn it, I never anticipated his decisiveness. Unable to obtain it himself, he chose to destroy it instead. Shi Balong grumbled, glancing back at the ghost vine, unwilling to relent as he moved closer, frantically toiling with it. Yet, it proved futile. The bud had decayed, leaving a pool of viscous sap, utterly lifeless. Boss, what do you think? Should we pursue? The pink-haired lowly licked her fingers, acknowledging that having offended him, there was no turning back. Shi Balong furrowed his brow, wrestling with indecision for a full half-minute before resolutely declaring, it's unwise. He is already on guard. In the next 5 days, it would indeed be ill-advised to act rashly. Let us disregard him for now. Assist me in finding a more suitable pet beast. Once we assemble the perfect team configuration, we can certainly overpower him through sheer numbers. As for leaving the secret realm and returning to the academy, that is inconsequential. We can seek cooperation with other autonomous awakened ones, or, if need be, enlist the help of senior students. There are always ways to navigate this. Meanwhile, Bai Wushang distanced himself from the location of the ghost vine, meandering through the forest, camouflaging his scent with herbs, and concealing himself in a secluded cave. After setting up traps for precaution, he ignited a small campfire within the cave. While simmering a medicinal broth, he conducted a thorough examination of his body, applying salves and bandages, attending to his wounds in whatever manner would facilitate recovery. Once he completed these tasks, Bai Wushang propped his chin on his hand, gazing into the flickering flames, reflecting on the past 2 days since entering the secret realm, contemplating every experience. He incessantly questioned himself. Was that the right course of action? Could I have performed better? How would I resolve it if given another chance? Reviewing and summarizing, drawing lessons from experience, is indeed a commendable habit. Bai Wushang could tolerate his temporary weakness, but he could not abide his own foolishness. He did not wish to repeat mistakes in similar situations in the future. With 3 days remaining, I still have the opportunity to capture a suitable pet beast. Murmuring to himself, Bai Wushang's gaze suddenly fixated on the back of his right hand, where the golden knife and silver fork insignia resided. Until now, he had been tirelessly exploring, failing to find a suitable opportunity or a sufficiently safe environment. Now that he was settled, combined with the culinary cell from the ghost vine, it was time for a second draw. With a flicker of thought, the world around him dimmed and brightened, and his consciousness materialized at the food god altar. Surveying the surroundings, the dilapidated stone pillars, the dark statues, and the ancient bronze cauldron, nothing had changed. Bai Wushang wasted no time, striding directly to the bronze cauldron and placing his right hand upon its surface. A vibrant flame burst forth, illuminating everything in a dazzling array of colors. Accumulated culinary cells, 124 points. Would you like to exchange for a first-tier food god treasure chest? Yes, Bai Wushang silently affirmed. A white porcelain chest materialized from the rainbow flames, exquisitely crafted and resembling a precious makeup box. Upon opening the chest, he found not the usual yellowed parchment, but a palm-sized blank card. What is this? Congratulations, host. You have drawn an item with a 1 probability from the food god category. Note, this item is a universal recipe exchange voucher, which allows for the customization of a recipe for any juvenile level extraordinary creature with effects of your choosing. To use the universal recipe exchange voucher, designate a target within 10 meters and silently concentrate. Customizable? Bai Wushang opened his mouth, immediately wondering if it could be used for Galaxy to craft a recipe with evolutionary capabilities. Given that he could not quite grasp what the Twin Moons rabbit was, if this voucher could assist in its evolution, that would be splendid. His mind racing with thoughts, the mere idea of that adorable little rabbit brought a smile to Bai Wushang's lips, akin to a ray of sunshine dispelling the shadows within. It had been 2 days since he last saw Galaxy, and he found himself yearning for her. Once the trial concluded, he would make sure to spend an entire day frolicking with her. With only a couple of brief hints regarding the universal recipe exchange voucher from the altar, Bai Wushang could not decipher its full implications. So he decided to exit the food god altar. At this point, the night had deepened. Bai Wushang, having labored intensively for 2 days, was burdened with injuries. Even as an autonomous awakened one, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. He chose not to push through. A new round of adventures awaited him tomorrow, and he needed to quickly restore his physical condition. After confirming that the surrounding traps were intact, Bai Wushang reclined in a corner, closed his eyes, and surrendered to slumber. Chapter 33, New Discoveries. At dawn on the 3rd day, awakening from a light sleep, Bai Wushang had a hearty breakfast, replaced his bandages, and set forth once more on his journey. The light in the dim forest was indeed poor. What should have been a bright morning remained shadowy as dusk. Bai Wushang carried a torch in one hand, striding forward with purpose. Late juvenile stage, a 4-star, ordinary bone-level black fur elephant. Its quality was subpar, lacking any natural evolution path, thus not considered. Peak juvenile stage, a 6-star, ordinary bone-level ghoul. It met the criteria, but it was said to require constant feeding of zombies, making it too difficult to cultivate, so it was temporarily placed on the backup list. Is that another fire bat? 7-star, ordinary bone level, with excellent potential. But this one seems just born, not fully furred, its life level too low. The vast expanse of the dim forest exceeded Bai Wushang's imagination. He spent the entire day searching and identifying. He encountered over 50 types of extraordinary creatures, but the vast majority did not meet his standards. A scant few barely qualified, merely making it onto the backup list. On the 4th day, the situation saw slight progress. Bai Wushang attempted to capture a shadow raven. It was a 7-star, ordinary bone-level extraordinary creature, boasting a 3-stage natural evolution chain, with its own strength at the peak juvenile stage, and its characteristic skills were all exceptional, making it an ideal contract target. Unfortunately, such excellence often signifies formidable strength, and Bai Wushang's meticulously prepared trap capture plan ultimately ended in failure. As a result, he was pursued by the enraged shadow raven, fleeing in a state of disarray for quite some time. It wasn't until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon that Bai Wushang unexpectedly escaped from another corner of the dim forest, finally daring to breathe a sigh of relief. This one can't be a female, can it? I barely managed to knock off a feather or two, and it chased me for so long. How vengeful. Terrifying, indeed. Standing in the sunlight, Bai Wushang panted heavily, glancing back at the screeching bird that dared not leave the shadows, his heart still racing. After resting for a moment, he stood tall and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a landscape of undulating terrain, sparse vegetation, and strewn stones, entirely different from the environment he had previously encountered. It was somewhat desolate here, seemingly not the original forest. Bai Wushang muttered to himself, glancing back at the dim forest, pondering, Should I start anew in this different place? Or find a way to return to the dim forest? The time remaining was exceedingly precious, and he could not afford to waste a single moment. After a brief hesitation, he steeled his resolve and stepped forward into the unknown. A woo! After walking a short distance, a wolf howl suddenly pierced the air, not too far off. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow, remaining largely unfazed. Wolves typically traveled in packs, and were not creatures he could easily provoke. A woo! A woo! Before long, the howls of wolves rose and fell, each one higher and more fervent than the last. Bai Wushang could not resist pausing. The frequency of these cries was astonishing, nearly coalescing into a singular chorus. What could be happening? As this thought flickered through his mind, a deafening crash reverberated, reminiscent of a colossal tree succumbing to gravity. Immediately after, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him, clattering, grunting, chattering, and the incessant blaring of chaos. His expression shifted slightly as Bai Wushang cast a sweeping glance and ascended the nearest towering tree. Not far off, a series of undulating low hills were engulfed in a cloud of dust. A flock of large-billed cranes erupted into the air, frantically flapping their wings in a desperate bid for escape. Additionally, 5 or 6 scarlet horses, seemingly startled, were careening wildly in all directions. He even caught sight of a striped tiger, its youthful form suggesting it was in the late stages of its juvenile phase. The faint outline of a royal mark visible on its forehead, yet it too was fleeing in panic with its tail tucked. Such violent commotion could only signify a monumental event. After a brief contemplation, Bai Wushang nimbly descended from the branch and cautiously approached the low hill. 5 minutes later, Bai Wushang huddled within a thicket, his eyes wide with astonishment. Before him lay a colossal primordial tree, now shattered upon the ground. Its trunk 3 to 4 meters thick and 50 meters long, its numerous branches and leaves testifying to its centuries of existence. Surrounding it was a grim tableau of numerous corpses. 2 monkeys, their bodies marred with gaping wounds, their heads severed from their torsos, and 7 or 8 wolf-like bodies, either mangled or crushed beyond recognition, dark crimson blood pooling around them. Over 20 extraordinary creatures were divided into 2 factions, engaged in a brutal struggle. On one side were the azure giant wolves, their lengths commonly exceeding 2 meters, with the leading trio surpassing 3 meters, their fangs bared and eyes glinting with icy resolve. From their heads to their spines and tails, they bore a jagged array of blade-like protrusions, resembling shards of shattered glass embedded within their flesh, reflecting the sunlight with a chilling gleam. So, they were the Gale Sword Wolves? Bai Wushang recognized them immediately as a renowned extraordinary species. Their bloodline quality rated at 6 stars of the ordinary bone level, quite formidable indeed. Opposing them was a species of massive apes, robust in stature, their bodies adorned with long, sparse black fur, save for their hairless faces and ears. Their jaws protruded significantly more than their cheekbones, and their foreheads towered high, with dark red, curved horns sprouting from either side of their heads. They moved in a semi-upright manner, using their forelimbs for support, their knuckles pressed against the ground, resembling 2 stone pillars. Visually, they exuded a fierce and ferocious aura. These were the demon apes, extraordinary creatures of the ordinary bone level, proficient in close combat, and possessing remarkable self-healing abilities. As Bai Wushang recalled his knowledge, he continued to observe the unfolding situation. The battle was surprisingly clear. Nearly 20 Gale Sword Wolves had formed a large circle, encircling 4 demon apes. Not only did the Gale Sword Wolves outnumber their foes, but they were also of considerable strength. Bai Wushang estimated that none of them were below the mid-stage of the juvenile phase, with the leading trio undoubtedly in the late juvenile stage. In contrast, the demon apes were less impressive, aside from their leader, who was larger and sturdier, estimated to possess late juvenile strength. The other 3 were smaller and visibly wounded. Their life levels at most mid-stage juvenile. Contemplating this comparison, Bai Wushang found himself in deep thought. This pack of Gale Sword Wolves was the strongest he had encountered thus far. As long as they did not face an adult creature in the trial grounds, they would undoubtedly prevail. Conversely, the demon apes, lacking in numerical advantage, were likely facing dire straits. A howling chorus erupted from the wolf pack, initiating a new charge. The leader of the demon apes, unwilling to back down, glared fiercely and swung its gigantic palm, akin to a fan, toward the approaching wolves. Chapter 34, Demon Ape vs. Gale Sword Wolf. Upon the low hill, the Gale Sword Wolves and the demon apes engaged in a fierce confrontation. 3 late, juvenile Gale Sword Wolves directly surrounded the leader of the demon apes. The remaining wolves split, with half lunging at the other 3 demon apes, while the other half circled the periphery, ensuring the demon apes had no avenue of escape. These cunning pups displayed a certain intelligence. employing strategic formations as if intent on complete annihilation. It was evident that the fallen primordial tree was the habitat of the demon apes, with its shattered cross-section still bearing numerous chaotic claw marks. What did this signify? Connecting the biological habits of both the demon apes and the Gale Sword Wolves, Bai Wushang conjured a vivid image in his mind. The Gale Sword Wolves had evidently orchestrated a well-planned hunting operation, first demolishing the demon apes' home to ignite a chaotic conflict between the two factions. Utilizing their numerical superiority, they systematically encircled and ambushed the demon apes, aiming to leave no survivors. It was no wonder that nearby extraordinary creatures fled for their lives. Anyone who lagged behind risked being drawn into the fray, often without a clue as to how they met their demise. To be capable of organizing such a hunting campaign, there must be an exceptionally astute alpha wolf among the pack. Bai Wushang's original intention was to observe which of the three late juvenile alpha wolves exhibited the most valor. To his surprise, he soon realized that the three alpha wolves were locked in a fierce stalemate with the leader of the demon apes. Astonished, Bai Wushang noted that, aside from its larger size, the leader of the demon apes bore little difference from the other apes, showing no signs of mutation. Its remarkable combat prowess was indeed peculiar. On the battlefield, the three alpha wolves, increasingly frustrated, watched as their subordinates forced the other demon apes into retreat, while they themselves found themselves in a deadlock, unable to maintain their dignity. Exchanging glances, the three alpha wolves howled and leapt into action, transforming into three azure shadows. In midair, they executed a peculiar maneuver, lowering their heads, arching their backs, and locking their forepaws around their hind paws, curling their bodies to expose their razor-sharp blades. This position rendered their forms akin to irregular wheels. The outermost circle of blades spun rapidly, propelled by their previous leap. As they hurtled toward the leader of the demon apes in a parabolic arc, Bai Wushang's eyes widened, unwilling to miss a single detail. This was the signature skill of the Gale Sword Wolves, the blade wheel charge. In the air, the three wheels passed with astonishing speed, eliciting a heavy snort from the leader of the demon apes, who seemed to sense the impending danger. Rather than confront the attack head-on, it cleverly seized a fallen Gale Sword Wolf's corpse as a weapon, swinging it toward the incoming wheels. Bang, bang, bang. The three intense collisions abruptly halted the spinning of the Gale Sword Wolf's blades, sending them crashing to the ground several meters away, sustaining minor injuries. The leader of the demon apes, undeterred, discarded the shredded remains of the Gale Sword Wolf and transformed its fist into an open palm, pursuing the alpha wolves with relentless fervor. The alpha wolves reacted swiftly, relying on their instincts to leap and evade, continuously dancing around the leader of the demon apes. The clash of crushing palms, shattering fists, and bone-crushing kicks reverberated through the air. Hidden in the shadows, Bai Wushang watched in awe, realizing that the leader of the demon apes wielded an extraordinary array of skills, a rarity in the world. Its inherent strength far surpassed that of the Gale Sword Wolves. While the two engaged in a vibrant struggle, it was clear that the demon ape was relentlessly pursuing the alpha wolves. Even when struck, it could staunch its wounds within mere breaths, its self-healing abilities far surpassing those of ordinary demon apes, rendering it all the more formidable. Had it not been for the speed advantage of the Gale Sword Wolf, coupled with the joint efforts of three wolves working in concert, it is likely that the demon ape leader would have been crushed long ago. A high-pitched wolf howl echoed through the air, prompting the demon ape leader to turn its gaze, revealing its fierce, tooth-bearing countenance. One of the sword wolves proudly raised its head and howled, its paws resting upon a round, protruding object. That object was none other than the head of a demon ape. In the distance, a headless, blood-soaked body of a demon ape fell with a thunderous crash. 3 or 4 salivating sword wolves surged forward, pouncing upon the demon ape's corpse, tearing and ripping with fervor as they indulged in a feast of flesh. Nearby, 2 other demon apes, battered and bloodied, were relentlessly assailed by the pack of wolves, and it was evident they were nearing their end. The demon ape leader's eyes widened with fury, its muscles taut, as it prepared to charge in a desperate attempt to rescue its kin. The 3 alpha wolves seemed to have anticipated this moment, instinctively positioning themselves before the demon ape leader, engaging it in a relentless struggle to hinder its advance. Frustrated and furious, the demon ape leader longed to swat these head wolves aside, but the Gale Sword Wolves were too swift, evading its attacks just in time, rendering its efforts largely futile. In the distance, the plight of its fellow demon apes became increasingly dire. If assistance did not arrive soon, they would surely succumb. With no time for hesitation, a flicker of crimson light flashed in the depths of its eyes, and an ominous aura began to emanate from the demon ape leader. It let out a thunderous roar, stomping heavily on the ground as it rose to its full stature, its powerful forearms thumping against its chest, showcasing its muscular physique. A faint, blood-red mist enveloped the demon ape leader, and in an instant, its body expanded slightly, becoming even larger and more formidable, its pupils shifting from black to a vivid crimson. Blood burning? This demon ape had actually mastered the technique of blood burning? Bai Wushang could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. Typically, this skill could only be learned by a demon ape at the pinnacle of its juvenile stage. Once activated, it significantly enhances physical attributes, strength, speed, explosiveness, and reaction time, all experiencing a qualitative leap, albeit for a limited duration. However, blood burning comes with side effects, as it consumes the vital blood of the demon ape, which is essential for healing its injuries. Once this blood is ignited, it signifies a reckless determination to fight to the death, with its healing capabilities suppressed to a minimum while other abilities are amplified. At that moment, the three alpha wolves launched a new round of sword wheel charges, moving faster and with sharper angles. This time, the demon ape did not seek any weapon. Instead, it unleashed its massive arms, striking down with the force of a grown man several times over. With a resounding impact, the first sword wolf was pierced mid-air, blood spraying everywhere. Ignoring the deep gashes on its arms, the demon ape seized the corpse of the first alpha wolf and violently hurled it at the second. The second alpha wolf had no chance to resist. It was knocked over almost instantaneously, flying several meters before crashing into the ground, half buried in the earth. After struggling for a while, it managed to rise, but one of its legs was already crippled, and multiple wounds were bleeding from its head, abdomen, and tail. Gritting its teeth against the excruciating pain, the second alpha wolf's gaze swept back across the battlefield. In Chapter 35, a lethal ambush. The demon ape leader was cloaked in a swirling mist of blood, resembling a demon king emerging from the depths of hell. It seized the hind legs of the third alpha wolf, using its waist to generate force, spinning it in a full circle before violently slamming it into the ground. With a deafening crash, the earth shook, sending dust spiraling into the air. But this was merely the beginning. The demon ape leader repeated the motion 7 times, refusing to release its grip. This sequence of shoulder throws required immense upper body strength and leg power to execute effectively. Bai Wushang was left speechless. Overwhelmed by the sheer might of this demon ape, it was astonishingly powerful. On the battlefield, the once gallant and ruthless third alpha wolf lay lifeless. Resembling a battered punching bag discarded carelessly, its torn body a sight of horror. A feeling of dread surged within the second alpha wolf, one it could not dispel. Instinctively, it began to retreat, but something seemed to anchor its feet in place. Meanwhile, the demon ape leader, now unrestrained by the wolves, surged into the fray like a tiger returning to its mountain lair. Any wolf foolish enough to attempt to impede its path was easily swatted aside, and it soon found itself guarding the last 2 remaining kin. The pack of wolves whined and circled around, yet none dared approach within 5 meters of the demon ape leader. Bai Wushang analyzed the situation. It appeared that the Gale Sword wolves had been thoroughly intimidated, and there was a significant chance that the demon ape clan could turn the tide and escape unscathed. He began to ponder the possibility of forging a friendship with this formidable demon ape leader. If he could establish a bond with such an extraordinary creature, this trial would undoubtedly yield rich rewards. However, after much contemplation, Bai Wushang sighed. The difficulty of capturing such a beast was daunting. If even this pack of sword wolves could not best it, what hope did he have? The demon ape, being an inherently intelligent, extraordinary creature, could easily outsmart any underhanded tactics. Before long, the blood mist surrounding the demon ape dissipated, and its pupils returned to their normal black hue, signaling its withdrawal from the blood-burning state. In the blink of an eye, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A shadowy figure, swift as lightning, burst forth from the branches of a nearby tree. Its speed was so extraordinary that the demon ape leader could not react in time, barely managing to twist its body to evade a portion of the blow. With a sharp sound akin to flesh being sliced, a horrific scream pierced the air as a severed arm soared through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Bai Wushang's heart raced at the sight. A massive, gaping wound extended from the left side of the demon ape leader's forehead, slashing diagonally to its left shoulder. Its left horn was shattered, its left eye blinded. And most alarmingly, its left arm was completely severed. Blood gushed uncontrollably. The demon ape clutched its severed limb, its body quaking with spasms, its face contorted in pain. Despite the agony, it let out only a single cry, gritting its teeth to maintain its stance while glaring at the ambusher before it. The shadowy figure, having struck and retreated, gracefully flipped mid-air before landing on the ground. It crouched on all fours, its sharp claws glinting ominously, while a long, broom-like tail dragged behind it. Its fur was a jade green, though dusty, the silky texture unmistakable, a coveted pelt for any hunter. Most strikingly, its back was adorned with a multitude of jagged blades, densely packed with over 100, many dripping with fresh blood, glistening unnaturally in the sunlight. Indeed, it was a wolf, the Gale Sword Wolf. All the surrounding wolf pups, whether injured or nearly unscathed, lowered their heads in reverence to this sword wolf. Even the lone surviving second alpha wolf, now in its later juvenile stage, bowed its head, too intimidated to meet its gaze. This formidable creature. Bai Wushang instinctively pressed his lips together as the newly emerged Gale Sword Wolf towered over 4 meters, undoubtedly at the pinnacle of its juvenile form. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended why the wolf pack exhibited such remarkable discipline, yet lacked a singular standout among them. The true Wolf King had been lurking in the shadows, biding its time for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the leader of the demon apes. Bai Wushang's emotions were a tangled web of complexity. He grasped certain truths while simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy for the demon ape leader. Having recently employed the blood ignition skill, it had already expended a considerable amount of its vital essence, and with its injuries so severe, self-healing was nearly impossible. The Gale Sword Wolf King held its head high, casting a disdainful glance at the demon ape leader, its every movement exuding superiority. Although the earlier ambush had resulted in a minor setback, failing to sever the demon ape leader's head, it mattered little. The creature was blind, maimed, and devoid of sufficient recuperative capacity. These were more than enough. The demon ape clan was destined to become mere specters beneath the claws of the Sword Wolf clan. With a resounding howl, the surrounding pack immediately responded, launching an all-out assault on the ordinary demon apes at the rear. The demon ape leader, dragging its grievously wounded body, fought desperately with its single arm to impede their advance. What awaited it was a tearing claw, delivered by the terrifying talons of the Gale Sword Wolf King. Bai Wushang watched intently, initially believing that the demon ape leader, so gravely injured, would be swiftly dispatched by the Wolf King. However, once again, reality defied his expectations. With sheer brute force and exceptional combat instincts, it engaged the Wolf King in a fierce struggle, enduring nearly 100 exchanges. Each time it faced imminent peril, it managed to evade with remarkable agility within the confines of limited space. Though perpetually at a disadvantage, with its wounds multiplying and blood spilling profusely, the demon ape leader was capable of delivering a single blow to the Wolf King, forcing it to retreat several steps with a muffled grunt, blood seeping from its mouth. After observing for an extended period Bai Wushang's appraisal of the demon ape leader's sword, in human terms, he felt admiration, profound and extraordinary admiration. In his mind, it was an almost perfect companion beast. Could he intervene? Was there a way to reverse this dire situation and save the demon ape? Such thoughts had flitted through Bai Wushang's mind more than once. Alas, while the demon ape leader continued to endure, its two kin, beset by a dozen similarly ranked Gale Sword Wolves, could no longer withstand the assault. With a mournful cry, they cast one last glance at the sky, succumbing to the overwhelming tide of wolves. Witnessing this scene, the demon ape leader's mouth fell agape, lost in a moment of stupor, oblivious to the fact that the Wolf King had savagely clawed away a substantial portion of its flesh. The vibrancy in its expression gradually faded, its face turning a pallid gray, tears mingling with blood cascading down. In the next instant, it turned its head, gritting its teeth, its lone right eye blazing with fury, and clenched its right hand tightly. Roar! An enraged roar erupted from the demon ape leader's throat, reverberating through the sky, lingering in the air. A crimson mist enveloped its body once more, far more intense than before. Chapter 36, Second Blood Ignition. From the low slope, a malevolent aura surged forth. The demon ape leader's form expanded dramatically, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson as it launched itself at the Wolf King with unparalleled savagery. It appeared utterly unhinged, disregarding defense entirely, focused solely on offense, offense, offense. Fists, teeth, horns, head, elbows, knees, everything at its disposal became a weapon. The Wolf King found itself in retreat, seemingly aware that the demon ape leader in this state was not to be trifled with, avoiding direct confrontation and relying on its nimble speed to evade time and again. Yet, even so, the Wolf King struggled to defend itself, for the demon ape leader's speed had also escalated. A moment's lapse could result in a grievous wound. The surrounding wolves circled, helpless to intervene in such a battle, merely issuing hollow howls to rally their king. The second blood ignition. This was a desire for mutual destruction. Bai Wushang lamented. Unlike ordinary creatures, the demon ape possessed two hearts, one nestled in its left chest, the other in its right. Activating a single blood ignition equated to burning an entire heart's worth of blood, and once initiated, it could not be halted, inevitably consuming itself until the end. The heart that had been drained of blood would temporarily perish, requiring a significant period to recover. During this time, the demon ape would survive on a single heart, with its strength, speed, and reflexes remaining relatively stable. However, its recuperative capacity would plummet to half the average level, losing the ability for flesh regeneration and devolving into a slower healing process. This phase represented a unique period of vulnerability for the demon ape. In principle, it could not activate its solitary heart to utilize the blood ignition skill again. The innate self-preservation mechanisms within living organisms forbade such an action. However, if a second blood ignition were truly triggered, as was the case with the demon ape leader before him, it would signify a singular possibility. It had shattered its physical limits through sheer resilience and indomitable will, pushing past the brink of agony to activate its other heart, commencing the second blood ignition. This also meant that once the second heart was exhausted, the demon ape leader would plunge into a state of near death. On the battlefield, the Wolf King, caught off guard, was struck by an elbow to the head. A series of slapping blows left it dazed. After desperately creating some distance, it panted heavily, a flicker of trepidation evident in its dark green eyes. The Gale Sword Wolf King was not inherently aggressive. It valued its life dearly. Otherwise, it would not have meticulously planned and patiently concealed itself for so long, merely to execute a surprise attack. Yet, it had never anticipated that the demon ape leader would activate blood ignition a second time, fighting with such reckless abandon. It was not a matter of trading blows, but rather a desperate attempt to perish alongside it. This compelled the Wolf King to adopt a cautious approach, primarily evading, never daring to unleash its full offensive potential. Amidst the rapid skirmish, the Wolf King seized an opening and let out a series of sharp howls. The surrounding pack hesitated but ultimately obeyed the command, charging at the demon ape leader. Roar! Enveloped in a swirling blood mist, the demon ape leader appeared frenzied and devoid of sanity, yet a glimmer of rationality remained. Its gaze was fixated solely on the Wolf King, and when ordinary sword wolves attacked, it dispatched two with unparalleled ferocity. The ordinary sword wolves hesitated, growling in low tones, no longer daring to approach the demon ape leader. The Wolf King let out a low grunt, seemingly anticipating the turn of events. It had not expected much from its underlings, merely hoping they could buy a little time. As long as it could endure for 2 or 3 minutes until the demon ape leader's second heart succumbed to exhaustion, victory would naturally be assured. The struggle continued. At this juncture, the demon ape leader had transformed into a blood-soaked beast, every inch of its body marred and incomplete. With the activation of the second blood ignition, even its quick recovery ability had vanished, blood pouring forth uncontrollably, heightening its madness. In a fleeting moment, following a seemingly ordinary punch, the demon ape leader suddenly contorted in pain, its steps faltering, and its actions becoming grotesquely distorted. The gaze of the windstorm sword wolf king flickered with determination. Unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip away, it raised its left paw and struck downwards. The sound of claws slicing through the chest of the demon ape should have been a melodious note. However, the windstorm sword wolf king instinctively sensed an anomaly. As the demon ape leader seemed to lean forward deliberately, this resulted in the claws penetrating deeper into the flesh by 4 or 5 centimeters. In that brief moment of astonishment, compounded by the claws being lodged too deeply in the meat, a bloodied hand grasped the wolf's paw with a vice-like grip. Raising its head, the sword wolf king beheld the furious, blood-red eyes of its adversary, which sent a chill down its spine. It struggled with all its might to retract its forepaw. The demon ape leader grinned maliciously. In the next instant, the sword wolf king soared into the air as if lifted by clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of a series of explosive impacts followed. The weight of a mountain bore down. The iron head hammer. Bai Wushang watched with fervent excitement as the demon ape leader executed an extraordinarily clever strategy, luring the enemy in with a series of devastating follow-up attacks, each more ferocious than the last. Such was the purest romanticism of iron-blooded masculinity. In that moment, he found himself unable to restrain his enthusiasm, silently attributing sound effects to the demon ape leader's skills. As the cacophony of battle ceased and the swirling dust settled, Bai Wushang beheld the final outcome. The windstorm sword wolf king now bore a visage grotesquely swollen, resembling a pig's head, its body smeared with blood. 2 claws lay shattered, a significant portion of its broken blade was destroyed, and a gaping wound marred its abdomen, rendering it a pitiful sight. Yet, it still clung to life, entangled with the demon ape leader in a fierce struggle. The former lay below, while the latter loomed above, both in a supine position with their abdomens turned skyward. The demon ape leader's legs were firmly coiled around the sword wolf king's lower body, and its lone right arm had ensnared the wolf's throat, its bulging muscles indicating the exertion of its full strength, mere moments away from snapping the wolf's neck. Faced with the specter of death, the Sword Wolf King, driven by an insatiable thirst for life, unleashed a surge of power that exceeded its limits. Its fangs pressing against the demon ape leader's solitary arm, persistently pushing outward. The two beasts found themselves locked in a stalemate, caught in an awkward contest of strength. The defeat of either would surely herald their demise, due to the ferocity of the earlier battle. The surviving pack of 8 or 9 wolves remained huddled at a safe distance of 50 meters from the two titans. They hesitated, unwilling to rush to aid their king. On one hand, they were awestruck by the formidable enemy, gripped by immense fear. On the other, their inherent adoration for strength within the wolf lineage led them to secretly desire for their king to triumph alone, thus validating their own identities and capabilities. This scene stirred Bai Wushang's already restless heart, causing it to beat rapidly. In his mind, for words echoed incessantly, to save or not to save. Chapter 37, The Dilemma. This fleeting moment would determine the ultimate fate of the two rulers. Bai Wushang was convinced that with just a modicum of additional assistance, the demon ape leader could slay the windstorm Sword Wolf King. Just a little. It was now the 4th day of the trial, and the remaining time of safety was dwindling. The contract targets available for him to choose from would only decrease. The demon ape leader was exceptionally strong, a perfect fit as a companion beast. The dilemma lay in facing a pack of windstorm sword wolves, a perilous risk. Should he fail, he would find himself pursued by the entire pack, with little hope of escape. For 16 years, Bai Wushang had never felt such inner turmoil. Reason incessantly urged him that the risk was too great and that he should not intervene. Yet his emotional side had developed a profound recognition of the demon ape leader. Even his gut instinct warned him that should he refrain from intervening, he would forever regret missing this opportunity with the demon ape. As he observed the blood mist surrounding the demon ape leader thinning and the Sword Wolf King gradually gaining the upper hand, Bai Wushang's anxiety intensified, as if a fiery blaze was igniting within him. In a pack of wolves, particularly those of juvenile status, the alpha wolf was revered. If he could eliminate the alpha first, it was highly probable that the remaining wolves would succumb to panic, their morale shattered. This was a critical flaw inherent to low intelligence. Pack-oriented species that adhered to the law of the jungle. He should take a gamble and trust in his own abilities. Clenching his knuckles, Bai Wushang attuned himself to the accelerated rhythm of his heart, sensing the purest shifts in his emotions, and resolved not to hesitate any longer. With a sudden burst, he charged forth from his hiding place among the trees, like an arrow released from the bowstring, racing towards the wolf pack. In mere moments, he traversed over 100 meters, closing in on the outermost perimeter formed by the ordinary sword wolves. The first encounter would largely determine the outcome. A glimmer of ruthlessness and resolve shone in Bai Wushang's eyes. The two nearest sword wolves, alerted by the unusual noise, perked up their ears and immediately turned to snarl at the intruder. In that instant, perhaps spurred by the tumult of emotions within, Bai Wushang performed at an extraordinary level of proficiency. He rolled deftly to evade the first sword wolf's claw strike. Following that, he launched himself toward the second sword wolf, adopting a perilously close stance, and thrust the mixed poison spear deep into its maw. The spear, over a meter long, nearly disappeared entirely within. The second sword wolf's eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth, before collapsing to the ground, thrashing and howling in agony. This maneuver effectively tore apart the encirclement of wolves, and Bai Wushang pressed on towards the two kings at the center. The surrounding sword wolves were momentarily taken aback, their reactions delayed. By the time they regained their senses and pursued Bai Wushang, he had already reached the windstorm Sword Wolf King. In the blurred vision, the unfamiliar silhouette prompted an instinctive feeling of foreboding within the Sword Wolf King. It was a mixture of frustration and rage, and it struggled violently. In a burst of power, it nearly broke free from the demon ape leader's grasp. Bam! Bai Wushang seized the opportunity, plunging the final paralysis spear forcefully into the exposed abdomen of the Sword Wolf King. Fearing the damage to be insufficient, he then extracted 2 non-toxic short spears, targeting the wolf's internal organs and weak spots, plunging them in haphazardly. Thud, 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 thud. Amidst the chaos and carnage, Bai Wushang remained focused, repeatedly wielding the short spears. The orange-hued sunset cast a chilling aura over his sharply defined features, rendering him eerily cold. The wolves hesitated in their advance, and at that moment, a crisp crack resounded. The neck of the windstorm Sword Wolf King twisted grotesquely. Roar! The demon ape leader struggled to open its right eye wider, confirming that it had indeed vanquished its foe, releasing a triumphant roar from its throat. Yet, this cry was far weaker than before, transforming into a lament of profound sorrow as it reached its conclusion. With great effort, the demon ape leader rolled over, collapsing upon the corpse of the windstorm Sword Wolf King, ravenously feasting upon it. This was a vengeance born of deep-seated hatred. Bai Wushang sighed. However, he could not afford to be distracted at this moment. In a swift motion, he seized the blood-stained spear, its tip aimed defiantly at the surrounding pack of wolves. At this moment, it was imperative, absolutely imperative, not to betray even the slightest hint of trepidation. Only by exhibiting a ferocity surpassing that of the beasts would they be compelled to retreat. Even if it meant resorting to mere bluster, such emotional turbulence must be conveyed. A cluster of 7 or 8 ordinary sword wolves exhibited clear signs of agitation, their fierce demeanor waning as their claws halted, lacking the courage to advance. They were haunted by the memory of their cunning and brutal king, who had met his demise. For these ordinary sword wolves, who thrived on teamwork and adhered to the indomitable will of the pack, this was akin to the sky collapsing upon them. The wolves exchanged glances, ultimately turning their gaze towards the outermost member, a severely injured, late juvenile stage wolf leader, who now assumed the mantle of their new leader. The second-in-command cast a sinister glance at Bai Wushang, and then at the seemingly deranged, yet still breathing, leader of the magic apes, hesitating to take action. Instead, it let out a whimper and turned to flee. Observing the limping yet swiftly retreating new leader, the pack no longer hesitated, dispersing in a frenzy to follow its lead. Hastily vacating the battlefield, Bai Wushang exhaled a sigh of relief. Had the new Wolf King been resolute in his desire to fight to the death, he would have had no means of countering such a threat. Having confirmed a temporary safety, Bai Wushang lowered his gaze to assess the injuries of the magic ape leader. At that moment, the leader had exited its second blood-burning state. Its body was marred by a network of wounds, with exposed bone in several areas that would send shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to look. The most grievous injury was its severed left arm, from which blood continued to flow unabated. However, this was not a fatal wound. Survival could still lead to recovery. Most critically, the 2 hearts within it were both exhausted. Bai Wushang glanced at the status section of the attribute panel, which astonishingly listed over 10 negative conditions, including near death, partial blindness, organ failure, significant blood loss, extreme sorrow, excruciating pain, unquenchable rage, and heart degradation, among others. This revelation left him wide-eyed. Only the magic ape's robust constitution allowed it to endure. Had it been any other extraordinary creature, it would have perished long ago. Bai Wushang muttered to himself, having just retrieved some herbs to administer first aid when he noticed the magic ape leader's head droop, becoming motionless. Hey, ape leader, you must hold on. Chapter 38, Relocation. As the sun dipped towards the west, casting its glow upon the bloodied battlefield, Bai Wushang fixated on the attribute panel within his vision, glancing repeatedly to confirm that the status section had only added a state of unconsciousness. Thankfully, there was still a flicker of life. There was still time for salvation. In a flurry, Bai Wushang applied herbs to the magic ape leader's wounds, not expecting miraculous results, but at least aiming to staunch the bleeding. If the blood continued to flow and the injuries worsened, even his contingency plans would be rendered futile. Soon, after finishing the application of herbs, Bai Wushang surveyed his surroundings. He could not linger here for treatment. The earlier commotion had been too loud, and attracting unwanted attention would be troublesome. I must relocate. Nearby, there had seemed to be a few startled crimson horses. There, at the end of his line of sight, a small red figure flickered into view, and Bai Wushang's heart leapt with joy. He sprinted forward, and as he drew closer, he discerned that the creature was indeed a red horse. Nearly 2.5 meters in length, its coat a brilliant crimson, unmistakably adult. However, its appearance was peculiar. Its neck was ensnared by a forked branch of a crooked tree. Moreover, it appeared to have collided with something, as a large bump had formed atop its head. Strangely enough, despite being in good health, the horse's face bore an expression of sheer terror, as if it were being threatened by an imminent danger, making its demeanor quite unsettling. Could it be that this horse is unwell? Bai Wushang circled around it, unable to suppress his curiosity, and activated his eye of cognition. Name: Crimson Horse, Wild. Species: Beastkin of the Red Horse Clan. Life stage: Late Juvenile stage. Bloodline quality: Common bone, level 3 stars. Status: Concussed and immobilized. Intelligence: Low. Traits: Timid and sensitive to smell. Skill: Gallop. Gourmet cell: 6 a concussion. Bai Wushang was somewhat at a loss for words. He had indeed heard tales of the Crimson Horse's timid nature, always fleeing rather than fighting, and today he had witnessed it firsthand. It was likely that the wolf pack had frightened it, leading to a panicked collision that resulted in brain injury, leaving it foolishly trapped by the tree. After a swift analysis, Bai Wushang scanned the area and wore a look of resignation. I have no other choice. It will have to suffice. He retrieved some vines from his backpack and fashioned a rudimentary halter for the Crimson Horse. After cutting the crooked tree to free it, he mounted the horse, intending to ride it back to assist the magic ape leader. Initially apprehensive about potential resistance, he was pleasantly surprised to find the Crimson Horse compliant. Under the guidance of the makeshift reins, it turned and began to run smoothly. Yet its face remained a mask of terror, leaving Bai Wushang to wonder what could possibly be instilling such fear in its small mind. As he lost himself in conjecture, Bai Wushang returned to the battlefield, swiftly producing the most precious item he carried, the complete skin of a fireball snake. He unfurled and flattened it, using aged vines to pierce the corners, creating the simplest of mats. With all his might, he then pushed the nearly lifeless magic ape leader onto the snakeskin mat. The two front vines were tied to the Crimson Horse, while the two at the back were secured to himself. I truly am pushing my limits, having to double as a porter to ensure a safe treatment environment. Bai Wushang chuckled at his plight, raising a stone to strike the horse's hindquarters. The Crimson Horse let out a few squeals and promptly began to run. At this moment, it bore half the weight of the magic ape leader's body. Fortunately, being in the late juvenile stage, it retained some strength and managed to pull along. Bai Wushang followed closely behind, the other half of the weight naturally resting upon him. Yet, his capacity for burden exceeded that of the Crimson Horse, making the task appear effortless for him. Guided by the hazy recollections of his earlier journey, Bai Wushang led the Crimson Horse onward. After approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at a small waterfall. This would do. Behind the waterfall was a water curtain cave, spacious enough to accommodate the magic ape. Bai Wushang nodded in satisfaction, casually collecting a few large banana leaves. He draped them over the magic ape's body and signaled for the Crimson Horse to traverse the waterfall. At this juncture, it must be acknowledged that the horse's foolishness had its advantages. Had it been a normally intelligent horse, it would likely have harbored a fear of water and refused to come into contact with it. However, this Crimson Horse was different. It displayed no signs of discomfort and complied obediently. Within the water curtain cave, 2 torches were ignited. Bai Wushang laid the magic ape leader flat on the ground. But before he could take any further action, he noticed it emit a low groan and slowly regain consciousness. Had its wounds been exposed to the water? My apologies. Let me dry you off. Bai Wushang utilized spare clothing to gently wipe away some of the moisture from the magic ape leader, then reapplied herbs to its wounds. The magic ape remained still, allowing Bai Wushang to tend to it, its single right eye dim and vacant, staring blankly at the cave's ceiling. Witnessing this scene, Bai Wushang furrowed his brow, a hint of concern shadowing his features. The demon ape is an exceptionally intelligent being, its intellect rivaling that of a 10-year-old child. Although it may struggle to fully comprehend spoken words due to language barriers, emotions transcend such limitations. It can grasp the essence of my sentiments quite well. In its current state, it is not merely indifferent to me. Rather, it appears to harbor a profound resignation, having utterly relinquished any desire to live. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Bai Wushang expressed his sincerity and said, "Ape leader, I am aware that you have recently endured a most distressing experience, leaving you in a state of despondency. I also recognize the severity of your injuries. You are but a breath away from death, and perhaps, in mere minutes, your consciousness will fade. However, this does not imply that I am powerless to save you. As the master of humanity, I wield the Book of Oaths. Should you enter into a beast contract with me, even in your grievous condition, as long as you draw breath, you can be revived." With a gesture, Bai Wushang summoned the silver-white Book of Oaths before him. "Would you care to consider this?" Upon uttering these words, he gazed at the demon ape leader with earnest anticipation. 10 seconds passed, then 20, but there was no reaction. Bai Wushang sighed softly. While he anticipated the difficulty of persuading the demon ape leader, he had not foreseen the challenge of genuine communication. Every fleeting second was precious, and there was no time to waste. He needed to provoke it, to stir its emotions, at least to rouse it from this vacant state of mind and compel it to truly listen. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Wushang, his face resolute, remarked, "Ape leader, is it not somewhat cowardly to yearn for death so fervently? Your kin have perished right under your watch, and their corpses left to rot in the wilderness, all due to your inability to protect them. You are not a worthy leader." Chapter 39, Bai Wushang's Promise. Inside the water curtain cave, flickering flames danced. The demon ape leader struggled to turn its head, its solitary eye fixated on Bai Wushang. In its blood-stained gaze, a chilling aura permeated, intermingled with a hint of malevolence. Bai Wushang was undeterred by its menacing demeanor. He chuckled lightly and continued, "You may not wish to hear this, but every word I speak is the truth. I find it both absurd and tragic. Those surviving Gale Sword wolves are likely reveling in their freedom, while you wallow in negativity, having completely forsaken your yearning for life. In essence, the demise of your kin holds no value." The demon ape leader's breath grew ragged, an eerie aura suddenly emanating from its battered form, reminiscent of a resurgence. It glared at Bai Wushang, its eyes seething with fury, its shoulders twitching as if to strike. Alas, Bai Wushang grasped its arm firmly. You are in no condition to move recklessly. Do you still believe yourself to be in your prime? At this moment, even that foolish red horse over there could trample you. As he spoke, Bai Wushang gestured towards the resting red horse nearby. The creature, seemingly alerted by the noise, turned its head, its wide eyes and gaping mouth contorted into an expression of sheer anxiety. Enough. Bai Wushang could no longer hold back. He pointed at it and scolded. What is there to be afraid of? Your expression is quite frightening at this late hour. The red horse tilted its head in confusion, its eyes widening further, as if its very orbs might fall from their sockets. Bai Wushang rubbed his temples, diverting his gaze from it, and returned to his conversation with the demon ape leader. What I wish to convey is that the reality stands before us. Regardless of your anger or regret, it cannot change what has transpired. You must find a way to remain calm. I understand this is no easy task, but only when you choose to be strong will things begin to improve. The demon ape leader paused, remaining motionless for what felt like an eternity, its gaze gradually softening. I too have faced moments of utter despair, particularly during my 6th year. Bai Wushang smiled, a radiant expression that lit up in the firelight as he slowly recounted his story. A decade has now passed, and the faces of my parents have grown somewhat hazy, yet I still remember the happiness I once possessed. Thus, I have been striving to learn and grow. I yearn to become stronger, to protect the joys I have now, and those I hope to cherish in the future. I wish to alter my fate, to live longer, to behold mountains and rivers, the sun and stars, to explore wondrous tales and eerie wilderness legends, to meet diverse individuals and forge numerous friendships, to savor delectable cuisine and revel in the pleasures of taste. Most importantly, I desire to journey alongside my contracted beast companions, advancing together in this boundless, extraordinary world, fighting and growing side by side. At this point, Bai Wushang's expression suddenly grew somewhat awkward. In truth, had it been any other master, they could have forcibly contracted with you while you were still unconscious. To be candid, the likelihood of success would not have been low. However, after much contemplation, I felt that such an act would contradict my life philosophy. To me, the bond between a master and their beast is not merely one of partnership, but akin to that of family, an existence deserving of trust and reliance. Thus, I wish to communicate with you when you are fully conscious. Bai Wushang was certain that the demon ape was different from the ghost vine. The latter possessed lesser intelligence, and the best method of contracting was to assert dominance through strength and subsequently cultivate feelings. As for the demon ape, it is highly intelligent and a leader, inevitably possessing a certain rebelliousness. If forced into a contract through the injuries inflicted by others, even if Bai Wushang succeeded, he would not gain recognition in the short term, leading to inherent flaws from the very beginning. This is a race that requires communication and dialogue. Different extraordinary beings necessitate distinct cultivation strategies. Therefore, Bai Wushang spoke candidly, striving to convey his genuine thoughts within the limited time available. The demon ape leader may not fully comprehend, but it would undoubtedly sense his heartfelt sincerity. After a brief pause, Bai Wushang leaned closer to the demon ape leader, gazing earnestly into its eye. I know you are formidable. I may not yet be worthy of you, but please believe that I will dedicate myself to nurturing you, to help you grow stronger. My first promise to you is that I will lead you to annihilate the remaining Gale Sword wolves, avenging your kin. Furthermore, the contract is mutual, not coercive. So there is no need for excessive concern. You retain the right to choose. At some point, the demon ape leader's breathing quickened. Its solitary eye, bloodshot yet glimmering faintly, revealed a complex tapestry of emotions, confusion, trepidation, conflict, and struggle, yet devoid of the once unending, murky despair of death. Eventually, the demon ape leader composed itself. Summoning its final reserves of strength, it aimed its gaze towards Bai Wushang and managed a smile. It was a grotesque, fearsome grin. Nevertheless, Bai Wushang beamed with joy, his expression a pure reflection of youthful exuberance, imbued with the delight of being acknowledged. Inside the water curtain cave, Bai Wushang solemnly pressed the black soul seal against the demon ape leader's forehead, reciting incantations. With blood as witness, with spirit as medium, with soul as seal, the first oath is established. Suddenly, the soul seal shimmered with a bright luminescence. A tremendous suction, centered around the soul imprint, began to extract the soul power from Bai Wushang's body in reverse. In but a few breaths, the peak-level soul power of the spiritual master Bai Wushang had been drawn out by 70 or 80%. His complexion rapidly turned pale, giving him the disconcerting sensation of being hollowed out. The leader of the demon ape experienced a slight discomfort, but did not struggle. Instinctively, it relinquished the constraints on its own soul. Thus, an enigmatic sensation simultaneously enveloped both the human and the beast in their minds. It felt as though an invisible thread bound them together. Success. Bai Wushang clenched his fist, his expression invigorated. Unlike the time when he bonded with the Twin Moon's rabbit, his current emotions were far more fervent. This was the culmination of his solitary efforts, extensive time, and substantial risks, leading to this momentous outcome. It also signified a new stride in his journey of mastering the art of the summoner. Huff! The demon ape leader was on the verge of collapse, managing only a feeble sound through its nostrils to commemorate this moment. Just a little longer, and I shall inscribe you into the Book of Oaths. Bai Wushang was acutely aware that after the contract was signed, as long as the summoned beast did not perish on the spot or succumb to irreversible afflictions such as lethal poison, curses, or petrification, it could recuperate within the beast space of the Book of Oaths. Moreover, as the summoner's soul power increased, this recuperative effect would be further amplified. At Bai Wushang's current level of soul power, the recovery speed in the beast space was approximately 15 times that of a normal state. While it was indeed feasible to prolong the demon ape's life, such a recovery rate might require 2 to 3 months for it to return to normalcy. I cannot afford to wait that long. Likewise, this trial is far from over. I must restore the demon ape leader's combat capability post-haste. With this determination, Bai Wushang resolved to proceed. Originally, he intended to save the universal recipe for the galaxy, but there was no alternative. He exchanged it. Chapter 40. Customized Recipe. Perceiving the host's intention, would you like to use the universal recipe larval level exchange voucher? Confirm usage. Detecting the presence of 2 extraordinary beings nearby, please specify the target for the exchange. Demon Ape. Bai Wushang nearly forgot about the Crimson Horse. Fortunately, the culinary altar was quite accommodating, granting him the right to choose. Customizing extraordinary recipe. Customization complete. Based on the current condition of the target Demon Ape, the altar can provide 7 specialized recipes. Please select. Recipe: Dragon Bone Blood Ginseng Tea. Description: a perfect healing recipe. Main ingredients include the skull of a subdragon species and aged blood ginseng. Consumption will completely heal all injuries of the target demon ape without leaving any residual issues. Recipe: herb-infused soup. Description: a standard healing recipe. Main ingredients include golden bananas and 24 types of herbs. Consumption will restore 1 heart of the target demon ape. Recipe: secret white bone sauce duck. Description: a mutation transforming recipe, with a 50 to 70 probability of transforming the target demon ape into a skeletal undead creature known as Bone Ape, and a 1 to 3 probability of sudden death. Recipe: little ghost rice balls. Description: a mutation transforming recipe, with a 40 to 80 probability of transforming the target demon ape into a ghostly undead creature known as Vengeful Demon, with a 5 to 10 probability of a decrease in intelligence. Recipe: rows upon rows of tiny characters flooded his vision, momentarily causing a slight dizziness. Utilizing his soul power for a swift review, Bai Wushang's expression turned peculiar. It was either healing or mutation, truly in line with the altar's previous tailored description. The demon ape was on the brink of death, and prolonging its life was paramount. Other effects of the recipes held no significance. However, what were these last 5 dark culinary concoctions? The demon ape's racial type was robust, a standard muscle warrior with high explosive output. Barring situations of life and death or being trapped in an evolutionary barrier, I would never consider mutation. The first recipe was not an option. Both the skull of a subdragon and aged blood ginseng were exceedingly expensive materials, setting aside whether I can acquire them. The existence of such resources in the trial space is questionable. I can only select the second recipe. Recipe exchange successful. In an instant, a slight pain surged in his mind, imparting a segment of information. Recipe: herb-infused soup. Ingredients: 1 golden banana, 10g withered and flourishing grass, 10g silver and gold grass, 10g sword grass, peak level spiritual master soul power or above. Procedure: mash the banana with the peel on, then. Note: the customized recipe is only effective for the current state of the demon ape contracted to Bai Wushang and can heal 1 exhausted heart. This recipe was far more complicated than the one for the temptress rat. In total, there were 25 main ingredients, of which I currently possess 11. The remaining 14 were not particularly rare, and with some diligence, I should be able to locate them. Bai Wushang's heart, once laden with anxiety, now eased. If exceedingly rare special materials were required, it would truly be a lamentable situation. Confirming the feasibility of the universal recipe exchange voucher, Bai Wushang promptly returned the demon ape leader to the Book of Oaths. It was now the 4th night. Tomorrow would be the last day of safety, and from the day after, the incense pouches would lose effectiveness, allowing for hunting amongst the students. Bai Wushang focused intently, realizing that time was exceedingly tight. Thus, he decided to work through the night to gather all the missing materials within 24 hours. He roused the crimson horse, which was lying down but not asleep. The latter obediently followed Bai Wushang out of the waterfall cave. The moon hung in the sky, a mere shadow of its full self, far dimmer than a normal moon. Bai Wushang rode the crimson horse, traversing the night, occasionally shifting large stones and climbing ancient trees in search of the required herbs. By the afternoon of the 5th day, Bai Wushang had gathered all the ingredients. Without pausing, he returned to the waterfall cave. However, he did not immediately begin to cook the recipe. Instead, he sat cross-legged and commenced meditation. The previous day's contract with the demon ape leader had already consumed a significant amount of soul power, and he had yet to recover fully. This herb-infused soup required peak-level spiritual master soul power, and Bai Wushang did not wish to ruin an entire pot of hard-earned ingredients due to insufficient soul power during preparation. Approximately 4 to 5 hours later, he exhaled a deep breath, standing up with renewed vigor. He proceeded to grind the ingredients, ignite the fire, set the pot, add water, and finally infuse his soul power. Meticulously following the recipe's instructions, he adeptly navigated the process, quickly achieving the final product. Before him lay a thick, dark green broth, which, aside from its steaming appearance, appeared unremarkable. Yet, from the wafting aroma, Bai Wushang detected a remarkably sweet fragrance that inexplicably stirred a desire within him to sample a taste. Extraordinary cuisine herb-infused soup completed. Recipe completion rate 63, no special effects triggered. Only 63? Does this mean I was nearly unsuccessful? Bai Wushang's attention swiftly shifted as he pondered. Could it be that the increased number of ingredients led to a lack of precision in managing the actual quantities and cooking times? Once I return to the academy, I must prepare scales, pots, measuring tools, and timers. These tools must not hinder my progress. However, this also implies that I am delving deeper into the culinary arts, which is quite amusing when considered from the perspective of a summoner. Chuckling softly, Bai Wushang summoned the Book of Oaths. The first oath, commence. As the pages of the tome fluttered, an ethereal portal materialized, and the form of the demon ape chief emerged in a supine position. Awake, great ape. It's time for your medicine. The demon ape chief lay in a deep slumber, likely due to its grievous injuries. Bai Wushang called out for quite some time before he roused it. Upon witnessing the demon ape chief's frail appearance, marred by bloodshot eyes, Bai Wushang felt a pang of sympathy that he hadn't experienced before. He hurriedly approached, supporting the creature to help it rise, allowing its back to lean against the stone wall. Here, drink this. It will greatly aid your recovery. Bai Wushang delicately held the bowl, bringing it to the demon ape chief's lips. The creature sniffed the concoction and, without hesitation, gulped it down. Its bodily functions were mostly in a dire state, and even consuming a small amount of broth sent pangs of pain through its muscles. Take your time, drink slowly. Bai Wushang urged gently, his eyes soft with warmth. Some contracted beasts, even after forming a bond, particularly during the initial stages of their partnership, often harbored skepticism toward their masters, reluctant to trust their words. However, the demon ape chief was different. Bai Wushang sensed a degree of trust emanating from it, a feeling that was truly comforting. Rest assured, I will fulfill every promise I have made to you. Though your kin may be lost, it matters not, from now on. I, along with the galaxy and countless companions to come, will stand by your side. Silently repeating this vow in his heart, Bai Wushang began to observe the changes in the demon ape chief after it consumed the herbal broth. Chapter 41. I shall call you Azhou. The dark green broth coursed through its body, and initially, the demon ape chief exhibited no response. After a few minutes, however, its body temperature began to rise, and its face flushed with color. A layer of verdant luminescence abruptly emanated from its left thoracic cavity, expanding outward and casting an eerie hue upon the surrounding bones and fur. The demon ape chief felt a warm sensation in its chest, a peculiar comfort, compelling it to close its right eye and savor the transformation within. Approximately 30 minutes later, the green light gradually dissipated. The demon ape chief opened its eyes, raising an arm to touch its left chest, astonished. At that moment, its complexion had noticeably improved, although its movements remained somewhat stiff and awkward. It was no longer the pitiful, exhausted figure on the brink of demise. There was a qualitative change. How do you feel? Much more comfortable, I presume? Bai Wushang inquired with a smile. The demon ape chief promptly thumped its chest and formed a fist, its expression swiftly shifting from shock to delight, now filled with curiosity and respect as it gazed at Bai Wushang. Hey, as long as it works, that's what matters. Healing your heart will activate your innate recovery abilities, and with some additional herbal treatments, the remainder of your injuries should heal at a reasonable pace. Bai Wushang blinked, his gaze fixated on the demon ape chief's attribute panel. Name, demon ape, contracted. Race, abyssal beast type demon ape, extreme variant. Life tier, late juvenile stage. Bloodline quality, mortal bone, level 8 stars. Status, severely injured, weakened, hard exhausted, rapid recovery, astonishment. Wisdom high. Traits, Berserker S blood healing, rapid recovery, flesh regeneration. Skills, crushing palm, mountain splitting fist, bone crushing kick, iron head hammer, mount ties descent, chain slaps, over shoulder chain throw, intimidating gaze, blood ignition, embrace of death. Gourmet cell, contracted partner of host, cannot hunt. Mortal bone level 8 stars, extreme variant. Setting aside all other information, Bai Wushang was most intrigued by these two terms. Previously preoccupied with healing, he had scarcely contemplated their implications. Now that the demon ape chief's condition had stabilized, he finally had the mental space to ponder. A higher bloodline quality signifies a greater total capability within the same life tier of extraordinary beings. This demon ape, much like the galaxy, boasted an excessively high bloodline quality. While this should be a positive attribute, as its master, one ought to understand their contracted beast, Shuntive. The galaxy is an anomalous variant, so I can comprehend its fluctuating quality, given that mutation is rather enigmatic. But what on earth is this extreme variant? It seems unrelated to mutation. I have heard of superior variants and defective variants. As Bai Wushang circled the demon ape, observing it closely, his mind raced. I recall the elder from the Mu clan mentioning that bloodline quality can essentially be divided into two specialized terms: stage quality and biological quality. Stage quality refers to the average range of bloodline quality within each life tier of extraordinary beings. For instance, in the juvenile stage, the average bloodline quality spans from mortal bone, level 1 star, to mortal bone, level 7 stars, encompassing 7 minor grades. If an extraordinary being exhibits a bloodline quality exceeding the average range, such beings are classified as possessing upper-tier quality, typically indicating a higher capability ceiling within a major stage. From this perspective, I am indeed fortunate. Both of my contracted beasts are of upper-tier quality. Am I truly the chosen one? Lost in thought, Bai Wushang suddenly chuckled, leaving the demon ape chief perplexed. Sitting closely beside the demon ape chief, Bai Wushang diligently applied medicine to its wounds while continuing his contemplation. If stage quality broadly defines bloodline quality, then biological quality narrows the scope. Analyzing it from the perspective of species, masters often refer to certain beasts as having an XX quality. In this context, XX quality actually refers to the standard bloodline quality of the species. For example, if 100 juvenile windblade wolves exist, with 99 possessing a mortal bone level 6 star quality, then the standard bloodline quality for the windblade wolf species would be mortal bone level 6 stars. However, extensive scientific research has proven that, without considering mutations, considerable differences still exist among individuals of the same species, leading to some being relatively stronger or weaker. This disparity arises partly from innate factors and partly due to the master's successful nurturing, which facilitates the beast's bloodline enhancement. In principle, the range of variation can only fluctuate within 1 star of the standard value. For instance, a juvenile windblade wolf with a mortal bone level 7 star quality, being superior to the standard, would be termed an excellent variant. Conversely, a juvenile windblade wolf with mortal bone level 5 star quality would be labeled a defective variant, which can be simply understood as underdeveloped, exhibiting flaws in ability. Bai Wushang gently tapped his forehead, revealing a hint of confusion. The standard bloodline quality for the demon ape should indeed be mortal bone level 6 stars. Yet this demon ape chief surpasses the norm by 2 stars, and the Eye of Cognition designates it as an extreme variant. Could this be a designation that exceeds that of excellent variants? If there is something exceptional about it, it's the plethora of skills the demon ape chief possesses. I have yet to hear of any juvenile being capable of mastering more than a dozen skills without a master's guidance. Such a level of comprehension is extraordinary. Moreover, even while ambushed and grievously injured, the demon ape chief managed to engage in a protracted battle against the king of windblade wolves. This formidable instinct for combat may also be a distinctive characteristic of being an extreme variant. Roar? The demon ape chief tentatively extended a finger, gently nudging Bai Wushang's shoulder, its expression one of confusion and concern. Bai Wushang smiled faintly, shaking off his fanciful thoughts as he patted its back reassuringly. No worries. I was merely contemplating how you seem even more mysterious than I had imagined. I hope you will take good care of me from now on. As he spoke, Bai Wushang paused momentarily, a sudden glimmer of inspiration lighting up his eyes. Oh, referring to you as Big Monkey feels rather inconvenient. How about I give you a name? This name is not arbitrary. It just came to me. Let's call you Ajo, after the character for Universe. The demon ape leader's eyes flickered with interest as it listened intently. Bai Wushang elaborated. You see, both you and the Universe share a predominant blackness, and and you both possess a depth, mystery, and strength that perfectly align with your essence. Moreover, I have a pet companion named Galaxy, a delightful little rabbit. I will introduce you to it later. He continued, with one representing the universe and the other the galaxy. Doesn't that sound like a splendid match? I hope you both can become great friends, looking out for one another. Chapter 42, The Carrion Hummingbird. The following morning, Bai Wushang, riding alone on his crimson steed, departed from the water-curtained cave, retracing his steps towards the low slope he had visited a couple of days prior. Although Ajo remained a one-eyed, one-armed creature, and had lost its prized skills of flesh rebirth and burning blood after a night's recovery, it should possess around 30 to 40% of its former strength, which should suffice for my protection, he mused. As the outline of the low slope gradually came into view, Bai Wushang hastily pulled the reins. Dismounting, he retrieved the Book of Oaths. Ajo, come forth. With a roar, the demon ape emerged, bracing itself on one arm, its height exceeding 2 meters in a half-erect posture, resembling a small mountain cloaked in darkness. It scanned its surroundings warily, and as it recognized its familiar environment, its expression gradually turned somber. This very grass and what had once been its home, now reduced to ruins. Let us proceed, Bai Wushang said, patting the ape's arm as he stepped forward, his voice steady and resolute. I know you are intelligent and value emotions. So shall we give your kin a proper burial? We cannot allow their bodies to rot in the wilderness, can we? Within our means, we should do what we can. The demon ape's breathing instinctively grew heavy, its dark gaze momentarily flickering with emotion as it stared blankly at the back of Bai Wushang's head, motionless. It was not until Bai Wushang turned to look at it, puzzled, that the ape snapped back to reality, using its lone arm to steady itself and following Bai Wushang with a slight stumble. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. As they walked, Bai Wushang cautioned Ajo, we must be vigilant. 2 days have passed, and the battlefield is littered with corpses, which could easily attract scavengers. Before he could finish speaking, a cacophony of chirping filled the air, layered and exceedingly noisy. His brow furrowed involuntarily as he slowed his pace, proceeding cautiously. Approaching the low slope, he noticed dark stains on the ground. Surveying the area, he found no large creatures but spotted rodents, foxes, and snakes wandering about. However, his attention was immediately drawn to the small dots atop the corpses. Upon closer inspection, Bai Wushang was taken aback. Those tiny black dots were, in fact, minuscule hummingbirds. With bodies no larger than an infant's fist, boasting glossy dark brown feathers and sharp, elongated beaks, they were undeniably adorable in appearance. Unfortunately, this flock of birds exhibited a fierce demeanor, frantically pecking at the corpses, tearing off flesh the size of a fingernail, devouring their meal with alarming speed. Fixing his gaze on the nearest one, the attributes panel revealed itself before his eyes. Name, Carrion Hummingbird, Wild, Species, Demon Beast, Carrion Hummingbird Family, Life Stage, Early Juvenile, Bloodline Quality, Common Bone Level 1 Star Status, Excitedly Feeding Intelligence, Extremely Low Traits, Carrion Feeding Flight Skill, Peck. So these are the infamous carrion hummingbirds. Bai Wushang murmured, pinching his chin as he explained to Ajo. I've heard that they exclusively seek out decaying flesh for sustenance, and even in large numbers. They do not dare to attack live prey. However, they are notoriously troublesome, as their small size and quick reflexes make them relentless in pursuing their chosen meal. With a thunderous roar, the demon ape, towering and imposing, immediately spotted the flock of diminutive birds feasting upon its kin's remains, and an intense rage surged within. It stomped heavily on the ground, ready to charge forward, but then seemed to recall something, hastily coming to a halt. Turning its head, the demon ape looked at Bai Wushang with a conflicted expression, its eyes revealing a sense of inquiry. Bai Wushang smiled, surprised by how quickly Ajo had understood that it was no longer a solitary entity, but rather a companion bound closely to its master. Acting recklessly without considering its master's safety could lead to unpredictable consequences. Such an understanding could only be swiftly grasped by highly intelligent, extraordinary beings. Most ordinary creatures, transitioning from wild to contracted, might take a considerable amount of time to comprehend this. Fear not. Proceed without concern for me. Bai Wushang nodded. I will follow your lead. Acknowledging him with a grunt, Ajo charged towards the heart of the battlefield without hesitation. Bai Wushang jogged swiftly, trailing behind Ajo. In the chaotic and desolate battlefield, several corpses lay strewn about, stained with blood, their remaining flesh showing signs of mild decay, with clear bite marks indicating that many creatures had paid a visit. As the trio stepped into the fray, the alert small animals scattered in fear, unwilling to remain. Only the carrion hummingbirds remained focused, oblivious to the presence of danger, indulging in their feast. Ajo quickened its pace, swinging its lone arm in frustration, occasionally snatching one or two of the birds, but most managed to flutter away. They did not venture far, quickly landing on another corpse to continue their gluttonous feeding. In the grand scheme of the hundreds or thousands present, Ajo's sporadic kills amounted to little. Upon reaching the center of the battlefield, Bai Wushang observed several fallen demon ape corpses, 2 of which had been reduced to mere skeletons, while others were besieged by 20 to 30 carrion hummingbirds, pecking away gleefully. With just a glance, Ajo's right eye widened, resembling a lit powder keg, as it firmly planted its feet on the ground and stood tall, emitting a thunderous roar. Roar! Even standing 2 meters away, Bai Wushang felt as though the sound could cleave through the clouds, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, the carrion hummingbirds appeared oblivious, remaining steadfast on the corpses, continuing their relentless pecking. In a fit of rage, Ajo picked up a thick branch from the ground and swung it, sending the birds scattering in disarray. However, as soon as it paused, these brazen little creatures promptly returned, eager to reclaim their stolen meal. Bai Wushang contemplated for a moment before retrieving a torch from his dimensional backpack, silently igniting it. Waving the torch, a thin plume of smoke wafted into the air, having a slight deterring effect on the carrion hummingbirds, but only managed to scare off 2 or 3 out of 10, barely a consolation. As he beheld the lifeless bodies of his kin, now desecrated by the small birds, Ajo felt an overwhelming surge of anger swelling within his chest. Suddenly, as if possessed by a supernatural force, he swept his arm in a broad arc, startling a multitude of carrion hummingbirds. This time, before the diminutive creatures could settle, Ajo abruptly opened his mouth wide, his jaw stretching to its utmost limits, as a dark light coalesced deep within his throat. From Bai Wushang's vantage point, he had been pondering how to drive away the carrion hummingbirds just a moment before. In the next heartbeat, he looked up to witness a black orb, roughly the size of a football, expelled from Ajo's mouth. Bai Wushang. Chapter 43. A skill that should be impossible to learn. The black orb soared straight for several meters before it detonated in midair with a soft pop. The sound of the explosion above was remarkably faint compared to Ajo's roar, akin to the gentle release of a long-shaken soda bottle. A layer of translucent black light radiated from the explosion's epicenter, enveloping a spherical area nearly 5 meters wide. Within this sphere, where previously dozens of carrion hummingbirds had been fluttering, the darkness crept in, and one by one, they lost all signs of life, plummeting to the ground. Watching the rain of hummingbirds fall from the sky, Bai Wushang stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired. What just happened? 2 questions escaped his lips in rapid succession. After unleashing his powerful attack, Ajo coughed heavily twice, then grasped his throat and gazed at his own creation, equally incredulous. Surely, you Haven T just mastered a new skill? The radius of the black orb's destructive force seems vaguely familiar. Bai Wushang's attention swiftly shifted to his cognitive eye, jumping directly to the skills tab. At the very end, a brand new skill was clearly visible. Dark Wave Sphere. Is it truly a dark attribute skill? Bai Wushang's jaw dropped in astonishment, his heart skipping a beat. This is illogical. Theoretically, you shouldn't be able to learn this skill. Just as this shock settled in, a larger carrion hummingbird suddenly squawked, prompting the surrounding birds to take flight in a scattered yet orderly formation, following the larger bird as it soared into the distance. Casting a glance at the immense flock that resembled a dark cloud, Bai Wushang had neither the time nor the inclination to ponder whether they were satiated or frightened. His thoughts were solely focused on the magical ape. The theory of evolution once documented that the magical ape species is a descendant of the blood ape and dark demon. Hybridized over a millennium ago, its genetic sequence remains stable while inheriting many traits from its progenitors, such as the regenerative abilities of the blood ape and the power of the dark demon, even exhibiting a blend of their physical characteristics. However, the magical ape did not inherit the dark attribute powers of the dark demon. It merely appeared dark. Logically speaking, unless mutated or subjected to extreme methods by a top-tier master, the magical ape could not possibly learn dark attribute skills on its own. With this thought in mind, Bai Wushang suddenly addressed Ajo. Ajo, can you replicate that skill you just used? The magical ape scratched its head, appearing somewhat embarrassed, and gestured toward its throat. Mumming for some time, Bai Wushang observed for a while before realizing. You mean, you can't do it again right now and need to wait? Ajo nodded vigorously, its voice a mere murmur, as if its vocal cords had sustained some damage, rendering it unable to roar loudly. I understand now. It seems this skill has a cooldown period. Bai Wushang rubbed his temples, feeling a bit troubled. Is this yet another peculiar trait of the ultimate species? Sigh. As a master, I feel utterly defeated. I have yet to grasp the secrets of the galaxy, and now I can't even comprehend you. The magical ape leaned closer, controlling its strength, and gently patted Bai Wushang, seemingly wishing to convey comfort and encourage him not to fret. All right, I'm fine. If I can't understand it, then I can't. Ultimately, you've grown a bit stronger, which is something to celebrate. Bai Wushang took a deep breath, recalibrating his emotions before continuing. Since the carrion hummingbirds have departed, let us hasten to lay your kin to rest. Zhou nodded vigorously. After approximately 20 minutes, Bai Wushang assisted the magical ape in excavating a large and deep pit. Together, they lifted the bodies, placing the 6 magical ape corpses into the grave. Before covering them with earth, Bai Wushang scattered a particular plant powder over them, designed to mask the scent temporarily and prevent small animals from burrowing into the ground. Well, although this method of burial may seem somewhat excessive for extraordinary beings living in nature, Bai Wushang said, wiping the dirt from his hands with a leaf, it can be considered a form of ritual, fulfilling half of your wish. The magical ape gazed at the small mound of earth, its right eye swollen, glistening with unshed tears. After a moment of silence, it raised its head and silently howled toward the sky. Once calmness returned, the sorrow buried deep within Zhou's eyes lessened, and his gaze toward Bai Wushang held something more. You too are anticipating the other half of your wish, to pursue the remaining Gale Sword Wolves, ensuring that this matter reaches its conclusion. Bai Wushang smiled faintly but then shifted the topic. However, today marks the 6th day, and my incense pouch has lost its efficacy. Now, any extraordinary beings, including other humans, could potentially become our adversaries. You have yet to fully recover. Even at your peak, we must not act in haste. We must strategize. For there may be a formidable mature being lurking nearby that we currently cannot contend with. I intend to reacquaint myself with your skills before hunting the sword wolves, gaining as comprehensive an understanding of your abilities as possible, so I can make better judgments in times of danger. Bai Wushang slowly articulated his logic and thoughts, cautious that the magical ape might not grasp certain points, mimicking its gestures to aid in communication. The reason for this laborious exchange was that the bond between Bai Wushang and the magical ape was still not sufficiently strong. After a contract is established between a master and their pet, even the most ignorant of extraordinary beings can comprehend simple commands from their master. However, more intricate communication requires wisdom and a deeper bond. Wisdom, in the literal sense, refers to the intelligence level of the pet. The magical ape is undoubtedly intelligent, akin to a 10-year-old human child, and will become even wiser with time. The bond, on the other hand, represents another crucial attribute. It exists across 6 tiers, each conferring different transformations in the relationship between master and pet. For instance, Bai Wushang and the galaxy, due to being summoned by fate, possess a naturally high bond, placing them in the 3rd tier of spiritual connection, unlocking faint telepathy. With this ability, Bai Wushang and the galaxy can communicate simple emotions and thoughts through intent, allowing for more effortless and precise exchanges. As for the magical ape, Bai Wushang estimates that due to its high level of intelligence and his genuine efforts, they have likely transitioned from the first stage of lack of trust to the 2nd stage of stability. Chapter 44. The Search. If they remained in the first stage of lack of trust, the relationship between master and pet would be akin to a precarious tightrope, extremely dangerous. Prolonged stagnation at this stage could easily lead to unforeseen events, culminating in the severance of the contract or the pet's defection. Only by entering the 2nd stage of stability can there be a modicum of reassurance. Although at this stage it is not yet possible to add extra abilities, the compatibility of a master at stage 2 and above is of paramount importance in determining their qualifications. Through Bai Wushang's patient communication, Zhou finally comprehended his intentions and readily expressed his understanding, assuring that he would comply with the arrangements. Thus, let us commence the demonstration with the first skill, Crushing Palm, which involves an attack using the palm. Finding a clear area, Bai Wushang instructed the magic ape to target a large tree, testing the skill's intensity, application method, attack range, and various other metrics, meticulously analyzing and recording each observation to commit them to memory. By the time he had systematically grasped the entirety of the magic ape's abilities, 2 hours had elapsed. After a brief respite, the duo prepared to set off. Let us proceed to search for the Gale Wolf, Bai Wushang announced, then inquired, Zhou, having lived here, do you know where their clan resides? Roar. The magic ape displayed a contemplative expression, nodding before shaking its head. At this moment, its throat, having recovered thanks to the trait rapid healing, was capable of producing sound. Are you saying you're uncertain? Bai Wushang interpreted, concluding that they should first investigate. Unfastening the red horse tethered to a nearby tree trunk, under the guidance of the magic ape, they arrived at a verdant area. Among a pile of dried grass, Bai Wushang discovered a clue, the remains of a long-deceased Gale wolf, its abdomen marred by an exaggerated wound, with countless centipedes and flies crawling in and out, treating its body as a breeding ground. Judging by its size, it appeared to be an ordinary wolf, gravely injured, unable to survive after its escape. Scouring the vicinity, Bai Wushang found numerous greenish hairs and remnants of beast bones. This was undoubtedly a wolf den, albeit one that had been abandoned, he mused with a slight sigh. Looking around, there were no signs of living gale wolves. It did not seem as though they had left to hunt. For such territorial creatures would typically leave a couple of wolves to guard their den while venturing out. Was it that the Wolf King had perished, leading to nearly half of the pack's casualties, prompting the survivors to relocate? Bai Wushang speculated, his gaze abruptly fixing upon the red horse. The magic ape lacked the ability to track scents, but the red horse possessed a trait of sensitive smell. If harnessed effectively, it might lead them to the hiding place of the gale wolves. However, he was apprehensive about the horse's low intelligence and its somewhat erratic nature. Could it be relied upon? After much contemplation, Bai Wushang resolved to test it first. He retrieved a snake carcass from his dimensional backpack, tore it in half, and concealed one piece in a nearby thicket, holding the other half up to the red horse's prominent nostrils, instructing it to inhale deeply. Remember this scent. Now go find it. Neighing, the red horse's eyes darted nervously, its expression one of sheer terror, yet its hooves remained rooted to the spot. It was as if its body and soul were at odds, one half displaying fear while the other remained unresponsive. If he struck its body, it would instinctively bolt forward. If he tugged on the reins, it would stop. In short, it was quite foolish. Bai Wushang attempted various methods to train the red horse in scent tracking. All to no avail. Finally, he let out a resigned sigh, muttering, "Idiot." Roar. Ajo could no longer bear the sight and stepped forward, rising to tower over the red horse, his eyes radiating an intense ferocity. Intimidation? Bai Wushang pondered. This skill was often considered superfluous, typically effective only when there was a significant disparity in strength. Through a stare, it could exert pressure on lower creatures, instilling fear within them. Nay, to his surprise, the red horse reacted, its expression growing even more fearful. It let out a couple of cries before darting towards a nearby thicket, retrieving the half of the snake carcass in its mouth and presenting it to the magic ape as if seeking approval. Bai Wushang was both amused and exasperated, realizing that perhaps stimulating the horse's mind would require provoking it to transcend its existing fears, such a peculiar creature. After numerous trials, it became evident that whenever the magic ape approached, the red horse would become excited, promptly sniffing for scents and locating objects without delay. It could even track scents over distances of several kilometers, albeit with some delay or a slight margin of error. Regardless, it was now a competent tracking steed. Bai Wushang patted the red horse's head with satisfaction and led it back to the wolf den. He collected a portion of the gale wolf's fur and remains scattered on the ground, bundling them in a cloth bag to ensure the scent would persist for an extended period. Having accomplished this, Bai Wushang mounted the horse and instructed it to memorize the scent of the wolf. The red horse whinnied and galloped forth. Along the journey, they halted intermittently, as the remaining gale wolves had migrated a considerable distance away. This necessitated Bai Wushang repeatedly pulling out the cloth bag to remind the red horse of the scent, ensuring the direction remained correct. In most other instances, Ajo rested within the oath book, leaving Bai Wushang to search alone. Only when encountering perilous beasts did he summon Ajo. As time passed, Ajo's strength steadily recovered. Ordinary late-stage juvenile creatures were no match for him. Even those at the peak of their juvenile stage, if of inferior quality, ultimately met their end as a free meal for Bai Wushang. On the morning of the third day, on a somewhat broad and flat roadway, the red horse suddenly stumbled. Immediately, the ground ahead, paved with rock and soil, unleashed a large net woven from blue vines, ensnaring both Bai Wushang and the horse, suspending them in midair. Ha ha! Foolish little lay, wake up! Wake up! The prey has arrived. Dimwit brother, I have told you 9688 times. I am the elder brother. You should show me some respect. Nonsense. Mother said I was born first. For the 9689th time, I solemnly warn you. I, the handsome and dashing Tuoba am the elder brother. You, Tuoba Lay, though equally handsome and dashing, still fall slightly short compared to me, for you are the younger brother. A pair of twin boys emerged from the nearby thicket, bickering animatedly. Chapter 45, The Tuoba Brothers. A trap? The unexpected situation caught Bai Wushang off guard. However, he remained composed, immediately assessing the circumstances. The net ensnaring him and the horse was woven from resilient blue vines, possessing some elasticity but no lethal force. Neither Bai Wushang nor the horse had sustained injuries. This blue vine was likely blue-silver vine, easily severed with a knife, incapable of hindering his escape. Confirming this, Bai Wushang steadied himself and peered through the gaps to observe the two figures below. The two individuals appeared identical, with golden hair and azure eyes, high-bridged noses, and sharply angled brows that slanted beneath tousled bangs. Clad in sleeveless vests, their physiques well-proportioned and quite handsome. Yet, their words left Bai Wushang utterly astonished. Well then, Since you wish to be the elder brother, I too wish to be the elder brother. How about we settle it with a duel? Foolish little lay. Who is afraid of whom? So far, you have lost to me in combat a total of 657 times, while I have only lost 656 times. The facts prove that I am stronger than you. Why won't you acknowledge me as the elder brother? That was all in the past. Now we are the masters, and we must resolve our conflicts in a manner befitting our status. The handsome young man on the left produced the Book of Covenant and began to chant aloud. Arise. Dezhuang. Roar. A formidable bear, nearing 3 meters in height, emerged, excitedly throwing back its head and roaring. Its fur was peculiar, predominantly white, interwoven with patterns of green, red, blue, and black, resulting in an overall discordant appearance. A boss bear? Bai Wushang recognized it at a glance. This was a distinctive, extraordinary creature. Name: Boss Bear, Covenant. Species: Beast-type boss bear of the demon beast realm, life stage. Late juvenile, bloodline quality. Mortal bone level 5 stars status. Joyful anticipation intelligence. Low traits. Trace elements skills. Great bear pounce. Smash. Tear. Elemental attachment. Gourmet cells. 15 humph. You're already 16 and of age. Don't come crying if you lose. The handsome young man on the right was equally unwilling to back down, summoning his own beast. Roar, roar, roar. Another boss bear of similar size burst forth. Duel. Only the victor is worthy of being the elder brother. Go, Dezhuang. The young man on the left clenched his fists. Dexiong, don't hesitate. Charge head on. The young man on the right was filled with fighting spirit. Bai Wushang watched in astonishment. Was it really worth battling over who would be the elder brother? Were they treating me as a mere prey pinned to the board, or did these two fellows simply lack common sense? On the ground, what was anticipated to be a tense standoff turned out to be quite the opposite. As the two bears met and locked eyes, a hint of tenderness flickered between them. They sniffed one another, drawing close in an affectionate manner, their heads touching as they rubbed against each other. The word affectionate simultaneously appeared in the status column. Couple bears? Twins paired as couple bears? Bai Wushang was taken aback, feeling a surge of exasperation. The two handsome young men were equally unprepared for the unexpected turn of events. After a prolonged silence, the one on the right, visibly disheartened, spoke first. You idiot, Xiao Lei, it's your fault for insisting on contracting these two boss bears. How are we supposed to fight now? The young man on the left shot him a glare and retorted. We can't just contract one and leave the other alone in the secret realm, can we? Imagine if someone were to separate our parents. Would you be happy? While he spoke, the young man on the right wore an expression of turmoil, pondering how they would establish a hierarchy in the future. We can't really engage in a brawl, can we? Hey, you two. Bai Wushang interjected, unable to hold back any longer. Have you considered my feelings? Is it amusing to dangle me in the air like this? All right. We seem to have forgotten that we came here to hunt and earn secret energy. Let us deal with this fellow first, and then think of a solution. A mere crimson horse is no challenge. I'll leave it to you. Remember, make it quick. The brothers conversed openly, and Bai Wushang overheard every word. Were they treating the crimson horse as my beast? Fine. It's certainly not easy for novice masters to distinguish between wild beasts and contracted ones. However, they saw my face and failed to recognize me as a self-awakened individual. Coupled with their words and actions, it was safe to conclude they were merely two thick-headed fellows. Bai Wushang's thoughts raced. I wonder if a Zhou can handle two boss bears? According to the saying that circulates in the master community, 2 stars surpassing 1 level, 3 stars surpassing 1 segment. Without considering combat strategies, ability attributes, secret techniques, environment, luck, temperament, auxiliary equipment, and a myriad of other factors, a Zhou, at the late juvenile stage with a mortal bone level of 8 stars, is theoretically slightly superior to an extraordinary creature at the peak juvenile stage with a mortal bone level of 6 stars. Take that Gale Sword Wolf King, for instance. Even in a surprise attack, the outcome was disastrous. Assuming a Zhou could face it one-on-one in optimal condition, it might not even need to unleash its bloodline, possessing a certain advantage based solely on ability values. Currently, however, a Zhou is not in top form. Its second heart has yet to recover, and with the loss of its left eye and arm, its combat power is reduced by 30%, placing it on par with a peak juvenile level 5-star aggressive beast. Thus, a Zhou still surpasses the boss bear by an entire tier, capable of crushing 1, 2, or even 3 opponents with ease. With this thought, Bai Wushang felt reassured. The boss bear is a rather unique, extraordinary creature, primarily excelling in strength. Much like the demon ape, the difference lies in the boss bear's latent trace elements, which, when utilizing the skill elemental attachment, can inflict random elemental damage with each attack. For instance, burning, freezing, paralysis, acceleration, curse, and so forth. Though each effect is weak on its own, the multitude of effects can indeed be quite bothersome. This would be a perfect opportunity for a Zhou to hone its skills, Bai Wushang mused. Hey, we are the Tuoba brothers, and I am Tuoba Gon. The young man on the left announced with his head held high. I don't wish to bully you. Hand over your personal nameplate and concede gracefully. And you may suffer less. For the past few minutes, Bai Wushang had not stopped working, meticulously cutting the net. Just at that moment, he severed the last crucial vine and fell from 2 meters in the air with the crimson horse. The twin brothers, seeing this, wore indifferent expressions, each ready to catch Bai Wushang, determined not to let him escape. Since it was a robbery, they should be prepared for a mishap. Bai Wushang, brushing off the dust from his clothes, casually remarked, I'll say this again. If you hand over your nameplates voluntarily, these 2 boss bears might suffer less harm. Chapter 46, A Zhou versus Couple Boss Bears. Ha ha, Xiaolei, did you hear that? He dares to turn the tables and threaten us. Tuoba Gon laughed uproariously. On the other side, Tuoba Lei struggled to contain his amusement. Are you seriously relying on that crimson horse? Where does your confidence come from? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the crimson horse's face, his smile faltering slightly, and he questioned, is it ill? Why does it look so peculiar? It's injured on its forehead. Its mental state isn't quite right, Bai Wushang casually explained, pulling out the silver-white Book of Covenant with a serious expression. But when did I ever claim that my beast is a crimson horse? You shouldn't make assumptions based solely on first impressions. As the pages turned, a portal of light materialized, and a Zhou emerged silently. Without uttering a word, it supported itself on its right arm, naturally positioning itself beside Bai Wushang. Its imposing presence forming a barrier, perfectly situated in a position that allowed for both offense and defense. The Tuoba brothers had yet to react when both boss bears instinctively turned, seemingly sensing an overwhelming pressure, leaning forward and baring their teeth, as if facing a formidable foe. Oh, it's a demon ape. No wonder it has some confidence. Tuoba Gon scoffed. Tuoba Lei scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, and said, Xiao Gon. This demon ape is at the late juvenile stage, and its quality seems to be 1 star higher than the boss bears. It appears we've encountered a tough opponent. Don't worry. Look at its arm. It's broken and badly injured. We're 2 against 1. Can we really not defeat it? Indeed, let us go for it. De Xiong, give it a good beating. The 2 brothers quickly communicated, their spirits lifted once more, and they shouted as they prepared to launch their attack. The 2 polar bears, upon receiving their master's command, lunged forward, one to the left and the other to the right. Zhou, do not go for the kill, just subdue them. Bai Wushang instructed, taking a couple of steps back. This directive was issued because the rules of the trial permitted participants to hunt one another. As long as no excessive harm or malicious intent was involved, Bai Wushang would still regard them as classmates. He could not engage in extreme retaliatory behavior such as 10-fold, 100-fold, or 1,000-fold vengeance. The magic ape nodded, remaining steadfast as it faced the first polar bear with a powerful punch. Boom. Before the bear could even swipe with its claws, it was struck squarely on the side of its face, the resounding impact echoing in everyone's ears. The bear's massive form staggered backward uncontrollably for 2 or 3 meters, a visible swelling appearing on its cheek. Seeing his beloved pet injured at the first encounter, Tuoba Lei could not help but exclaim, Zhuang, stay vigilant. Roar. The second polar bear, enraged by the sight of its companion being attacked, charged forward with a furious gait. As it neared the magic ape, it suddenly kicked off with its hind legs, launching itself with its forepaws outstretched, mouth agape, in a ferocious snarl. This was a purely melee technique. Once the polar bear managed to grapple its target, it would quickly overpower its prey to the ground using sheer weight and strength. Thereafter, whether it tore with its fangs or struck with its claws, it would result in an unrelenting onslaught, leaving the prey with no chance of escape. However, this time, it faced the magic ape, a creature larger in size, more muscular, and endowed with superior combat instincts. With a single arm push, the magic ape halted the bear's advance, holding it in a stalemate for 2 or 3 seconds. With a roar, Zhou turned the tide, leveraging its overwhelming strength to topple the polar bear and mount atop it. Slap, slap, slap. A flurry of rapid strikes followed, hard, swift, and ruthless, rendering the bear dazed, blood frothing from its mouth, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed into unconsciousness. Zhuang. Tuoba Gon, unable to contain himself, instinctively began to rush forward, only to be restrained by Tuoba Lei. With a serious expression, Tuoba Lei shouted, Zhuang, hold your attack. First, activate your elemental attachment. Elevate to your utmost potential. At these words, Zhuang, who had been seething with anger and ready to rescue his bear, halted in its tracks. Lowering its head and gritting its teeth, a muffled growl emanated from its throat. In the next moment, as if an invisible wind swept by, its fur bristled, revealing a luminous membrane. This membrane was not of a singular hue. It shifted colors approximately every 10 seconds. With each transition, the polar bear's outer fur would sporadically ignite with tiny flames, crackle with electric sparks, or flash with ephemeral black stripes, creating an otherworldly spectacle. Is this the elemental attachment? Bai Wushang blinked, not out of concern for Ajo, but rather in awe of this newfound revelation. The magic ape took note of the second polar bear's transformation, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. It immediately rose to its feet, positioning itself defensively in front of Bai Wushang. Ajo, this skill will imbue elemental damage. It will activate upon any physical contact, whether through active offense or passive defense. Bai Wushang, as the master, provided some knowledge-based guidance. You can practice against it, just avoid extensive contact with its fur. Acknowledging the instruction, the magic ape, with a calm gaze, fixated on the polar bear's every movement. Now infused with the elemental attachment, Dazhuang's aura surged to its zenith, no longer hesitating. It lunged forward once more. Whoosh! The giant bear's claw came crashing down. Ajo deliberately delayed its defense, resulting in shallow gashes. Seizing the moment, it scrutinized the wounds, noting the absence of blood, yet the presence of charred black marks. After a moment's contemplation, the magic ape continued to engage with the polar bear, refraining from direct assaults while incurring minor injuries to explore the various effects of the elemental attachment. Dazhuang, strike from the left. That should be its weak point. Excellent. Just like that. Bite it. Ah, so close to landing a hit, but alas. Tuoba Lei stood several meters away, exerting all his effort as the master to continuously offer battle strategies for the polar bear. Initially, his spirits were high, but as time progressed, his mood began to dwindle. Xiaolei, why don't we concede defeat? Tuoba Gan suggested timidly, observing that the magic ape was clearly holding back, treating Dazhuang as a mere sparring partner. As the magic ape suddenly shifted from defense to offense, delivering solid punches that left the polar bear battered and retreating, Tuoba Lei sighed, no longer persisting, and raised his hand, declaring, "Stop. We concede." The magic ape's raised fist paused in midair, turning to look at Bai Wushang. Bai Wushang nodded, saying, "Cease your actions." Having received permission, Ajo relented, stepping back to Bai Wushang's side. The Tuoba brothers, visibly disheartened, recalled the two polar bears into their oath book and approached Bai Wushang. "Your magic ape is formidable. We have lost," Tuoba Gan said, handing over a card-like object with a heavy heart. "This is my personal nameplate, for you." Bai Wushang reached out to accept it. This personal nameplate had been temporarily added to each participant's dimensional backpack due to new rules introduced by Xia Wanlong before the trial commenced. It bore their names and student identification numbers. According to regulations, the nameplate must be kept by its owner. If another touched it, it would transform from color to gray, activating an embedded signal transmitter. This indicated that the corresponding student acknowledged defeat, immediately terminating the trial, with an instructor arriving to escort them away. Conversely, the gray nameplate would become the spoils of the victor, redeemable for corresponding secret energy points upon achieving a flawless completion of the trial. Of course, to prevent any exploitation, the nameplate would automatically imprint the fingerprint of the second individual handling it, ensuring it could not be traded to a third party. Furthermore, should one party attempt to escape during combat by invoking a rescue talisman, the rescuing instructor would compensate the victorious student with additional registration points. "Here, this is mine," Tuoba Lei said, reluctantly asking, "What is your name? Once I train Dazhuang for a while, I shall certainly challenge you again." "My surname is Bai, and my given name is Wushang." Bai Wushang replied casually with a smile. Although he was the initial target of an attack, through observation, he found the character of these twins quite acceptable. At least they were brave enough to acknowledge their defeat and were not the type to resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. Thus he did not harbor any dislike towards them. As Bai Wushang's name rolled off Tuoba Lei's tongue, he furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity. Xiaolei, do you feel the same way? Tuoba Gan exchanged glances with his brother. Bai Wushang chose not to pursue this line of conversation, instead inquiring, "I am curious. How did you two brothers come together under these trial rules?" "Well, part of it is luck. We happened to be placed in the same trial arena," Tuoba Gan replied honestly. "Additionally, since childhood, we have shared a peculiar sense of connection, allowing us to sense each other's locations within a certain distance, which is how we converged." Bai Wushang responded with an "oh," suddenly looking up at the sky. A large black eagle was soaring rapidly toward them, adorned with the distinct emblem of the Shanghai Academy. "Your instructor has come to retrieve you." Before the conversation could be completed, a colossal eagle swooped down, its talons seizing both Tuoba Lei and Tuoba Gan with precision. Bai Wushang barely caught a glimpse of his mentor's figure before the giant eagle ascended once more, conjuring a tempest and transforming into a mere black that vanished into the distant horizon. Was this mentor excessively impulsive, or perhaps possessed of a fiery temper? Such wildness seemed excessive, he mused. With a murmured comment, Bai Wushang recalled the magic ape and mounted his crimson steed. 2 hours later, Bai Wushang finally spotted the silhouette of the Gale Sword Wolf. At that moment, they were ensconced within a small, arid cave, where a pack of wolves busily transported dead grass, while some, having just returned from a hunt, dragged in adult chime deer, each fulfilling their role in preparing for a new den. There were 10 adult sword wolves, along with a late-stage juvenile alpha and 3 or 4 pups. Concealed in the shadows, Bai Wushang observed them, contemplating. With such significant losses in their ranks, this group would pose no threat to Aizhou even if they charged all at once. Thus, I need not worry about combat prowess. My focus should be on how to ensnare them all at once. A direct assault would be futile, while Aizhou might manage to eliminate a few unawares. The remaining wolves would surely scatter. Once they unleashed their speed advantage, Aizhou would be unable to pursue them, leading to a drawn-out chase that would waste both energy and time. It is best to resolve this in one fell swoop. After some deliberation, Bai Wushang devised a plan. Noon marked the time of the most intense light within the secret realm. The pack retreated into the cave, while several young adult sword wolves lounged lazily at the entrance, vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, the foremost wolf perked up its ears, lifting its head and squinting into the distance, spotting a dark shadow streaking through the air. What could that be? A moment of confusion flickered through the wolf's mind, but before it could sound the alarm, the shadow plummeted to the ground just a meter or two from the pack's entrance. With a resounding splash, the shadow burst like a water balloon, showering the area with a deluge of inky liquid that stained the entrance, causing several sword wolves to falter in their retreat, their once azure fur now darkened. Chaos erupted as the tranquility shattered. The wolves either glanced around in alarm or huddled together for safety. At that moment, a flaming stick inexplicably soared through the air, crashing to the ground. Almost instantaneously upon touching the inky surface, the feeble flame erupted into a towering inferno, spreading in the direction of the spilled ink, creating a barrier of deep crimson flames. Howls of agony filled the air as several sword wolves, now coated in the inky substance, caught fire from the embers propelled by the wind, writhing in torment, their haunting cries echoing profound despair, sending chills down one's spine. In the face of death's dread, the remaining sword wolves descended into utter disarray. The concept of pack unity was abandoned as they fixated on a narrow, weak point in the flames, scrambling to escape. Outside, Bai Wushang charged forward on his crimson steed. Beside him, the magic ape stood upright, sprinting with fervor. Aizhou, just as I instructed, take down one at a time. Move swiftly and spare none, Bai Wushang urged, his voice urgent. The magic ape roared, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent, its speed increasing to surpass that of the steed. The first sword wolf to breach the fiery barrier was met with a black iron fist that struck its snout with tremendous force, causing blood to spurt from its orifices as its consciousness faded. The 2-meter-long wolf body was sent hurtling into the blazing inferno. Instinctively, the next 2 sword wolves attempted to flee, but Aizhou was quick, seizing one by the hind leg and hurling it towards the other with a mighty throw. The impact elicited simultaneous screams from the 2 wolves, their blood oozing from their pores. One by one, the 4th, 5th, and 6th fell beneath Aizhou's relentless assault, the flames casting a gruesome glow upon the scene as it fought like an undefeated deity of war, extinguishing the lives of one sword wolf after another, obliterating their chances of survival. Bai Wushang, standing a short distance behind Aizhou, wielded a newly crafted 2-meter spear, occasionally assisting by dispatching a severely injured sword wolf. Curiously, where was the late-stage juvenile alpha? As the pack was decimated, the second in command, poised to ascend to the rank of Wolf King, remained conspicuously absent, prompting Bai Wushang's suspicions. As if in response to his thoughts, a larger sword wolf suddenly leaped from the flames on the opposite side, rolling in the mud to extinguish the flames clinging to its body. Gasping for breath, it fled without a backward glance. Bai Wushang's gaze sharpened, and he commanded, Aizhou, pursue it. I will handle the rest. Chapter 48, The Stiletto Beetle. With a fierce roar, Aizhou discarded the wolf carcass and leaped after the fleeing alpha. Glancing back at the cave behind the curtain of flames, Bai Wushang discerned 1 or 2 remaining sword wolves. Without hesitation, he produced his last oil maggot, hurling it into the fray. This oil maggot, a creature Bai Wushang had painstakingly captured days prior, possessed considerable utility. This extraordinary organism was not adept at combat. Its sole remarkable trait was its corpulent belly, filled with a highly flammable liquid. Once compressed, it would burst, igniting with the slightest spark and burning for an extended duration. After observing for several seconds and confirming that the remaining sword wolves were engulfed by the flames, their anguished cries gradually fading as they succumbed to despair. Bai Wushang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned back, mounting his steed and following the faint bond of the contract towards Azhou's location. Truth be told, allowing his beast to stray from his side was somewhat perilous. As he galloped, Bai Wushang reflected, once summoned into the physical realm, a familiar perpetually consumed the Master's soul power. The routine expenditure was minimal, even for an entire day, but during combat, it escalated significantly. In more severe situations, particularly in long-distance battles, the drain could be terrifying. I must hurry to Azhou's side until I master the techniques of reverse summoning or spatial teleportation. Should my soul power be depleted and I fail to recall Azhou back into the contract book, the bond would become severed. Such errors, considered elementary, have occurred to many masters annually, and I must remain vigilant to avoid similar missteps in the future. The crimson steed galloped onward. Perhaps due to the recent passage of the sword wolves and the magic ape, no other beasts lurked in the vicinity. Following the tether of the contract, Bai Wushang soon spotted a grove of jujube trees ahead. Surprised, he glanced around, noting the absence of immediate danger, and pressed on into the grove. Shortly thereafter, an azure figure came into view, sprawled within a pool of blood, its life extinguished. How curious, Bai Wushang murmured, dismounting swiftly to investigate. The lifeless form was indeed that of the fleeing Gale sword wolf. However, the cause of its demise was peculiar. It had been pierced through the head by some long-handled weapon, dying almost instantly. This wound was not inflicted by Azhou. Considering the expression frozen on the wolf's face and the lack of additional injuries on its body, Bai Wushang deduced that it must have been attacked by some other beast, and the assault had been remarkably sudden, leaving the late-stage sword wolf no chance to react before succumbing to a single lethal blow. Roar! Several dozen meters away, the furious roar of Azhou echoed, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce battle. Bai Wushang cautiously approached, his eyes reflecting a massive beetle that was half yellow and half black. The insect measured over 2 meters in length and boasted 6 legs. Its posterior was cloaked in a yellow shell, while the anterior was entirely dark. At the forefront of its head, a long, downward-angled black horn protruded, gleaming like a sword with a metallic sheen. A stabbing beetle? Bai Wushang gasped, stealthily drawing near. He caught sight of its details. Name: stabbing beetle, wild. Race: insectoid stabbing beetle of the beast realm. Life level: peak larval stage. Bloodline quality: mortal bone, level 6 stars. Status: enraged. Intelligence: extremely low. Traits: armored blade, mighty shell, aerial flight. Skills: single blade thrust, fierce jab, lightning triple strike. Gourmet cells: 24. A peak larval stage creature with a mortal bone level of 6 stars. No wonder Azhou was struggling against it. On the battlefield, the magic ape bore several cuts, though the bleeding had ceased, leaving behind patches of dried blood that painted a rather disheveled picture. In truth, Azhou was at a disadvantage. The stabbing beetle was not only a formidable warrior, but also utilized its horn for swift strikes, and could even fly briefly. It exhibited no discernible weaknesses in terms of strength, defense, or offense. Azhou's most powerful attack merely left faint indentations on its shell. In contrast, a single thrust from the stabbing beetle forced Azhou to dodge desperately. A hit to a vital area would be fatal. The loss of an arm and an eye significantly hampered Azhou's performance. Had he been in his prime, a late-stage larval magic ape at mortal bone level 8 stars, his combat prowess would have been on par with the stabbing beetle, perhaps even slightly superior. How could he be in such a dire situation? Wait, why was Azhou engaging the stabbing beetle at all? A thought struck Bai Wushang. Generally, the more powerful a creature, the stronger its territorial instincts. The sword wolf had hastily fled into the territory of the stabbing beetle, leading to its fatal encounter. This much was understandable. But Azhou, following behind, witnessing the sword wolf's demise, would not have sought trouble with the stabbing beetle, would he? It must have been the stabbing beetle that had initiated the assault on the magic ape. Moreover, insectoid extraordinary beings often acted as guardians, residing near precious resources. Could it be that the stabbing beetle's furious defense against all intruders was due to something it was protecting? This area was filled with jujube trees. Bai Wushang's heart raced as thoughts flooded his mind. Most jujube fruits were known to replenish energy and nourish the blood. Observing the situation, Azhou remained at a disadvantage. But for the time being, he seemed unlikely to fall. Bai Wushang stealthily maneuvered around, slipping into the grove of jujube trees behind the stabbing beetle. The stabbing beetle was a solitary creature, unwilling to share its domain. He could gamble on his hunch, hoping for a significant reward. If he lost, he would simply escape with Azhou. Either way, the risk was manageable. His thoughts were clear. After advancing several dozen meters, a stout, short jujube tree came into view, adorned with 2 fist-sized purple fruits. These were the king jujubes. Bai Wushang's brow furrowed momentarily before quickly relaxing as he recalled their significance. Like discovering a treasure, his eyes sparkled with excitement. These fruits were renowned for nourishing yin and yang, promoting blood production, and calming the mind. One was worth at least 300 to 400 gold coins. Glancing around to ensure no danger lurked, Bai Wushang nimbly climbed the tree and harvested both king jujubes. Should Ajo consume one, his second heart would swiftly regenerate, making the balance of power against the stabbing beetle uncertain. A smile crept across Bai Wushang's face as he cradled the fruits, eagerly returning to his previous position. Chapter 49. Rebirth in Flesh and Blood. The battle raged on, a relentless clash between the insect and the ape. The magic ape sported a gaping, bloody wound on its side, while the stabbing beetle, apart from its pockmarked shell, remained otherwise unchanged. After a round, both parties momentarily withdrew. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wushang shouted, "Ajo, catch!" He hurled a king jujube with all his might, and the magic ape reacted swiftly, leaping to snatch it. "Consume it. It will replenish your vitality." Upon hearing Bai Wushang's voice, Ajo instinctively stuffed the king jujube into his mouth, crunching down eagerly. The stabbing beetle, noticing the fruit, erupted with rage. As if its mate had been taken, it emitted a series of furious screeches, then flapped its wings violently, soaring several meters into the air before diving towards Bai Wushang. Single blade, direct thrust. This strike was fueled by the stabbing beetle's full fury. In an extraordinary display of power, its speed and strength exceeded its usual capabilities. Bai Wushang felt as though a blade of light had locked onto him, an icy wave of murderous intent piercing through him, creating an illusion of inevitable doom. In an instant, his scalp tingled, and cold sweat drenched his clothes. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but it seemed too late. The blade was about to descend upon him. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. Bai Wushang's mind went blank, and after a few seconds of expected agony, none came. As his scattered thoughts refocused, he beheld a dark figure standing unwaveringly before him. It was Ajo, the magic ape. A segment of the blade protruded from the ape's robust body, blood splattering and landing on Bai Wushang's face, still warm. In that fleeting moment, a tempest of emotions surged within Bai Wushang: confusion, helplessness, anger, worry, astonishment, shock, and gratitude, all colliding and merging into one: fear. Yes, he was engulfed in fear. Fear that Ajo might perish. Fear that his companion of 5 days, his beloved beast, had sacrificed itself to protect him. Bai Wushang's breath quickened, his heart racing as he approached the magic ape's front. At that moment, Ajo's face was contorted in a grimace, his right hand gripping the sharp horn of the stabbing beetle with unyielding tenacity. Even as the blade embedded 3 to 4 centimeters deep into his palm, he refused to release his hold. Crimson blood streamed down his arm, staining his black fur entirely. Bai Wushang exhaled in relief, for he realized that the stabbing beetle had pierced Ajo's abdomen, and due to the ape's grip, the blade could not shift, stabilizing the wound. For Ajo, as long as his left heart and head remained intact, there was still hope for recovery. Regaining some composure, Bai Wushang focused on the attribute panel in his vision. Status: injured, self-recovery in progress, heart exhaustion, 1. Strange, didn't he just consume the king jujube? Why was there no reaction? Bai Wushang pondered, perplexed. Was 1 not sufficient? Yet, the blood-producing properties of a single fruit were already extraordinary. He feared Ajo might suffer from overconsumption. It seemed he could not view extremes through the lens of conventionality. Upon reflection, witnessing the sharp blade of the stiletto beetle embedded in the chest of the demon ape was tantamount to rendering it immobile. Bai Wushang swiftly retrieved a second king jujube, placing it into Ajo's mouth. As Ajo strained against the formidable beetle, it crunched down on the jujube with a satisfying crackle. Before long, a wisp of faint steam began to rise from its crown. Bai Wushang reached out, feeling the astonishingly high temperature emanating from the demon ape's surface, which was rapidly escalating. With a sudden roar, Ajo exuberantly bellowed, and a tender fleshy bud sprang forth from the severed end of its left arm. Flesh reborn. The second heart was restored. Bai Wushang was overjoyed. The stiletto beetle, sensing impending doom, desperately wriggled its horns and managed to break free. The demon ape swiftly embraced Bai Wushang and retreated. During this interval, its left hand, left eye, left horn, and even the newly formed puncture wound in its chest began to exhibit signs of fleshy growth. Bai Wushang understood that Ajo was expediting the process of flesh rebirth at the cost of rapidly depleting its vital blood. It was likely that once all its wounds had healed, it would fall into a state of blood deficiency. This condition, while slightly better than heart exhaustion, was still unsuitable for utilizing blood ignition, as it wouldn't last long and could further harm the body. The stiletto beetle launched another dive, its blade gleaming ominously with a dark crimson light. With a fierce howl, Zhou released Bai Wushang and turned to face the stiletto beetle, radiating palpable battle intent. Its left eye reopened, granting it a broader field of vision and significantly enhancing its adaptability. The left arm fully regenerated, appearing somewhat rosy, with slightly sparser fur. But it no longer fought with a single limb, effectively doubling its offensive capabilities. The entirety of its abdomen, chest, legs, and back, including previous hidden injuries, had healed completely. The demon ape once again felt the full strength of its corporeal form, a surge of confidence bubbling within. With a powerful leap, Zhou sprang into the air, timing its jump perfectly to soar above the descending stiletto beetle. Clenching its fists, it struck downwards with tremendous force. Mountain-crushing fist. The resounding impact echoed as the beetle was inevitably smashed to the ground, leaving two distinct imprints on its heavy yellow shell. Without granting it a moment to recover, Zhou circled behind the stiletto beetle, pinning its body down with one hand while seizing one of its long legs with the other and yanking it forcefully. In an instant, 3 of the beetle's legs on the right side were mercilessly torn off. The stiletto beetle emitted a series of high-pitched shrieks, thrashing its long stinger in a futile attempt to turn around. Though it possessed considerable strength, having previously held its own against the one-armed demon ape, the now fully armed Zhou was no longer limited to a mere contest of power. Seizing the opportunity before the beetle could escape, Zhou abruptly pried open its back shell and tore away its colorful, translucent wings at the base. Then, embracing the beetle, it executed a suplex, flipping the stiletto beetle onto its back, its remaining 3 legs flailing weakly in the air. In this moment, the battlefield bore witness to a stark contrast. The fully intact Zhou emanated an aura of terror. Chapter 50, Water-Jumping Bug Jelly and Pink Mushroom Crab Meat Rolls. As Bai Wushang regained his composure, he reflected deeply on the scene before him. The stiletto beetle now lay with its 6 legs stripped bare, its head wobbling side to side. Though its stinger remained sharp, no amount of twisting could bend it at a 90-degree angle to strike the demon ape. As an insect in such a predicament, its demise was all but assured. Bai Wushang approached, signaling for the demon ape to cease its assault. While Zhou could undoubtedly pulverize the stiletto beetle's hardened shell, it would be far wiser to utilize it for practice, allowing for the extraction of a relatively intact shell for potential armor. Drawing out a dagger, Bai Wushang patiently chipped away at the edges of the beetle's abdomen, then thrust a spear inside, vigorously stirring and mixing. Hunting successful, Culinary Cell 24. At last, he had vanquished the creature. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bai Wushang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Subsequently, under Zhou's vigilant protection, he devoted nearly an hour to completely dismantling the stiletto beetle's carcass. The total yield included 1 pair of compound eyes, 5 abdominal plates, 3 dorsal shells, and, most treasured of all, the beetle's long stinger. Once all was accomplished, Bai Wushang flashed a smile at the demon ape. Zhou, I owe you my gratitude for your selfless rescue just now. Haha. The demon ape grinned, suddenly rising to its full height, arms outstretched, muscles rippling with strength. Haha. I must say, your aerial combat style is truly impressive. Hearing the praise, the demon ape thumped its chest joyfully. Yet at that moment, a profound and overwhelming aura erupted from within it, akin to a tide, only to dissipate moments later, leaving no trace behind. Bai Wushang, standing nearby, could not overlook this change, his face etched with surprise. Zhou, it seems you have approached the threshold of the late larval stage. It won't be long before you break through to the next realm. Roaring with delight, the demon ape expressed its joy. Let us depart this place. Bai Wushang organized his backpack, but Zhou tugged at the hem of his garment, guiding him to the corpse of the fallen sword wolf, gesturing insistently. You mean, I should not waste the materials from its body? The demon ape nodded affirmatively. Very well, I understand. After processing the carcass of the Gale sword wolf, Bai Wushang and Zhou located the lost red horse within the Jujube Grove. The trio sought out a cave, igniting a campfire to commence their meal preparations. Tonight's dinner comprised sword wolf meat, simply roasted and sprinkled with aromatic herbs, yielding a rather coarse texture. Nonetheless, Zhou devoured it with great satisfaction. Being more inclined towards an omnivorous diet, consuming nearly half of the small sword wolf, still yearning for more. All right, do not overindulge. It may hinder your combat performance. Bai Wushang advised, patting it gently. With the sword wolf clan dealt with, my promise to you has been fulfilled. The demon ape listened quietly. Next, we shall remain in the secret realm for 5 or 6 more days. I intend to focus on honing your skills, seeking out some late-stage or peak larval beings for you to practice against, aiming to expedite your breakthrough to peak larval stage. Of course, should anyone seek to provoke us, we need not hold back. Given our strength, few in this trial arena can rival us, as long as we exercise caution. Bai Wushang articulated his thoughts clearly. After conveying this, he settled into a meditative position, requesting Zhou to guard him. The recent days of travel had led Bai Wushang to hunt numerous extraordinary beings, accumulating over 200 culinary cells, and it was time to offer a sacrifice. As darkness enveloped him, Bai Wushang found himself at the food god altar, surveying the surroundings. He noted no discernible changes. With practiced ease, he approached the bronze square cauldron and placed his right hand upon it. Total culinary cells, 217. Do you wish to exchange for a Tier 1 food god treasure chest? Yes. Bai Wushang swiftly exchanged for 2 items. Upon opening the first chest, he discovered a piece of yellowed parchment. As his fingers brushed against it, the parchment vanished from sight. In its place, a message unfolded within his mind. Recipe: water-leaping bug jelly. Ingredients: 1 living larval water-leaping bug of a level higher than the consumer's first stage, 1 cowherb fruit, 5 milliliters of crystal essence, and a soul force of late-stage spirit master or above. Procedure: soak the cowherb fruit in water for 1 hour, add the crystal essence, melt over indirect heat, and retrieve. Description: an advanced recipe of the water attribute, with a 70 to 90 probability of producing a water attribute extraordinary creature at the larval level, excluding peak larval stage, elevating its life tier by 1 stage. Each life form may consume it only once in a lifetime. Bai Wushang repeated water leaping bug twice before recalling that it is a relatively rare water attribute extraordinary creature, resembling a tadpole, but roughly the size of an ordinary frog, possessing some medicinal value. Its rarity stems from its transparency, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. Only through extensive net fishing can one hope to catch a few by chance. Otherwise, it remains elusive. This recipe, however, was of no immediate use to him, for neither Zhou nor the Milky Way had any connection to the water attribute. Shaking his head, Bai Wushang proceeded to open the second chest. Once again, he found a piece of yellowed parchment. Within his mind emerged another message. Recipe: pink mushroom crab meat roll. Ingredients: 1 each of a red, yellow, and blue mushroom crab, any level of living larval stage, a large leaf of pink cabbage, 1 gram of stinking ginger, 1 tail of jade Buddha root, and a soul force of peak spirit master or above. Procedure: bind the legs of the 3 mushroom crabs and steam them until their shells change color, then extinguish the heat, crush them, and mix with stinking ginger. Description: a special functional recipe, limited to larval stage peak flesh life forms, providing a one-time death immunity effect. Duration approximately 12 hours. During this period, if subjected to a lethal blow, it automatically negates the damage, with specific effects determined by the final completion of the recipe. Each life form may consume it only once in a lifetime. This recipe astonished Bai Wushang. The ability to grant immunity to a lethal blow was indeed remarkable. Such an effect could likely only be achieved by legendary elixirs. From temptation mouse to herbaceous broth, and now to water-leaping bug jelly and pink mushroom crab meat roll. These extraordinary recipes continuously expanded his understanding. He noted that the more unique the extraordinary recipe, the more ingredients it seemed to require, often rare and the procedures increasingly complex, demanding meticulous attention to detail, with specified consumers and the limitation of a one-time use for each life form. Bai Wushang pondered silently, ultimately resolving with determination. Regardless, this recipe holds immense potential for my endeavors. Besides facilitating Zhou's advancement, I must also begin to gather the corresponding ingredients for the pink mushroom crab meat roll. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Chapter 51, A Reunion. In the secret realm of Isle, trial field number 9, on the 10th day, amidst the lush, verdant forest, Bai Wushang rode swiftly on horseback. Beside him, the magic ape Zhou galloped, its limbs touching the ground in close pursuit. Not far ahead, a yellow crab, resembling a mushroom, scuttled rapidly across the terrain. Zhou, catch it! Bai Wushang commanded, his voice resonating with urgency. Zhou, responding to his cue, surged forward without restraint, launching an aggressive pursuit of the yellow crab. After a relentless chase of 3 to 4 kilometers, the yellow crab stumbled over a stone and was swiftly captured by Zhou. Ooh, the little fellow is surprisingly quick. We've been chasing for half an hour. Bai Wushang urged his steed closer, pulling on the reins to scrutinize the yellow crab in Zhou's grasp. Unlike the typical flat crabs, this one was spherical, about the size of a basketball. Its entire body was a tender yellow, adorned with various white spots on its shell, giving it the appearance of a giant mushroom from a distance, hence its name, mushroom crab. Its eyes were the size of black beans, and as it opened and closed its mouth, it emitted a sizzling sound, occasionally releasing a few small bubbles. However, the most striking feature was its legs, 8 evenly distributed limbs covered in fuzzy black bristles, with pincers of varying sizes, each lined with a row of fine, sharp serrations. In his mind, the details appeared. Name, Yellow mushroom crab, wild. Race, extraordinary arthropod mushroom crab family. Life stage, late larval stage. Bloodline quality, mortal bone, level 3 star. Status, tearless. Intelligence, extremely low. Characteristic, soft shell. Skill, frenzied escape, claw pinch. Gourmet cell, 9. Now I have the yellow mushroom crab, but I still need the red and blue ones, Bai Wushang mused. The mushroom crab was an odd, extraordinary creature with numerous variants, yet none excelled in combat. Their greatest value lay in their medicinal properties. For instance, the red mushroom crab's meat alleviated muscle soreness, and when combined with other herbs, could be refined into a pill for rapid stamina recovery. The blue mushroom crab helped enhance mental clarity and was a crucial ingredient in many soul force recovery potions. As for the yellow mushroom crab he had just caught, it provided immunity enhancement, capable of being brewed into a costly resistance potion that, when consumed, offered substantial resistance against poison, paralysis, and unconsciousness for a limited time. With the yellow mushroom crab securely bound by its pincers and legs, Bai Wushang placed it into the fireball snake's skin pouch, slinging it over his own back. The dimensional backpack could not accommodate living creatures, and carrying it with a zhou would hinder his performance, while the steed was deemed unreliable for such a burden. Thus, he opted to manage it himself. He continued his search for traces of the mushroom crabs within the thicket. Not long after, the clamor of a scuffle drew Bai Wushang's attention. A zhou, let us investigate. Though curiosity could be perilous, another saying goes that fortune favors the bold. Bai Wushang believed he possessed sufficient strength and did not wish to miss out on potential opportunities. The source of the noise led to a sunken basin, about 20 meters lower than the forest where Bai Wushang stood. The terrain was cracked and barren, appearing quite desolate. From his elevated position, he spotted 5 figures. On one side stood a pair, a frail, diminutive male and a tall, robust female, a rather peculiar duo. On the other side were a plump man with a white pompadour, a pink-haired girl, and a burly man. They were none other than the infamous trio of Shiba Long he had encountered before. Is it them? Bai Wushang recalled vividly the challenges posed by these three, having to eliminate them after their interference during his attempt to subdue the ghost vine. Now, fate had brought them together once more. Was it time to settle the score for the betrayal? Following his gaze, he noticed, behind the white-haired plump man, another creature, a plant-based beast, entirely emerald green, composed of numerous vines. However, it lacked flowers and was not particularly robust, yet it exuded vitality, resembling a different nature altogether. Emerald magic vine? Bai Wushang thought, somewhat taken aback. This particular category of plant-based beasts typically possesses a bloodline quality of merely 6 stars at the mortal bone level. Their attributes, ranging from attack power and range to resilience, are generally inferior to that of the ghostly vine. The sole exception is their slightly enhanced intelligence, placing them at a moderate level of cognition akin to that of the hunting hound. If one were to assess their capabilities, they lack the dual-edged sword of dark adaptation. Rather than fearing the sun, they thrive in it, exhibiting heightened activity and superior recuperative abilities under its rays. In the arena, the trio of white-haired rotund individuals engaged in an intense duel with the pair consisting of a slender man and a tall woman. The creatures summoned by the rotund individuals included the emerald demon vine, the marsh crocodile, and the hunting hound. Each had a distinct role. One controlled the battlefield, another engaged in close combat, and the last executed guerrilla tactics, demonstrating excellent coordination and evidently gaining the upper hand. Conversely, the slender man and the tall woman possessed a clawed cat beast and an ivory tiger. The former resembled a wildcat, roughly the size of an adult cheetah, with gray-blue fur, a long tail, and a short waist, equipped with remarkably acute reflexes and balance. Undoubtedly a swift-attacking extraordinary creature. The latter, with a stout and short neck, long and rigid whiskers, and a robust build, showcased a vibrant orange-red body color with pale yellow underbelly and limbs, adorned with varying shades of black stripes on its back and approximately 12 black rings on its tail. Most striking were its elongated canines, which curved outward, resembling exquisite porcelain, serving as formidable weapons of lethal intent. The clawed cat beast, classified as a 4-star mortal bone creature, and the 6-star ivory tiger are both commendable specimens. With a thoughtful stroke of his chin, Bai Wushang speculated, if my assessment is accurate, both of these creatures are in their late juvenile stage. However, even with this, the odds of winning in a 2-against-3 scenario remain exceedingly slim. In the basin, both masters stood in safe zones, vocally issuing various commands to guide their creatures into battle. Among the 5 beasts, the hunting hound and the clawed cat beast quickly found themselves entangled in a fierce skirmish, darting back and forth in a relentless clash. The remaining 3, if assessed individually in their current state, would undoubtedly place the ivory tiger as the strongest. After all, the marsh crocodile, being on land, could only exert limited power. Yet, under the command of Ba Long, the marsh crocodile engaged the ivory tiger head-on while the emerald demon vine controlled the battlefield. Striking from unexpected angles, it frequently lashed out, leaving crimson welts on the ivory tiger's hide, provoking its furious roars and frenzied reactions, yet it remained utterly helpless. The scales of victory had been tilting since the very beginning. Little Croc, unleash the mud bomb, bellowed the robust man. Upon hearing the command, the marsh crocodile emitted a gurgling sound, and moments later, it opened its mouth wide, spewing forth a clump of gray mud aimed directly at the ivory tiger. "A tiger! Evade!" urged the tall woman, standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters with a well-defined physique. She added, "A tiger, do not engage the marsh crocodile. Break free and attack the main stem of the emerald demon vine." The ivory tiger roared and began to maneuver around the marsh crocodile. "Such naive thinking," chuckled Ba Long from a distance, calmly directing the emerald demon vine. Vine whips, left up, right down, strike. The thick green tendrils lashed out with the swiftness of a serpent, slicing through the air. The ivory tiger narrowly dodged one whip, only for another to graze its back, leaving a patch of its hide stripped bare, revealing numerous blood spots. Roar! The ivory tiger, now in pain, faltered, giving the marsh crocodile an opening to pounce once more. The battle between the ivory tiger, marsh crocodile, and emerald demon vine raged on, while the clawed-cat beast found itself at a severe disadvantage. Following a surprise attack into a bite, the hunting hound firmly clamped down on the clawed-cat beast's neck, subduing it entirely. With a thud, the clawed-cat beast was slammed to the ground, unconscious. "Little cat!" exclaimed the slender, bespectacled man in alarm. The pink-haired girl, glancing at the battlefield, nonchalantly reached into her backpack, rummaging about until she finally retrieved a large red apple. As she took small bites, she mumbled indistinctly, "Little black, keep going." The hunting hound barked and turned, baring its fangs as it charged forward. Its target was not the ivory tiger, but rather the two human masters of the slender man and tall woman. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. As the massive black dog, over 2 meters in length, barreled toward them, the slender man was paralyzed with fear, instinctively hiding behind the tall woman. Though her face remained composed, her right hand gripping the dagger trembled slightly. The ivory tiger sensed the imminent danger and turned to see its master in such dire straits. Filled with both shock and fury, it had endured 5 lashes from the vine whips and a bite from the marsh crocodile, its body marred with wounds. Yet it could not extricate itself from their grasp to mount a rescue. "Yield. You cannot turn the tide," Ba Long called out with a smile. "Shut up. I know." The tall woman interrupted the slender man irritably, hissing under her breath. "If your clawed cat beast had put up a fight, we might have had a chance to escape. Now it's utterly hopeless. Don't blame me. Those 3 have probably had their sights set on us for a while." The hunting hound halted just half a meter in front of them, its body marked with bloodstains and sharp white fangs, presenting a fearsome visage. The slender man struggled to clear his throat, suddenly shouting, "We concede. We concede. Keep that big dog away from us." Ba Long snapped his fingers, feeling quite pleased. Another 20 points of secret energy acquired. However, just as the trio of white-haired rotund individuals prepared to reap the spoils, a wild roar erupted, infused with primal power. A shadowy beast, charging with thunderous hooves, collided with the hunting hound, sending it flying and retreating the marsh crocodile several meters back. "Who?" The robust man's expression turned serious, a mix of shock and anger. On the desolate ground, the dark figure came to a halt, accompanied by the sound of soft footsteps. Ba Long's face darkened as he slightly turned his head, searching for the source of the sound. He beheld a man clad in gray, standing just over 1.8 meters tall, with healthy, sun-kissed skin and neatly cropped black hair. His nose was prominent, eyebrows thick, and though his features were not conventionally handsome, they were distinctly chiseled, possessing an appealing ruggedness. Particularly striking were his pitch-black, luminous eyes, at first glance. They seemed as clear and pure as dawn, but upon closer inspection, they revealed depths more profound and mysterious than the night, captivating one's gaze. "It's you." Ba Long's eyes twitched, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. "It's been 8 days. I've missed you dearly," Bai Wushang replied with a light chuckle. Though his gaze was as frosty as winter, the man in gray was none other than he, who had skillfully descended into the basin, aided by the vine ropes. Under his guidance, the magic ape unleashed a brutal assault, thwarting the trio's attempt to claim victory. This could be dubbed a fitting retribution, a measure of poetic justice. Ba Long's eyes shifted from Bai Wushang to the imposing black ape before him, narrowing slightly. "Is this your newly contracted beast? The magic ape seems quite formidable. How does your emerald demon vine compare?" Bai Wushang still wears a smile. Humph. Clearly, his words struck a nerve with Ba Long, who, having lost the ghost vine, found himself unable to locate a suitable prey even after several days of searching. With no other choice, he reluctantly opted to subdue the emerald demon vine. This fallback strategy was akin to a thorn embedded deep within his psyche, one that he could not easily dismiss. Did he truly believe that a mere magical ape could disrupt the situation? Out of the corner of his eye, Sheba Long noted the swamp crocodile, which, though injured from the surprise attack, remained steadfast due to its resilient scales, retaining the strength to fight. This outcome offered him a semblance of comfort, preventing the exposure of his inner turmoil and dread. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, scrutinizing every nook and cranny. Bai Wushang surmised his thoughts. He was likely feeling prideful, as if relying on something, yet worried about potential ambushes lurking nearby. No need to look around. It's just me. You three are my prey now. Bai Wushang's voice was calm, eliciting nothing but a hollow grin from Sheba Long, whose expression grew darker. Such arrogance seemed excessive. He exchanged a glance with the pink-haired girl, who nodded in response, her delicate fingers pointing at Bai Wushang as she chimed in with a sweet, high-pitched command. Little Black. Bite him. Woof, woof, woof. The fierce black dog abandoned the slender boy and tall girl, lunging toward Bai Wushang. Yet, Bai Wushang remained as tranquil as a still lake, uttering not a word, while beside him, a Zhou stepped forward with a thunderous stride. His enormous hand, akin to a storm's gale, swatted at the black dog. The hunting hound reacted swiftly, sidestepping the blow, only to dart in from another angle, its claws raking across the magical ape, leaving 5 deep crimson marks. Was it this easy? The robust man, standing nearby, was taken aback. This was not the intense battle he had anticipated. Yet, anxiety gripped him, for the swamp crocodile had been wounded in the ambush. Given that the adversary had acted first, with one person and one ape entering the fray, any rational mind would contemplate the opponent's next move. Sheba Long furrowed his brow, his expression shifting unpredictably. After several exchanges, the hunting hound had inflicted 4 deep scratches on the magical ape, its dark eyes glimmering with scorn, as if mocking the ape's size and lack of combat prowess. In the next moment, the hunting hound unleashed its hidden strength, initially reserved for evasion against a potentially formidable foe. Launching a surprise attack with claws that had quickened by threefold, aimed directly at the magical ape's head. Should it land, the magical ape would either suffer severe injury or, in the worst-case scenario, lose its life. Chapter 53, Feigning Weakness. Xiao Qian, quickly stop the hunting hound and make it retreat. Sheba Long bellowed suddenly, trusting her leader. Yi Xiao Qian prepared to shout. However, as her lips parted, the hunting hound had already closed in on the magical ape, leaping from the ground. The magical ape, panting heavily and somewhat clumsy, suddenly flashed a glimmer of sharpness in its gaze. In an instant, its reflexes surged, crouching in a remarkably subtle manner to narrowly evade the hound's claw. Immediately afterward, a Zhou clenched his right hand, targeting the hound, which had nowhere to dodge, and delivered an uppercut. Bang! This punch was aimed squarely at the hound's head. Almost instantaneously, blood erupted into the air like fireworks, stunningly beautiful, yet terrifying. Aside from Bai Wushang, everyone else stood dumbfounded by the spectacle. Little Black, the pink-haired girl, Yi Xiao Qian, was the first to react, her face displaying an unusual expression of sorrow, as if on the verge of tears. She discarded the half-eaten apple in her hand and dashed out of the emerald demon vine's protective area, her skirt trailing behind as she rushed toward the fallen hound. But it was too late. The once vibrant and ferocious black dog had already breathed its last. Yi Xiao Qian stood frozen, trembling, unable to suppress her exclamations of anger. Insidious, despicable, shameless, bastard. In the next instant, she stumbled and fell to the ground, desperately clutching her pink hair. With her lips pressed tightly together, her face drained of color, she lamented, "When you took my beast, it wasn't like this." Bai Wushang glanced at the pink-haired girl, somewhat at a loss for words. From his perspective, the trio of rotund boys had previously seized his beast, and at that time, he had chosen to endure in silence due to his inferior strength. However, now that he had a Zhou, a powerful battle companion, and the opportunity for a reunion, it was only natural to repay old grievances with new ones. The joy of seizing was matched only by the pain of loss. Perhaps it was time for them to experience the emotions he had once felt. Bai Wushang felt no trepidation over slaying a beast that could trigger the trial's rules regarding injury or death. For new masters, the bond was too fresh, the compatibility generally low. The death of a beast would lead to a degree of mental backlash, lasting anywhere from 10 days to 2 months before another contract could be established, unless a remedy could be found to mend the spiritual damage and hasten recovery. According to the trial's rules, a student who lost their beast would be deemed as having an incomplete contract, resulting in 100% expulsion. Essentially, he was not a butcher. Rather, they had forced his hand first, and he was merely returning the favor. Bai Wushang mused silently. In the barren wasteland, Shiba Long's expression darkened. Earlier, he had sensed something amiss, but pinpointing the exact issue eluded him. Yet, his warnings had come too late. Initially, he had merely intended for Xiao Qian's hunting hound to leverage its agility to probe the enemy. Now, the hound was dead, leaving only the emerald demon vine and the swamp crocodile as combatants. This was entirely unexpected, completely disrupting all thoughts and the rhythm of battle. What should the leader do now? The robust man, already wary of Bai Wushang, appeared increasingly uneasy. Yi Xiao Qian's hunting hound was not weak. On the contrary, in this terrain, its effectiveness surpassed that of the swamp crocodile. With the injured crocodile and an emerald demon vine, could they truly suppress this autonomous awakener? The last shred of confidence the robust man possessed vanished in an instant. Shiba Long's gaze darted, first commanding the emerald demon vine to retrieve the struggling Yi Xiao Qian and place her in a safe position. He then gestured for the others to remain calm. Bai, your strategy of feigning weakness is quite adept, he remarked. Bai Wushang responded with an indifferent tone. Aren't you skilled at overpowering the few with the many? A minor tactical arrangement should not be excessive, should it? Shiba Long's lips twitched, forcing a semblance of a smile as he replied, even with one less person. With the emerald demon vine present, I remain confident in our defensive control within its range. What gives you the assurance to think you have us at your mercy? Nothing at all, merely observe, Bai Wushang chuckled lightly. At that moment, he stood at the very heart of the battlefield. To his right lay the severely wounded ivory tiger. Having returned to the side of the slender boy and tall girl, warily watching everyone's movements. To his left was the area enveloped by the emerald demon vine's tendrils, which, although not vast, provided cover for Shiba Long and the robust man, whose positions were safely shielded. Shiba Long and the emerald demon vine were situated at the rear, approximately 60 to 70 meters away from Bai Wushang. On this path of advance, the robust man and the swamp crocodile became the foremost obstacles. Azhou charge. With a commanding shout, Bai Wushang initiated the attack. The magic ape crouched low, its knuckles touching the ground like a tautly drawn bow, and in an instant, it surged forward. Directly in its path, the swamp crocodile fixed its yellow-brown eyes, eager to engage. Little croc, block it, and swing your tail. With a whoosh, the swamp crocodile twisted its body wildly, its long and thick tail whipping towards the magic ape. Unyielding, Azhou reached out to grasp it. But suddenly a dark shadow swept by, forcing it to retract its hand and retreat. Following this, a mud projectile hurtled through the air. Azhou barely dodged it. But another shadow approached from the periphery. Reluctantly, the magic ape retreated several steps, only to find itself back beside Bai Wushang. Expelled from the area enveloped by the emerald vine, Zhou Zhu, the sturdy man, let out a slight sigh of relief, feigning calmness as he lowered his voice to intimidate. Bai Wushang, don't be fooled by our brief collaboration. Our team's synergy is remarkably high. While I may lack confidence in a one-on-one confrontation, if you choose to defend and not attack, you shall not fare well. Despite his words, Zhou Zhu remained on high alert, ready to crush the rescue talisman or summon the Book of Oaths at any moment. The pink-haired lowly lying unconscious nearby served as a poignant reminder of the dangers they faced. Having already suffered a significant setback, he knew that caution was paramount. Bai Wushang nodded slightly, acknowledging the first part of Zhou Zhu's statement, then turned to the magic ape and whispered, Azhou, give it your all. As we discussed earlier, I have faith in you. The magic ape bared its teeth, pounding its chest with fervor, its fighting spirit reaching its zenith. With a roar, it charged once more. Despite its sizable frame, it moved with remarkable agility, reaching the swamp crocodile in the blink of an eye. Unlike the ivory tiger, which could only move on 4 legs, the magic ape seamlessly transitioned between bipedal and quadrupedal stances. When upright, it moved like a human, wielding its hands as powerful weapons, either as fists or in open-handed strikes. Unleashing its might, on all fours, its speed increased, and its reflexes sharpened, making it ideal for swift pursuits or evasive maneuvers. Little croc, unleash a flurry of bites. Zhou Zhu commanded loudly. Bai Wushang observed silently, having already conveyed the necessary instructions, now content to watch. Azhou was no ordinary pet. It possessed exceptional intelligence, and its combat talent approached an artistic level. Therefore, in moments of non-necessity, Bai Wushang refrained from issuing commands, unwilling to risk complicating matters. Chapter 54, The Art of Battle. In the distance, Azhou launched a punch aimed at the swamp crocodile's upper jaw. Suddenly, 3 slender green vine whips ensnared its arm like relentless maggots. Azhou's movement faltered slightly, and the swamp crocodile seized the opportunity to lunge towards its midsection. With a deafening roar, Azhou summoned all its strength, muscles swelling to their limits as it grasped the vines, and, using them to propel itself upwards, leapt momentarily into the air. It then brought its massive foot crashing down onto the swamp crocodile's back, causing its armor-like body to sink slightly, as though it were embedding itself into the earth. Before Ajo could bring down its second foot, another vine whipped down from above, striking the magic ape's back. In an instant, a gaping wound over a meter long appeared on its back, flesh torn and blood spilling forth. Seizing the moment, the swamp crocodile scrambled away on its four legs, increasing the distance between itself and the magic ape. Don't let up. Continue the assault. Increase the frequency. Shiba Long commanded, his brow taut with concern. He understood that aside from its strength, the magic ape's greatest asset was its recovery rate. The grievous-looking wound was but a minor injury to it. Understood, Zhou Zhu replied, urging the swamp crocodile to attack once more. Thus, the three extraordinary creatures battled fiercely for nearly 10 minutes. The ground trembled with relentless roars, and clouds of dust hung in the air, never settling, as the conflict escalated. In terms of ability, Ajo overwhelmingly suppressed the injured swamp crocodile. However, at every critical juncture, the emerald vine's tendrils would expertly lash out, whipping, smashing, coiling, and ensnaring in an array of techniques. Part of this was due to the inherent control of the emerald vine, while another aspect stemmed from Shiba Long's precise predictions and strategic oversight, combined with the swamp crocodile's rugged resilience, effectively stalling the magic ape. Though much of this was within Bai Wushang's expectations, he couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of plant-type pets, which flourished under the sun's rays. After observing the battle for a while longer, a faint smile crept onto Bai Wushang's lips as he murmured to himself, "It should be about time, after the earlier skirmish. How much energy can the swamp crocodile possibly have left?" Sure enough, after a few more exchanges, signs of fatigue began to show in the swamp crocodile. Instantly, Ajo shifted its strategy. Previously maintaining a balance between offense and defense, now it unleashed its fury, absorbing 2 lashes in exchange for a chance to seize the swamp crocodile's tail. Over-the-shoulder explosive throw. Bai Wushang's gaze ignited with fervor. Though this wasn't his first time witnessing such a skill, each display stirred his blood to a boil. It was exhilarating. Boom, 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 boom. From the moment the swamp crocodile was slammed into the ground, it was left dazed. By the second blow, it felt a crushing weight in its chest, its internal organs churning as if tossed in a tempest. By the third blow, its hard shell cracked, while spewing forth. By the fourth, its skin tore open, blood spraying everywhere. By the fifth, the frenzied technique was too much even for the emerald vine to approach, leaving it to watch helplessly as the magic ape unleashed its wrath, while Shiba Long's expression darkened like storm clouds. However, Zhou Zhu reacted swiftly, staving off the risk of his pet being smashed into pulp as he dashed forward. He had no desire to see his swamp crocodile meet such a fate. With a gesture, he forcefully recalled the swamp crocodile. The magic ape roared in frustration as its prey vanished, turning to glare furiously at the robust man. Zhou Zhu stood his ground, resolutely shattering the rescue talisman, a pure white barrier enveloping him. Simultaneously, he urged, "Boss, concede quickly. Ensure the trial's success first." Bai Wushang frowned slightly. This man, seemingly tall and strong, demonstrated agile thinking and reactions. Had he been a mere 5 or 6 seconds late, the swamp crocodile would likely have met its demise. It was somewhat regrettable that the problem hadn't been resolved in one fell swoop. Bai Wushang's gaze turned cold as he shifted his attention to the emerald vine and Shiba Long at the rear. There lay the true mastermind behind the attempt to seize the pet. Without needing further words, Ajo decisively abandoned the protection of the luminous barrier around the sturdy man, its forelegs pounding the ground as it charged forward. Its target, the main stem of the emerald vine. Shiba Long's face paled as he frantically rubbed the rescue talisman in his hand. The battle had drained considerable energy from the magic ape, and it had sustained significant injuries. Therefore, he was reluctant to concede before the final moment, still hoping for one last struggle. Gritting his teeth, he commanded sharply, "Amon, stop it." 2 green vine whips shot out like shadows, intertwining into an X-shaped formation, repeatedly blocking the magic ape's advance from several meters away. However, any discerning observer could perceive that, bereft of the direct constraint of the swamp crocodile, the verdant demon vine could not ensnare the demon ape with merely 2 tendrils. It was being inexorably approached, inch by inch. Bai Wushang's gaze was piercing, yet internally, he harbored a sense of anticipation. He had not anticipated that the white-furred glutton would prove so obstinate. A veritable embodiment of tenacity, still struggling at this juncture. Yet, this played perfectly into his hands. Opportunities flicker and vanish in an instant. Seize them, and they become a lethal strike. Soon, surrounding the verdant demon vine, over a dozen tendrils, each as thick as a calf, spiraled together in a manner that rendered brute strength insufficient to sever them. In close proximity, they wove an intricate net, effectively immobilizing the demon ape's movements from all directions. The demon ape dashed about, continually attempting to break free from the entanglement of the vines. New whip marks appeared on its body, some deep, some shallow, and they continued to multiply. Seemingly incensed, Ajo's attacks became increasingly chaotic, and the frequency of strikes from the vine whips escalated. Above, the Shiba dragon's eyes glimmered with a furtive light, suddenly sensing an opportunity. In a swift motion, the demon ape leaped into the air, swinging its powerful right arm with the intent to strike the main stem of the verdant demon vine. What an opportune moment. Bind its limbs. Secure its defeat. The Shiba dragon roared. Hidden beneath the ground, 5 additional tendrils lunged forth like frenzied bulls, targeting the demon ape's right arm, left arm, and both legs. The Shiba dragon held its breath, as if foreseeing the moment when the vine tendrils would ensnare the ape's limbs mid-air, rendering it utterly incapable of resistance. This leap would spell its downfall, perhaps even its demise. The mere thought of this scenario caused the corners of the Shiba dragon's mouth to curl upwards, on the verge of laughter. However, just as it uttered a syllable, the sound abruptly choked off, as though a hand had grasped its throat, freezing all expression upon its face. What did it behold? It saw the demon ape's eyes, proud and profound, laced with a hint of pity, yet devoid of any trace of fear or panic. It witnessed the demon ape suddenly parting its jaws, a dark glimmer coalescing deep within its throat. It saw a black orb hurtling directly towards its face. Chapter 55, New Intelligence. No. The Shiba dragon let out a wretched cry. The darkness enveloped him like the most profound of curtains, shrouding him completely, as if someone had pressed his head beneath the water. The Shiba dragon experienced immediate difficulty in breathing. The world around him faded to utter blackness. He could see nothing, sense nothing. It felt as though he had been cast aside, and emotions of helplessness, terror, and loneliness crawled into his mind like ants, spreading unchecked. He yearned to scream, but found himself voiceless. He wished to weep, yet no tears would flow. He longed to flee, only to discover his legs would not move. All that remained was despair. An overwhelming sense of despair. The Shiba dragon crumbled. Boss. Joju scratched at the light screen, catching a glimpse of the Shiba dragon's slip, sighing inwardly. Indeed, there were hidden contingencies. Provoking an autonomous awakener was truly unwise. The words he spoke had evidently fallen on deaf ears. One cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. A little caution would not have gone amiss. The gaze of Bai Wushang met that of the white-furred glutton, the Shiba dragon crashing heavily to the ground. Its eyes rolled back, neck askew, drooling, mumbling incoherently in a daze. What had struck him just moments ago was, of course, the dark wave sphere. This skill belonged to elemental attacks, lasting approximately 5 to 7 seconds. The explosion enveloped the area, continuously inflicting dark attribute damage, accompanied by effects such as consciousness fog, fear, deceleration, suffocation, and corrosion. Against adversaries of similar strength, its efficacy was limited, yet for weaker life forms, it could be lethal or at the very least, render them unconscious. Given the Shiba dragon's original soul power and physical condition, with adequate psychological preparation, it might have been possible to recover from such a blow. Unfortunately, it had underestimated the verdant demon vine's hidden strength, unaware that Ajo possessed only this level of power. Indeed, plant-type entities are notoriously troublesome, and this environment was optimal for the verdant demon vine to thrive. Yet Ajo was not of the ordinary bone level 6 or 7, but rather bone level 8. At this moment, no protective light sphere appeared around the Shiba dragon, indicating he had not had time to crush the distressed talisman. As for Ajo, he landed steadily back on the ground, unencumbered by the verdant demon vine's grasp. This was due to the fact that prior to that, the master had come under attack, causing the verdant demon vine to be severely startled, resulting in several of its tendrils retreating almost instantaneously. Ajo, Bai Wushang called out sharply. Upon the master losing consciousness, if there were any external summoned beasts, they would typically act to protect their master. The verdant demon vine remained alive, and its vitality was notably resilient, capable of sustaining the fight for at least a few more minutes. The battle was far from over. Now was not the time for carelessness. Seizing this opportunity to attack was the best course of action. The demon ape nodded, raising its arm, poised to strike the main stem of the verdant demon vine. However, just then, the verdant demon vine emitted a shrill cry, reminiscent of ants scuttling. It appeared that the corruption from the dark wave sphere had caused its dense foliage to wither significantly, desperately striving to grow under the sunlight. An astonishing scene unfolded before Bai Wushang. The verdant demon vine hesitated momentarily, seemingly disregarding the white-furred glutton, and instead, a flicker of fluorescence darted between the two entities. With a muffled crack, something seemed to snap. The unconscious Shiba dragon had no room for resistance, letting out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Both the demon ape and Bai Wushang squinted, one slowing its motion, while the other focused intently. They beheld the verdant demon vine frantically extracting its roots from the ground. As though it had acquired countless little legs, exerting all its effort to retreat. It sought to escape. It yearned to distance itself from that perilous man. Roar? Ajo glanced back at Bai Wushang. The verdant demon vine's escape was not swift, and it would be caught up in just a few steps. However, to eliminate it entirely would likely require some effort. Ajo wished to consult Bai Wushang on how to proceed. Bai Wushang stood rooted in place, bewildered. The verdant demon vine had turned against its master? How had the Shiba dragon managed to tame it? Could it be that it too had resorted to some underhanded means? Bai Wushang was uncertain. Yet, judging by the outcome, their bond clearly lingered at the stage of lack of trust, and to enhance it would necessitate a lengthy process. Now facing a desperate situation, it was also possible that the verdant demon vine's temperament was inherently problematic. Seizing this opportunity to extricate itself from its master's control and hastily embarking on an escape, Bai Wushang observed the gradually retreating verdant demon vine, then glanced behind him. The slender man and tall woman, along with the unconscious Claw Meow and the injured ivory tiger, had vanished without a trace. In the chaos of the battle, they had seized the opportunity to flee. Never mind, pursuing the verdant demon vine was unnecessary. With the Shiba dragon's contract severed, it was destined to be repelled. However, the two escaping individuals were injured, and both were late-stage spirit master level. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Wushang placed the unconscious Shiba dragon and the pink-haired lowly beside the tall man and crushed the distressed talisman he had picked up from the Shiba dragon's vicinity. He could vaguely sense the tall man's complex gaze upon him, yet Bai Wushang offered no further words and simply turned to depart. In a certain part of the forest, an imposing orange and yellow tiger galloped swiftly, bearing two individuals upon its back. Its body was marred by numerous scars, and one of its legs was injured, blood dripping steadily. This unfortunate condition hindered its speed, rendering its efforts to run laborious and strained. Xiao Gao, do you think that the demon ape can triumph over the swamp crocodile and the emerald vine? Inquired the frail man seated at the front, his voice carried away by the wind. The tall woman, seated back to back with him, faced the tiger's tail, her gaze scanning the dense jungle behind them. Unable to suppress her irritation, she retorted, "What are you even thinking at a time like this? You should realize that if that man in gray hadn't intervened, we would have already been expelled from this secret realm. All I can hope for now is that they both suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, whichever side emerges victorious may very well pursue us, and we certainly won't end up with anything good." The frail man rubbed his temples, offering a wry smile. "I understand. It's not that I'm anxious, just trying to distract myself. Sigh, if only Brother Tang were still here. The three of us together wouldn't be in such dire straits." Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as trees in front of them came tumbling down. The ivory tiger struck the ground with great force, using its claws to halt its momentum. With a gaping maw, it let out a low growl towards the side. "Who goes there?" The tall woman reacted swiftly, yanking the frail man down as they both crouched behind the ivory tiger, fully alert. "Why did you two leave without a word? I barely had time to greet you," came a soft voice from atop a crimson horse, belonging to Bai Wushang. The rules of the trial permitted hunting, and he had no reason to allow these two to escape, especially since it would earn him a free 20 points of secret power. The frail man gasped dramatically as he glanced at the approaching black ape, and then at the impeccably dressed man in gray. They caught up so quickly. In other words, that man in gray won effortlessly. The thought twisted the frail man's expression into one of despair. "Wait." The tall woman suddenly stood and called out to Bai Wushang. "We possess crucial intelligence. If you let us go, I will share it with you. I assure you, you won't regret it." Chapter 56. The Silverleaf Forest and the Silk Spider. Is this the place? Before Bai Wushang stood an incredibly resplendent forest, gleaming with silver, resembling a fairyland. Each tree towered nearly 100 meters high, adorned with brown trunks and silver leaves, their roots intertwining in a breathtaking display of life-s splendor. Silverleaf Forest. Bai Wushang murmured softly, recalling the information he had received from the tall woman. More accurately, it was but a fragment of the information. According to her, deep within this silverleaf forest, there likely lay a miraculous fruit tree. It was a legendary treasure, exceedingly rare in existence. It blossomed once every 100 years, bore fruit once every 100 years, and matured after another 100, yielding only a single fruit each time. A feat of cultivation as challenging as raising a fully evolved pet beast. Bai Wushang could scarcely fathom that he would hear such news while in the secret realm known as the island. According to the tall woman, just a few days prior, When they were still a trio, they had inadvertently entered this silvery forest and caught a whiff of a faint, alluring fragrance. At first, the scent was reminiscent of lemon, citrus, and mint, refreshing and invigorating. As they inhaled more, it transformed into the rich aromas of jasmine, rose, and lavender. By the time the base notes fully emerged, hints of camphor, cedar, and cypress wafted through the air, warm and substantial. In short, it was an exceptionally enchanting aroma. This delightful scent matched the legendary descriptions of the miraculous fruit tree nearing maturity. The fragrance lingered for several minutes before dissipating on its own. However, during that time, every extraordinary creature that caught a whiff of it went into a frenzy, becoming intensely agitated and overwhelmingly aggressive. The trio, led by the tall woman, encountered a peak juvenile demon and, suffering severe injuries, their third companion had to shatter a rescue talisman to escape. The remaining tall woman and frail man, feeling their own inadequacy, dared not venture further into danger and hastily retreated from that perilous place. Subsequently, upon encountering Bai Wushang and his companions, the events that followed unfolded. The presence of the fragrance indicated that the miraculous fruit tree would likely mature within the next few days, anticipating completion before the trial concluded. Bai Wushang furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, such a treasure would inevitably attract a multitude of extraordinary beings as it approached maturity, and it wouldn't surprise him if mature creatures appeared to compete for it. All he could do was scout ahead to verify the authenticity of the information and establish a psychological expectation regarding the difficulty of acquiring the target. If the challenge proved insurmountable, he would need to prepare for a retreat, never allowing greed for the treasure to cloud his judgment and lead him to act recklessly. Conversely, if the situation remained manageable, he would strive earnestly for it. After all, the value of any miraculous fruit produced by such a tree exceeded 10,000 gold coins. With some being priceless, whether for personal use or profit, it would be an immense windfall. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the evening glow blazed like fire, casting its radiant hues over the earth. Amidst the interplay of gold and silver, Bai Wushang rode his crimson horse through the silverleaf forest. He refrained from being overly ostentatious, adopting an attitude of utmost vigilance as he slowed his pace. Occasionally, he would gather a few decent herbs or encounter solitary extraordinary beings, some of which harbored ill intentions. At such moments, his companion, Zhou, would spring into action with a thunderous force, sweeping through the vicinity. After about an hour of travel, darkness enveloped the forest. Bai Wushang dismounted, opting to continue on foot. After walking for a short while, he felt a slight resistance against his lifted leg, accompanied by the sound of something snapping. With the flickering firelight, Bai Wushang glimpsed a slender white thread that had snapped in two. Silkworm silk? No, it was more likely spider silk. Remaining cautious, Bai Wushang pressed on. 10 minutes later, a series of faint rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding underbrush. Bai Wushang focused intently, suddenly aware of movement above him, and looked up. Swish! In the darkness, a white, web-like object descended from the sky, just as he intended to sidestep. He caught sight of 7 or 8 similar objects hurtling toward him from all directions. Roar! Zhou lunged forward, positioning itself in front of Bai Wushang. The sudden obstruction of his view led Bai Wushang to hear human voices. "We've got him. Surround him." When Zhou moved aside, Bai Wushang found himself encircled by a group of individuals. Each held a torch, and judging by their numbers, there were 7 of them. The flickering flames obscured their faces. A variety of pets, both large and small, slowly advanced, sealing off the limited space entirely. The crimson horse whinnied nervously, trembling in fear. Bai Wushang concentrated, quickly assessing his surroundings. A long-tailed raccoon, silver-backed centipede, forest green lizard, rock mountain bull, and fire-capped tortoise. 3 peak juvenile creatures, and 2 mid-stage juvenile beings. He glanced at the white silk draped over the demon ape and noticed similar threads clinging to himself. The most alarming part was the puddle of milky white substance beneath his feet. Stepping on it felt like being stuck in powerful glue, severely restricting his mobility. Spider silk. Indeed, Bai Wushang, as if struck by a sudden realization, lifted his gaze and beheld a concealed spider web above him, upon which resided a colossal spider the size of a grinding wheel, its crimson eyes flickering incessantly. In its pupils, the following details were discernible. Name: Binding Silk Spider, Contract. Race: Arachnid species of the beast realm. Life stage: Late juvenile. Bloodline quality: Mortal bone, grade 5 stars. Condition: Fatigued and drained. Intelligence: Extremely low. Traits: Adhesion. Skills: Web barrage. Warning: Silk. Gourmet cells, 10. Indeed, this little creature elicited a keen glint in Bai Wushang's eyes, as he mused inwardly. Fortunately, it is merely in the late juvenile stage. Thus the situation is not dire. Let us all attack together. The demon ape possesses formidable recovery abilities. We must not afford it a chance to retaliate. Someone whispered urgently. Agreed. The crowd responded in unison. In an instant, the assembly of beasts stirred restlessly, malice simmering in the air. Bai Wushang, whilst using a torch to sever the threads of silk ensnaring his feet, drew forth a dagger. Zhou bared its fangs, ready for the impending battle. Just then, a voice, tinged with an almost effeminate quality, interjected. Wait. A tall figure emerged from the throng, positioning himself before the assembled beasts. As Bai Wushang drew nearer, he discerned the man's features. Hazel eyes, blue-gray curly hair, and well-defined features, all indicative of a rather distinctive, delicate young man. His complexion was somewhat pallid, and though his thin lips bore a bright smile, Bai Wushang felt no warmth. Rather, it seemed overly contrived, akin to a rose with thorns or a blade concealed beneath a smile. He did not strike Bai Wushang as a person of good intent. Chapter 57. The Bonfire Confabulation. In the inky twilight, flickers of firelight danced. The slender man who had stepped forth stood resolutely before the beasts. Cease this at once, at this critical juncture. There is no need for internecine strife. Really? Such a splendid opportunity, and you, Luo Ge. The speaker's words were abruptly cut off. Do I need to repeat myself for a third time? I said stop. The slender man's voice, previously soft, now sharpened with irritation, revealing a hint of impatience upon his visage. Instantly, silence enveloped the gathering, the atmosphere thick with tension. Not a single one of the six surrounding him dared to counter, instead retreating their beasts in silence. Bai Wushang's gaze flickered with mild surprise. In this trial ground of but 100 students, this individual's ability to rally six into a cohesive unit and command such authority spoke volumes of his exceptional nature. Truly, there is a complete lack of foresight. The slender man muttered under his breath, then turned to Bai Wushang, bowing slightly. My apologies, esteemed classmate. It appears we may have disturbed you. I extend my apologies on behalf of my companions. Bai Wushang found it difficult to ascertain his true intentions. After all, the spider silk had already been unleashed, and a confrontation seemed imminent. His appearance of restraint was, at the very least, suspect. What brings you here? He inquired cautiously. This is a hunting ground we have established for team-building exercises, the slender man replied with an unwavering gaze. As you can see, our team may appear numerous, yet our capabilities are varied, akin to a handful of loose sand. Without proper training and cohesion, we would surely falter against even moderately powerful extraordinary creatures. Oh, and why the sudden halt? You outnumber me, and I stand alone, ostensibly the weaker party, Bai Wushang countered. The slender man smiled gently, his voice soft. Because I know you, Bai Wushang. I distinctly remember the 3 autonomous awakeners of this year. Before Bai Wushang could respond, he continued. I presume your entrance into this silverleaf forest is also in pursuit of the miraculous fruit tree? Bai Wushang, maintaining his composure as he cleared away the remaining silk, ensured no further impediments lay beneath his feet before replying. What is it you wish to convey? The slender man laughed heartily. On the very first day of the trial, I was transported here and have not departed since. While I cannot claim to know every detail of this forest, I do possess some knowledge regarding the miraculous fruit tree. I wonder if you might be interested in joining us at our camp to dine and converse? The day of the miraculous fruit tree's maturation draws near. If we could persuade someone as formidable as you to join our team, our chances of success would undoubtedly increase. In due course, we could allocate rewards based on individual contributions, ensuring that all depart with their share. Would that not be splendid? Noting the slight raise of Bai Wushang's brow, the slender man seized the moment. It's merely a conversation. We harbor no ill will. Should you choose to decline, we will not press you further. You have my word. Fixing his gaze into the man's eyes for a full 5 seconds, Bai Wushang eventually nodded in acquiescence. This group may not be of virtuous character, and delving deeper into the enemy's lair does carry its risks. However, his desire for intelligence about the miraculous fruit tree outweighed his caution. With Zhou for protection, he could afford a measure of prudence. An opportunity to withdraw would always present itself. Now is the time to take a gamble. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Bing, hailing from Sujiang City in the southeastern region of the Great Qin Dynasty. As they journeyed onward, the other 6, accompanied by their beasts, forged ahead, while Luo Bing and Bai Wushang maintained a respectful distance, engaging in light conversation, with Luo Bing doing most of the talking and Bai Wushang listening quietly. After a brief interval, they arrived at an open stone alcove, where a bonfire was lit, and they gathered around. Back in a safe encampment, the group's demeanor visibly relaxed. Some prepared food for roasting while others engaged in hushed discussions, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. Bai Wushang chose a spot at the farthest edge, with Zhou ever vigilant at his side, unwavering in its protectiveness. Meanwhile, The red horse was tethered to a tree, munching on wild grass in solitude. Among the 7 beasts, 3 roamed the vicinity while 3 remained stationed beside their masters, each with a clear division of labor. Among them, the massive binding silk spider caught Bai Wushang's attention. It clung affectionately to a girl's back, its grotesque mandibles brushing against her cheek in an endearing manner. To his surprise, Bai Wushang recognized the spider's owner, the very woman in the blue dress who had once captured the Thunderhorn bull, betraying her friends for her own survival, only to be pursued for an extended period. Yet now, she donned simple attire, her hair tied back in a ponytail, her previously alluring demeanor somewhat subdued. As if sensing Bai Wushang's gaze, Lin Nana offered an awkward smile before hastily lowering her head, avoiding eye contact. How intriguing that she had managed to survive until now. Her fortune was indeed remarkable. Bai Wushang's eyes sparkled with unspoken thoughts. "My classmate, Luo Bing began earnestly, I shall be forthright. Over the past few days, the miraculous fruit tree has emitted its extraordinary fragrance approximately once a day, and the duration has been steadily increasing. Therefore, I personally surmise that its maturation will likely occur within 3 to 4 days, coinciding with the 13th or 14th day of the trial." As the conversation turned to matters of importance, Bai Wushang set aside distractions and probed, "Where is it located?" Luo Bing held his arm steady and pointed skyward with his index finger, using the direction of the rising sun as a reference. "Travel south for about 20 to 30 kilometers. In the heart of the silverleaf forest, the miraculous fruit tree is situated there." "You speak with such specificity. Have you seen it with your own eyes?" Bai Wushang inquired. Naturally, as Bai Wushang's thoughts began to swirl, he continued to question. "Do you know the true color of the miraculous fruit tree? Its wood is a vibrant red, a deep crimson." Luo Bing's gaze traversed Bai Wushang's profile, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he mused that Bai must be well-read and should understand the significance of this. Bai Wushang nodded gently. "Thus, it follows that the miraculous fruits it bears when matured should be called bloodline fruits." Indeed, Luo Bing produced a skewer of pink meat, tending to it over the fire as he continued. "According to various accounts, the color of the miraculous fruit tree's trunk corresponds with that of the miraculous fruits it ultimately bears. Furthermore, the different hues of miraculous fruits possess entirely distinct effects. For instance, the black booming fruit enhances muscular strength when consumed, the green hat fruit augments fertility, the yellow memory fruit expands brain capacity, thereby indirectly elevating intelligence, and the blue bubble fruit slows aging, rendering the skin as supple and smooth as that of a newborn. To date, 13 varieties of miraculous fruits have been recorded, of which only a select few can be consumed by human masters, with the remainder being exclusive to extraordinary beings, the red bloodline fruit included. Chapter 58, The Bloodline Fruit. Bai Wushang's expression turned contemplative. He was already aware of this information. The bloodline fruit is one of the 13 miraculous fruits nurtured by the miraculous fruit tree. Its effects are particularly unique, as ordinary extraordinary beings have a considerable chance of achieving a beneficial mutation upon consumption. However, if an extraordinary being already possesses an ancient lineage, albeit diluted over generations, consuming the bloodline fruit will not trigger a mutation, but will instead enhance the likelihood of reverting to ancestral traits. Though this probability is slight, with an increase of merely 13, such a seemingly modest enhancement is fervently sought after by countless masters. Luo Bing picked up a freshly grilled skewer of meat, offering it to Bai Wushang while broaching another subject. "Brother Bai, do you know how many extraordinary beings are currently congregating around the miraculous fruit tree?" Bai Wushang waved his hand, declining Luo Bing's hospitality. "No, I have already eaten." To avoid an awkward silence, he added, "Please continue. I am listening." Seemingly sensing Bai Wushang's lingering wariness, Luo Bing smiled gently, displaying no signs of displeasure as he proceeded. "After several days of investigation, we have discovered that there are more than 10 peak juvenile extraordinary beings surrounding the miraculous fruit tree, all of which are of moderate to high bloodline quality and are seasoned combatants, with none being particularly weak. Guarding the miraculous fruit tree closely is a cat demon in its early maturity stage." "A cat demon?" Bai Wushang's gaze sharpened, his expression turning grave. He immediately recalled the frail man he encountered earlier that day. His pet, the claw meow beast, was indeed the pre-evolution of the cat demon. The cat demon, having evolved naturally from the juvenile claw meow beast, abandoned its primitive feline form, transforming instead into a semi-humanoid shape. It typically stands on its hind legs, exhibiting astounding agility. Its arms resemble those of a human, capable of fluid movement, and its claw-like fingertips rival steel in sharpness. Most perilously, this creature generally exhibits a tendency towards brutality, often beheading weaker competitors and sometimes collecting their heads, thus posing an extreme danger. Even if a Zhou ascends to the peak juvenile stage and activates his blood ignition, he would still be no match for a fully matured cat demon. Are you feeling a bit uncertain now, Brother Bai? Luo Bing chewed thoughtfully, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, and added with a smile, there is no need for concern. It is precisely because we human masters occupy the apex of the food chain that we possess our advantages. In my view, when the bloodline fruit ripens, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of extraordinary beings, and no matter how ferocious the cat demon may be, it will find it exceedingly difficult to maintain exclusive control. Our strategy will be to navigate the murky waters, waiting for the opportune moment to seize our chance. Moreover, we are not the only ones eyeing the bloodline fruit. At this, Luo Bing revealed a knowing smile. Oh, what do you mean by that? Bai Wushang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Currently in Silverleaf Forest, there are at least 3 competing human teams. Among them is a student named Wang Wan, who has assembled what is likely the strongest team, consisting of 4 members, all in the late juvenile stage, with exceptional coordination among their pets, achieving a combat power exceeding 11 greater than 5. Another group, which I refer to as the Ghostly Bone Collective, comprises only 2 individuals. However, their pets are rare undead types, boasting high quality and unique attributes. And together they can rival the most formidable peak juvenile extraordinary beings, making them equally formidable. As for us, while we number 7, we are merely a ragtag crew, the weakest of the lot. With a sigh, Luo Bing expressed his hopes to Bai Wushang. Thus, I truly wish for Brother Bai to join us, as it would greatly enhance our competitive edge. Allow me to consider it, Bai Wushang replied thoughtfully. Brother Bai, the intelligence we have gathered over these past few days is a testament to our sincerity, freely shared with you. What more do you need to consider? Interjected a robust man, unable to contain himself. Hey, Ague, Luo Bing interrupted, playfully scolding him. Since we are the ones seeking collaboration, it is only fundamental to demonstrate sincerity. You cannot use this to coerce Brother Bai. All right, Brother Bai, please decide at your leisure, the sturdy man retorted, rolling his eyes as he sat down. Bai Wushang exchanged glances with Luo Bing, the sincerity in the latter's eyes unmistakable. After a slight nod of apology, Bai Wushang descended into contemplation. Overall, Luo Bing appeared to be genuinely sincere. This information saved him a considerable amount of time and effort and helped avert potential dangers. However, Bai Wushang remained haunted by his initial instinctual discomfort upon their first meeting, sensing an underlying malice within Luo Bing. This feeling had yet to dissipate entirely. I cannot fully trust Luo Bing's words. For instance, his claim of his team being the weakest raises my suspicions, for I have yet to see what his pets are, and I suspect he may be concealing something. Bai Wushang maintained a steady breath, quietly deliberating. I will tentatively trust this intelligence to a degree of about 50 or 60%. What if I were to collaborate with them? What would be the potential benefits? Ideally, if I exert my utmost effort, I could secure the largest share of the spoils, perhaps earning several thousand gold coins. But what risks would I encounter? There are certain secrets about me that must remain undisclosed. Teaming up with them would undoubtedly elevate that risk. Furthermore, I would lose a degree of freedom, making it inconvenient to gather materials and train a Zhou, with constant limitations imposed upon me. Most critically, I cannot ensure my own safety. They are numerous and appear to be tightly knit. Could it be a deliberate trap to draw me in? Bai Wushang's gaze subtly scanned the surrounding individuals, detecting no obvious anomalies. Forget it. The disadvantages outweigh the advantages, and it is far more comfortable to operate alone. Having reached a decision, Bai Wushang candidly stated, I apologize, but forming a team feels like a constraint to me. I would prefer to act independently. Upon the utterance of those words, a profound silence enveloped the group gathered around the campfire. Robin exhaled a sigh, his eyes betraying a hint of regret. Bai Wushang abruptly rose, gradually retreating with the company of the magical ape. I can only express my gratitude for your intelligence. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay you all. As he spoke, his gaze flitted across the faces of the crowd, noticing that everyone was furtively assessing Robin, seemingly awaiting his command. Just as Bai Wushang had withdrawn to a distance of several meters, Robin suddenly called out, In that case, Brother Bai, when we meet again, we shall be rivals. I wish you the best of luck. Bai Wushang nodded, leading the crimson horse away before turning to depart. As she watched his figure being gradually consumed by the darkness, Lin Nana could no longer contain herself. Robin, the hunting plan was clearly devised by you. We have not faltered against extraordinary creatures or other students these past few days. Why this deviation now? I fail to comprehend why we halted earlier. The robust man with a tiger-like appearance chimed in. Indeed, Robin, that was a 100-point secret ability. With so many of us, and having ensnared him in webs, we were more than capable of defeating him. Why did we not proceed? Chapter 59, Robin's Plan. Robin shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied. Firstly, he is an autonomously awakened individual, possessing physical prowess that surpasses us all. Conservatively speaking, he is akin to a formidable pet beast at the mid-stage of its juvenile phase. This caused Lin Nana to momentarily stare blankly, recalling the scene where Bai Wushang had grappled with the Thunderhorn Bull. Secondly, his pet beast is a magical ape, undoubtedly a late-stage juvenile. This creature's greatest attributes are its strength and regenerative capabilities, excelling in prolonged combat. I fear that no matter how many lower-tier beasts we possess, their effectiveness against it would be exceedingly limited. The only other short-haired girl in the group interjected at an opportune moment. But if you, boss, were to engage, our team would then have 3 late-stage juveniles. Surely, we wouldn't appear so timid? Robin furrowed his brow slightly and snorted disdainfully, with the maturation of the bloodline fruit imminent. I cannot afford any missteps. Should anything go awry, if our victory is not assured, we would all find ourselves at a disadvantage. Can you guarantee that in hunting this Bai, no one in our team would sustain injuries? There is a possibility of casualties. Ultimately, secret abilities can be earned upon returning to the academy, but encountering this bloodline fruit is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. How could one bear to let it slip away? In that case, Robin, your recruitment of him and the sharing of such intelligence must surely harbor ulterior motives? Inquired a boy adorned with ear studs. Indeed, regardless of whether he chooses to cooperate or decline, we are the ones taking the initiative. A sly smile crept upon Robin's lips as he continued. If he is amenable to collaboration, he would undoubtedly make for an excellent enforcer, perfectly suited for our purposes. Whether we share a cup of broth or resort to darker means to eliminate him is entirely at our discretion. Conversely, if he refuses to ally with us, it matters little. Pausing, Robin glanced at the ear-stud boy and instructed, Abin, tomorrow morning you will approach Wang Wan and the 2 from Yugu, informing them of the arrival of the autonomously awakened Bai Wushang at Silverleaf Forest. I understand, Robin, you intend to use them as instruments of his downfall, exclaimed the ear-stud boy, his face lighting up with excitement. However, there exists a probability that Wang Wen's group, being relatively prudent, may not take the bait. Though the 2 from Yugu are another matter altogether. Their recklessness makes them unpredictable. Robin pressed his lips together and added, nevertheless, regardless of their actions, my objectives will be achieved. We are not averse to increased competition. Rather, we fear a lack of chaos. It is imperative to exert pressure on the cat demon and the other 2 groups of students, and this Bai Wushang presents an excellent opportunity. Understood. Truly, Robin, your foresight is unmatched. The others chimed in praise. Observing the team lifting their earlier clouded spirits, either busily clearing remnants of their feast or actively patrolling, Robin exhaled deeply, his gaze betraying a flicker of solemnity. What he had expressed earlier was not a deception. It reflected his genuine thoughts. However, the underlying reason for his abrupt intervention to prevent the team from hunting Bai Wushang stemmed from a primal instinct that warned him. His perceptual abilities had always been acutely sensitive, aiding him in evading numerous dangers. This time, however, it had reacted. His intuition informed him that should they continue to pursue Bai Wushang, the outcome would be unpredictable. Thus, he opted for a more prudent approach. After a moment of silence, Robin approached the robust man and inquired, Ague, have we gathered all the materials needed for alchemy? If anything is lacking, we should venture out tonight to procure it. A ray of dawn broke through the clouds, heralding the arrival of a new day. In the early morning of Silverleaf Forest, flowers blossomed vibrantly, dewdrops sparkled, and the air seemed imbued with a sweet fragrance. Bai Wushang held his breath, gently parting the silver leaves before him with his fingers. His gaze traversed the robust silver-leaf trees, landing upon a small tree several hundred meters away. It was a small tree, entirely crimson, standing at just over a meter tall, starkly devoid of leaves. At the apex of its trunk, several auxiliary branches spiraled upward, forming a nest-like shape, reminiscent of an inverted straw hat, a most bizarre sight. Could this be the miraculous fruit tree? Bai Wushang's eyes widened with curiosity as he wished to observe more closely, yet the distance rendered further details elusive. Naturally, Bai Wushang shifted his gaze to the beastly silhouette crouching beside the small tree. With deep yellow fur, a rugged long tail, thickened limbs, and formidable claws. It was the cat demon. At that moment, the cat demon lay sleeping, surrounded by a gruesome circle of various colored bloodstains and numerous decaying corpses, all of which were headless. In this regard, Robin had not deceived him. This cat demon was indeed powerful, capable of effortlessly guarding the miraculous fruit tree. Bai Wushang furrowed his brow slightly but then relaxed, reflecting, fortunately, this is a trial ground. The strength of extraordinary creatures is limited to lower tiers. With merely a single cat demon, I still have a chance to contend. Were this in the outside world, A miraculous fruit tree would attract monsters of at least the complete form, which would spell despair. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the slumbering cat demon suddenly leaped up, arching its back and raising its claws, letting out a resounding howl. Meow. In the next instant, an elusive fragrance wafted into Bai Wushang's nostrils. This was the rare aroma emitted by the miraculous fruit tree as it neared maturity. Bai Wushang murmured to himself, his gaze swiftly sweeping the surroundings, where he began to spot several wild beasts, their eyes glowing red and brimming with excitement. One after another, they lunged toward the crimson small tree, while the cat demon mercilessly struck them down, blood gushing forth, transforming the scene into a veritable slaughterhouse. It is time to go. The authenticity of the intelligence has been confirmed, and lingering any longer would be perilous. I shall return once the bloodline fruit has completely ripened. Bai Wushang stealthily descended from the tree, weaving through the low shrubs and quietly making his escape. Along the way, he suddenly halted and exclaimed in surprise, It seems something was watching me just now. Casting a glance around, he found nothing amiss. That bizarre sensation had merely flickered past in a fleeting moment. Bai Wushang heightened his vigilance to the utmost, clutching the distressed talisman without a moment's respite as he retraced his steps. Upon discovering the crimson steed concealed within a cavern, a frown creased his brow, an inkling of something amiss stirring within him. Was it a beast? Or perhaps something else? Unable to reach a conclusion, Bai Wushang decisively opted to change his encampment, relocating to a secluded area approximately 15 kilometers from the wondrous fruit tree. After enduring a prolonged period of patient vigilance, he noted no disturbances. All was tranquil. In a state of perplexity yet resolute determination, he thought, in any case, I must exercise utmost caution. With only 2 or 3 days remaining, I must ensure that Aizhou reaches the pinnacle of its juvenile form, while simultaneously preparing the pink mushroom crab meat roll to face the impending contest for the bloodline fruit with the utmost readiness. Chapter 60, The Bell Sprite. Juvenile form, late stage, common bone level 6 star, corpse devouring ghost. Juvenile form, pinnacle, common bone level 4 star, golden striped mouse. Juvenile form, pinnacle, common bone level 5 star, green arrow turtle. For 2 consecutive days, Aizhou entered a high-intensity combat mode, its aura growing increasingly profound. Consequently, Bai Wushang reaped a bountiful harvest of culinary cells. On the night of the second day, the trio found a place to rest, an abandoned tree hollow, approximately 4 meters in diameter, barely accommodating them. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Wushang patted the arm of the magic ape with a beaming smile, saying, Aizhou, if all goes as planned, you should break through tomorrow. Are you not excited? Roaring with enthusiasm, the magic ape flexed its muscles, its fists colliding with a sound of exhilaration gleaming in its eyes. Indeed, the gains over these past 2 days have been considerable, 246 culinary cells, and we even captured a red mushroom crab. If we give it our all tomorrow, we should be ready in time for the bloodline fruit's maturation. Having completed the usual review and shared a late-night snack, Bai Wushang was suddenly overtaken by drowsiness. The myriad events of the past few days had left him with little time for rest. Meditation alone could not sustain him. Aizhou, I need to catch some sleep. Please wake me in 3 or 4 hours, and I entrust the night watch to you. The magic ape nodded, positioning itself at the entrance of the tree hollow. Its massive form nearly blocked the entrance, allowing only a sliver of mottled moonlight to filter in. With Aizhou's guardianship and a few rudimentary traps set for alertness, Bai Wushang maintained a heightened sense of vigilance as he drifted into a light slumber. Beside him, the crimson steed lay uneasily on the ground. Glancing back and forth between Bai Wushang and the magic ape, its expression unwavering. As the night deepened, perhaps due to the overwhelming fatigue of recent days, Bai Wushang soon fell into a deep sleep. In the haze of slumber, he seemed to hear a series of crisp sounds, a delightful tinkling that momentarily eased his previously taut nerves. In the next instant, Bai Wushang found himself in a resplendent world bathed in sunshine. The cerulean sky, the alabaster clouds, the verdant grasslands, and the gently flowing crystal-clear stream painted a picturesque landscape. He inhaled the fresh air greedily and, finding a large tree, nestled into its shade, unknowingly producing a book from somewhere and immersing himself in its pages. When weariness beckoned, he would gaze up to behold herds of cattle and sheep, playful children, and soaring geese, a contented smile gracing his face. What is that? Bai Wushang rubbed his eyes, momentarily dumbfounded. Not far away, a small rabbit was hopping towards him, its fluffy white fur shimmering in the sunlight, adorned with a crescent moon mark on its forehead, exuding cuteness. Unperturbed, it circled Bai Wushang, emitting a series of chattering sounds. Bai Wushang watched in astonishment, sensing an urgency in the rabbit's demeanor, as if it wished to convey something to him. Am I imagining things? How could a rabbit speak? He chuckled at his own folly, gently nudging the rabbit away as he prepared to return to his book. The rabbit, frustrated by Bai Wushang's indifference, puffed up its cheeks and nipped at his arm. Ouch! Bai Wushang winced, staring at the bite mark on his arm, then glancing into the rabbit's large silver eyes, a wave of familiarity washing over him. What an oddly comforting sensation. What is happening to me? In the next moment, he was pierced by a stifled roar that contradicted the serene beauty surrounding him. Bai Wushang strained to listen, and suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. With a tremendous crash, the sky erupted like a heated bottle of beer, the earth trembled violently, and everything spiraled into a vortex, engulfing him. With a gasp, Bai Wushang awoke, his mind throbbing with a splitting pain. What just happened? He felt his body jostling violently, as if in constant motion, leaping and crashing heavily to the ground, a tumultuous experience. As his stiff limbs gradually synchronized with his senses and his blurred vision began to clarify, Bai Wushang was astonished to find himself atop the magic ape's back. Well now, this little fellow has finally awakened, came a somewhat frivolous voice belonging to a human male. Bai Wushang immediately turned his head, squinting as he scanned his surroundings. The night, the moonlight, the abandoned tree hollow, the silver-leaved forest, all these familiar fragments of scenery pulled his thoughts back to reality. At that moment, Bai Wushang was being carried by a zhou, both man and beast ensnared within a dim, translucent yellow barrier, constantly twisting and leaping. I recall now, I was so fatigued that I wanted to sleep for a bit. Could it be that I was attacked during my slumber? Faced with the unknown, Bai Wushang instinctively felt a twinge of panic. Clearly, he was in peril, and there was no room for distraction. He lightly bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain calm. His gaze then fixated on a yellow object above him. It was a massive bell, suspended 5 or 6 meters in the air, resembling a temple's brass bell, entirely golden in hue. It possessed a pair of white eyes, with tiny black pupils, lacking a nose yet sporting a wide, grinning mouth that curled its rose-colored tongue in a playful gesture. A bell sprite. Bai Wushang's spirit jolted. Name: Bell Sprite, contracted. Race: Abyssal Realm Ghost-type Bell Sprite. Life stage: Late juvenile form. Bloodline quality: Common bone, level 7 star. Status: Enjoying surprise. Wisdom low. Trait: Mischievous ghost body. Skills: Hypnotic Bell, Shocking Bell, Tongue Lick. Culinary cells: 30. This rare ghost-type species was thought to be extinct. Who would have imagined it still existed in the trial grounds? Bai Wushang murmured to himself, a chill running down his spine. No wonder I fell into such a deep slumber and even dreamt such strange dreams. It must have been influenced by its hypnotic bell. If it weren't for the telepathic bond with Galaxy, alerting me at a critical moment, I might have slept even longer. As his gaze shifted again, Bai Wushang surveyed his surroundings and mused. This pale yellow barrier must be its other skill, Shocking Bell, capable of sealing off a certain area to prevent enemies from escaping. This is troublesome. Outside the barrier, 2 men clad in black stood side by side, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. One of them, casually resting his hand in his pocket, remarked with an air of nonchalance, "Those who awaken autonomously possess a certain advantage. It is hardly surprising that, with their profound soul power, they can actively break free from the dreamscape. However, he is already ensnared by us. His defeat is merely a matter of time." The other, arms crossed and exuding arrogance, retorted, "Humph, I thought he was formidable, yet here he is, reduced to kneeling before us. How utterly dull." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the diminutive figure in purple robes at his feet, languidly adding, "Little crunchy bone, put in some effort and finish them off quickly. We want to return to our slumber." Chapter 61, The Skeleton Mage. Heh. Beneath the moonlight, the figure in purple robes chuckled eerily, raising the bone staff in his grasp. With a swift motion, a row of white spikes erupted from the ground, obstructing the path of the magical ape. Aja leapt hastily, only to have another row of spikes shoot up where he landed, piercing through his paw. Roar! Aja let out a pained cry, yet with remarkable determination. He yanked his leg free and deftly sidestepped a white spear flying towards him from above. The bone spikes and bone spears are all spell-like abilities. The white, unscathed figure perched upon the magical ape was taken aback. At this juvenile stage, any extraordinary creature capable of casting spells should not be underestimated. The bell-ringing little demon was already quite bothersome, but now there was an even more formidable opponent. Furrowing his brow, his gaze fixed upon the figure in purple robes. Name: Skeleton Mage, contract. Race: Underworld skeleton type, bone clan. Life stage: Late juvenile. Bloodline quality: Common bone, level 7. Condition: Mild fatigue. Intelligence: Low. Traits: Bone hyperplasia. Skills: Bone spikes. Bone shield. Bone spear. Summon bone sword. Gourmet cell: 31. A skeleton mage? Another rare type? White and Scathed felt a lump in his throat. When did rare types become so commonplace? This secret realm, island, indeed hides dragons and tigers, brimming with opportunities. After a moment of reflection, White and Scathed suddenly recalled something Luo Bing had mentioned. One ghost, one skeleton. Could they possibly be the ghost-skeleton duo? Suppressing the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, White and Scathed continued to observe the situation. The pale yellow barrier encasing him and the magical ape spanned less than 100 square meters. Within this exceedingly confined space, the skeleton mage's skills were nearly relentless, forcing Ajo to ceaselessly dart about, evading attacks while simultaneously ensuring White and Scathed safety. A Herculean task indeed. From time to time, he was pierced by bone spikes or spears, relying on his formidable recovery to endure. This cannot continue. We must escape the barrier. White and Scathed focused intently, leaning close to the magical ape's ear and whispering, Ajo, attack the barrier. After a series of perilous evasions, Ajo charged to the edge of the barrier and delivered a powerful punch. Thud. A dull sound resonated. The seemingly translucent, fragile barrier possessed a texture and hardness reminiscent of metal walls. However, this strike was not without effect. The barrier's confinement would gradually weaken with time and impact, and it was on the brink of shattering. Bell-ringing little demon, use the resonance bell again. The man with his hands in his pockets reacted promptly, shouting, ding ding ding. The bell-ringing little demon stuck out its tongue, joyfully twirling in midair before vigorously shaking its rear, accompanied by a deafening sound. A ring of yellow light radiating from it as it spread outward. The once dim hemispherical barrier regained its luster. This ability can be used repeatedly? How underhanded. White and Scathed silently scoffed. Upon further reflection, it made sense. The bell-ringing little demon was purely a support and control-type companion beast, not adept in offense. All its talent points were invested in a handful of skills. This resulted in a singular yet robust capability. Moreover, the bell-ringing little demon's trait, ghostly form, not only allowed it to float low to the ground, but also granted substantial physical damage reduction. For any form of physical attack, a ghostly extraordinary creature would automatically negate 99 of the damage. Ajo was indeed powerful, but attempting to topple it with sheer fists would require an inordinate number of strikes, rendering it futile. Observing the translucent figure of the bell-ringing little demon flitting about, White and Scathed shook his head, abandoning the unreliable notion. The bell-ringing little demon as the primary controller and the skeleton mage providing offense. This duo was a perfect match. However, I recall that during the duration of the resonance bell, the bell-ringing little demon is also unable to escape this area. White and Scathed eyes flickered as he scrutinized the carefree little creature in the air, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed to be enjoying itself without a hint of wariness, treating Ajo as merely a physical beast to be slaughtered at will. Murmuring softly, a glimmer of insight sparked in White and Scathed eyes. How unfortunate for it to be mistaken. Ajo unleashed the dark wave orb. The magical ape nodded slightly, seizing a moment of momentum to suddenly open its mouth wide, expanding to its limits. Whoosh! A dark sphere, seemingly capable of warping light, hurtled forth like a shot on goal, aimed directly at the bell-ringing little demon. The bell-ringing little demon, too late to react. The black orb erupted with a resounding pop. Oh no! What is this terrifying power? The two figures outside the barrier lost their composure, particularly the man with his hands in his pockets, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, despite his surprise, he quickly adapted, shouting, bell-ringing little demon, get out now, flee from the black zone. The yellow shadow floated out of the darkness, swaying as if intoxicated. Status displayed both light injury and shock. Only light injury? White and Scathed frowned, realizing the actual effect was somewhat less than he had anticipated. To break the barrier, one could either smash it to pieces with repeated strikes or incapacitate the bell-ringing little demon. The former faced the control of the skeleton mage, compounded by the bell-ringing little demon's repeated fortifications. Unless one resorted to blood burning to force a breakout, the difficulty was exceedingly high. As for the latter, while the dark wave orb could inflict elemental damage, the area of effect rendered its damage relatively low. Moreover, Ajo could only utilize it once every 3 minutes at the fastest, creating a lengthy interval between attacks. To defeat the bell-ringing little demon, one would need to land 5 or 6 hits at the very least. What should I choose? Are there other options? White and Scathed pondered. Outside the barrier, the expressions of the two men were tinged with lingering shock. The bell-ringing little demon's master clicked his tongue and remarked, this kid has an ace up his sleeve. The magical ape likely possesses a degree of mutation. We must not let our guard down. We need to end this swiftly. Understood. The man with crossed arms abandoned his earlier nonchalance, his demeanor turning serious as he commanded, little crunchy bone, use summon bone sword. The tattered purple robe fluttered in the wind, inadvertently revealing a pale, humanoid skeleton within. With an eerie cackle, It emitted a vibrant green flame from its skull. With my bone, I ignite my soul. Birth from despair and anguish, arise, O bone sword. A broad bone sword materialized out of thin air, thrusting forward with astonishing speed. Chapter 62. A glimmer of black light arrives first. As the skeletal mage cast his spell close to the light barrier, the wide bone sword manifested directly within the confines of the barrier. Without the need for Bai Wushang to utter a warning, Aizhou's fur bristled, every fiber of its being taut with anticipation. In the face of such a swift strike, it instinctively wrapped its arms around Bai Wushang and rolled to the side. The thrust missed its mark, yet the bone sword did not falter. It continued to swing wildly, slashing, hacking, lunging, each movement aimed haphazardly at the demon ape. Bai Wushang noticed Aizhou was fighting with great frustration, constrained by the limited space, compelled to prioritize self-preservation, thus unable to unleash its true combat prowess. Swish. Merely a few exchanges later, Aizhou suffered a cut, blood staining half of its body. It let out a furious roar, its eyes glinting with a hint of crimson, ready to unleash its blood-burning ability. Wait. Bai Wushang suddenly intervened. In just a day or two, the miraculous fruit tree would reach maturity. Activating blood-burning now would surely hinder recovery. This meant Aizhou would deplete a heart and lose both the blood-burning and flesh rebirth abilities. Bai Wushang still held aspirations for the blood fruit, unwilling to see their combat strength significantly diminished due to the ambush by the duo of spectral bones. An alternative idea struck him. Whispering closely to the demon ape's ear, Aizhou paused, a flicker of confusion crossing its gaze, narrowly avoiding the bone sword's thrust. It's all right. Your talent is exceptional. You can certainly give it a try. If it fails, we can resort to blood burning. Bai Wushang encouraged. Roar. The demon ape lowered its voice, letting out a couple of snarls, its mouth awkwardly twisting side to side, as if a leaf were stuck between its teeth, grimacing in discomfort. Haha, ping. Look at that demon ape. Its expression is quite comical. Bai Wushang quipped. Does it look down upon us? Is there time to jest amidst the chaos of battle? The conversation between the two outside the barrier continued, but Bai Wushang seemed oblivious, eagerly anticipating something. 3 minutes slipped by in the blink of an eye. Aizhou once again opened its mouth wide, its cheekbones straining. Bells, quickly evade. Commanded he Ping, the master. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Don't worry, it's all good. The little bell demon, with its bright pink tongue outstretched, fixed its small beady eyes upon the demon ape, poised to bolt at any moment. Yet, to its surprise, the black energy ball that had previously erupted failed to materialize this time, even after a 3 to 5 second wait. The little bell demon, where is it? Only Bai Wushang, perched atop the demon ape's back, could distinctly feel Aizhou's shoulders quivering slightly. Ow! Aizhou's expression contorted in agony, cold sweat trickling down as if a beetle had burrowed into its throat, causing it to convulse repeatedly. If it's not going to work, then let it be. It's merely an attempt, Bai Wushang thought regretfully. Zhuang he raised an eyebrow, his impatience palpable. Hey, what on earth are you doing? At this critical juncture, the skeletal mage did not cease its control over the bone sword, delivering a diagonal slash to the demon ape's leg. Stimulated by the excruciating pain, Aizhou's muscles bulged, releasing a suppressed roar akin to a tiger's growl or thunder's rumble. A flicker of dim light finally burst forth from its throat. Before anyone could comprehend, Aizhou suddenly twisted its head, aiming its mouth towards the little bell demon. Boom. Bai Wushang barely registered a flash of black light before the little bell demon flew backward as though struck by a carriage, crashing violently against the barrier. A sphere, the size of a ping-pong ball, pitch black to the extreme, spun rapidly on its surface, slowly being absorbed into its body. In the next moment, the dark energy ball exploded with a tremendous force, and under the ensuing tempest, Bai Wushang instinctively turned his head, shielding his face with his hand. Unable to gaze directly at the chaos, the turbulent winds persisted for a good 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. Upon looking back, he saw a gaping hole in the little bell demon's chest. No blood flowed, yet the color of its body visibly dulled, transitioning from golden yellow to orange, and finally to lemon yellow. The status bar ominously displayed, severely injured. Did Aizhou succeed? Bai Wushang swallowed hard, dumbfounded, yet the power was truly terrifying. Its soul had been shattered. It would likely need a long period to recuperate. In midair, the little bell demon lay with its mouth agape, rolling its eyes, its tongue hanging out like a lump of cotton slowly drifting down. Simultaneously, the surrounding yellow light barrier shattered like a spider's web, dissipating into the air. Little bell demon. He Ping's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The demon ape, disregarding the blood trickling from its mouth, dashed forward with Bai Wushang on its back, ferociously delivering a punch that sent the skeletal mage flying, then transforming its hand into a claw, It seized its master and hoisted him high into the air. Zhuang he stood there, mouth half open, torn between speaking and remaining silent. What had just transpired? Why did the barriers suddenly break? He was utterly caught off guard. What a fool. Bai Wushang leaped down from the demon ape's back, firmly planting his feet on the ground, casting a glance back at the man who lay collapsed on the floor, sarcastically remarking, "Were you waiting for the little bell demon to perish completely? Shall I lend a hand to finish it off? All right. I must save the little bell demon first." He Ping's dazed expression jolted him awake. He scrambled to his feet and rushed over to the little bell demon, summoning the Book of Oaths. "Let go of my master." On the other side, the skeletal mage, having been flung away by the demon ape, stood some distance away from Bai Wushang, its skull glowing with eerie green soul fire, its mouth moving in strange syllables. The expression it wore was reminiscent of a commanding presence. At this moment, the broad-bone sword had vanished. Its disappearance perhaps due to time constraints or the result of an attack on its essence. Bai Wushang chose not to dwell on it. He cast a glance at the man being held aloft by the demon ape, his voice cold and unyielding. "You are the duo of specters, are you not? And if we are, what of it?" The man struggled, kicking futilely in the air, gritting his teeth. Aizhou's eyes bulged wide, an overwhelming aura emanating from its being. Under the moonlight, Zhuang He's face turned as pale as a ghost, clearly displaying his fear. After much inner turmoil, he lowered his head and sighed. "Although we did not choose such a cringeworthy name, it seems to be ours. Is it because I possess a value of 100 points of secret abilities? Alas, who could deny it? You are indeed the golden goose." Zhuang He lamented, his brow furrowed, murmuring, "We initially thought a 2-on-1 night raid would guarantee victory. Yet we never anticipated this bloodbath would lead to our demise." He paused, casting a furtive glance at the demon ape, meekly stating, "Could you perhaps lower me down? We concede. Surely that will suffice? I have a fear of heights." Chapter 63. Dark Wave, Orb Destruction. In the night, shadows danced among the trees. Figures flickered in the dim light. "Hand over your personal nameplate first, and I shall lower you." Bai Wushang's tone remained flat, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Zhuang He's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but upon seeing his beleaguered teammate not far away, he felt a sense of ennui. He rolled up his sleeve, rummaging at his waist with his left hand. After much fuss, he switched to his right hand, searching on the other side. How do you have so many dimensional backpacks?" Bai Wushang, initially casting a casual glance, found himself unable to look away. The tall, slender man, exuding an air of defiance, astonishingly bore 5 or 6-dimensional backpacks around his waist. "I wonder if you would believe me if I said they were scavenged?" Zhuang He offered a somewhat awkward smile, only to see the magic ape huff heavily, seemingly displeased, prompting him to hastily amend his words. "They were taken. All of them were taken by me." The trial rules did not state that seizing dimensional backpacks was prohibited, did they? A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face as he protectively clasped his hands around his waist, as if fearing they might be stolen. His voice grew urgent. "However, we have not taken anything from others. We merely require new storage tools. The items originally contained in the dimensional backpacks of those we defeated were all repackaged and returned to them in beast hide bags. After all, we still need to mingle in the academy, and we do not wish to offend anyone too severely. So, do not set your sights on us. Otherwise, I will certainly find a way to seek revenge." Zhuang He spoke with fervor, repeatedly emphasizing that he had not acted ruthlessly. Bai Wushang suddenly inquired, "Are these dimensional backpacks all filled?" "Not at all," Zhuang He replied, a bit sheepishly. "Then give me one." Bai Wushang, seizing the rare opportunity, stated nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I only require an empty one to expand my storage space." "Really just one? And it must be empty?" Zhuang He had mentally braced himself for the worst, intending to feign distress and, if necessary, sacrifice half of his spoils. In any case, he could not return empty-handed. However, upon hearing Bai Wushang's words, he was instantly elated. Yet, a sliver of rationality kept him wary. Why the hesitation? "Hurry up." Bai Wushang's expression turned stern. All right. Zhuang He joyfully busied himself and soon presented a personal nameplate along with an empty dimensional backpack. Bai Wushang reached out to accept it and then called out to another, "What about yours?" He Ping approached silently, shoving the nameplate into Bai Wushang's hand with a complex expression. "I'd like to ask, what was that small black orb you used at the end? What skill was that?" That." Bai Wushang pondered briefly before responding vaguely. "It's a modified skill. I haven't quite settled on a name yet." He Ping pressed his lips together, now calm and no longer as frantic as before. He did not pursue the matter further, but instead remarked, "I know your name is Bai Wushang, and our attack on you was indeed our intention. But the information about your arrival in the Silver Leaf Forest was relayed to us by others. That is an objective fact." "Luobing?" Bai Wushang raised his gaze, contemplatively. "Since entering the Silver Leaf Forest, He had encountered only that particular group and had narrowly escaped an ambush. Ping nodded slightly. As long as you understand. In any case, we lost, and what remains is for you to handle. At this moment, Zhuang He suddenly interjected, grinding his teeth. Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. But one of the members in his team is an alchemist, and they've been secretive these days. Who knows what they're concocting? They're a bunch of schemers. It's bound to be trouble. An alchemist? Bai Wushang was somewhat taken aback. Was there a legitimate alchemist among the new students? He has no rank yet. As he has just become a master and hasn't participated in the assessment, Ping explained. However, he hails from a family of alchemists, so he has a foundational knowledge of the craft. He should be able to concoct basic low-tier potions as long as he has the materials. All right, I understand. Bai Wushang waved his hand, preparing to depart when he suddenly recalled something. Let me ask you one more question. Have you been following me these past few days? Of course, we're not fools. We have been secretly observing you. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow, feeling relieved. The abandoned tree hollow. Bai Wushang gazed at the sleeping red horse, his expression one of disbelief. This creature slept soundly. He had thought it had perished. Turning his head, he looked at the magic ape. Aizhou, how did the attack occur? The magic ape gestured several times, prompting Bai Wushang to cautiously analyze. So, you mean to say that while I was asleep, a series of clear bell sounds rang out, and upon seeing that I was in a deep slumber and could not be roused, you attempted to withdraw with me, only to be ensnared by a barrier shortly after, leading to a protracted struggle? Roar. Aizhou nodded vigorously. Well, that was perilously close. The combination of the bell-wielding sprite and the skeleton mage was almost a dreamlike disaster. We nearly capsized. I must extend my gratitude to Little Galaxy for waking me from my slumber. And then, Aizhou, you truly are a genius. You managed to modify the Dark Wave Orb skill. With no outsiders present, Bai Wushang unabashedly expressed his excitement, exclaiming, I had been contemplating how to solve the issue of the Dark Wave Orb skill having a vast attack radius, but relatively low damage. I thought of energy compression. If we could compress the orb's size and concentrate the dark elements as much as possible, would that not enhance its damage? Of course, ideas are merely ideas. Actual implementation relies on your abilities. Your comprehension is extraordinarily powerful, far exceeding that of typical extraordinary beings, and you have truly achieved this effect. Listening to Bai Wushang's effusive praise, Aizhou, for once, displayed a rare hint of bashfulness. You mean the side effects are significant, and you cannot guarantee successful compression every time? No worries. Every beginning is difficult. Just remember that feeling, and we will practice gradually. Consider this skill a trump card to be concealed and unleashed at a crucial moment. It will undoubtedly yield surprising results. Bai Wushang spoke as if a machine gun had been stuffed in his mouth, words spilling forth incessantly. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, let us name this skill, since it's a modified skill with such explosive damage. Shall we call it the Dark Wave Orb Destructive type? For short, we can refer to it as Destruction Orb. It has an imposing air with a hint of youthful exuberance. What do you think? Roar. Aizhou naturally had no objections, grinning widely and thumping its chest in a display of exuberance, striding proudly as its formidable presence was evident. At that moment, an invisible force surged forth from its body like a tidal wave, causing Bai Wushang's garments to flutter and awakening the red horse. Nay, the red horse sprang up, cowering in the corner, trembling. Chapter 64, Shadow of the Underworld. Have you broken through? Bai Wushang's eyes blinked rapidly, overwhelmed with joy. The life level of the magic ape had now changed to pinnacle of the juvenile stage. In an instant, Aizhou's stature increased dramatically when standing on its hind legs. Bai Wushang could barely reach its waist. Its limbs appeared robust and muscular, and with a mere stomp, the ground reverberated as if struck by heavy stone pillars, startling countless birds nearby. Wow, Aizhou, your presence is astonishing. This truly is the pinnacle of the juvenile stage. You exude an aura reminiscent of the king of beasts. It is hard to fathom how powerful you will become. Bai Wushang exclaimed, genuinely awestruck. Roar? Aizhou was just about to pound its chest 180 times to express its explosive excitement when it suddenly stumbled, nearly losing its balance. Lowering its head, its eyes widened in shock, as if it had seen a ghost. What is it? Bai Wushang sensed the shift in atmosphere, suppressing his smile and following Aizhou's gaze. He was met with the sight of its legs, without warning, beginning to sink into the ground as if ice were melting into water. Aizhou's face turned pale with fear, but after a brief interval of about 10 seconds, it shifted from terror to suspicion. The astute creature realized that the situation was far from simple. As long as a thought of resistance arose in its heart, the process of its body melting away would cease, allowing it to immediately revert to its original form. How? Aizhou sought the assistance of its master, only to find Bai Wushang equally stunned, frozen like a statue, mouth agape in disbelief. What on earth, Ajo? Struggling to articulate. Bai Wushang's face was etched with incredulity, and he finally managed to speak. Ajo, it seems you have acquired a new skill. Your current state resembles that of the spectral viper I encountered a few days ago. Let me see, indeed, this is the skill Shadow Melt. This is a signature dark attribute skill, relied upon by many assassin-type extraordinary beings. Are you planning to transition from a warrior to an assassin? Upon uttering these words, Bai Wushang couldn't help but burst into laughter, genuinely delighted. Hearing that it might not be a bad thing, Ajo scratched its head, stood on tiptoe, and cautiously touched the ground. It resembled an adult learning to ice skate for the first time, struggling to maintain balance. Bai Wushang eagerly shared all the information he had. Ajo, the essence of the Shadow Melt skill lies in utilizing shadows. However, it becomes ineffective in pure darkness. Look around you. There are shadows cast by tree hollows, by people, and by flowers and grasses. As long as you stand at the edge of a shadow, theoretically, you can blend into it, achieving a state of concealment. Moreover, once you master it, you could even leap from one shadow to another, utilizing shadows for short-distance movement. Ajo listened intently, and as it grasped the wondrous nature of the skill, its demeanor grew increasingly spirited. Gritting its teeth, it suppressed its initial discomfort and envisioned the shadows as a pond. Stepping into it, in an instant, its entire body slowly faded away, ultimately merging with the shadows. Bai Wushang observed closely and noticed that the color of the shadow deepened. The longer he gazed, the more peculiar the sensation became, as if he were aware that something was concealed within. Ajo, when using Shadow Melt, try to suppress your presence as much as possible, avoiding the release of any hostile, murderous, or hateful emotions, as this will maximize your concealment effectiveness, Bai Wushang explained. Oh, while in the Shadow Melt state, your stamina will gradually deplete. If you utilize it to traverse, the stamina consumption is even greater, so be mindful of that. Furthermore, hiding within the shadows can mitigate certain attack damages. While the reduction may not be substantial, it could save your life in critical situations, so remember that. In the following days, apart from capturing blue mushroom crabs, Bai Wushang devoted all his energy to accompany Ajo in exploring the new skill, Shadow Melt. From initial awkwardness to achieving a basic level of stability, Ajo exhibited remarkable progress. Eventually, Ajo could intuitively meld into a shadow within 1 or 2 seconds, and if it remained motionless, it could sustain that state for up to an hour. This outcome greatly exceeded Bai Wushang's expectations. For ordinary assassin-type extraordinary beings, maintaining the Shadow Melt state was typically measured in minutes. Why could Ajo quantify its duration in hours? Bai Wushang initially harbored concerns. Did Ajo's skill have a flaw? Or was there an issue with its application? After repeated testing, Bai Wushang's worries were alleviated. The astonishing performance stemmed entirely from Ajo's formidable attributes. Its stamina was exceptionally abundant, and its recovery adeptness allowed it to maintain the Shadow Melt state for longer durations, which was entirely reasonable. This realization filled Bai Wushang with genuine joy, evoking a sense of exhilaration. The chances of obtaining the bloodline fruit had once again increased. On the 14th day of entering the 9th trial ground, the sun shone brightly, and the clouds were pristine white. It seemed that the secret realm had never experienced any peculiar weather like the rainy season, at least not in Bai Wushang's observations. At this moment, all his attention was focused on a large pot before him. 3 mushroom crabs had been boiled and mashed, and the amalgamated crab meat surprisingly exuded a medicinal aroma, which was quite astonishing. Goodness, the smell of this stinky ginger is unbearable. Is there any difference from a latrine? Can this truly be consumed? The final step involved mixing yam threads with beans to create a pancake, then pairing it with the blended tricolored crab meat and pink cabbage. Success. Extraordinary cuisine pink mushroom crab roll completed. Recipe completion 66. No special effects triggered. Actual effect. Provides 1 instance of death immunity. Effective for 12 hours and 20 minutes post-consumption. Limited to peak juvenile blood and flesh life forms. Phew, what a laborious endeavor. Bai Wushang wiped the sweat from his brow. After a morning's effort, he had finally produced the dish. Before him lay a food item resembling a handheld pancake. At first glance, it appeared to be an oversized sausage, thick and long, comparable in size to an adult man's thigh. The rolled-up red, blue, and yellow crab meat emitted a faint glow, complemented by pink leaves and various crushed herbs, emanating an extraordinarily fragrant aroma. The stinky ginger smell had vanished. Bai Wushang's expression shifted. Ajo, eat it. Once you've finished, we shall set off. After observing intently for a few moments, Bai Wushang handed the crab meat roll to the nearby Ajo, adding, if all goes as planned, the miraculous fruit tree should mature by the afternoon. We have done everything we can. Now we leave the rest to fate. How? Ajo lowered its head and sniffed. It had previously encountered a similar item, which left a lasting impression. Without hesitation, Ajo grasped the crab meat roll with both hands and began to devour it eagerly. Howl. Does it taste delightful? Howl, howl. After finishing, Ajo rubbed its belly contentedly and let out a burp. A flash of pink light flickered across its body and then returned to normal. Is it already in effect? Bai Wushang pondered silently. Chapter 65. The Day of Maturity, the Beast Onslaught. Half an hour later, Bai Wushang and Ajo reached the innermost depths of the Silverleaf Forest. Given the perilous nature of this venture, Bai Wushang, lacking absolute confidence, decided to release the red horse. Concluding their horseback journey, he prepared to seize any opportunity that arose to make a decisive gamble. If he could obtain the bloodline fruit, whether for his future pets or to sell for profit, it would yield substantial gains. As before, Bai Wushang located a suitable silverleaf tree and climbed to the top, fortuitously positioned to survey the surroundings. The sight of corpses seemed to have increased. Just one glance caused Bai Wushang's pupils to contract sharply. The miraculous fruit tree appeared to be engulfed in a sea of corpses, with a chaotic pile of beast carcasses surrounding it, numbering no less than 50. More strikingly, the instigator of this carnage, the cat demon, bore no visible wounds, aside from somewhat disheveled fur and signs of fatigue. This cat demon seemed rather unusual. It shouldn't have been this formidable even in the early stages of maturity, should it? Bai Wushang frowned in contemplation. At that moment, a faint and alluring fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of mint and citrus, refreshing and invigorating. Is it about to mature? Bai Wushang exclaimed, snapping back to attention. His gaze fixed intently. Before them stood the magnificent crimson fruit tree, from which a sudden burst of scarlet radiance erupted from the bird's nest atop, transforming into a pillar of light that soared skyward. As this luminous column ascended, the entire silvery leaf forest began to stir with an unsettling energy. The cacophony of feral roars filled the air, some sharp and piercing, others deep and thunderous, creating a tumult of sound. Eventually, 7 colossal beasts emerged from every direction, encircling the wondrous fruit tree and the cat demon in a tight formation. A fierce battle was imminent. The formidable assembly included a great pink butterfly, a 3-toothed boar, a horned python, a spotted tiger, a spirit fox, a white cub lion, and astonishingly, even a gluttonous demon. Bai Wushang couldn't help but marvel silently. Each of these 7 beasts was at the pinnacle of their juvenile form. Notably, the gluttonous demon was grotesquely corpulent, teetering on the brink of early maturity. A cool breeze swept through, reflecting the sun's golden rays off the dazzling silver leaves, as the crimson light began to contract gradually. The fragrant aroma in the air had intensified to an almost unbearable degree, and Bai Wushang suddenly realized that even Ajo's breath had grown heavy. His eyes filled with an insatiable longing. Restrain yourself. Do not let instinct govern your actions, Bai Wushang whispered, gently stroking Ajo's fur in an effort to soothe his rising emotions. With a sudden roar, Ajo extended a claw and forcefully slashed his own arm, letting thin streams of blood flow. He did not activate any self-healing abilities, instead opting for the pain of flesh tearing to temper his greed. Bai Wushang couldn't help but glance sideways, admiring Ajo for this quality. He was fierce not only towards enemies, but also towards himself. Let us wait patiently, Ajo. When that crimson pillar contracts to its utmost, it will signify the ripening of the blood fruit. The demon ape nodded in agreement. Bai Wushang continued. Do not underestimate these 7 creatures merely because they are at the apex of their juvenile forms. The chasm between each life stage is vast, and they are unlikely to pose a threat to the cat demon. I only hope they can inflict some damage through their sheer numbers, allowing us the opportunity to exploit the chaos. Also, we must be wary of Luo Bing and Wang Wen's 2 groups. They are likely hiding nearby, waiting for the right moment to strike. We must remain vigilant. Meow. The cat demon suddenly let out a sharp cry, issuing one last warning. The 7 colossal beasts, oblivious to her alarm, wore expressions of unrestrained greed, having nearly lost all rationality. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar reverberated like thunderclaps, marking the commencement of battle. It was the most grotesque of the 7 beasts, its body a muddy hue, its belly sagging below its knees, flab rippling in waves. Its mouth dominated half of its elongated oval face, torn asunder, revealing a pitch-black void where teeth should be. It was so corpulent it could hardly stand, dragging itself along the ground with its hefty hands. This was the gluttonous demon, an abominable, lowly creature from the abyss, characterized by its low intelligence, twisted nature, and insatiable greed. What appeared to be repulsive flesh served as a unique form of defense, granting it considerable resilience. Despite its ungainly movement, the gluttonous demon rushed towards the wondrous fruit tree with surprising speed. The cat demon slightly bent her knees, and in the next instant, she transformed into a blur. Her claws aimed at the demon with lethal precision. triple rending claws. With a swift motion, she severed the demon's arm, a torrent of greasy fat erupting forth. It emitted no cry of agony. Instead, its sunken eyes widened in horror as it opened its mouth to expel a noxious gray liquid. This liquid, evidently corrosive, surged forth at great speed. Yet the cat demon was swifter. With a graceful leap, she soared 5 or 6 meters into the air, her claws targeting the demon's crown. With a clean and decisive strike, the gluttonous demon's head shattered like a fragile watermelon, its massive body dissolving into a mingling of mud and oil that slowly oozed outward. The gluttonous demon was vanquished. Bai Wushang felt a chill run down his spine. After dispatching the gluttonous demon, the cat demon did not pause. She lunged at the next incoming foe. One by one, the white cub lion, the great pink butterfly, the three-toothed boar, the spotted tiger, and the spirit fox fell into pools of blood, none able to withstand even 3 swipes from the cat demon. It was only when the last beast, a horned python exceeding 10 meters in length, lay dismembered and struggling on the ground, that Bai Wushang snapped back to reality. Was that it? Within a mere 2 or 3 minutes, all 7 beasts lay dead? For heaven's sake, couldn't they have put up a fight? Each one larger and more fearsome than the last, yet they were all utterly ineffectual. The cat demon had merely shed a few strands of golden fur and taken a few breaths, completely unscathed. Was this the fate of the surrounding beasts? No matter their numbers, not a single one could inflict harm upon the cat demon. Their only contribution was to expend her stamina, Bai Wushang muttered to himself. Boom, boom, boom. As if a small mountain were being lifted and dropped, a massive figure emerged, parting the foliage. Standing 5 to 6 meters tall. Its coat glistened with a glossy brown sheen, muscles rippling beneath its fur. Bai Wushang gasped. It was the slumbering bear he had encountered upon entering the trial ground. Did this creature also wish to partake in the contest for the blood fruit? Chapter 66. Cat Demon vs. Slumbering Bear vs. Iron-Boned Eagle. Before he could ponder further, a shrill cry pierced the air from above. Caw, caw. Bai Wushang looked skyward, spotting a gigantic silver-white eagle circling overhead. Its wingspan measured about 4 to 5 meters. Its feathers pristine white, unmarred by any blemish. Silvery skeletal structures extended like a spider's web across its wings, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Its bright yellow talons and dark curved beak were weapons of a true aerial predator. The iron-boned eagle, a creature of both offensive and defensive prowess, coldly brutal, with a bloodline quality reaching the 9th star of the common bone level. Judging by its size, it too was at the early stage of maturity. Now the situation had become intriguing. 3 beings at the early stage of maturity, all with comparable bloodline quality. One excelled in speed, another in strength, and the last possessed a balanced ability to fly. Who would emerge victorious? Bai Wushang felt his throat dry, a glimmer of amusement playing across his features. Zhou, our opportunity has arrived. Be ready to strike at any moment. On the battlefield, the cat demon and the slumbering bear exchanged intense gazes, their eyes sparking with fierce determination. However, they refrained from initiating combat, instead simultaneously gazing upward at the iron-boned eagle. After evolving into their mature forms, their intelligence had noticeably increased, and they were wary of the aerial predator above, fearing it might seize the moment to ambush them. After a tense standoff, the iron-boned eagle could no longer contain itself, diving down with its razor-sharp wings aimed at the cat demon. This time, she could not completely evade the attack, and a gash was inflicted upon her chest. Meow? Ow. The dark red hue in her eyes deepened. She had lingered too long beside the wondrous fruit tree. Despite her desperate attempts to restrain herself, her rationality began to wane. Wounded by the slash of the wing, blood gushed forth, inciting its fury. With all 4 paws firmly planted on the ground, it surged upwards like a flash of lightning. Scaling a segment of the silver-leaved tree, using the trunk as a fulcrum, it leapt into the air. Triple rending claws. From the perspective of the iron-boned eagle, it had just landed a strike and was ready to take flight, ascending to a safe altitude. Little did it know, the cat demon's reflexes were astonishingly swift. It adeptly used the trunk to spring upward, its sharp claws creating 3 fleeting afterimages as they latched onto the eagle's wing. The sound was akin to metal being sliced, accompanied by sporadic sparks. The iron-boned eagle was taken aback. Its once reliable metal skeletal armor now bore minute fissures. In a panic, it struck with its other wing at an angle, knocking the cat demon down, seizing the opportunity to soar upwards and regain distance. Amidst the fluttering white feathers, the cat demon landed gracefully on the ground, emitting hardly a sound. Roar! The drowsy bear's eyes glinted with a faint crimson hue as it lunged forward. With its robust, hefty paws, it struck out with the force capable of shattering stone. The cat demon bared its fangs, leaping sideways, darting to and fro, and suddenly, it slipped behind the slumbering bear, plunging a claw deep within. Just a little deeper, and it could extract the bear's heart. Enraged, the bear abruptly curled into a ball, rolling forward. This meatball maneuver, a special skill of the slumbering bear, was executed with unwavering focus, leaving no detail overlooked. In the arena, the bear evaded the deadly claw and, transformed into a rolling mass, circled back to crash into the cat demon with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, the ironbone eagle, from its aerial perch, seized the moment to block the cat demon's escape, diving down with its wings poised like blades. Like a nimble assassin dancing on the edge of a knife, the cat demon utilized everything at its disposal, darting back and forth, dodging or striking with its claws, engaging in a fierce struggle against the ironbone eagle and the slumbering bear. What empowered this cat demon to dominate both the bear and the eagle? Was it not merely at the early stage of maturity, but rather at a mid-stage? White wounds furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend this perplexing reality. Casting a glance at the miraculous fruit tree, he noted that the crimson beam had descended to half its height, estimating that it would be fully gathered in about 10 minutes. Let us go, Ajo, we shall descend and await our opportunity. The demon ape nodded, seamlessly merging into the shadows cast by white wounds, vanishing from sight. A smile crept upon the lips of white wounds. Who would have imagined that a demon ape was concealed within my shadow? This significantly bolstered my safety. At a critical moment, I could catch the enemy unawares. What pleased me most was that this strategic application of skills wasn't taught by white wounds, but rather discovered by Ajo through personal exploration. With such an exceptional companion, I must strive even harder. With a quiet sigh, white wounds stealthily descended the silver-leaved tree, using the dense underbrush as cover, carefully approaching the heart of the battlefield. 5 minutes later, the cat demon leapt high, crossing its arms and striking simultaneously. This claw stroke was as swift as lightning, fierce as a raging tiger. White wounds faintly perceived a blurred cross flash through the air. In the next moment, the ironbone eagle's most vulnerable neck was suddenly torn asunder, blood raining down like droplets. Boom! The enormous carcass of the ironbone eagle crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It had no time to emit a cry of anguish before its life was extinguished. Meow! The cat demon staggered as it rose from the ground, its body trembling, the disheveled hair atop its head obscuring half of its face. The only visible eye was filled with blood, resembling a shattered ruby, exuding an enchanting yet savage murderous intent. After the fierce battle, it was not unscathed. On the contrary, it bore significant injuries. Its arms, back, forehead, and chest were marred by extensive bruising or deep lacerations, with several ribs fractured. Simultaneously, the cat demon exhibited signs of severe fatigue, its steps unsteady, gasping for breath, and its overall speed markedly diminished compared to the onset of the skirmish. On the other side, the slumbering bear and the cat demon were separated by a distance of 2 or 3 dozen meters, exchanging wary glances. The bear's injuries were graver, its body riddled with claw marks, and its left leg twisted in an irregular, ghastly manner. The slumbering bear regarded the cat demon with trepidation, its eyes glimmering with a human-like indecision. It was afraid. As a major branch of ferocious beasts, the bear tribe, among the few mature creatures in the testing ground, was expected to be unmatched in valor, seizing the miraculous fruit tree with overwhelming might. Yet, this cat demon was too swift and too powerful. After such a prolonged confrontation, the victor and the vanquished were painfully clear. If the cat demon were to catch its breath and recover even a modicum of strength, its own life would be in peril. What mattered more, the treasure before it or the prospect of longer, deeper, and more peaceful afternoon slumbers? The slumbering bear pondered, slowly retracting its massive paw and retreating. As the thunderous sounds of its retreat gradually faded, the silver leaf forest momentarily returned to tranquility. Chapter 67. The stench-mud beast makes its grand entrance. Deep within the silver leaf forest, the cat demon coldly gazed at the spot where the slumbering bear had vanished. Standing still, refraining from pursuit, surrounded by the corpses, it resembled a malevolent deity awakened from the depths of hell, brutal, merciless, wielding the power of life and death. In the jungle, numerous beasts lurking in the shadows trembled, ultimately succumbing to fear and fleeing. Having driven off the horde, the cat demon howled to the heavens, its spirit soaring to unprecedented heights. It had triumphed. It was the ultimate victor. The crimson beam behind it had descended to its lowest point. The blood fruit was about to emerge. After vigilantly guarding this spot day and night, had it not awaited this moment? The cat demon, elated, nearly had its tail lifted skyward. Licking its cracked lips, it trudged closer to the miraculous fruit tree, step by step. Suddenly, a murky, semi-solid mass plummeted onto the cat demon's shoulder. The cat demon halted abruptly, a look of bewilderment flashing across its face. What was this? Before its eyes lay a mass of dark green, sludge-like substance, both runny and foul, trickling down its shoulder, appearing utterly revolting. Instinctively, the cat demon sniffed, and the acrid stench assaulted its senses like a hurricane sweeping through its very core, distorting its feline visage into a grotesque contortion. It was reminiscent of a long-abandoned landfill combined with the foulest of sewers. Even the rich aroma of the miraculous fruit tree could not mask it. Any ordinary individual would surely faint at the overwhelming stench. Gag! Gag! The cat demon retched twice, its gaze sharpening as it swept the surroundings, quickly locking onto a small creature not far off. The stench mud beast? Hidden in the shadows, white wounds raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of surprise. It was a soft-bodied creature entirely enveloped in dark green, resembling a pile of decaying mud, standing about a meter tall. It sported a pair of transparent, insect-like antennae extending from its head, somewhat akin to a snail-like creature. Lacking any organs such as a nose or ears, it possessed only a distorted maw, with mucus-like liquid dripping from its lips. White Wounds' mind raced, recalling pertinent knowledge. The stench mud beast, a rank 6 extraordinary creature of ordinary bone, was composed of over 90 muck. Its foul odor is a unique presence within the realm of extraordinary creatures, with idioms such as infamous for its lingering stench originating from its very existence, which underscores the pungency of its scent. However, despite its unappealing nature, this creature is a beneficial beast, subsisting on refuse, and nearly every human city harbors a cohort of these smelly mud beasts to address the issue of domestic waste. As Bai Wushang reminisced, a look of perplexity suddenly crossed his face as he pondered. The issue is, this mud beast hasn't even reached the pinnacle of its juvenile form. Yet it dares to provoke a cat demon? It surely can't be wild. So is its master Luobing? Or is it part of Wang Wen's entourage? A few meters away from the marvelous fruit tree, the cat demon was consumed by rage. When was the last time it had been so insulted? It truly could not recall. All it remembered was that the collection of skulls in its lair had reached an overflow. This grotesque, repulsive, and odorous creature. Was it tired of living? How dare it provoke me, the great cat lord? The cat demon spat disdainfully, a mouthful of blood frothing forth, and in an instant, it charged forward, with claws poised to tear. The stench was unbearable. The smelly mud beast screeched in terror, desperately tightening its pair of antennae. Its mouth clamped shut, bearing a face akin to that of constipation. Suddenly, the cat demon's furious paw struck true, yet it lacked the usual fluidity of shredding flesh. Instead, it felt as though it were grasping at the moon reflected in water, its palm empty. On the other hand, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The mud beast endured a claw strike from the cat demon that far exceeded its level, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered into countless miniaturized versions of itself. Each stood about a dozen centimeters tall, proportionally reduced, resembling mischievous newborns. They clamored and squirmed, hastily fleeing in all directions, creating chaos on the battlefield. The scene was akin to this. Oh, cat demon. If only there were sound effects, the high-pitched squeaks would be incessant. Has this mud beast learned to split? Bai Wushang remarked in astonishment. Splitting is a unique skill that mud beasts can comprehend. Once activated, if faced with a fatal attack within 35 seconds, the mud beast automatically divides into numerous miniatures. These split entities inherit the foul odor, but possess no offensive capabilities. Essentially, it serves as a survival mechanism. As long as one mini mud beast survives, the original can gradually recover, avoiding complete demise. Using mud beasts as a tactic to delay the cat demon, Bai Wushang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, this alone wouldn't last long. There must be other strategies in play. What could they be? Amidst his contemplation, the cat demon gazed at the frantically scurrying little ones, a frown forming on its brow. What on earth are these things? Their incessant chattering was infuriating. Enduring the overwhelming stench, the cat demon swiped at them, one claw for each. The torn mini mud beasts gradually congealed into puddles of mud, losing all signs of life. Just as the cat demon was in a frenzy of slaughter, a black butterfly suddenly fluttered through the air, showering a shimmering powder. This powder spread extensively, leaving the cat demon with no room to evade, and in an instant, it was drenched in the substance. Meow, cough, 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 cough. It emitted an astonishing scream, which turned into a series of persistent coughs, bending over and clutching its throat, tears streaming down its face. Someone has contracted such a pet. Bai Wushang was overwhelmed with incredulity. This black butterfly, known as the pepper butterfly, disperses a powder that serves as its spicy dust, a skill akin to a personal defense spray. The affected individual experiences intense pleasure for a brief period, resulting in uncontrollable tears, sneezing, coughing, and a burning sensation in the respiratory tract, reaching a pinnacle of distress. Theoretically, the pepper butterfly is a delightful companion at the table. The spicy insect powder collected from it, when slightly diluted, becomes an exquisite seasoning, highly sought after by masters in certain regions. However, aside from that, the pepper butterfly lacks other notable traits, not even qualifying as a support-type extraordinary creature. The willingness of anyone to tame it as a pet seemed like a waste of a contract slot to Bai Wushang. With a flourish, a brilliant crimson beam of light converged, erupting into dazzling brilliance. In an instant, it appeared as though a miniature sun had risen above the marvelous fruit tree, radiating boundless light and warmth. The bloodline fruit had finally matured. Chapter 68, The Reality of Death. Bai Wushang squinted to observe as the intense light gradually receded, ultimately revealing a deep red fruit the size of a human skull. The fruit was crystal clear, resembling a gem or a piece of quartz, and stood still like a masterful work of art. Its shape was not merely spherical, but rather an enlarged version of a human heart, pulsating as if it possessed life. Astonishingly remarkable, the exotic fragrance in the air had dissipated unbeknownst to him, leaving only a lingering essence at the tip of his nose. Suddenly, the cat demon realized, its bloodshot eyes widening as it gazed at the marvelous fruit tree. A greenish-blue, flat object shot down from above, swiftly wrapping around the deep red fruit and retracting. Well done, the Rafflesia. A sweet voice of admiration resonated. Following the source of the sound, Bai Wushang shifted slightly forward, tilting his gaze skyward. Against the clear blue sky, a patterned large bird soared gracefully, with two figures crouched on its back. One was a freckled girl, and the other a handsome young man in a yellow shirt. The former cradled a plump, spherical creature resembling a sunflower, its petals of vibrant gold. At the center of its orange flower core was a blurred human face, currently grinning wide, its tongue long and broad. A term sprang to Bai Wushang's mind, Rafflesia. Its tongue possesses remarkable elasticity, capable of extending far, embodying a mix of offense and control as a plant-type extraordinary creature. The deep red bloodline fruit dangled from its greenish-blue tongue. Flying bird, ascend higher. The young man in the yellow shirt urged, patting the broad back of the patterned bird, anxiety etched on his face. To seize the fruit, they had divided into two teams, one on the ground to attract attention and buy time, while the other in the air, poised to strike at the crucial moment. Now that the fruit was within reach, all they needed was to soar higher, and they could make their escape. Just then, out of the corner of Bai Wushang's eye, he spotted two figures leaping down from a diagonally opposite tree. One was a youth with ash-gray bangs, who dashed forward, wrapping a mini mud beast in his clothing. The other, a curly-haired woman bearing a pepper butterfly on her back, sprinted alongside him toward the periphery. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In perfect synchrony, these four individuals must belong to Wang Wen's group, Bai Wushang surmised rapidly. Aside from the pepper butterfly, the other three pets were all common level. 6-star extraordinary creatures, featuring flight, plant abilities, and a mud beast with remarkable endurance, their abilities complementing one another, undoubtedly capable of formidable combat power. What was commendable was their intelligence. They had wisely chosen not to engage directly, for even with perfect coordination, they were merely at the pinnacle of juvenile form, incapable of withstanding the cat demon. The strategy of simultaneously disrupting and stealthily raiding, though fraught with uncertainty, holds but a glimmer of potential success. Indeed, a mere flicker. Bai Wushang pursed his lips and offered a faint smile. Even though Ajo's strength had surged tremendously, augmented by the acquisition of the extraordinarily useful skill Shadow Veil, he did not dare to be the first to seize the bloodline fruit. The disparity between the peak of the juvenile form and the early stage of maturity is no trivial matter. Despite the cat demon's considerable weakening, its performance thus far has surpassed standard expectations, which is rather peculiar. Thus, Bai Wushang remains patient, biding his time for the optimal moment. On the battlefield, the wondrous fruit tree, stripped of its bloodline fruit, withered at a visibly alarming rate, inching toward desolation before ultimately disintegrating into ash, carried away by the wind. Its life's mission had been fulfilled. It would now seek a new environment for growth, awaiting its next sprouting. The cat demon stood alone, head bowed, trembling all over. At this final moment, how dare anyone intrude and steal what rightfully belonged to him? How audacious! Did they consider him a feeble creature? Did they feel themselves worthy? The cat demon bared its teeth in a menacing snarl, its fur bristling in fury. Its rage peaked. Even the corners of its eyes threatened to burst. Blood dripped down like tears. It threw its head back and howled, gazing at the soaring bird, hovering 40 to 50 meters above, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of its mouth. In the next instant, the cat demon transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Where did it go? Bai Wushang felt a surge of alarm. The enraged, darkened cat demon was utterly extraordinary, unleashing a speed reminiscent of its prime despite being severely fatigued and injured. His gaze flickered rapidly, soon locking onto the cat demon's position, a towering silver leaf tree, approximately 100 meters tall and 3 to 4 meters in diameter, with the cat demon swiftly ascending its trunk. To the right, to the right. It is climbing up from the right. The young man in yellow shouted, "Fei-Du bird. Fly, fly with all your might. Caw, caw." The patterned bird flapped its wings desperately, exerting all its effort to soar, but being merely in the late juvenile stage. It struggled under the weight of 2 adult humans, unable to execute complex maneuvers. As the cat demon drew ever closer, the freckled girl stared in shock. Biting down on her silver teeth as she commanded, "Big tongue flower, use concentrated burst." "Ah!" Big tongue flower flicked its tongue, depositing the bloodline fruit into the freckled girl's arms. Immediately, the golden petals surrounding its head flared to life, expanding and elongating, the tips converging into a point, coalescing into a brilliant golden light. Boom! A beam of golden light, as thick as 5 fingers, shot forth, preemptively targeting the cat demon's position. The cat demon's eyes turned icy, and with a powerful paw strike against the tree trunk, it launched itself upward, narrowly evading the attack. It missed. The freckled girl's face drained of color. Clutching the bloodline fruit in one hand and a rescue talisman in the other, she exclaimed in panic, "Big tongue flower. Can you do it again? I believe in you once more." Her voice suddenly cut off as a massive claw descended from above. How could this be? The freckled girl murmured to herself, her eyes wide open. She had seen clearly that the cat demon was at least 30 meters away in a straight line. How could it have closed that distance so suddenly? As chaotic thoughts surged into her mind, her expression abruptly solidified. Blood, gushing blood. Was that not her own body? Am I dead? With such a question lingering, an endless darkness, akin to an abyss, engulfed her consciousness entirely. Meow? In midair, the cat demon, unsated by its initial strike, slashed a second claw, tearing apart Big Tongue Flower's head, then, propelled by inertia, sent the young man in yellow flying, landing deftly upon the back of the patterned bird. The Fei-Du bird struggled violently, yet the cat demon paid it no heed, simply biting through its neck. Caw! The patterned bird emitted a mournful cry, accompanied by the sound of numerous branches snapping, before it plummeted to the ground. This cacophony startled everyone in the vicinity. The grass-gray-haired youth and the curly-haired woman, who had long distanced themselves from the most perilous area, stood in a daze. From several concealed patches of grass, pairs of blinking eyes could not disguise their shock and terror. Nearby, a strikingly handsome young man leaned against the silver-leaf tree, a piece of dry grass clenched between his teeth. At that moment, he let out a cold laugh, spitting the dry grass to the ground and repeatedly crushing it underfoot. Beside him, a shiny insect-like pet lay languidly on the ground, gently swaying its tail, its small eyes half closed in a state between sleep and wakefulness. Chapter 69. This lord is very angry. Bai Wushang exhaled slowly, forcing himself to regain his composure. The freckled girl had indeed perished, in a most brutal manner, beheaded by the cat demon. In that fleeting moment, Bai Wushang observed the cat demon using the tree trunk as leverage to leap into the air. Under normal circumstances, one might conclude that no matter how agile the cat demon, it could not traverse over 30 meters at an angle to attack the Fei-Du bird. However, what if one mastered air step? In that moment, with no point of leverage, the cat demon executed a powerful step in midair, producing a resounding sonic boom. It was precisely due to this step that it soared once more, descending upon the freckled girl with a speed both swifter and more peculiar than before. Striking out with a paw. Monsters can sometimes be more treacherous than humans. The cat demon had never employed such a tactic against the iron bone eagle. Such a sudden maneuver would catch anyone off guard, myself included. Bai Wushang sighed inwardly. For just a moment, it felt as though a heavy stone had settled in his heart, suppressing all his emotions. Even having witnessed gruesome scenes of slaughter before, and having narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions, he felt a twinge of something at that moment. Thus, the unpredictable nature of life and the uncertainty of tomorrow remind us that life is singular and must be cherished. Bai Wushang gradually rose to his feet, standing tall and resolute, determination gleaming in his icy gaze. But I am different. I must fight fiercely to survive. The bloodline fruit represents wealth, opportunity, and challenge for me. As he spoke, Bai Wushang ensured that the rescue talisman on his left wrist was securely fastened. Finally, he lowered his gaze to his shadow, murmuring, "Ajo, it is our time to take the stage. Let us fight with all our might while ensuring our safety." Although Luo Bing and his crew had yet to appear, Bai Wushang could not afford to delay any longer. The cat demon was nearing its limit. If he did not act soon, it would consume the bloodline fruit before he could intervene. The shadow remained silent, subtly swaying before extending a hand. The index and thumb formed a circle, while the remaining 3 fingers stood tall. Bai Wushang smiled faintly, then composed his expression, striding purposefully toward the site of the Fey dew bird's demise. Silver leaves fell, and blood petals withered. The patterned bird lay limp on the ground, broken and mangled, devoid of any signs of life. As for the young man in yellow, he had successfully activated the rescue talisman during his fall, now enveloped in a milky white orb of light, his rising chest suggesting he might have narrowly escaped death. However, the death of the Fey dew bird inflicted a degree of mental backlash upon him, causing him to groan before succumbing to unconsciousness. With a rustle, the cat demon emerged from the withered branches, leaping into the air. It lowered its head to survey its own condition. Wounds crisscrossed across the body. Blood and grime smeared on the yellow tufts of fur, and the tail was ragged, having lost a portion. Muscles ached, limbs trembled, and stamina had plummeted to its nadir. What a pitiful sight. The cat demon spat out a mouthful of blood, its expression dark and foreboding. Nevertheless, this time, the bloodline fruit ought to belong to me, right? Scanning its surroundings, its gaze swiftly fell upon a rolling, deep crimson fruit, watching helplessly as it tumbled into a thicket. Ajo intercepted. Bai Wushang rushed in from the side. A shadow, as dark as night, suddenly darted through the myriad of mottled tree shadows, pouncing from the ground as it approached the cat demon. The cat demon tilted its head, a flicker of irritation flashing through its eyes. However, upon recognizing that the oncoming threat was a demon ape, that irritation swiftly morphed into indignation. Damn it, another juvenile form? One after another, toying with me? Go die. The cat demon executed a triple backflip, evading several gusts of wind generated by the demon ape's punches. With a swift kick against a tree, it soared like a scythe. This claw was aimed squarely at the back of the demon ape's head. Ajo sensed the cat demon's chilling intent to kill. One fist was raised to block while the other struck towards its abdomen. Whoosh! The demon ape swung and missed. In a flash of lightning, the cat demon utilized an aerial maneuver to reposition itself, clawing towards the demon ape's face. Ajo instinctively defended, resulting in his left wrist being shattered at the joint. Flesh hanging gruesomely as blood dripped. The cat demon and the demon ape separated, facing each other from a distance. Ajo grimaced, expressionless as he rejoined his left hand. In merely 5 or 6 seconds, it was reattached. It was evident that the cat demon's strength had waned significantly, and if Ajo seized the opportunity, he had at least a 50% chance of overcoming it. Bai Wushang, hiding at a distance, felt a slight sense of relief. Just as the cat demon prepared to strike again, a rotund white figure flew over in a parabolic arc. Quack, quack. It emitted a sound reminiscent of a duck, landing with a thud between the demon ape and the cat demon. Ajo and the cat demon exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disdain towards this unexpected third party. The little creature, however, rubbed its plump behind and stood up on its own, scratching its head in the presence of the two formidable beings. Quack. It appeared oblivious, seemingly devoid of fear, its diminutive stature barely reaching the height of the demon ape's legs. With a flat beak, webbed feet, short wings, and upturned tail, and pure white fluff, the features were distinctly avian, and while its tiny eyes were endearing, it was undeniably too rotund. Bai Wushang stared intently, unable to discern what species this was. What exactly is it? Why does it evoke no memories? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Bai Wushang's forehead. The little white chub exuded an utterly harmless aura, adorably clumsy yet strangely unsettling. The battle's dynamics were starkly clear. The demon ape and cat demon were locked in a fierce struggle, and this little creature dared to intrude upon this chaos. Surely it did not come seeking its demise. Meow. The cat demon could no longer tolerate the emergence of a new obstacle. The bloodline fruit was tantalizingly close. Why was it still out of reach? Licking its bloodied lips, its eyes flickered with determination as it made a difficult decision. I shall let you be for now. I am weary and do not wish to fight any longer. But remember this, it is not fear that drives me away, but rather pity for you. Once I consume the bloodline fruit and recover, I shall return to raise this forest and find you all, one by one, to exact vengeance for this day of retreat. The cat demon shot a fierce glare at the demon ape before glancing down at the foolish white bird. Its claws poised to expend the last of its strength to bypass the two beasts and seize the bloodline fruit hidden in the thicket. No matter how dire its state, it still had confidence in its speed. In that very moment, a slightly effeminate voice rang out. Sacrificial duck. What are you waiting for? Take the medicine. Chapter 70. The little duck is in pain. Luo Bing? Bai Wushang's expression reflected his immediate recognition. That familiar, effeminate tone was unmistakable. Following the source of the voice, Bai Wushang spotted 7 figures several hundred meters away. Dressed in straw hats, beast skin coats, and adorned with colorful potion tattoos, they resembled a tribe of wild people. Is this my pet? Sacrificial duck? I have never heard of it. Could it be a mutated creature? Pondering this, Bai Wushang's gaze returned to the white duck. The sacrificial duck scratched its head, struggling to blink its small eyes, and suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Quack, quack. Oh, I remember now. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Luo Bing urged, panic evident in his voice. Quack. Understood. The sacrificial duck, grinning foolishly, pulled an item from beneath its wing. It was a pink pill, the size of a gold coin, adorned with delicate patterns. A medicinal pill? Bai Wushang deduced, piecing together prior information. Without needing to be told, the demon ape raised its hand without hesitation. While it was uncertain of the pill's exact effects, it was certainly prudent to prevent it from being consumed. Meanwhile, the cat demon had resolved to snatch the bloodline fruit and flee. Unexpectedly, this bizarre scene piqued its curiosity, causing it to momentarily hesitate. In its gaze, the cat demon observed the demon ape striking a palm towards the back of the sacrificial duck's head. This blow, filled with ferocity, would likely reduce the little chub to a pulp if it landed. Bang! First came the sound of hard objects colliding, followed by a series of crisp cracking noises, akin to shattering glass. The demon ape's palm halted just half a meter from the sacrificial duck, abruptly stopping. There, a translucent barrier had appeared. The wall shattered upon receiving the tremendous force, but it delayed the impact by several seconds. On the other side, the sacrificial duck remained blissfully unaware, happily cradling the pill in its hands as if savoring a candy. As the pill entered its mouth, it melted instantly. Quack! Where did it go? The sacrificial duck tilted its head, looking utterly bewildered. In the next moment, a chilling, minty sensation surged through its brain, causing its tuft of hair to stand on end as if struck by lightning. Pain, 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 pain. Its little wings suddenly hugged its head, emitting a piercing scream. Quack! An invisible shockwave radiated from the sacrificial duck, akin to a meteor crashing to the ground. The closest demon ape and cat demon both cried out in agony, clutching their heads and rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, 200 meters away, Bai Wushang felt the residual force strike him, as if he had been punched in the head, stars swirling in his vision. Simultaneously, within Luo Bing's team, Luo Gu. The two from Yogu haven't shown up yet. Is it too soon for them to act? Someone inquired. They shouldn't appear now, Luo Bing replied, shaking his head. If the bloodline fruit matures at night, they will undoubtedly not miss it. However, it is still daytime, and releasing a skeleton and a ghost is tantamount to seeking torment. The immense cost of merely resisting the sunlight renders any threat moot. This realization leads me to conclude that I may have posed a rather foolish question. The individual awkwardly rubbed his nose, eliciting light laughter from the others. Only Qian Gui hesitated, somewhat remorseful, stating, Brother Luo, I felt indifferent before the plan was set in motion, but now that I witness it firsthand, I can't help but ponder whether our actions are excessively cruel. After all, the sacrificial duck is your pet. Ague, we have come this far. Why are you faltering now? Luo Bing shot him a sidelong glance, responding calmly. Did we not test it? The sacrificial duck possesses the trait of amnesia. As long as it does not perish, it will not remember the torment, regardless of how much it endures. It will even forget me, its master, though it relies on me due to our contract. Qian Gui moved his lips, finally stammering. With my elixir, can a late-stage juvenile sacrificial duck truly defeat the demon ape and the cat demon? Perhaps the cat demon is at its wit's end. So there is no need for concern, but the demon ape is evidently more robust, a veritable pinnacle of juvenile form. Luo Bing frowned, taken aback by this unexpected development. He hadn't anticipated that Bai's pet would have advanced in the few days of their absence. Yet, he quickly reassured himself. It's not a significant issue. Your elixir is the key to victory. The spirit-breaking pill will forcefully impact the sacrificial duck's soul, exponentially enhancing its mental power, undoubtedly triggering its skill, Storm of Agony. With this ability, all life forms within the vicinity will be affected, sharing in its suffering. The closer they are, the greater the pain they will endure, even surpassing that of the sacrificial duck. A confident smile played on Luo Bing's lips as he continued. The distance between the cat demon, the demon ape, and the sacrificial duck is merely a few meters. At such proximity, the mental shockwave should equate to a powerful blow from a mature entity. I refuse to believe they can endure it. With that, he raised his arm, pointing forward. Everyone, summon your pets. It is now our turn to reap the rewards. Abin, take the silverback centipede and deal with Bai Wushang. He should be suffering from some mental shock. If you are confident, subdue him. If it proves difficult, just hold him off until we have good news from our side. The rest of you, follow me inside. We shall slay the cat demon and the demon ape. The bloodline fruit is ours. Understood. The group burst forth with eager smiles, wielding an array of weapons, leading their pets into the fray. A Wushang. Bai Wushang endured the excruciating pain in his head and glared ahead. The sacrificial duck, having released an invisible wave of energy, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, the cat demon and demon ape writhed on the ground, blood oozing from their orifices, shrieking in anguish, suffering to the utmost degree. After several agonizing seconds, the cat demon was the first to succumb, ceasing its struggles. Bai Wushang, bloodied and battered, convulsed uncontrollably, desperately pounding the ground with his fists, attempting to alleviate his torment. Bai Wushang's heart raced with urgency. He spotted Luo Bing and the others closing in on the demon ape with malicious intent. No, I must rescue a Wushang. Luo Bing may harbor murderous intent. I need to withdraw a Wushang back into the Book of Oaths. Although a Wushang had consumed the pink mushroom crab meat roll, granting immunity to a fatal attack, Bai Wushang was uncertain how that effect would manifest. Would it simply block a single instance of lethal damage, or would it also clear all negative statuses? If it were the former, it would not rectify the demon ape's severe mental blow. A few additional strikes would surely lead to death. Ultimately, this recipe served merely as a precaution, a source of psychological comfort. Bai Wushang fervently wished that a Wushang would not need it. Chapter 71. Bai Wushang's heart aches. The sky was azure, and the clouds drifted lazily. It was a splendid time. Yet, Bai Wushang remained oblivious, stumbling forward. Suddenly, the ground before him fractured, and a massive centipede, nearly 2 meters long, emerged. With a silver back and black underbelly, it sported numerous legs and a forked tail. Its menacing mandibles continuously opened and closed, and the silvery antennae swayed ominously. Clearly, it was not to be trifled with. In his perceptive vision, the attribute panel flashed before him. Name: Silverbacked Centipede, contracted. Species: Silverbacked Centipede of the Demon Beast Realm. Life stage: Mid-juvenile. Bloodline quality: Mortal Bone, level 5 stars. Status: Predatory. Wisdom: Extremely low. Traits: Insect Venom Hard Shell. Skills: Bite, Whip Tail, Burrow, Coiling Death Grip, Sacrificial Charge. Gourmet Cell. 10. Trying to escape? The earring-clad man exclaimed as he sprinted over with a wooden stick. Silverbacked Centipede. Bite his lower half. Sizzling sounds erupted as the silverbacked centipede suddenly reared up, its curved mandibles lunging for Bai Wushang's thigh. Don't block my path. Get out of my way. Bai Wushang unsheathed the spear from his back, sweeping it with all his might. This spear, crafted with a sturdy ironwood shaft and the horn of a sharp-shelled beetle as the tip, combined the heft of a club with the sharpness of a blade, providing an excellent grip. With such a formidable weapon in hand, Bai Wushang should have held an undeniable advantage. After all, he was a man capable of withstanding the thunderhorn bull barehanded. The mid-juvenile silver-backed centipede, with a mortal bone quality of 5 stars, had inferior overall physical attributes, and its trait of insect venom was countered by him. However, Bai Wushang was not in optimal condition. Although the dizziness in his head had subsided, it had not fully dissipated, significantly impairing his performance. Consequently, Bai Wushang and the silver-backed centipede exchanged blows, resulting in a stalemate. The earring-clad man, initially brimming with confidence, began to tighten his expression and retreated a couple of steps. Goodness, the self-awakened ones are no joke. Their physical prowess far surpasses ours. It's like facing a humanoid pet. Initially, the man had intended to handle Bai Wushang alone to claim credit and perhaps secure more spoils. However, after witnessing Bai Wushang's physical combat prowess, he abandoned this unrealistic notion. Perhaps I should refrain from overestimating myself. Simply holding him off will suffice. As long as Brother Luo doesn't falter, victory is assured. Before he could fully settle this thought, a beastly roar erupted nearby. Roar. The sound, infused with both wildness and pain, struck like a thunderclap, sending shivers down his spine. What is happening? The earring-clad man instinctively turned to look. Before him stood a towering black demon ape, bellowing towards the heavens. Silver leaves trembled and fell in the air. In an instant, the demon ape's eyes shifted from pitch black to a fierce crimson. Its already imposing stature seemed to grow taller, muscles bulging like iron. A faint mist of blood enveloped its body, accentuating the blood that stained its visage, rendering it fearsome indeed. This astonishing transformation left everyone in the vicinity dumbfounded, even causing the distant silver-backed centipede to instinctively tremble. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Wushang, despite the myriad of thoughts swirling within him, recognized the rarity of the opportunity before him and knew it must not be squandered. Gripping his spear tightly, he swung his arm with force and thrust it forward. The sharp tip of the spear pierced directly into the mouthparts of the silver-backed centipede. With a resounding whoosh, the spear was withdrawn, droplets of silvery blood cascading down. The silver-backed centipede screamed in a frenzy, its numerous long legs flailing chaotically before curling up into a tight ball. Hunting success. Gourmet Cell 10. The ear-stud-wearing man suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, rendered speechless with shock. Soon, a throbbing headache overwhelmed him, compelling him to wail in despair. After vanquishing the silver-backed centipede, Bai Wushang paid no heed to the ear-stud man and dashed straight towards the demon ape. To forcibly activate the blood ignition, he must endure immense pain and possess formidable willpower. Bai Wushang clenched his teeth, internally lamenting, his emotions tumultuous and inscrutable. Analyzing all available information, it became apparent that Luo Bing's sacrificial duck was likely a rare, extraordinary creature endowed with psychic attack capabilities. Although its life level may not be particularly high, the elixir would undoubtedly address this deficiency. As a peak spirit master, Bai Wushang's soul power rivaled that of a soul servant in quantity. Yet he felt a lingering ache in his head from the residual shockwaves. It was unfathomable to consider the impact on the demon ape and cat demon, who were closest to the epicenter. Under normal circumstances, activating blood ignition would entail no risks of backlash, but if one's spirit had already sustained significant damage, the difficulty of invoking this skill would be akin to secondary blood ignition, inevitably resulting in excruciating suffering. A moment's carelessness could lead to soul collapse. Faced with the king of the gale-sword wolves, Zhou endured for the sake of his kin, fueled by vengeance and grief. Bai Wushang could understand that. But what emotions now propelled him forward? What core motivation sustained his perseverance? Bai Wushang could not help but ponder this, feeling a pang of empathy. His gaze fell upon Zhou, enveloped in a mist of blood, now utterly berserk. Having successfully activated blood ignition, his attributes surged once more. It felt as though a hammer were incessantly striking his skull, akin to countless insects crawling through his mind, the agony slightly abated. The demon ape gasped for breath, blood and sweat mingling at its brow, glaring menacingly at the surrounding humans and beasts. Meanwhile, Luo Bing and his companions wore grim expressions. Luo Gu, do we really have to fight such a monster? Asked the short-haired girl, swallowing hard. Luo Bing fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds, sensing an instinctive warning and cursing inwardly. Damn it, how is this demon ape like a cockroach? Not even the enhanced storm of pain could subdue it? Why? It was so close. The bloodline fruit was within reach. They just needed to slay the demon ape. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes, a chilling murderous intent gleaming within. I refuse to believe it. According to Plan 3, attack. The group exchanged furtive glances at Luo Bing's contorted expression. Despite the words they wished to voice, they were stifled. They shared a resigned look before calling out to their respective beasts. Silk Spider, use your web barrage. Big-tailed mongoose. Left flank, tail whip. Fire-capped turtle, center, rotating shell. Chapter 72. Lin Nana is in a frenzy. Upon the dark brown earth, sporadic bloodstains dotted the landscape. A gigantic spider, the size of a grinding stone, suddenly unleashed a flurry of white silk. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 strands shot forth with the force of a projectile. Success. Lin Nana's face lit up with joy. She had not anticipated that the demon ape would become ensnared in the web, immobilized. In her excitement, she exclaimed, everyone, do not fear. The demon ape is gravely wounded. It is merely posturing. Quickly attack. Her soft voice carried a note of exhilaration, as if victory were imminent. The others felt their spirits lift, urging their beasts forward. The big-tailed mongoose and fire-cap turtle charged towards the ensnared demon ape from either side. One twisted its body and swung its once fluffy tail, which had now tightened into an unyielding metal rod, aiming to strike the demon ape's nape. The other withdrew its limbs into its crimson shell, spinning rapidly in midair before lunging straight towards the demon ape's chest. Bang! A shocking scene unfolded as the big-tailed mongoose and fire-cap turtle collided with each other instead of the target, producing a resounding thud before both fell to the ground. One rubbed its tail, looking fierce, while the other cautiously poked its head out to peek around. Where had the demon ape gone? At that moment, the short-haired girl suddenly found herself engulfed in a shadow. Hearing the heavy breaths behind her, she trembled, as if a marionette, slowly turning her head. Her blood-curdling scream startled her 2 nearby teammates, their hearts racing. What happened? Before they could finish their inquiry, they turned to see a flash, then felt the world spin. Being hurled several meters away, they never regained their footing. Zhou slowly retracted his throwing motion. Moments ago, he had used Shadow Slip to escape the web's confines and had seized the opportunity to approach the 3 masters from behind. Zhou's actions were simple. He grabbed the short-haired girl as a projectile and hurled her towards the others. In just a single throw, the 3 masters suffered broken bones and severe internal bleeding, their state as tragic as could be. This was still a result of Zhou holding back. Even amid excruciating pain, he remembered Bai Wushang's instructions and refrained from excessively injuring humans to avoid violating the trial's rules. The remaining Luo Bing, Qian Gui, and Lin Nana felt their hearts racing. This demon ape was actually a mutant? Qian Gui stammered, unable to form coherent sentences. Earlier, When the demon ape first arrived in the area of the fallen birds, they had still been en route and had missed the initial battle. Thus, they were unaware that this demon ape possessed the ability to meld into shadows. Luo Bing's gaze darkened as he scanned the surroundings. He saw that the rock mountain bull, big-tailed mongoose, and forest green lizard were all in disarray due to their master's injuries, either baring their teeth at the demon ape or licking the wounds of their unconscious masters. This was disastrous. Mei and the others were unconscious, and the beasts no longer heeded their commands. As long as they did not attack their own teammates, it would be a blessing. Trying to rally them to unite against the demon ape was akin to scaling the heavens. In other words, the combat capability on Luo Bing's side had been severely compromised. Only a mid-stage ordinary bone level 5-star silk spider and a late-stage ordinary bone level 6-star firecap turtle remained. How could they possibly win? Lin Nana felt a pang of regret, glancing at the other two as she stealthily retreated. Qian Gui fumbled with his self-made simple healing potion, hastily administering it to the unconscious masters, hoping they would awaken quickly. As for Luo Bing, his expression was icy, his lips trembling as he felt that all his diligent efforts over the past few days had culminated in a farce. After all this preparation, he ended up with empty hands. Haha, turtle, turtle. The fiery-capped turtle rushed towards Qian Gui with a clamor, attempting to thwart the demon ape by spewing flames. However, Zhou swiftly kicked it aside and aimed to subdue Luo Bing entirely. Aware that his defeat was inevitable and unwilling to suffer injury without cause, Luo Bing crushed the distress signal. As for the ritualistic duck, he had already retracted it the moment he arrived on the battlefield, ensuring he would not commit such a blunder. This debt shall be accounted for later. Luo Bing spat inwardly, feeling both vexed and restless, with a torrent of frustration surging within him, utterly at a loss for an outlet. Once Luo Bing was dealt with, Zhou's gaze shifted toward Qian Gui. The latter shivered, taking a step to crouch amidst his unconscious teammates, and then shattered the distress signal. Consequently, a protective barrier ascended, shielding everyone. The aura of the demon ape was terrifying. I never wished to encounter it again. With the fiery-capped turtle now flipped onto its back and on the verge of tears, Qian Gui suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Where's Lin Nana? And where is the silk spider?" Searching frantically, he discovered layers upon layers of white webs behind him, intricately woven into a myriad of barriers. Faintly, he could see a graceful silhouette gradually receding. On the other side of the webs, upon soil adorned with silver leaves, Lin Nana was in a state of panic, hastily fleeing, pursued closely by the silk spider. Its body was utterly drained, its 8 legs trembling as it moved, appearing utterly feeble. Surely, it wouldn't pursue me, right? With all these webs I've laid, they should at least slow it down, shouldn't they? Even if it can shadow, it can't traverse too great a distance. Yes, it must be so. Pursuing me is futile, I assentee it. The bloodline fruit is far more significant than I am. That foolish giant should understand that, right? Lin Nana endeavored to bolster her spirits, yet her face bore a mask of tears and anguish. Damn it. This is the 14th day. Just one more day, and it would be over. If I had lost earlier, it would have been one thing. But to come so close and falter now, how can I accept that? I truly do not wish to be eliminated. Luo Bing is such an idiot. Worthless. What good is all that scheming? It's clear that self-awakened individuals are far superior. If only I had managed to cling to him earlier. Perhaps I could have acquired a stronger beast companion. A multitude of thoughts flickered through Lin Nana's mind, mingling panic, dread, resentment, and regret. In that moment of heightened emotion, a long shadow abruptly emerged from behind the silver-leaf tree ahead. Lin Nana, caught unawares, collided directly with it, letting out a startled cry as she fell to the ground. How painful! She cradled her head, seated on the ground, her delicate oval face glistening with tears. Bewildered and aghast, she lifted her gaze, only to behold a figure clad in gray, wielding a spear, silently gazing down upon her. Those pitch-black, luminous eyes were as frigid as an unfathomable abyss. With just one glance, Lin Nana felt her limbs turn icy, and her breath caught in her throat. Bai Wushang. Chapter 73. You are unworthy. One cannot deny Lin Nana's remarkable adaptability. Upon recognizing Bai Wushang's unscathed visage, a flicker of panic crossed her tearful eyes, quickly replaced by an ingratiating smile. Bai Wushang. What brings you here? Bai Wushang looked down at her, his arched brows and glimmering gaze, coupled with his delicate, rosy lips and fair skin, painted a picture of captivating beauty, despite his attire being torn, exposing glimpses of her form. It was an image that could evoke sympathy from any other young man present, potentially softening their hardened demeanor. Yet, Bai Wushang was not swayed. Do you know who I loathe the most in this new student trial thus far? He queried bluntly. As he loomed menacingly over her, Lin Nana's smile began to stiffen. Who? Though she clung to a flicker of hope, she straightened her posture, pursed her lips. and attempted to present herself as a fragile damsel. Nearby, the silk spider swayed unsteadily, yearning to approach and protect its master, only to be halted by the point of Bai Wushang's spear, paralyzing it with fear. What do you think? Bai Wushang sneered in response. Surely, it cannot be so. Bai Shuozhang Bai Gu. Please, allow me to explain. I was forced to align with Luo Bing. Lin Nana stammered. You cannot fathom how vile he is. He coerced us into forming a team, and if I refused, he threatened to kill my silk spider. I truly had no choice. Tears welled in her eyes. You know that the death of a beast companion leads to a mental backlash, rendering the master incapable of forming another contract in a short time. If that happens, I want to meet the minimum requirements for the trial and will be expelled from the Shanghai Academy. Bai Wushang shot her a sidelong glance. Are you jesting? Having already contracted a beast companion, you could have easily shattered the distress signal to forfeit the trial and pass based on the minimum standards. Ultimately, it is your avarice that has led you here, yearning for greater rewards. With such an opportunity at hand, you must be positively elated, aren't you? Lin Nana's face flushed crimson. Her mouth parted as she prepared to retort, but Bai Wushang interrupted her forcefully. Let us not discuss today's events for now. We all stand on opposing sides for the sake of our interests. Victory and defeat, gain and loss. You must take responsibility for your own actions. Have you considered any other reasons? Lin Nana gasped, as if recalling something, her eyes brightening. Could it be that you refer to our first encounter? When I was chased by the Thunderhorn Bull, I was genuinely terrified. Encountering you was akin to finding a lifeline. I reflected afterward and realized I had acted wrongly, causing you trouble. May I apologize to you now? Her tone was mournful, hands clasped together in a pitiful plea. Bai Gu, could you possibly let me off this time? I understand my mistake. Furthermore, I only hold 3 secret abilities of little worth. I am willing to compensate for your losses with something else. Such as before she could finish, Lin Nana felt a sharp sting on her right hand. The distress signal that had been concealed in her palm flew out and landed several meters away. Lin Nana gasped, lunging to retrieve it. Yet Bai Wushang remained unfazed, gripping his spear tightly and thrusting it downwards with resolve. Thud! The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Lin Nana turned in shock to see Bai Wushang's spear embedded in the head of the silk spider, twisting mercilessly. The silk spider howled in agony, but due to its extreme exhaustion, it could not break free immediately. No! Lin Nana's face drained of color as she rushed forward, attempting to grasp Bai Wushang's arm to halt his force. However, it was far too late. A sudden crack resonated in her mind, shattering something within her. What followed was an overwhelming wave of dizziness and pain flooding her brain. Why are you so cold-hearted? Why must you go to such extremes? Why do you deny my qualifications for enrollment? Why? Lin Nana collapsed to the ground, wailing and crying, resembling a madwoman. Cold-hearted? Perhaps that is how it appears to you. But when you pushed that male companion, surnamed He, to the ground, was that not cold-hearted? Bai Wushang cast a detached gaze upon her, his voice soft yet unyielding. This matter bears no relevance to me. I had no desire to get involved. After all, even if you are a woman with a heart as venomous as a viper, employing unscrupulous means, what does it matter to me? Yet, you insist on provoking me. Count this as one offense, and that as another. These debts must be settled. He picked up the rescue talisman from the ground with the tip of his spear, a flicker of intrigue sparking in his eyes. Just now, the very moment you laid eyes on me, had you crushed the talisman immediately, I would have been at a loss. But you, still clinging to a sliver of hope, sought to persuade me. Do you truly believe in your own allure, or do you consider others to be fools? Lin Nana lay prostrate on the ground, her delicate frame trembling violently, cold sweat cascading over her body. Unable to withstand the backlash of her own psyche, she sank into a semi-conscious state. Bai Wushang, indifferent to whether she could comprehend his words, continued, let this be the end. Spare others from your malevolence. You are no longer fit to be a part of the Shanghai Academy. With that, he discarded the talisman beside Lin Nana and crushed it beneath his foot. A pure white orb of light materialized, enveloping her form. Bai Wushang exhaled a breath of relief, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. At last, the contest for the bloodline fruit had come to a close. Moments earlier, he had witnessed, from the vantage of an observer, Ajo's valiant efforts in annihilating Luo Bing's team. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Nana had attempted to exploit the chaos to escape, using the silk spitting spider, only to be thwarted by his timely intervention. Recognizing that the outcome was secure and that Ajo was now the sole survivor, Bai Wushang hesitated for a moment before circling back to track this woman. Unwilling to let her slip away, the plan had been executed with remarkable success. This marked the second occasion on which Bai Wushang had personally eliminated a master's cherished beast. A subtle feeling stirred within him, yet he bore no burden. Such individuals were truly undeserving of leniency. A swift resolution could avert numerous future troubles. Retracing his steps, Bai Wushang hurried back. As he traversed the path, a massive white crane suddenly glided overhead, its feathers pristine and its wingspan grand. Its trajectory pointed unmistakably towards Lin Nana's domain. A celestial cloud crane? Indeed. A fully realized extraordinary beast, likely dispatched by the faculty. Bai Wushang cast a fleeting glance, lost in contemplation. Chapter 74, Elevation. As he distanced himself from the battlefield, Bai Wushang encountered Ajo, who was approaching with urgency. Ajo had reverted from its heightened state, its size returning to normal, cradling its head with one hand. Remnants of thick blood crusted around its mouth, eyes, and ears. It stumbled forward, clearly in a woeful state. Roar. Upon seeing its master unharmed, Ajo's anxious demeanor evaporated, relief flooding its expression. It promptly extended its left hand, presenting a treasure to Bai Wushang with a wide, innocent grin. The deep red bloodline fruit lay unblemished within the palm of the magical ape, its radiant beauty breathtaking. Yet, Bai Wushang's heart was not inclined to admire the prize. He accepted it and stowed it away in the storage compartment beneath his armor. "Is your head still aching?" he inquired, concern etched on his face. Reflecting on the tumultuous ordeal of acquiring the bloodline fruit, he recognized that it had been fraught with twists and turns, filled with unforeseen developments. Particularly alarming was the revelation that Luo Bing's beast was a special species of psychic type, unleashing a devastating strike when augmented by a potion. Although Bai Wushang had made some preparations, he felt utterly powerless against such unknowns. Were it not for Ajo's reckless activation of the blood-burning skill, he would have certainly faced defeat. Perhaps even Ajo would have perished. The mere thought of that grim outcome sent shivers down Bai Wushang's spine. As a member of the magical ape clan, Ajo's genetics were evident. Its dark fur, crimson horns, and towering physique exuded a wild, intimidating presence, capable of easily frightening small children. Yet, in this moment, seeing Bai Wushang's furrowed brow, Ajo's spirit seemed to droop. Its murky gaze softened with tenderness. It straightened its chest, raising its head high, adopting a posture that proclaimed, "I am unscathed. This minor injury is nothing." Bai Wushang discreetly glimpsed at its attributes panel and couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, enough of this bravado. A grievous mental injury is no trivial matter. Thankfully, you successfully activated blood burning, mitigating the impact of that soul shockwave, preventing your condition from deteriorating further. Otherwise, if your spirit were to shatter, the consequences could range from madness to death, and I would be deeply saddened." Ajo, seeming to grasp the gravity of the situation, scratched its head, before suddenly thrusting its right hand forward, forming a fist, and presenting it to Bai Wushang. In that instant, Bai Wushang comprehended its intention. The worry etched on his face dissipated gradually, a smile blooming upon his lips. He mirrored Ajo's gesture, extending his own fist. One was a black, furry fist, the other, a flesh-toned, sinewy little fist. When they gently met, a muted thud echoed through the air. Both master and beast shared a joyful, carefree smile. Unbeknownst to them, this simple celebration of victory had become their ritual following each successful battle. It was likely a bond understood only between men, a communion of mutual appreciation and fraternal affection. In that moment, something within Bai Wushang seemed to fracture and elevate. Initially taken aback, his smile radiated brighter. "Ajo, our compatibility has reached the third tier, spiritual connection. From now on, we can convey the most fundamental emotions and information through thought, enhancing our efficiency and synergy." Roar. Ajo beamed with glee. Through the beast contract, Bai Wushang immediately sensed a wave of joy emanating from Ajo, accompanied by a profound understanding. "Indeed, it may take some time to adjust, but you'll grow accustomed to it." Bai Wushang, seasoned by experience, acknowledged. Although their bond as master and magical ape had only been forged for 10 days, they had encountered a multitude of events. Perhaps it was through these crises and choices that they deepened their impressions of one another, their affinity and trust growing ever stronger. Ultimately crossing the threshold into the realm of subtle telepathy, Bai Wushang was uncertain how long it took for other masters to enhance their compatibility, but he was confident that he belonged to the fastest echelon, rivaling those who had nurtured their beasts since childhood. In other words, their partnership was remarkably harmonious. After a brief period of practice, Ajo swiftly mastered the art of conveying essential emotions and messages through thought. "Indeed, Ajo, your mental maturity surpasses that of most. Communicating with you is far more effortless, and your messages are clearer and more precise. Unlike her, whose transmissions are often fragmented emotional fluctuations." Leaving me perplexed about her intentions, Bai Wushang nodded repeatedly. If Ajo's intellect could be likened to that of a 10-year-old human child, then Inxing might barely be akin to a 1 or 2-year-old, a mere infant in comparison. The disparity in their cognitive abilities was vast, necessitating time and experience for reconciliation. An endeavor that could not be rushed. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Bai Wushang suddenly burst into laughter. Ajo, I can hardly contain my excitement at the prospect of your meeting. Let us wait until the day after tomorrow. Upon our return to the academy, I will summon Galaxy. At that time, you shall continue to be the formidable leader, while I will have her as your adoring fan. After all, Galaxy's physique is still not larger than your fist. Being so diminutive, she lacks prowess in combat and will rely entirely upon your protection. Roar. The demon ape's eyes gleamed with interest. A little admirer? That sounds delightful. As they conversed, they retraced their steps to the site of the previous melee. At this moment, Robin and his companions, including the unconscious man in the yellow shirt, had vanished without a trace. Even the body of the freckled girl, who had been decapitated, had disappeared, leaving only bloodstains upon the ground. The efficiency of the mentor was quite remarkable. Everything that was to be taken away had been removed. And what remained could theoretically be regarded as my spoils of war, correct? Bai Wushang murmured to himself, contemplating as he approached the cat demon. Perhaps due to the excruciating pain before its demise, the 2.5-meter-tall creature curled into a ball, its deep yellow fur matted with a mixture of dirt, dust, blood, and sweat. It no longer bore the wild and wicked charm it once possessed, now only embodying endless desolation and sorrow. Allow me a glimpse to ascertain whether this cat demon has mutated. Otherwise, how could it have overpowered wave after wave of extraordinary beings, even defeating a mature entity in a one-on-two scenario? As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Bai Wushang stepped within 10 meters of the cat demon. The attribute panel materialized as expected. Name: Cat Demon, Wild. Race: superior species of the feline demon clan in the beast realm. Life stage: early mature phase. Bloodline quality: elite, level 1 star. Status: breath repression, near death, spirit shattered. Wisdom: average. Traits: swift leaping. Skills: triple rending claws, cross slash, bite crush, powerful leap, charge. Air tread, breath repression. Gourmet cells, 80. Chapter 75, Unexpected Developments. What was initially a casual glance now stirred deep speculation within Bai Wushang regarding the true source of the cat demon's might. Yet, upon discerning the status section, his heart nearly stopped from shock. Breath repression? Near death? In an instant, Bai Wushang's mind went blank, engulfed in terror and dread. Adrenaline surged wildly, prompting an instinctive lean backward. Whoosh! A foul wind rushed toward him as a claw sliced through the air from left to right, like lightning flashing before his eyes. All of this transpired in the span of a mere half-second. Bai Wushang, realizing the danger too late, narrowly evaded the claw, his heart racing and cold sweat soaking his garments. How perilous! The cat demon had not perished. The sudden assault had been launched by the cat demon. Leaping from the ground, its claws swiped at empty air, revealing an expression of disbelief on its face. Its crimson eyes were as murky as a serpent. Its disheveled fur matted with blood, its legs bent and unable to straighten, and its entire body trembled. Bai Wushang felt a chill creep into his heart. Had he not possessed the eye of cognition, allowing him to perceive its true state beforehand, he would surely have met a most untimely demise. How insidious to feign death with breath repression. Why not escape during the earlier moments when no one was present, merely to wait until now to attempt to eliminate me? Bai Wushang was both astonished and enraged. Roar! Ajo bellowed, closely following Bai Wushang, equally oblivious to the cat demon's charade of death. Almost simultaneously, the demon ape seized Bai Wushang, pulling him back a short distance before leaping in front of him. So close, the master nearly fell victim to death. How could he have failed to react? This was utterly derelict. Ajo suppressed the feeling of weakness as anger surged throughout his body, his eyes alight with murderous intent. He was ready to charge at the cat demon. But then, the cat demon let out a wretched laugh, crashing down to the ground, its body gradually stiffening, its pupils losing all vitality. Ajo paused momentarily, but did not lower his guard. A dark light coalesced from its mouth, ultimately erupting into a black energy sphere that struck the cat demon squarely in the head. With a soft pop, the dense night enveloped the creature entirely. After 5 or 6 seconds, the fluctuations of dark elements in the air gradually dissipated, revealing the cat demon, still and unresponsive. Bai Wushang regained his senses. Revealing a complex expression, it had truly died. Upon hearing this, Ajo strode forward, seizing the cat demon's body, inspecting it from head to tail, repeatedly confirming the veracity of its death. After ascertaining the facts, it resisted the urge to smash the cat's face with a fist, snorting heavily as it snapped the cat demon's neck with a brutal twist, flinging it to the ground in a fit of frustration. Bai Wushang furrowed his brow, meticulously analyzing the attribute panel. Could it be that the psychic shockwave had indeed shattered the cat demon's soul, leaving it in a near-death state. It could not reverse its mortal fate, yet it was unwilling to succumb, harboring intense resentment, thus employing breath repression to feign death, perhaps hoping to drag someone down with it. Such thoughts made little sense. If it could still live, the cat demon could have easily fled. And its final claw strike before collapsing seemed to support Bai Wushang's theory. Contemplating this matter, Bai Wushang established a conclusion. If the cat demon could be revived at this moment, it would undoubtedly reveal the truth of the situation. Previously swept away by a storm of agony, the cat demon had already been in a state of extreme fatigue and severe injury. Under these dual burdens, its spirit had shattered. It was suffering. It was enraged. It was envious. It was desperate. It was certain it was about to die. It was merely a matter of time. The cat demon, inherently vengeful, was exceedingly unwilling to accept its fate. With this lingering resentment, it forcibly stifled its breath and feigned death, managing to postpone its demise for just a little longer. Ultimately, it awaited Bai Wushang. However, the cat demon could never have anticipated that its desperate, fatal strike would miss entirely. With an overwhelming sense of humiliation and bitterness, the cat demon succumbed to an eternal slumber. Returning to the matter at hand, I finally comprehend why this cat demon was so formidable. It was, after all, an elite species, Bai Wushang realized with clarity. This indicated that even in its juvenile form as a claw meow beast, its bloodline quality was not the ordinary bone level 4 stars, but rather bone level 5 stars. Upon evolving, it triggered a forced breakthrough, advancing to elite level 1 star. Bai Wushang quickly grasped that the difference between elite level 1 star and bone level 9 stars might seem a mere star apart, yet due to the breakthrough, it was practically equivalent to an additional 2 stars. Following the theory that a 2-star increase equates to a single-tier advancement, this cat demon's battle prowess was comparable to that of a mid-phase bone level 9 star mature entity. No wonder the iron-boned eagle and the slumbering bear combined could not best it. Bai Wushang stepped forward, positioning himself beside the cat demon's corpse. He drew out his dagger, preparing to crouch down for dissection. In that fleeting moment, a chilling sound of tearing air echoed. The sound was swift as lightning, and Bai Wushang caught a glimpse of a dazzling light flashing by in his peripheral vision. Whoosh! It resembled the sound of a watermelon being punctured. Bai Wushang abruptly turned around, witnessing a billowing cloud of blood mist soaring into the sky. He stood frozen in shock. Instantly, his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. His mouth gaped open, his tongue tingling, and his blood surged backward through his veins. It was an indescribable psychological experience, and Bai Wushang suddenly erupted into a hoarse, desperate scream. Ajo! In the depths of his gaze, the demon ape stood merely a meter or two away. Initially, it stood on all fours, quietly shadowing him, inseparable. Yet at this moment, a crystalline, translucent, and razor-sharp object, as thick as an arm, suddenly pierced through its skull from behind. A look of bewilderment reflected in Ajo's eyes. Unable to comprehend the scene, it let out a muffled grunt, attempting to rise and glance back. A layer of glistening sheen began to spread slowly from the bloodied hole at its brow, enveloping its body. Instantly, Ajo's form stiffened, uncontrollably toppling to the ground, the rhythm of his breaths gradually decelerating. This sight nearly caused Bai Wushang's heart to explode. His eyes widened in rage, just as he was about to make a move. He suddenly felt a touch at his waist, accompanied by a chilling sensation at his neck. "Don't move, my dagger is quite sharp," a playful voice chimed. A ghostly figure materialized before Bai Wushang without warning. He seemed to be imprinted upon the void, his body gradually becoming visible, transitioning from absolute transparency to a defined outline, before slowly acquiring color. Ultimately, his true visage was unveiled to Bai Wushang's sight. Clad in black, with broad shoulders and a tall frame, his physique was muscular and well-defined, devoid of any excess flesh. His features were remarkably handsome, with thick brows, a prominent nose, and exquisite lips, all exuding an aura of nobility and elegance. However, his deep blue eyes were cold and aloof, bearing a fleeting hint of disdainful significance. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Bai Wushang's face, scrutinizing him as though appraising prey, before erupting into unrestrained laughter. "Ha! Yes, yes, that expression. Utter agony, sheer astonishment, how satisfying." Bai Wushang's eyes blazed with fury, enunciating each word with precision. Situ Chi. Chapter 76. The Crystal Scorpion. The person who appeared before Bai Wushang was one he could never have anticipated. Situ Chi, a descendant of the Situ family, one of the 6 great royal clans of the Daiqian dynasty. Prior to this, Bai Wushang had encountered him briefly at the dormitory entrance. "Ha! Did you never suspect why I am standing before you?" "Why indeed?" Situ Chi brandished a dagger, pressing it forcefully against Bai Wushang's throat, his face adorned with a brazen, arrogant grin. I hadn't expected that we would not only be demoted to the same dormitory building, but also end up in the same trial arena. Truly, it is fate, wouldn't you agree, Awaken One Bai Wushang? Situ Chi laid particular emphasis on the word demoted, his tone dripping with mockery. Bai Wushang ignored him, his gaze shifting as he recalled the earlier anomaly, gritting his teeth in response. Bloodline ability, invisibility? You have awakened your bloodline talent. Oh dear, quite clever, aren't we? Situ Chi's smile revealed pristine white teeth, while Bai Wushang felt an overwhelming urge to smash his face in. Simultaneously, he sensed a bone-chilling cold. The so-called bloodline talent is an ability reliant on the inheritance of one's genetic lineage. Such abilities are varied and peculiar, yet invariably possess uniqueness, making them exceedingly precious. Many families, factions, and sects have thrived for centuries, or even millennia, primarily due to their inherent bloodline talents. For instance, the Mu family, to which Mu Xiaoxiao belongs, possesses a bloodline talent known as starlight, which allows them to absorb and refine cosmic energy to accelerate meditation and rapidly enhance their soul power. It is this capability that has enabled the Mu family to establish a foothold within the Daiqian dynasty, ranking among the elite clans. Yet Bai Wushang understood that bloodline talents also vary in quality, categorized into top tier, upper tier, mid tier, and lower tier. Starlight is merely the weakest of the lower tier bloodline talents. What Situ Chi had just exhibited was the mid-tier bloodline talent invisibility possessed by the Situ family. The core ability is stealth, maximizing the concealment of all presence, erasing traces, and can even be applied to one's summoned beasts, serving as an exceptional aid for escape, reconnaissance, and assassination. What left Bai Wushang astounded was that merely 10 days after awakening his soul power, Situ Chi activated his bloodline talent. This indicated an extraordinarily high bloodline concentration and exceptional innate gifts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to successfully awaken and adeptly harness such power in such a short period. As if sensing Bai Wushang's desire to break free, the dagger at his throat suddenly dug in, slicing a thin line. Now don't move. With these ridiculous trial rules in place, I want to maim or kill you, but should you dare to test my limits, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Situ Chi threatened, then taunted. Are you feeling uncomfortable now? Wave after wave of trials, until the cat demon's last desperate struggle fails, and you finally think it's over? The bloodline fruit, and all that remains are yours now. Sorry, I've been waiting for you. From the moment I saw you days ago, I had a premonition that you were the most likely to last until the very end. As it turns out, my judgment was quite accurate. Days ago, at this moment, despite the tumult of emotions swelling within Bai Wushang, he was drawn in by those words. Memories rushed through his mind, finally settling on the inexplicable sensation of being watched when he had first departed from the miraculous fruit tree. Could it be that it was not the two ghostly figures, but rather Situ Chi? Noticing Bai Wushang's flickering gaze, Situ Chi snorted derisively. "Tsh, you just went through a battle, your aura is unsteady. It's a bit revealing, I assent it. However, this time is perfect, it was worth the wait." Enduring, without striking for so long, Situ Chi cast a glance at the fallen cat demon, then looked at the demon ape, sighing regretfully. Such a pity. This cat demon lacks ambition, allowing you to escape a calamity. Bai Wushang's heart sank to the depths. You know the cat demon is not dead? Huh. When it comes to concealing presence, I am the expert. Of course, I know the cat demon is alive. I merely wanted to see how much you could withstand. Honestly, I am a bit disappointed. I didn't get to witness the scene of your head splitting apart. It lacks grandeur. Situ Chi clicked his tongue, his handsome visage marred by an attitude that trampled upon life itself, permeating every expression. Fortunately, the outcome isn't bad. Look, the demon ape has already been afflicted by my crystal toxin and has been pierced through the head. It cannot survive. It will soon become a crystal sculpture, which should be quite beautiful. Bai Wushang struggled to suppress the urge to explode, casting his gaze towards the demon ape, lying on the ground, teetering between life and death. At this moment, a significant portion of Ajo's head had already transformed into a crystalline clarity, displaying a magnificent texture akin to crystal. Behind it, a nearly 2-meter-long, resplendent blue scorpion casually withdrew its stinger, gliding over with its 6 segmented legs to nuzzle against Situ Chi's feet affectionately. In his pupils, name, crystal scorpion, contracted. Species, crustacean-type crystal scorpion of the beast realm. Life tier, late-stage juvenile. Bloodline quality, mortal grade 7 stars. Status, leisurely affection. Wisdom, low level. Traits, crystal armor, crystal toxin. Skills, crystal stinger, digging, pouncing, sweeping, crushing. Gourmet cells, 30. Good job, my darling. Situ Chi extended his other hand to grasp the scorpion's spherical tail, gently stroking and kneading it, a rare softness gracing his countenance. However, in the blink of an eye, he turned to Bai Wushang with a cold snort, stating, "To be honest, I am quite astonished. Your magic ape can not only expel dark orbs, but also shift through shadows. It has even mastered blood ignition. For a creature in its juvenile phase, it is exceptionally high quality. Such a shame for it to perish, but it can only be blamed for not finding the right master. As for you, do not harbor any delusions. The Shanghai Academy is vast and prosperous, and it will not miss one autonomous awakener. Should you lose your magic ape and fail to complete the trial, you will undoubtedly be expelled from the academy." Bai Wushang clenched his fists, seething with rage. This Sidu Chi, with his words, was nothing but a mockery, a personal attack. Bai Wushang questioned himself, having never provoked him. What was the reason behind such extreme behavior? Was it simply the arrogance stemming from his royal lineage, allowing him to act with impunity? Bai Wushang believed that was only part of the truth. Thus, he asked, "Are you jealous of me? Is it because I am an autonomous awakener that you desire to see me dead?" Sidu Chi's breath hitched, and a flash of shame and anger crossed his face, the dagger in his grip digging deeper into his palm. Vivid crimson blood trickled through his fingers, slowly staining Bai Wushang's gray collar with a hue of red. Bai Wushang furrowed his brow and took a small step back, retorting, "So, I hit the nail on the head. Is this the extent of your magnanimity as a noble?" Chapter 77, Counterattack. Do you need me to manage your affairs? In the depths of Silverleaf Forest, Sidu Chi suddenly retracted the dagger and swung a punch, landing squarely on Bai Wushang's cheek. Bai Wushang staggered back uncontrollably, taking 2 or 3 steps, his left cheek swelling from the impact, the pain searing. Observing Bai Wushang's disheveled state, Sidu Chi spat derisively, exclaiming, "Ah, as expected of an autonomous awakener, you have quite the physique. Few peers can withstand my punch and remain standing, and you are one of them." Gently touching his swollen cheek, Bai Wushang's gaze was as cold as steel, the veins at his temple pulsating with each exhalation. His fury had reached its zenith. But now was not the time. Bai Wushang was still waiting. From Sidu Chi's perspective, the magic ape was on the verge of death, doomed without a doubt. This assumption was correct. Others would likely think the same. However, only Bai Wushang's perceptive vision could not be deceived. In Azu's attribute panel, the statuses of near-death crystallization and poison-induced mortality immunity, pinning activation, still displayed. This indicated that there was still hope. This was precisely why Bai Wushang chose to endure Sidu Chi's punch rather than shatter the distressed talisman and flee. Seemingly sensing Bai Wushang's suppressed rage, the crystal scorpion scuttled forward, its tail poised threateningly, aimed directly at Bai Wushang's chest. "My dear, do not frighten him." Sidu Chi smirked, raising the dimensional backpack he had just snatched from Bai Wushang's right hip. "After all these days, with your abilities, you must have gathered quite a few treasures, no? Especially that bloodline fruit. I shall graciously accept it all. Now, enjoy the agony of spiritual backlash from the shattered contract. For I shall not accompany you in this little game." Sidu Chi's grin was radiant as he began to smooth out the wrinkles in his attire and adjust his flowing hairstyle, ensuring his appearance remained impeccable. Bai Wushang regarded him with indifference, seemingly calm but brimming with suppressed fury, his peripheral vision keenly focused on the blind spot behind Sidu Chi as his crystallization status had ceased. Suddenly, as if snow melting under the sun, all traces of crystallization vanished, and the wound on its brow began to heal rapidly. The magic ape, once weak and unconscious in Bai Wushang's mind, had re-emerged. Bai Wushang hastily conveyed his thoughts. "Azu, do not move. Shift into the shadows right where you are. Your arm has plenty of darkness to utilize." "Understood," Azu promptly replied, remaining still while gradually blending into the surroundings. "By the way, the distress talisman should be in your possession, correct?" Sidu Chi raised an eyebrow, observing Bai Wushang's swollen visage with an air of intrigue. "I have yet to see you use it. What? Do you still wish to struggle? Do not harbor such dreams. A contract severed cannot be reactivated for a short time. The higher the compatibility, the more severe the backlash. I advise you to shatter it quickly and seek your mentor's aid. There are all sorts of monsters in this wilderness. And should you perish, it would only cause me trouble. I still wish to enjoy a few more years at the academy." Hearing Sidu Chi's flippant tone, Bai Wushang smiled. "Take a look behind you. You may find a surprise." Feigning innocence, Sidu Chi turned, only to feel a shiver run down his spine. A primal instinct honed through years of combat training warning him of impending danger. Crack! A massive black hand erupted from the shadows beneath Sidu Chi's feet, as wild and untamed as a mountain, striking his face with ferocity. In an instant, Sidu Chi's robust frame of 185 meters was sent spinning through the air, crashing against a silverleaf tree several meters away, the sound of impact echoing alongside the cracking of bones. Coughing violently, Sidu Chi spewed forth a mouthful of blood, half of his face utterly disfigured, his eyes, ears, and nose swollen to a ghastly shade of purple, resembling a grotesque pig's head. Meanwhile, the crystal scorpion reacted swiftly. Almost simultaneously with Azu's appearance, it turned, its elongated tail darting outwards, eager to intercept. Bai Wushang did not grant it the opportunity. Having anticipated this moment, he swiftly unsheathed the spear from his back, deftly deflecting the stinger, while with his other hand, he unhesitatingly seized the penultimate segment of the spherical tail, exerting all his strength to hold on, buying Azu precious moments. In this brief interlude, the magic ape recalibrated its attack stance, leaping forth from the shadows. Mount Tai, crushing down, like a soaring eagle, the magic ape eclipsed the sunlight from the crystal scorpion's view. Its colossal form twisted midair, elbows propped up. Using its back as leverage, it descended like a meteor crashing into the scorpion's impossibly hard exoskeleton. Boom, crack, scrape, crack, scrape. The sound resonated like a mighty bell, accompanied by a faint sound of shattering. Fragments of the crystalline armor scattered, and several slender cracks began to spread across the once flawless carapace of the scorpion, creating a hauntingly beautiful semblance of ruin. The crystal scorpion, though furious, remained composed. Its armor was too sturdy, and it brimmed with confidence. As it raised a pair of pincers, it aimed them at the magic ape's thigh, while finally freeing itself from Bai Wushang's grasp. Withdrawing its stinger to strike mercilessly at the ape's head, it sought to bring about the demise of the magic ape. Master, get down. In the realm of consciousness, Azu's urgent message rang out. Bai Wushang did not hesitate. He leaped forward, crouching low to evade. Turning his head, he beheld the crystal scorpion's menacing stinger, poised to strike the magic ape just as Azu raised its head. Unbeknownst to Wen, its cheekbones had expanded to their limits, jaws trembling, its face contorted in agony. Yet, it endured. Countless dim lights intertwined and converged, ultimately coalescing into a small black sphere. This sphere was utterly devoid of color. The surrounding light could not render even the slightest hue upon it. Gazing upon it felt as though it could consume one's very spirit, instilling profound dread. The dark wave destruction sphere unleashed its force. Boom! A shadow darted like lightning, vanishing in an instant, with the power to shatter the void. The crystalline tail of a scorpion halted mere inches from the brow of the demon ape, abruptly fracturing into countless shards. The crystalline scorpion emitted a sharp, anguished cry, its severed edges spraying brilliant blue blood, a beauty tinged with deep sorrow. If one were to slow down the scene by dozens, or even hundreds of times, they would observe the sharply textured crystalline tail fragmenting inch by inch upon contact with the spiraling black sphere, utterly powerless to resist. With the final explosion, the scorpion's originally seven-segmented, ball-shaped abdomen was utterly obliterated, the last three segments disintegrating into a dazzling cloud of crystalline dust that refracted a splendid array of colors under the sunlight. Chapter 78. Who is the victor? With a rustling sound, the crystalline scorpion's abdomen suffered a grievous blow, racked with pain as it flailed its 6 pairs of appendages in a frenzied manner. Its tenacity shone through. Though it was aware that its most formidable weapon had been lost, it defiantly wielded its pincers, inflicting bloody gashes upon the demon ape's legs. Roar! The demon ape, with a swift motion, freed itself from the scorpion's grip with overwhelming strength, twisting it aloft, preparing to hurl it violently to the ground. Enough of this. A portal of light materialized, engulfing the crystalline scorpion. Both the demon ape and Bai Wushang turned their gazes, one panting heavily with a feral glint in his eyes, while the other calmly pressed a hand to the wound on his neck, his expression serene as still water, though his eyes glinted like daggers, fixed upon the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Situ Chi. A magnificent azure tome floated beside him, its pages fluttering before slowly closing. The crystalline scorpion had been forcibly returned to the Book of Oaths. Leaning against the base of a tree, Situ Chi slumped, finding it difficult to move. Tilting his head, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze falling upon 2 broken fangs that had tumbled onto the ground amidst the frothy mixture. His face contorted into a ghastly visage, a sinister smile replacing his rage. Well, very well. It appears I misjudged. This demon ape is far more extraordinary than I had anticipated. To think it could even reverse the injury from a shattered skull and the infusion of crystal poison. Either it has mastered some miraculous skill, or its level of mutation exceeds my comprehension. In any case, this demon ape harbors secrets. And what business is it of yours? Bai Wushang advanced, spear in hand, step by deliberate step. At that moment, the disparity in stature and the chilling transformation of demeanor drove Situ Chi to the brink of madness. In mere minutes, everything had turned on its head. The elation he had felt moments prior had morphed into a seething fury. You insolent wretch! The coarse words lodged in his throat. He had no time to finish as the demon ape roared once more, lunging at him. In the previous encounter, it had restrained itself, holding back some of its power. Otherwise, that blow could have easily sent his head flying. Yet now, Chi remained oblivious to the danger, repeatedly provoking the demon ape, whose volatile temper was on the verge of eruption, eager to paint his body with more than just bruises. As the furious demon ape charged, Chi's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had traversed a tumultuous mental journey. His fingers, however, were resolute. Without needing any prompting, he tore the distress symbol in half. Yes, despite the chaos, pride remained unyielding. Deep down, he recognized his impending defeat. The injuries he had sustained were rare in his lifetime, and the scorpion he had pinned his hopes upon was utterly no match for the demon ape. In an instant, a pure white shield materialized, enveloping Chi. The demon ape halted, its gaze fierce as it peered through the haze at Chi. Ah, this time I underestimated the situation. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Bai Wushang regarded him with a cold indifference, ignoring his presence. As the distress symbol was triggered, even the mightiest of mature beings could not breach it. Leaving Bai Wushang powerless against Chi, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. After a brief silence, Chi, waiting for a response that never came, scoffed. Huh, are you afraid? Do not worry. I concede this round. We shall take our time in the future. He continued, furthermore, I have yet to hear of any family named Bai in the Qin dynasty, suggesting you lack noteworthy lineage or background. With a trembling hand, he brandished the stolen dimensional backpack, maintaining his customary arrogance. To you, this invaluable bloodline fruit must be an exceedingly precious item, no? After all the effort you expended to acquire it, only to have it exchanged for me, how does that feel? Bai Wushang's eyes flickered slightly, his left hand instinctively brushing against his waist. The translucent protective shield distorted his view, preventing Chi from discerning Bai Wushang's precise expression and actions as he continued unabated. To be frank, I have no use for this bloodline fruit. The crystalline scorpion cannot utilize it. I am not in need of wealth either. My monthly allowance amounts to 20 to 30,000, and gold is merely a string of numbers to me. What I relish is the entire process of the hunt, regardless of who seizes the bloodline fruit. I will ensure they learn the meaning of a lethal strike. Yet, how surprising it is that I have stumbled in the gutter. What a disgrace. It was evident that Chi's emotional expressions were excessively candid in certain respects. He despised ambiguity. Even after suffering a significant setback, he remained remarkably confident, unrestrained in his words. Just as he was about to speak further, Bai Wushang abruptly interrupted him. Hey, are you finished yet? Have you even opened it to check? How can you be certain the bloodline fruit is inside? Bai Wushang slowly retrieved an object from beneath his left waist armor, bringing it closer to the shield. Shaking it in front of Chi, then added, and how can you be sure I possess only one-dimensional backpack? The consecutive inquiries left Chi momentarily dumbfounded. His one remaining eye widened in shock, gradually turning vacant. You, Chi, seemingly disbelieving, abruptly upended the dimensional backpack, spilling its contents onto the ground. He hastily picked up a few items for inspection, only to find his face alternating between shades of blue and red. Mouse skin, wolf skin, snake skin, cowhide, deer skin. What the hell? And they're all tattered. What a mess. Why are there so many snake carcasses? Bai Wushang, expressionless, replied, apologies, but I keep valuable materials close to me. As for what you hold, it is merely for storing miscellaneous items, large in volume, yet lacking in value. I tossed all the useless stuff in there. If you desire it, feel free to take it. I hope you do not waste it. Chi recalled his earlier words, feeling as if he had just been slapped, the embarrassment stinging his face even more. Clang, clang. At that moment, a white crane descended from the heavens, its large eyes anthropomorphically fixated on Bai Wushang, radiating an air of resentment. If it could speak, it would surely scold this human boy for his incessant antics. Why are you here again? I've already fled several times. Can't you just behave? It's not easy for me to take a nap. Bai Wushang, feeling the weight of the crane's gaze, smiled awkwardly. The avian beings of the crane family are predominantly quite intelligent. Observing the state of one such creature, marked by insufficient sleep and a troubled mood, Bai Wushang instantly comprehended the situation. Descending from the crane was an elderly woman, her silver hair cascading down. Leaning on a verdant vine staff, her face etched with wrinkles, occasionally interrupted by a cough. Without uttering a word, she offered a gentle smile to Bai Wushang and tapped the ground with her staff. In an instant, countless delicate vine leaves emerged from the earth, effortlessly piercing through the protective light barrier, ensnaring Chi entirely. The white crane flapped its wings, supporting the old woman's back, and once again took flight into the sky. Chapter 79, Conclusion. As he gazed at the receding white crane, Bai Wushang's expression turned contemplative. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled a deep breath, his inner turmoil still lingering. Though the tide had having dealt a harsh blow to Situ Chi and preserved the bloodline fruit, resulting in a seemingly advantageous outcome. Bai Wushang was acutely aware that the matter was far from resolved. Situ Chi's pet beast, the crystal scorpion, had not perished but was merely gravely injured. His expedition into the secret realm would conclude with elimination, yet he would not be expelled from the academy, remaining within the acceptable standards. This was precisely what troubled Bai Wushang. In such a vast forest, one could encounter all sorts of creatures. This was an enormous trouble presented on a silver platter. Possessing a latent bloodline talent related to shadows and having awakened it in a short span, Situ Chi was an unpredictable adversary. The thought alone was daunting. Reflecting on his previous impressions and judgments of Situ Chi, Bai Wushang foresaw a chaotic future ahead. His academic life would likely become tumultuous. With such a person around, what was he to do? To be candid, Bai Wushang had long harbored murderous intent. Yet the timing and location rendered such a notion impossible. Upon returning to the academy, he would need to adapt swiftly, as acting rashly was not an option. The royal lineage, a true royal descendant. Bai Wushang's gaze turned icy, laced with a hint of helplessness. In the Daqian dynasty, the status of the royal family was second only to that of the imperial family. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it was scarcely less so. With his fragile status akin to a drifting reed, he was woefully inadequate to withstand such pressure. Even if the Mu family, with whom he had spent a decade, were willing to lend their support, he doubted it would prove significantly beneficial. To draw a comparison, even the weakest royal could easily eclipse 3 or 4 members of the Mu family. The disparity in the pinnacle of pet beast combat power was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Situ Chi's father, Situ Xuanzi, possessed a king-level battle beast. With just him alone, he could sweep through the entire Mu family. Had he been overthinking? Given his relationship with the Mu family, should he ever truly eliminate Situ Chi? The likelihood of being discovered by the Situ family due to insufficiently cleaning up his tracks meant the Mu family would not stand by him. Bai Wushang murmured to himself, relinquishing unrealistic fantasies. He had been fostered by the Mu family. Over the past decade, most of his acquaintances were peers, and apart from his close bond with Mu Xiaoxiao, the others were mere acquaintances. Therefore, he could not consider the Mu family as a reliable support and would not wish to drag them into peril because of his own actions. After all, they had raised him. Thinking too far ahead was futile. He could only proceed step by step. When the time was ripe, he must eliminate this enemy. But the prerequisite was to prepare thoroughly, leaving no trace or evidence behind. With a sharp gaze, Bai Wushang silently deliberated on his strategies. Furthermore, as it stood, the Shanghai Academy belonged to the 4 prestigious institutions under the dominion of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. While its support might not match that of the Royal Academy, it was certainly not insignificant. The head of this institution, or the actual overseer, undoubtedly wielded king-level combat prowess, with a background not inferior to any royal family. Both factions were subservient to the Crimson Dragon Emperor's rule and operated within the same system of the Daqian dynasty, making open confrontation with Situ Chi implausible. His reluctance to defy the trial rules had already hinted at his limitations. Even if Situ Chi sought to trouble him, he could only adhere to the Academy's regulations. If Bai Wushang remained cautious, he could evade trouble and strive to enhance his own capabilities and the combat power of his pet beasts. Contemplating this, Bai Wushang sighed softly. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to squander it on such detritus. Once his strength reached a certain level, he would naturally gain corresponding leverage. He resolved to work harder. Woof! Ajo let out a series of determined howls. Though he could not grasp the complexity of Bai Wushang's thoughts, he felt the urgency of the sentiment. To grow stronger, to become even more powerful, the magical ape silently resolved to bolster its efforts. Ajo, how is your overall condition? Bai Wushang refocused, surveying the magical ape. Ajo pointed to its head and communicated, "It hurts here, the rest is fine." Still in a state of mental trauma. It seemed that death immunity had merely mitigated the effects of the tail's sting and did not alleviate the residual damage. Bai Wushang inspected carefully, confirming that the injuries had stabilized and would not worsen, remaining within manageable limits. One more day of endurance. He currently lacked suitable medicinal remedies. But upon returning to the academy, he would certainly find a solution. Woof! Ajo nodded, its throat still recovering, unable to produce a loud sound. Bai Wushang retrieved some herbs, applying salves to his neck and cheek, and treating a few of the magical ape's lacerations to accelerate the healing process. "Let us go, Ajo. We need to assess our spoils." Bai Wushang adjusted his mood, gesturing ahead and stating, "This journey has been fraught with twists. Let us not waste anything, and gather as much as we can." Grasping the bloodied leg of the cat demon, Bai Wushang found it easy to drag. Arriving at the vicinity of the vanished miraculous fruit tree, he surveyed the surroundings, where various corpses lay piled high, perhaps due to the ferocity of the previous battle. Even after several minutes, no large creatures had returned to scavenge. Only small critters, like tiny reptiles and toothy rodents, scurried about, stealthily nibbling. Sensing the magical ape's arrival, they scattered in a frenzy, either burrowing underground or climbing trees, fleeing with remarkable speed. The lowly demons could be disregarded. There was no need to recover them. The large pink butterfly, the three-toothed boar, the horned python, the striped tiger, the spirit fox, and the white young lion, collectively, would surely yield around 1,500 gold coins, right? Moreover, these semi-rotting remains could still provide numerous components, allowing for substantial returns through sheer quantity. The most valuable prize was undoubtedly the iron-boned hawk. This creature was worth more than the cat demon, its entire being a treasure trove. Utilizing it as a material for crafting armor or weapons would yield top-tier products, guaranteed to fetch a handsome price. A flicker of joy surged within Bai Wushang, combined with the cat demon in hand. The total earnings from this pile of corpses would not fall below 6,000. It felt as if he was on the brink of escaping poverty. Seizing the moment while the surroundings remained relatively unchanged, Bai Wushang hastened to begin processing the corpses with the magical ape. For creatures like the cat demon and the iron-boned hawk, Bai Wushang discovered that they were difficult to cut even in death, ultimately opting to package them whole. For the remainder, he prioritized selecting the most valuable and easily manageable parts, extracting relatively valuable materials such as hearts, scales, gallbladders, beast hides, tusks, sharp claws, and bones, categorizing them meticulously. As the sun began to set, Bai Wushang found himself unable to tidy up completely. The sounds of beasts approaching echoed in his ears. It was no longer a safe place to linger. Deciding to pack everything that could be bundled, he filled a bag stitched together from animal hides and had the magical ape carry it away. The following day, Bai Wushang and the magical ape remained in a cave, resting and organizing their belongings. As dawn broke on the 16th day, the moment to conclude the trial finally arrived. A massive figure, round and robust, with a blue back and white belly, glided gracefully through the sky. Chapter 80, Minter Shao Taisher. The silhouette above was that of a whalebird. Its form bore resemblance to a whale, yet its fins were elongated and wide, resembling a pair of wings. This creature was a darling of the sky, possessing the innate ability to float. Despite its considerable size, it flew with remarkable stability and ease. Its back could accommodate 50 to 60 individuals, showcasing exceptional load-bearing capacity, making it a prime beast adept at transportation. The whalebird hovered overhead, dropping a thick rope. Bai Wushang glanced back at the magical ape, hesitating in place, unwilling to ascend. Moments later, as if sensing something amiss with the ground below, a robust man in azure garb leapt down. Utilizing some arcane technique, he bounced twice mid-air, mitigating the impact of his descent, and landed steadily before Bai Wushang. What troubles you? The trial has concluded. Why not ascend? The man's voice was deep and resonant. But as he raised his gaze and beheld the magical ape, his composed demeanor faltered slightly. In his eyes, the magical ape stood upright, towering about 4 meters, exuding strength, majesty, and an imposing presence. What a magnificent creature. I can sense its vibrant vitality. Excellent, splendid. The azure-clad man nodded vigorously, evidently enamored with such a specimen, a bright smile illuminating his face as he revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. However, as his gaze drifted past the magical ape to what it bore upon its back, he was once again taken aback. What is this? The azure-clad man instinctively inquired. Bai Wushang scratched his ear, casting a glance at the bulging beast hide bag that was considerably larger than the ape itself, and managed a sheepish grin. These are my spoils. Just as Bai Wushang was about to elaborate further, the azure-clad man suddenly clapped a hand on his shoulder, exuding enthusiasm. Wonderful. The bulging bag signifies your substantial gains. You must have exerted tremendous effort to achieve this. Indeed, I can feel it. This is the fervor of youth. How nostalgic. The azure-clad man's eyes glistened with a hint of tears. Bai Wushang couldn't help but grin, not solely due to the man's somewhat exaggerated expression, but rather from the weighty pad on his shoulder that, while seemingly light, was quite substantial. Fortunately, as an autonomous awakener, he possessed a sturdy physique. Had it been anyone else, such a blow might have sent them tumbling. You're quite spirited. Your energy is overflowing, yet you managed to withstand it. The azure-clad man snapped back to attention, his thick brows and large eyes gleaming, his teeth appearing even brighter, sparkling radiantly. Are you this year's autonomous awakener? Bai Wushang awkwardly nodded. The man's exuberance was akin to a blazing sun, and he found it somewhat overwhelming. Excellent. You are one of the most promising students I've encountered in recent years. What is your name? Bai Wushang. Ah, I shall remember you. The azure-clad man suddenly rolled up his sleeves, stepping forward with a bow and flexing his muscular arms, raising an eyebrow. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shao Taisher. a senior mentor at the Shanghai Academy. I revere strength and chase after youth. I firmly believe that all efforts will be rewarded. This is my life's philosophy. Once we return to the academy, you must attend my classes. I will diligently impart my knowledge to help you refine your physique. Ah, yes, Bai Wushang stammered, striving to maintain his composure. Yet inwardly, he couldn't help but think, this mentor's personality is quite overwhelming. No, it's not like that. Xiao Taisher suddenly grasped Bai Wushang's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. Vitality. Maintain your vitality. At all times and in all places, your spirit must be exuberant. In the face of any challenge, you must possess the courage to confront it. Unleash your fighting spirit. You can do it. Roar. Ajo let out a few dissatisfied growls, effectively alleviating Bai Wushang's discomfort. Xiao Taisher immediately recognized the cue. His expression shifting to one of contemplation as he gravely remarked, "Apologies, I was overly eager. It seems my composure still requires refinement. Upon returning today, I must train for 3 hours. No, 5 hours. Mentor Xiao, what exactly do you teach?" Bai Wushang finally managed to catch his breath, regaining the rhythm of the conversation. "Oh, I specialize in teaching body techniques." Xiao Taisher pointed to his muscles, a flickering smile gracing his lips. As a master, merely possessing a pet for protection is far from sufficient. Without a robust physique, one becomes a liability at critical moments, potentially fatal. This principle should be clear to you, right? Before Bai Wushang could nod, he continued, "Of course, I do not intend to distort the cooperative relationship between masters and their pets. A pet will always remain the master's mightiest spear and shield. The master can be a controller, a trainer, but never a frontline combatant. This I shall always remember. The purpose of my course is to emphasize that as masters, we must not overlook the power of the physical body. Often, those with a strong physique and rich battle techniques are the most adept at surviving in the wild. Conversely, those who rely entirely on their pets and disdain the honing of their own bodies will eventually pay the price. So what do you think? Are you intrigued? Let me be clear, my training course is not for the faint of heart. It's of hellish difficulty. However, any student who perseveres will reap substantial rewards, rest assured. Your sweat and effort will not go to waste. After all, this is youth." Upon hearing this, Bai Wushang felt a surge of excitement. Throughout his life, he had engaged in physical training and martial arts. However, those experiences were merely on a mundane level. Now, as a peak spirit level master, his physique had greatly enhanced, different from any prior experiences. Over the past several days, Bai Wushang had fully realized that without Ajo by his side, he was indeed the most vulnerable link, easily targeted, and with a low safety factor. "I understand. I will definitely attend your class." Bai Wushang responded enthusiastically. "Wonderful. Just like that. Fearless and undeterred, always charging ahead. I admire you." Xiao Taisher raised his thick brows and let out a hearty laugh. Suddenly, the whale bird emitted a gentle call. Its tone soft. "Let us go. My old companion is urging us. I will take you up." With that, Xiao Taisher approached the magical ape and pondered aloud. "Shall I keep this bag for a while?" Seeing the gleaming storage ring on his finger, Bai Wushang understood his intention. "Ajo, you wait in the covenant book for a moment. Don't worry about me." Chapter 81. Return. Upon reaching the whalebird's back, Bai Wushang found its spine soft and smooth, dotted with tiny, slightly raised circular openings resembling some unique biological organs. Standing upon it felt akin to treading on sugar-coated cotton. It was somewhat sticky, yet exceedingly comfortable. "Look, the 7th person has arrived. Ah, is that not the self-awakening individual? I believe their name is Bai Wushang. I recall them." Whispers fluttered through the air. Bai Wushang turned to observe. There stood 6 individuals, 5 men and 1 woman, none of whom he recognized. Their attire was generally disheveled. Some were dust-laden, while others had cloth strips bound around their arms and legs, suggesting they had sustained injuries. However, their eyes shone with a vibrant spirit, tinged with a subtle excitement and pride. It was evident that they had persevered for 15 days, ultimately achieving a flawless completion of their trials. Bai Wushang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The others mirrored his gesture, curiosity evident in their expressions. What might be the contracted beast of a self-awakening individual? "Wushang, come and sit." The whalebird possesses a unique trait known as stabilizing airflow, which allows it to manipulate the surrounding currents of air. You can roll around here without the fear of falling, so there's no need for concern regarding your safety. Xiao Taisher, robust and imposing, sat cross-legged at the center of the whalebird, flashing a radiant smile at Bai Wushang. "Once I finish searching the last area of the number 9 trial site, you can return to the academy, where youth awaits you." Moments later, the whalebird hovered in midair. Soon, a man and a woman climbed up via a rope. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow. He found the pair quite familiar. One was a youth with grass-gray bangs, the master of a filthy beast, whom Bai Wushang had once suspected to be Wang Wan. The other was his partner, a curly-haired woman contracted with a pepper butterfly. Her figure was alluring, although her visage was rather ordinary. Upon recognizing Bai Wushang, they displayed a fleeting look of astonishment, quickly replaced by an expression of understanding. The curly-haired woman rushed toward him, her voice tinged with desperation. "May I inquire, has the cat demon perished?" The grass-gray-banged youth stepped aside, exhaling a sigh. "To be frank, we fled at the time, witnessing from a distance as you battled with Luo Bing and the others. However, we had exhausted our combat capabilities and dared not approach, especially with a fire lizard lurking in the shadows, so we could only hastily retreat. Now, to see you yet not Luo Bing and the others. We presume you persevered until the end. We seek no retribution. We merely wish to know if the cat demon is dead, for our companion fell at its hands. A blow to our spirits." Bai Wushang observed them quietly, noting the glimmers of hope in their expressions. The curly-haired woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears, indicating that their team had formed a strong bond in just a few days. Otherwise, such vulnerability would not have surfaced. "The cat demon has indeed perished. The departed have moved on, so do your best to grieve in moderation." "Really? That is splendid news. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to seek vengeance." Ajiao was still in the bloom of her youth. The tears of the curly-haired woman flowed freely. The grass-gray-banged youth shot Bai Wushang a grateful glance before patting the woman on the back, guiding her to sit beside him. "This is partly my fault. Our plan was rather hasty, and I bear some responsibility." Their exchange was overheard by the others to varying degrees. The initial 5 men and 1 woman suddenly appeared deflated. Lacking vigor, whether they were reminded of the dangers they had encountered or felt the unpredictability of life, they seemed to gain a new understanding of existence. Xiao Taishe remained silent, yet smiling, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his younger self. Everyone has experienced youth, uncertainty, and unforeseen events. Only by forging ahead can one break through the mist to see the clear sky. Is not the essential purpose of the trials to teach everyone this truth? Becoming a master is merely the beginning. Without enduring hardship and experiencing pain, how can one truly comprehend their insignificance? The road ahead is still long. An hour later, the whalebird descended slowly. Ultimately, only 9 individuals survived in the number 9 trial site. Xiao Taishe, adept and assured, activated a hidden barrier. A small teleportation array, 10 meters in diameter, materialized before them. "You all may step onto it. Upon returning to the academy, someone will be there to welcome you. I must proceed to the next trial site and will not accompany you." With that, Xiao Taishe stood solemnly, addressing the group with fervor. "Revitalize yourselves. Remember, those who have persevered until the end of the new student trials have demonstrated both diligence and fortune. However, luck will not always favor you. It is your persistent effort that you must continue to uphold. Do you understand?" Yes. Everyone felt the palpable energy emanating from the middle-aged mentor, their spirits lifted. Their minds awakened, and an underlying sense of anticipation blossoming within them. A new chapter of academy life was about to commence. A blinding white light enveloped them. And after a dizzying whirl, Bai Wushang opened his eyes. At that moment, he found himself in a grand hall, approximately 1,000 square meters in size, with lofty ceilings adorned with crystal embellishments, radiating brilliance throughout the space. Several women, adorned with golden sun medallions upon their chests, seemed to sense the shift in the formation and approached from around the corner. Upon nearing, they paused gracefully, their faces reflecting astonishment. Are this year's freshmen truly so formidable? What could be contained within such a large sack? Indeed, prior to activating the formation, Xiao Taishe had unceremoniously tossed Bai Wushang's beast skin bag into it. This had resulted in the 9 individuals being forced to huddle closely together. Bai Wushang offered an awkward smile and promptly summoned the magic ape to hoist the enormous beast skin bag. The magic ape surveyed its surroundings with a mix of wonder and trepidation. Having grown up alongside the forest, this was its inaugural venture into the city. Even though Bai Wushang had provided reassurance beforehand, the sights before it were still a jarring assault on its perceptions. So this is what houses look like. So many beautiful young ladies. Greetings, freshmen. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully navigating the first hurdle of your enrollment. From this moment forth, you are considered official members of the Shanghai Academy. A tall and elegant woman, her gown billowing gracefully, approached, her gaze sweeping over the group, particularly lingering on Bai Wushang and the magic ape. Her tone was polite, yet the others could sense the profound aura of her soul energy, indicating she was at least a soul master-level master. While they were silently astonished, they attentively listened to her words. The first order of business now was a health examination, not only for the contracted beasts, but also for the masters themselves. You have just concluded a perilous adventure, and some of your beasts have sustained injuries. We are members of the Academy's medical department. each possessing certain healing abilities, be it through restorative techniques or through contracted beasts skilled in healing. You need not harbor any concerns. This is a reward funded by the Academy, a benefit you rightfully deserve. Chapter 82. Ding Yu and the Lantern Bird. In a spacious, luminous white room. You are saying that the magic ape requires treatment for mental trauma? The tall woman furrowed her brows slightly, murmuring to herself, "This is rather troublesome. As I am unable to assist with this type of injury. Please wait a moment. I will fetch a more suitable person." Soon, another woman entered. In contrast to the tall woman, this one exuded an entirely different charm. With her ear-length bob and a delicate oval face, her fair and supple skin radiated a refreshing and elegant presence, reminiscent of a jasmine flower, gentle and graceful. Behind her trailed a magnificent avian creature, towering as high as a person, its webbed feet making a distinctive sound upon the ground. The bird possessed long legs, yet its body was plump, and its feathers, when gathered, exhibited a predominant hue of peach pink, dense and short, suggesting a texture that appeared exceptionally smooth and soft to the touch. The most captivating feature, however, was atop its head, a fleshy, lantern-like appendage. The white bones formed the lantern's framework, while a pale yellow, translucent membrane served as the lantern's body. Within, a cluster of crimson flames, roughly the size of a fist, blazed fiercely. The lantern bird. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Wushang could identify this extraordinary creature, for its unique form was indeed rare. Within his gaze, an attribute panel materialized. Name, Lantern Bird, contracted. Race, avian species of the demon beast realm, Lantern Bird clan. Life stage, peak mature body. Bloodline quality, elite level 2 stars. Status, mild fatigue. Intelligence, low. Traits, fire seed flight. Skills, healing light, wing flap, flame breath, joyful song. Gastronomic cells, 104. I hear your magic ape has suffered a mental trauma? The short-haired woman smiled gently, explaining, "My secondary profession is that of an alchemist. I should be able to assist you." Indeed, and the injury is quite severe. It has had no appetite for the past few days. Bai Wushang nudged the magic ape, signaling it to approach. Ajo hesitated momentarily before cautiously drawing near the short-haired woman and lowering its body. Yet the woman beckoned Bai Wushang, saying, "Bai Wushang, you should come over too. I see that your cheeks are somewhat swollen. Let the lantern bird heal your external injuries first." "All right." Bai Wushang, somewhat surprised that she addressed him by name, stood obediently beside the magic ape. With a flurry, the lantern bird took to the air, soaring to a height of 6 or 7 meters before tilting its head downward. A stream of orange-red flames erupted from the fleshy lantern atop its head, enveloping Bai Wushang and the magic ape in a broad fan-shaped arc. In an instant, a warm sensation coursed through his body, with tingling feelings across his face, neck, and certain limbs. Ajo also squinted its eyes. In truth, with the rapid healing trait, its external injuries had largely healed, and it felt as though basking in the sun, simply delightful. The orange firelight persisted for approximately 5 minutes. When the lantern bird descended once more, Bai Wushang felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. A brief inspection revealed that his injuries had mostly healed, leaving only a few inconsequential scars. "Thank you, senior sister. May I ask how to address you?" "My name is Ding Yu, a third-year student. If it's not too much trouble, you may call me Ding Jia." The short-haired woman smiled, methodically retrieving a suitcase from her storage ring and slowly opening it. From within, she extracted an instrument resembling a mental detection orb and placed it against the magic ape's head. "Ah, this is quite serious." Ding Yu's gaze swept over the wary magic ape before settling on Bai Wushang, her tone turning serious. "You must tell me how this injury occurred so that I can prepare the appropriate medicine." "Well, it happened somewhat like this." Bai Wushang carefully organized his thoughts, omitting minor details and focusing on the key events. After enduring a mental shockwave, it forced itself to unleash its bloodline. This fellow is quite determined. Ding Yu's expression turned pensive, and after a considerable pause, a gentle smile graced her face. "Bai Wushang, having such a beast companion is something to cherish deeply. You're fortunate to have survived this time, but next time, who knows what might happen." "I understand." Bai Wushang nodded slightly. "Will this injury heal?" Ding Yu retrieved another item from the suitcase and held it up to the magic ape's mouth. "Here, this vial of potion is specifically designed to repair mental injuries. Suitable for beasts." Ajo sniffed the vial, turning its gaze toward Bai Wushang. As Bai Wushang gestured for it to drink, he cautiously inquired, "Ding Jia, how much does this vial cost on the market?" "At least 500 gold coins. The raw materials are quite rare, and the production process is relatively complex. If it's priced lower than that, I would suspect it to be of inferior quality." "That's exorbitantly expensive," Bai Wushang exclaimed. "Rest assured, the new student trials have always included such expenses, and the Academy will reimburse you fully, so you won't need to spend a single coin. Moreover, This is not just about this vial. To prevent any after effects for the magic ape, I'll prepare some auxiliary medications for you, to be taken once daily for 7 consecutive days to ensure complete recovery. Ding Yu gently brushed a stray hair from her forehead, earnestly instructing, during these 7 days, do not allow the magic ape to engage in high-intensity battles or training. It should focus on recuperation. Do you understand? Yes, understood. Burp. After finishing the potion, Ajo suddenly let out a loud belch, shaking its head in surprise as its vitality visibly began to revive. Bai Wushang felt relieved, his gaze shifting to a pressing matter. Ding Jia, now that the trials have concluded, why am I still unable to summon my destined beast? Must I seek out senior sister Xiao Wanlong again? Is that a hint of resentment I detect? Ding Yu chuckled lightly, like a gentle spring breeze. Bai Wushang felt a bit embarrassed. For the past 15 days, the galaxy had been incessantly reciting incantations in his mind, longing to play and nearly going mad. Since day 1, Xiao Wanlong had been placed on the blacklist by the galaxy, vowing that when they met again, she would be bitten fiercely. What troubled Bai Wushang most was that such emotional outbursts from the galaxy had accumulated to no less than 30 times. They manifested as the first words upon waking and the last words before sleep. Translated, it meant, Dragon Girl bad. Bite her. Gur. Bite her. Bite her. Bite her. At this point, Bai Wushang felt almost assimilated, as the mere mention of Xiao Wanlong evoked those very phrases. Just now, upon learning that Bai Wushang had escaped his plight and returned to the source world, the galaxy was both astonished and delighted, urging him to let it out. Wait a moment, it will be here shortly. Ding Yu stifled a smile, signaling Bai Wushang to remain patient while she operated her wristwatch. Soon, a staff member arrived bearing a golden small box. Ding Yu received it, opened the lid, and extracted a green talisman. This is the unsealing talisman, specially sent by senior sister Xia. It will lift the seal on your beast within. She instructed. Now, take a deep breath and do not activate your soul power in resistance. Saying this, Ding Yu pinched the green talisman between her fingers and pressed it against Bai Wushang's forehead. In an instant, a flash of green light surged into the talisman. Bai Wushang felt a sudden lightness in his body, and his soul power began to circulate with greater speed. Elated, he immediately called out, Contract book, activate. A silvery white tome floated into the air, opening a luminous portal. Goo goo. A snowy white little creature burst forth, exuberantly frolicking around the room. Galaxy, over here. Bai Wushang beamed with a paternal smile. From a distance, the pristine white fur appeared immaculate, fluffy like a cloud of cotton. Its silvery, large eyes sparkled like stars embedded in their sockets, reminiscent of celestial bodies twinkling in the night sky, captivating and radiant. Most endearing was the fact that this little creature, clearly short-legged, could not be seen from the ground due to its diminutive stature. Yet, when it ran, it moved with remarkable speed, bouncing and leaping high into the air, its round tail wagging and quivering, exuding an exuberance that was simply delightful. Oh, what an adorable moon rabbit! Ding Yu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. Goo goo. The lantern bird chirped somewhat forlornly, perhaps feeling overlooked. Wasn't I charming when I was a candle bird? It mused. Ah, women are so fickle. The magic ape observed in silence, for this was its first encounter with its master's other pet. For it, the question of cuteness or beauty was trivial. What truly mattered was power. Strength reigned supreme. After comparing fists, Ajo confirmed that his was indeed larger. No wonder the master entrusted me with its protection. Such a tiny creature would surely be bullied by others. Ajo reminisced about the glorious days when he was the chief of his clan, feeling a mix of nostalgia and anticipation. Nodding slowly, his eyes sparkled with determination. It was decided. He would take this little one under his wing. The title of Big Brother could once again be put to use. Galaxy. Bai Wushang called out for an extended period, but received no reply. Within a span of just 1 or 2 minutes, Galaxy had dashed around the room, covering every inch of the 100-square-foot space. Even the ceiling bore the marks of little black paw prints. Bai Wushang awkwardly rubbed his nose, exclaiming helplessly, this little one must have been cooped up in the pet space for too long. The moment it emerged, it just let loose. Ding Yu stifled a giggle, waving her hands reassuringly. It's all right. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful and spirited moon rabbit, so vibrant and healthy. After a considerable time, the little creature, still brimming with energy, came to a stop. With tiny, bouncing steps, it scampered over to Bai Wushang's side. Just as he thought the little one was about to leap into his arms, Galaxy suddenly turned, presenting its round little backside to him. Oh dear, are you upset? Bai Wushang chuckled in disbelief. Thankfully, he had anticipated this, quickly pulling out a green carrot and offering it to the little rabbit. All right, no more sulking. Look, this is the cucumber carrot I brought for you. It has a rather unique taste. Would you like to try it? Goo. Galaxy turned its head away. its little face scrunching up. I know, the pet space is quite dull. Aside from sleeping all day, it must have been hard for you. Bai Wushang gently patted the little one's head, feeling the soft, velvety fur of its ears, which were white on the outside and pink on the inside. Rest assured, such a situation won't happen again. You can come out to play whenever you wish. After a few moments of coaxing, Galaxy's defenses crumbled. It let out a joyful cheer, kicked its legs, and lunged into Bai Wushang's embrace. Almost instantly, however, it became teary-eyed and looked utterly pitiful. Goo. All right, I missed you too, Bai Wushang repeated, stroking the silky fur on the little one's back. His palm felt warm, and so did his heart. Although they had only spent 2 or 3 days together, Bai Wushang genuinely cherished this little rabbit. Ding Yu suddenly teased. Hee, are you raising a pet or a daughter? You've become so gentle. Bai Wushang's cheeks flushed unexpectedly, and he cleared his throat before regaining his composure. Lifting the little one, he turned toward Ding Yu and the lantern bird. Galaxy, say hello. It was this sister who let you out, so you should thank her. Goo. The little one obediently nodded and promptly sat down. Its front paws clasped together in a semblance of a bow. Observing the moon rabbit's enchanting silver moon eyes and its playful demeanor, Ding Yu's smile radiated like ripples in a clear spring, spilling over into a beaming expression. May I touch you? She inquired, leaning closer and extending her pristine, jade-like hand, eyes glimmering with anticipation. The little creature immediately appeared displeased, tilting its head in refusal. However, after a moment's contemplation, it hesitated. After all, this was the sister who had saved it, not some greasy old man. Moreover, the fragrant scent she exuded was rather pleasant. After much internal conflict, it finally extended a tiny paw. Goo. Just once. Bai Wushang sheepishly translated. Ding Yu smiled radiantly, her fingers gently scratching the moon rabbit's fluffy chin. What a quirky little child. You're far cuter than an ordinary moon rabbit. Upon hearing the beautiful sister seemingly praise it, Galaxy perked up its ears, eyes narrowing in delight. Yet, just seconds later, it became alert, leaping away and landing on Bai Wushang's shoulder. Goo. Time's up. Ding Yu blinked, a playful smile dancing on her lips. This little creature is quite perceptive. It doesn't enjoy interacting with strangers, does it? Indeed, it is clever, albeit a tad mischievous, Bai Wushang remarked, a hint of affection in his tone, as he offered the cucumber carrot and turned towards the magic ape. Galaxy, let me introduce you. This is our new pet companion. A zhou. Though it may appear large, its intellect is quite impressive. You can call it Big Brother Ape. Goo. Just as Galaxy had taken a couple of bites of the carrot, it instinctively glanced at the magic ape, its little head looking up, its gaze gradually becoming vacant. Goo. It's so big. Chapter 84, The Invitation. In the bright and tidy room, a zhou let out 2 roars. He had resolved to reclaim the identity of Big Brother Ape. This was their first official meeting. How could he not showcase a bit of strength? Rising to his feet, he posed like a bodybuilder, flexing his arms to display his muscular physique. The little one stared in awe, then glanced down at itself, its spirits suddenly plummeting. When would it ever grow up? Disheartened, it drooped its ears and curled into a ball, losing interest in even the crisp, sweet cucumber carrot. Gur? The magic ape's arms returned to the ground, confusion etched on its face. In the arena of combat, it was always spirited and determined, never yielding to anyone. It was a formidable warrior who wielded power. It was a super tank skilled in recovery. Yet at this moment, a zhou felt flustered. Could it be that this little creature disliked me? But I don't believe I've done anything wrong. What should I do? This is our first meeting. If I ruin the relationship, it would surely trouble the master. The magic ape scratched its head frantically, suddenly brightening up. I have an idea. With its fluffy black hand, it carefully scooped up the white little one. Goo. Galaxy immediately flared up, opening its 3-part mouth and biting down without a second thought. The magic ape grinned in surprise. Initially, it had dismissed the little one's attack. However, it was taken aback when the bite went deep, piercing straight through. Were it not for its insufficiently large teeth, it might have bitten off a substantial chunk of flesh from the demon ape. Gurgle? Suddenly, within the gaze of the galaxy, clouds billowed, transporting it to an elevated realm. Tilting its head, it beheld its master, the short-haired sister, and the peculiar bird with flames erupting from its head, all gazing up at it with rapt attention. This novel visual experience caused the diminutive creature to release a gasp of astonishment, its little face alight with curiosity. Where could this be? A slight sensation of weightlessness enveloped it, prompting the galaxy to instinctively leap and land upon a curved, dark red surface. Roar. Hold tight. A deep growl resonated in its ears, deliberately lowered in tone. The little creature's big eyes flickered with excitement as it realized it was perched atop the giant's head. This dark red surface was not metal, but rather its antlers. Gurgle. In an instant, the little one's spirits soared, overflowing with joy. How How delightful. Ajo cooperatively lifted the little creature, swaying it around the room. Occasionally, they peered through the floor-to-ceiling skylight to survey the outside world, and at other times, they engaged in small jumps and playful runs. Thus, the jubilant gurgling of the galaxy echoed incessantly. Having been confined in the small dark room for over 10 days, it had grown weary of playing alone. Now, with a new companion, albeit a bit larger and somewhat intimidating, it felt elated. However, this giant was exceedingly kind. Not a bit ferocious, not a hint of impatience. Filled with exuberance, the galaxy promptly awarded the demon ape a 6-star rating. Observing the lively antics of the two creatures in the room, Ding Yu's smile was unrestrained. After a while, her expression turned contemplative as she softly inquired, Bai Wushang, would you consider joining our medical department? Me? The medical department? Bai Wushang was taken aback, feeling it inappropriate as he identified himself as a practitioner of combat. Ding Yu shot him a knowing glance. Do you harbor some misconceptions? Over 90% of the administrative bodies within the academy are constituted by students. Regardless of where you join, it does not significantly affect the growth direction of your future companion beasts. After all, how many pursue a specialized breeding path? It is largely a blend, seeking the complementarity of abilities. Bai Wushang nodded lightly, indicating he was listening attentively. With a composed demeanor, he queried, Sister Ding, I possess scant knowledge about the academy. Are there many departments? Not many. There are only 4 major administrative departments in total, Ding Yu explained, pointing to the sun emblem on her chest with a gentle smile. This emblem represents medical. The other 3 are logistics, alchemy, and order, each with distinct responsibilities. Noticing Bai Wushang's curiosity, she continued, take logistics for instance. This department is dedicated to the mobilization of academy resources, financial allocations, and task distributions, coordinating mentors and assigning students uniformly. Alchemy, she elaborated, is a department formed by various secondary professions, such as potion masters, tool makers, formation masters, and talisman masters. Though few in number, they are rare talents capable of delivering immense value in certain aspects. I must emphasize order, Ding Yu noted, her demeanor shifting to one of respect. Since the establishment of the academy, this department has consistently ranked first in both importance and overall strength. At least half of the top 10 students are stationed within this department. It can be divided into 2 branches. One is the discipline group, primarily responsible for maintaining internal security while also overseeing various trials and competitions, empowered to enforce rewards and punishments. Those who severely violate the Academy's rules or fail to meet standards in significant matters arranged by the Academy will be expelled by the discipline group. At this point, Ding Yu playfully smiled, gesturing toward the golden box on the table. That senior Sister Xia is the leader of the discipline group, renowned for her ruthless iron fist. Since her tenure, the Academy's negative atmosphere has diminished by over half. If you have the time, peruse the Student Regulations Handbook and do not attempt to provoke her. Understood. Bai Wushang noted this intelligence and inquired further, and what about the last one? The other is the enforcement team. Ding Yu revealed, a hint of admiration gracing her features. This division primarily addresses various matters external to the Academy, including but not limited to upholding the Academy's reputation, surveying the surrounding environment, gathering intelligence, and engaging in various rescue and combat operations. They are the guardians of the Academy, a group worthy of respect. They frequently operate in the most perilous areas, typifying high risk and high reward. Hence the entry threshold is quite elevated. Only outstanding second-year students are eligible to join this division and undertake missions. Furthermore, to disclose another piece of information, the 2 most formidable individuals among the top 10, the first and second seats, are both leaders of the enforcement team. Thus, one can imagine how formidable the order is, boasting 5 or 6 top 10 members and monopolizing the top 3 positions in the Academy. Bai Wushang stared blankly, somewhat dazed. The last time he saw Xiao Wanlong, the fully realized mid-stage pterodactyl, he had already perceived her might. Moreover, that was merely one of her companion beasts. She might possess even fiercer ones, perhaps those ranked higher than her. Truly, it was an enticing prospect. In that moment, Bai Wushang felt a stirring within, as if a newfound conviction had taken root in his heart, providing him with a clear and defined objective to pursue. Gurgle, I'm back. Chapter 85, The Leverage of the Medical Department. After frolicking with the demon ape for a considerable time, the galaxy finally felt satiated. Returning to Bai Wushang's lap, it curled up into a ball and succumbed to slumber. Ding Yu gracefully moved, preparing 2 cups of lemon black tea, placing them on the table. Sitting down, she smoothed the folds of her skirt and resumed the previous conversation. Having discussed the mightiest order, let me now properly introduce the medical department. The responsibilities of the medical department are quite straightforward: rescue, recovery, assistance, and so forth. Wherever help is required, we shall lend our support. When necessary, we also collaborate with Order on missions. The threshold for joining us is actually quite low, as long as one possesses healing abilities or has a companion beast of the supportive type. We welcome you. For instance, your moon rabbit may possess slightly lower bloodline quality and less than ideal healing capabilities, yet it still meets the minimum recruitment standards of the medical department. Bai Wushang cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping little creature, his brow twitching slightly. Thus far, the galaxy's attribute panel was the most exaggerated he had ever encountered. This mere juvenile entity had directly crossed tiers, ascending to elite level 1 star. Inconceivable. Could such a mysterious being truly be a supportive type companion beast? Bai Wushang found himself perplexed. Hesitantly, he queried, Sister Ding, must one choose to join these departments? Not necessarily. The choice lies with you. Ding Yu replied with a gentle smile. Joining a department implies assuming responsibilities, necessitating the regular execution of tasks. However, this also signifies greater rewards. You will not be toiling in vain. For instance, one of the primary methods of acquiring secret energy, a vital resource, is through departmental positions, allowing you to receive a fixed quota weekly. A considerable portion of the Academy's populace earns secret energy in this manner. It is both stable and efficient, accompanied by various other benefits. Truly a win-win situation. Bai Wushang responded with an "oh," his expression contemplative. Currently, the personal badge he had acquired has been surrendered, and the portion pertaining to the shattered rescue talisman has also been supplemented and settled by the rescue instructor, yet the results remain unfulfilled. Regarding the secret power, Xiao Wanlong provided a brief explanation, but Bai Wushang continues to grapple with a certain cognitive dissonance. He finds himself unable to assess the true value of the secret power and the genuine difficulty in acquiring it. Only through personal experience can he fully comprehend it. The only realization Bai Wushang has is that his time is of the essence, and he must utilize it as efficiently as possible. Thus, despite Ding Yu's amiable and approachable demeanor, Bai Wushang hesitates to accept her invitation lightly. Ding Jie, as a newcomer, I cannot make a decision on the spot. I understand your cautious mindset. However, Ding Yu sighed with a hint of helplessness evident in her finely arched brows. But for a seed player like you, it won't be long before members from the Order Department reach out to you, attempting to recruit you. Since I learned that there would be 3 self-awakened individuals this year, I conducted prior investigations and discovered that your destined pet is the moon rabbit. I resolved long ago to seize the opportunity during the health examination to engage with you beforehand. To be frank, our medical department's total personnel cannot compare with the Order and logistics, and we are just slightly more than the alchemy division. The benefits are quite substantial, aren't they? After all, those with auxiliary abilities are ultimately few. Bai Wushang shared his assessment, only to be met with an awkward smile from Ding Yu. That's somewhat complicated. Members of the medical department are indeed quite popular within the academy. After all, everyone experiences injuries at some point and requires assistance. However, ever since the last cohort of the top 10 graduated, the current head of the medical department has been rather negligent, never having earnestly fought for anything, leading to a continuous decline in the department's benefits. Ding Yu let out a light sigh. We, as caretakers, bear the brunt of everything, managing all matters both big and small, while the formal members below us remain at the minimum supply of secret power, leading to constant grievances. Over the past year, many have gradually left for other opportunities, and the total number of personnel in the medical department has reached a historical low. If this continues, there may no longer be a necessity for this department. Order and logistics could easily absorb and replace us. Ding Yu gazed intently into Bai Wushang's eyes, speaking earnestly. I do not wish to see the fruits of my hard work dwindle away to that day. Therefore, Bai Shuedi, I wish to recruit you to infuse our department with some fresh blood. I can allocate a portion of my secret power quota to ensure that your gains in the medical department will not fall below the minimum standards of the Order's discipline group, with regular increments thereafter. Moreover, in comparison to Order, our medical tasks are significantly lighter. Typically, one would only need to serve at the assigned medical facility, making the work easy, brief, and quite flexible, allowing ample leisure time to read and expand knowledge. What do you think? I offer you the best terms in terms of salary, benefits, and working hours. Can you grant me this opportunity? Ding Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. In that moment, it would be disingenuous to claim that Bai Wushang harbored no thoughts. Ding Yu had expressed herself with such sincerity, he could feel it. However, Bai Wushang reiterated his desire to further investigate the means of acquiring secret power before making a judgment. If there were more suitable and efficient avenues for him to earn secret power, it would enhance his growth rate. After all, no matter how easy the work, it still consumed additional energy and time. After a moment of silence, Bai Wushang spoke with utmost sincerity. Ding Jie, due to personal reasons, I cannot agree to your proposal right now. May I take some time to better understand the Academy's specifics before providing you with an answer? Ah, Ding Yu rubbed her temples. Having exerted herself in her invitation, the outcome was beyond her capacity to predict. Fortunately, Bai Wushang did not offer a definitive rejection, appearing to hold some unspoken concerns or perhaps being overly cautious without fully trusting her. It would indeed be a pity to miss out on such a promising junior. She hoped her offerings could sway him. The medical department would inevitably require a new pillar of support, and perhaps he could be that individual. With a resigned shake of her head, she resumed to smile. Very well, I respect your decision, but can we at least exchange contact information? Ding Yu's smile brightened, her tone softening. Should you encounter any confusion regarding new student enrollment or other matters, feel free to seek my advice. I certainly won't let go of such a promising talent easily. Ding Jia, you jest, Bai Wushang chuckled lightly, extending his left wrist. Chapter 86, The Exchange. Before parting ways, Bai Wushang posed another question. Ding Jia, I had a fruitful experience in the secret realm this time. These are my spoils. He gestured towards the enormous beast skin bag in the other room, inquiring, how should I handle this? Does the Academy have any relevant selling channels? That is simple. Ding Yu smiled brightly. You should head to District 3. There is a 10,000 Beasts Mall there, which is the largest official trading post in the Academy. Many students buy and sell supplies there. Great. Thank you, Ding Jia. Bai Wushang bid her a polite farewell, cradling the drowsy galaxy in his arms, followed by a Zhou, who hoisted the oversized beast skin bag behind him. As Bai Wushang strolled along the expansive campus avenues, taking in the surrounding grandeur of the ornate buildings, he exhaled slowly, his eyes gradually brightening. Ding Jia had mentioned that the secret power would be sent to each individual's wrist account in the afternoon, so there was no need to rush. Additionally, a course schedule would be sent out, requiring new students to fill in their registrations. It was noon, and with nothing pressing on his agenda, carrying such a large bag was indeed cumbersome. He decided it was best to sell it off first, convert it into gold coins, then proceed with a thorough procurement. Bai Wushang activated his wrist device, summoning a large guiding vehicle. Inside the vehicle sat the magic ape, packed to the brim. 20 minutes later, a crimson-purple building loomed before him, its entrance towering over 10 meters high, adorned with gold and silver embellishments, resplendent like a castle. For magnificent golden characters, imbued with a sense of solemnity, hung above the building. 10,000 Beasts Mall. Bai Wushang gasped in awe, surveying the overwhelming atmosphere of opulence that pervaded the air. Guards patrolled vigilantly, ensuring the security management was impeccably executed. After pausing for a few moments to observe, he noted that students often summoned their pets to accompany them. Through keen observation and the discerning eye of recognition, Bai Wushang assessed that a considerable portion of the individuals present were likely newcomers, much like himself, who had gathered spoils from the secret realm island and seized this opportunity to explore them all. Fool, you're such a fool. A sarcastic voice rang out. Bai Wushang turned to see a boy with bloodshot eyes, frantically tugging at his hair. Perched on his shoulder was a blue-green parrot with an exceptionally long tail and a beak resembling a sickle. What caught the eye was that this parrot possessed two heads, leaning closely together, one on the left and the other on the right. Name: two-headed parrot, contracted. Species: demon beast realm avian type two-headed parrot. Life level: mid-stage juvenile. Bloodline quality: ordinary bone, level 5 stars. Status: boastful. Wisdom: inferior. Traits: androgynous mimicry and flight. Skills: dual bite, sneeze feather powder, charge, deceive, provoke, bird dropping splash. Gourmet cells: 12. The one who just spoke seemed to be the one on the left, with its neck arched and small eyes darting around. It screeched at the top of its lungs, "Fool. You are a big fool. How annoying. How did I end up with such a creature?" The boy, sporting a messy hairstyle, had bloodshot eyes, indicating he had not slept well for countless days, his anger boiling over. The onlookers turned their heads, curious gazes flocking to them. The blue-green parrot, initially with its eyes shut, suddenly opened them and screeched in a shrill voice reminiscent of a nagging woman. "What are you looking at? What are you looking at? You all are idiots. Idiots." A passing honey badger with a fierce demeanor bared its fangs, exuding a menacing aura. "Shut your mouth. You foolish creature." The boy with the messy hair felt a chill run down his spine. That was a matured, extraordinary being. Provoking it could lead to dire consequences. Embarrassed and flustered, he hastily apologized to the honey badger's master. Once the threat had receded, he took out a contract book, gritting his teeth, prepared to reclaim the parrot. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way." The two-headed parrot shrieked in unison, flapping its wings as they soared high into the air. The boy's face paled as he seemed to recollect something, throwing himself forward without a second thought, his movements so practiced it was almost pitiful. Splat! A clump of green, unidentified substance fell to the ground with a splatter, creating a mess everywhere. Ajo covered his nose, walking away in disdain. Bai Wushang looked at the boy's tearful expression and chuckled softly, shaking his head. You really should have chosen a better contract. Why bother provoking a parrot? Creatures of this kind are notoriously chatty. Young man, may you find your fortune. After passing through several security gates, Bai Wushang and the magic ape officially entered the first level of the beast market. Immediately, a welcoming hostess approached, sweetly inquiring about Bai Wushang's needs. I wish to sell some materials, primarily the corpses of extraordinary creatures, in large and varied quantities. This way please, sir. The hostess discreetly cast a glance at the magic ape, skillfully concealing her surprise. This must be a newcomer, right? How come they all appear so accomplished? She muttered to herself as she politely guided Bai Wushang toward a particular location. Their brief conversation provided Bai Wushang with a rudimentary understanding of the beast market. It resembled a grand supermarket, devoid of individual merchants, all managed under a unified system. Whether selling or purchasing, there were set evaluation standards, with no room for haggling or price raises. The hostess, named Alan, led Bai Wushang to a quiet room and bowed apologetically. I apologize, sir. Today, with the trials concluded, there are too many newcomers here for transactions, and a large order just came in, requiring several staff members to assist. Currently, we are short-handed. You may need to wait a while. Bai Wushang furrowed his brow. How long? Alan, with a pleasant smile, promptly offered tea. Very soon, very soon. Time swiftly passed, and after 20 minutes had elapsed, just as Bai Wushang was about to lose his patience, Alan rushed back in high heels, a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. Sir, please. Bai Wushang rose and exited, with Ajo closely following. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a flash of scarlet hair fluttering away at the corridor's end. Bai Wushang raised an eyebrow, recalling a woman. Could it be her? Without pondering further, he strode directly into the trading room. Bang! Ajo tossed a brightly colored patchwork beast skin bag onto the ground, producing a loud thud. Subsequently, Bai Wushang retrieved his dimensional backpack, extracting a variety of items. These, and these, everything is for sale. I wonder how much gold they are worth. As the colorful materials spread across half the room, the two traders exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. However, when Bai Wushang unearthed two mangled beast corpses from the bag, they could no longer contain their astonishment. A cat demon? An iron-boned eagle? You can hunt matured beings. Chapter 87, Procurement. Also, Bai Wushang keenly noted the word. The earlier woman. One trader began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by the other. Hey, don't blame me for not warning you. Disclosing client information indiscriminately could lead to consequences, you understand? I am sorry. The first trader shrank back, quickly falling silent. He certainly did not want to lose his job. Bai Wushang felt a bit uncomfortable, a sensation akin to being tantalized yet unable to reach through a veil. Fortunately, the two traders were swift in their actions, immediately beginning their work. One focused on estimating the value while the other handled inventory and accounting, each with clear roles. The final tally aligned closely with Bai Wushang's estimation. The collection of beast corpses, led by the cat demon and iron-boned eagle, totaled approximately 500 gold coins. Coupled with the assorted materials Bai Wushang had gathered, such as the nether viper, gale sword wolf, razor beetle, golden mouse, and green arrow turtle, along with some unused herbs and a few rare ores, the final offer from the beast market amounted to 830 gold coins. Mr. Bai, here is the acquisition list. If you wish to proceed with the transaction, please sign. Bai Wushang swiftly inscribed his name. Soon, a neatly bundled stack of gold notes was pushed in front of him. Radiating brilliance, the sensation of wealth was exhilarating. This was the first time Bai Wushang had handled such a substantial sum, and his mood was somewhat complex. However, he quickly regained his composure and opened the holographic shopping screen embedded in the table. There were numerous items he needed to procure, and this amount of money might not suffice. It was hardly a moment for self-satisfaction. With the trader's assistance, Bai Wushang searched for the first item, a storage ring. Although the dimensional backpack he possessed from the academy had not been reclaimed, graciously labeled as a gift for students, Bai Wushang found it rather unsatisfactory. The limited capacity was one issue, but the security measures were even more concerning. Bai Wushang couldn't help but scoff at the backpack's overly simplistic functions. As long as a bit of soul power was present, anyone could access its contents, regardless of ownership. How could one tolerate such a flaw? The most critical aspect was that this item even had an expiration date. After 1 or 2 years, the storage space would diminish and degrade. If fortunate, the items might drop out intact. If unfortunate, they could be devoured by the void, leaving nothing behind. Any capable master would never resort to such inferior products. I should replace it with something of better quality. After browsing around, Bai Wushang discovered that there were many subpar storage tools similar to the dimensional backpack available in the market, ranging from 1 cubic meter to 10 The cheapest cost only 49 gold coins, while the most expensive did not exceed 500. However, the storage rings were different, beginning at a minimum of 5 cubic meters, priced at 700 gold coins. The most extravagant options could exceed 1,000 cubic meters, enchanted with defensive spells, valued at over 100,000. Bai Wushang shook his head and opted for a basic model. It was an obsidian black ring, unassuming in design and possessing a remarkably low profile. Within it lay a storage capacity of 30 cubic meters, valued at a total of 3,888 gold coins. Although somewhat exorbitant, the adage "you get what you pay for" rang true. It should suffice for my needs for a while. Without hesitation, Bai Wushang added it to his shopping cart. Subsequently, he spent an additional 10 minutes meticulously selecting various items, such as healing potions, soul energy restoration elixirs, antidotes for beasts, mental resistance potions for beasts, blood replenishing agents for beasts, and more, amounting to over 2,000 gold coins. These essentials could be life-saving in critical moments, warranting ample preparation. Furthermore, he procured training outfits, odor-eliminating powders, hardening talismans, elastic ropes, protective soft armor, steel spears, and combat boots, which collectively consumed another 1,000 gold coins. Additionally, Bai Wushang remained cognizant of his part-time chef identity and ordered a set of high-quality cooking utensils, priced attractively at merely 200 gold coins. As he witnessed his freshly earned stack of banknotes swiftly dwindling to just a few bills, he sighed in resignation. Was this the sensation of poverty? It seemed he had grown accustomed to it. Once all his purchases were laid out before him, Bai Wushang conducted a brief inspection before seizing the storage ring, pricking his finger to draw blood and claim ownership. From that moment on, only he could activate it. Unless he met his demise or was obliterated by an overwhelming force beyond comprehension, there was no need to worry about its safety. After packing away his acquisitions, Bai Wushang's thoughts shifted to an item he wished to inquire about. May I ask, what is the estimated buyback price for this item? The two traders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting instantaneously. While not as dramatic as a stone casting ripples in a pond, their astonishment was palpable. Is that a bloodline fruit? This new batch of students is impressively formidable to have acquired such a rarity. Bai Wushang maintained a composed demeanor, silently observing their reactions. One of the traders perused their internal transaction records before responding. Mr. Bai, this item falls under bulk trade goods. According to our internal operational rules, the buyback price is set at 9,500 gold coins. Only 9,000. Bai Wushang furrowed his brow, as magical fruits typically commanded prices exceeding 10,000 gold coins. The other trader, displaying a courteous attitude, patiently explained, the market price reflects that, but as we are part of an academy-supported trading institution, all goods are fundamentally sold to students or mentors and not for external sale. For such bulk commodities, the high pricing creates certain selling difficulties, which can affect our cash flow, hence the slightly lower buyback price. Of course, this is only a portion of the reason. The other reason is due to the nature of the bloodline fruit. The trader retrieved a segment of information from his wrist device and presented it to Bai Wushang. Sir, if it were other types of magical fruits, even at a high price, they would be swiftly snatched from the market. However, the bloodline fruit is somewhat awkward. Its effects carry certain risks, likely triggering beneficial mutations, but conversely, there is a lower probability of failing to induce a mutation or even triggering a detrimental one. This product has a limited audience in the market. Unless one possesses an ancient lineage, consuming it would guarantee an increased probability of ancestral traits, which, as you may know, can be described in just a few words due to the scarcity of such creatures. Thus, in summary, the maximum buyback price we can offer at the Beast Mall is limited to this amount. Please do not put us in a difficult position. We are merely adhering to the rules, and we have no authority over pricing. The trader spoke clearly, maintaining a professional smile, and added, I personally suggest that if you wish to quickly recover cash, selling to us is an excellent choice. If you seek a higher price, I recommend exploring the secret energy trading market, the free gold market, or participating in the Academy's regularly organized auctions. These channels might yield higher returns. Chapter 88. Sadness flows like a river. Leaving the Beast Mall, Bai Wushang found himself alone, summoning a guide vehicle to return to his dormitory. He chose not to sell the bloodline fruit. It was not merely a matter of price. He was still deliberating whether to use it himself or exchange it for gold. His magical ape, Ajo, was an enigmatic extreme species, currently having mastered 2 shadow attribute skills he had initially been unable to learn. Furthermore, the subsequent natural evolution chain had 2 stages, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding evolution barriers. Thus, Bai Wushang was unwilling to risk administering the bloodline fruit to it. As for the galaxy in his arms, it was already a mutated species and even more mysterious, seemingly unsuitable for such consumption as well. He could either reserve it for future beasts or sell it when funds ran low. He would decide later. Bai Wushang was not overly fixated on the method of disposal. After all, the item was in his possession and would not deteriorate easily, eventually yielding rewards in due time. The dimly lit underground tunnel saw the guide vehicle speeding along. Bai Wushang began to peruse the student regulations manual on his wrist device. Suddenly, a notification icon in the lower right corner of the holographic screen emitted a series of beeping sounds. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Mu Xiao. Wu, Shuang, Gu, are you back at the academy yet? Sticking tongue out, Bai Wushang couldn't help but smile. This girl seemed to be in good spirits. The fact she could message him indicated she had not been eliminated in the trials and had preliminarily succeeded. Moreover, she might have exceeded her expectations. Eager to boast about her achievements, Bai Wushang decided to indulge her, replying, I'm back. How did the trials go? Mu Xiao, I made it to the end, ha 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 ha. Hands on hips, laughing. Can you imagine what kind of contracted beast I got? Mu Xiao, hee hee, I'll tell you tomorrow. I met a new best friend, and I'll introduce you to her at lunchtime in the cafeteria. Pinky promise. Bai Wushang rolled his eyes and sent a head-smacking emoji in response. This brief interlude during his journey swiftly passed. Not long after, Bai Wushang arrived at the long-awaited dormitory building. Just as he opened the corridor door, a thunderous crash echoed, resembling the sound of something collapsing to the ground. Accompanied by a barrage of furious expletives, a gray figure dashed past him, bounding toward the entrance with unrestrained exuberance. A woo. The sudden appearance of this figure momentarily startled it, causing it to blink in surprise before it rushed forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Bai Wushang found himself momentarily taken aback. Sensing a wild beast approaching, his expression instantly turning serious as he summoned Ajo. Roar. Ajo emerged with a fierce roar, standing on 2 feet. His broad and muscular frame nearly occupied half the corridor, exuding an imposing aura. Yet, the other party seemed utterly unfazed, launching into the air with a leap. Aiming to lick Ajo's face, Ajo furrowed his brow, seizing the creature by the scruff of its neck with a firm grip. His least favorite creatures were wolves, and he held not a shred of affection for them. If it weren't for his master's warning against causing trouble at the academy, he would have gladly punched it. The gray wolf flailed its limbs in confusion, unable to gain leverage, and lowered its head in puzzlement. Its brown eyes blinked repeatedly. Upon realizing it was suspended in the air, it appeared bewildered. However, it quickly regained its composure and began howling loudly. Bai Wushang, however, found the wolf's increasing pitch peculiar, as it intermittently interjected with a few barks. What could that possibly mean? It didn't seem like an angry roar at all. Rather, it sounded as if it were having a grand time. In his field of vision, an attribute panel began to hover. Name: Little Hound, contract, race, beast-type canine from the demon beast realm, life stage, mid-juvenile, bloodline quality. Mortal bone level 5 stars, status, excited, joyful. Astonished, intelligence, low, traits, energetic, strong desires, skills, bite, pounce, dig, savage charge, howl, gourmet cells. 13 alas. Cursed be the wretch. Ouyang Yuan's heart-wrenching cries reverberated in the air. Dressed in a bathrobe, he stumbled out of room 103, a visage of utter despair etched upon his face. Soaked to the skin, his hair was a chaotic mess. Trembling with rage. Yuanzi, do not be angry. I shall help you retrieve it. Shabru rushed out behind him, grasping Ouyang Yuan's garment and urging him to regain his composure. Yet, in the blink of an eye, both he and Ouyang Yuan stood frozen, gazing in awe at the towering demon ape, alongside the wolf rowing a boat in its grip. Brother Bai? Ouyang Yuan was the first to react, exclaiming in surprise. His keen eyes, peering through the gaps between the ape's legs, discerned a familiar silhouette behind. It was none other than Bai Wushang. Instantly elated, he pointed at the wolf, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, Brother Bai, you have finally returned. Quickly, help me give it a good thrashing. I am on the verge of madness. Do not rush, speak slowly, Bai Wushang replied with an amused smile, barely suppressing his laughter. Having discerned the true nature of the wolf, he had already begun to piece together what had transpired. This creature was infamous among canines, the notorious husky, known as the demolition captain of the handoff squad. Which brave soul dared to contract such a beast as a pet? Ouyang, was it you? Are you so weary of your mundane existence? Or perhaps you possess an excess of wealth to squander? Bai Wushang expressed his heartfelt admiration. Brother Bai, come over here. Let me show you my dorm. Ouyang Yuan, looking utterly despondent, led Bai Wushang to the entrance of room 103. There, the once sturdy red ironwood door lay shattered. A gaping hole marred by claw marks and bite impressions, splinters scattered across the floor. Upon opening the door, the chaos inside was palpable. The living room lights flickered erratically. Furniture lay askew, and remnants of meals were strewn about. leaving no place to set foot. Most alarming of all, curtains, cushions, and even bedclothes were torn asunder, scattered in every corner, bearing witness to some unimaginable torment. With a resounding bang, Ouyang Yuan slammed the door shut, though the frame trembled as if it were an ancient relic, ultimately succumbing to its fate. Stripped of all dignity, Ouyang Yuan let out a long sigh, sorrow flooding his heart and manifesting in tears that flowed freely. Brother Bai, you see this mess? It is all it's doing. Damn it. I deeply regret not acquiring more knowledge, for mistaking an extraordinary creature. Why? Oh, why? Yuanzi, calm down, calm down. Shabru comforted him, patting his shoulder. Just as Bai Wushang was about to utter a word, the door to room 104 burst open with a loud crash. Enough already. Are you not tired? A grown man weeping like a child. What a sight. Chapter 89. Encountering Situ Chi again. Situ Chi stood with arms crossed, lazily leaning against the wall, casting a sidelong glance at the crowd. Clad in a black and gold robe, a silver jade belt adorned his waist, glimmering subtly, suggesting considerable value. A white facial mask covered his handsome features, yet his haughty demeanor remained unchanged, arrogance woven into his very being. Oh, back already? Situ Chi swept his gaze past the others, fixating momentarily on Bai Wushang and the demon ape, then whistled. Roar. Ajo growled lowly, its visage twisted in a fierce snarl. Poised for confrontation. Clutching the little hound, it approached swiftly, ready to strike. Ouyang Yuan and Shabru exchanged alarmed glances. Ouyang's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily wiped away his tears, striving to regain his composure. Shabru scratched his head, sensing the atmosphere grow as cold as an ice abyss. Despite his typically dull and good-natured disposition. What? Did the trial ground not satisfy you? Bai Wushang lifted his gaze, calm and collected, his sharpness concealed. In a fair fight, Ajo could send a crystal scorpion flying. Hey, you are not thinking of starting a fight here, are you? Situ Chi, unperturbed, replied. I wouldn't dare to brawl in a public area. If you have the guts, feel free to try. As if in response to his words, red lights began to flicker in the corners of the ceiling. Warning, warning, warning. Detection of multiple personnel gathering, combat fluctuations detected. All students are to cease combat immediately. Article 88 of the Mountain Sea Academy Regulations explicitly prohibits formal members from engaging in unauthorized fights in public areas. Violators may face imprisonment, expulsion, or exile, depending on the severity of the offense. Remember, this regulation was specifically approved by the Crimson Dragon Emperor, holding the same weight as the laws of the Great Qian Dynasty. Ignoring this warning will result in the disciplinary committee arriving at the battleground in 3 minutes. All consequences will be borne by the violators. The jarring mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. Bai Wushang frowned slightly, swiftly calming Ajo and signaling it to refrain from acting impulsively. Chirp. The galaxy creature, awakened, cautiously poked its head out, clutching its tiny paws. After approximately 30 seconds, the red lights and mechanical sounds gradually faded, restoring normalcy to the surroundings. The tense atmosphere began to ease. Situ Chi smirked, seemingly anticipating the outcome. Maintaining his relaxed posture against the wall, he spoke with composure. Bai Wushang, do not be agitated. I am not here to challenge you to a fight. There is no need for you to remind me repeatedly that I lost in the trial ground. And rather severely at that. My face was thoroughly slapped. So what? If you perceive me as a noble fool with courage but no strategy, then you are mistaken. Your understanding is too superficial. I have contemplated this for the past few days and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Would you be interested in hearing it? A torrent of thoughts raced through Bai Wushang's mind, perplexed by Situ Chi's intentions. Woof, 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 woof. At that moment, the little hound, gripped in the demon ape's grasp, shattered the tranquility, barking excitedly at Situ Chi. This was its way of greeting. If it could lick him, that would be even better. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A pristine crystal scorpion leisurely emerged from within, approaching Situ Chi. Raising its pincers, it swiftly groomed the little hound, removing a thick layer of dust from its belly. Woof. The little hound was taken aback, experiencing something unprecedented in its life. A dazzling light erupted from its eyes, and in a fit of vigorous struggle, it nearly broke free from the demon ape's grip. Woof, woof, woof. The little hound protested to the demon ape, yearning to lick the crystal scorpion and taste the shimmering delicacy. Ouyang Yuan, you truly bring disgrace upon yourself. How could you contract such a foolish creature? Situ Chi scoffed. Can you not retrieve your foolish dog? With a stern expression, Ouyang Yuan remained silent, producing the gray contract book. It is not that he truly wishes to heed Situ Chi's words, but rather he fears that if this continues, Xiaoha dog may inadvertently incite a calamity. The reactivation of the alarm is one concern. On another front, there exists the possibility that Xiaoha dog might poison himself. Indeed, Such a scenario is plausible. Xiaoha dog, wagging his tail, seems to sense the impending events and resists fiercely. Yet, he is unable to avert his fate and is forcibly recalled. Situchi scoffs, idly toying with the scorpion-shaped ball, and nonchalantly states, "Let me be candid, Bai Wushang. I acknowledge you as a formidable opponent, not a mere mediocre fool. I have but one question for you. Would you be interested in working with me?" Bai Wushang feels a jolt within, unable to fathom that such a person would utter such words. "Are you attempting to recruit me? Indeed, consider this. There will be no shortage of funds, whether it be medicinal herbs or various treasures, even women, should you desire. The condition, however, is that you follow my lead and serve as my subordinate." Bai Wushang is utterly bewildered. He initially perceived this man as arrogant, self-important, and possessing a strong sense of jealousy, with perhaps a hint of eccentricity. Yet, he never doubted his intelligence. Now, Bai Wushang questions his sanity. Just days prior, he was plotting against the demon ape with the intent to thwart him, leading to his own expulsion. Moreover, he failed spectacularly, suffering a devastating blow from the demon ape that nearly cost him his life. He also endured humiliation due to the debacle involving the dimensional backpack, during which he was consumed by rage, wishing to tear himself apart. With such a profound conflict, you dare to propose an alliance? Just how confident are you that I can let this go? And what audacity leads you to believe I would not betray you? Bai Wushang cannot comprehend it. He declines outright. "No, I have no interest in being a lackey. You would do well to consider this carefully. Although the trial grounds are open to competition, I indeed faltered, yet that does not signify my submission. Moreover, your series of actions that harm me fills me with indignation. If you are willing to follow me, then I shall erase the past. I promise to no longer target you. Let me reiterate, I am not a lackey, but a deputy. I am of royal lineage and must cultivate a circle of trusted confidants. You are the first I have set my sights upon." At this, Ouyang Yuan, who had been listening, instinctively tugged at his own face. What on earth is happening? The notoriously headstrong Situ Chi actually seeks to team up with Bai Wushang? Am I dreaming? Bai Wushang's gaze turns frigid. Is there a distinction? Are you threatening me? If you wish to interpret it that way, so be it. Here, take a look at this. Situ Chi's voice is calm as he retrieves a stack of papers from his dark golden, gem-embedded storage ring and hands them to Bai Wushang. Bai Wushang casually flips through a few pages, his expression abruptly turning icy. The documents contain an account of his life. Although it merely sketches the outline without delving into specifics, it encapsulates the essence of his past 16 years. Do not be too astonished. It is merely a dossier of a commoner. I could procure such information with minimal effort. Situ Chi adopts a nonchalant demeanor, remarking, "However, I must admit, I did not expect your past to be quite so tragic. It appears you have but a few years left to live. Knowing this, you still wish to entangle yourself with me? Entangle? No, no, no." Situ Chi's lips curl into a smirk, his face showing signs of wear. "I am doing this for your own good. As long as you are willing to assist me in my endeavors, a plethora of resources will be directed your way. This blood poison may be a death sentence for you, but I might just possess a remedy.